Su Fan traversed into a fantastical realm, acquiring the Immortality System, whose sole purpose was to augment his lifespan. Unexpectedly transported during a mundane moment in the restroom, he found himself bewildered, still in the process of wiping. In search of leaves to cover himself, he gazed upward at the expanse of pristine white snow. The landscape was barren, devoid of foliage, not even a blade of grass was in sight. Contemplating his existence, his gaze shifted to a slender stick nearby. Suddenly, a chime echoed, startling Su Fan. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the system. This unexpected voice caught him off guard, causing a tremor in his hand. This was the quintessential system for those who traverse worlds, and Su Fan was not particularly astonished. He was all too familiar with such tropes. What followed was a predictable saga of invincibility, slaying gods and ghosts alike, ultimately retreating from the world with a cadre of enchanting companions, a life both unremarkable and monotonous. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the Immortality System. This system will provide the host with extended lifespan. Engaging in physical activities or cultivation will enhance the host's longevity. For instance, energy expended during boxing results in acquiring lifespan, as does energy used in running. Su Fan scratched his head, pondering what sort of system this was, merely extending life? He attempted a few punches, and after a brief while, the system's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, host, you have gained 4 hours of lifespan. After further exertion, Su Fan's greatest achievement was extending his life by a mere day. This system seemed rather useless. Realizing he was atop a mountain, Su Fan decided to descend and explore the area. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, and he witnessed two beams of light collide midair, releasing an overwhelming surge of brilliance and heat. The tremendous shockwave radiated outward like tidal waves. The entire region lifted from the ground, ascending rapidly, causing Su Fan to lose consciousness. When he regained awareness, time had seemingly elapsed. The small town appeared to have been severed from the mortal realm, with formidable beings engaging in a duel at both ends of the town. Su Fan was not the only one bewildered. The townsfolk exchanged confused glances, questioning why they were mere spectators in this conflict. As half a month passed, the unfortunate news was that the duel between the two powerful beings showed no signs of conclusion. The silver lining was that the town's inhabitants were only confined within its borders, their lives beyond the town remaining unaffected. The town was self-sufficient, with a temperate climate. 5 months slipped by. Su Fan had lived in the forest for over 5 months, dedicating his days solely to rigorous training. His daily regimen included 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, running 5 kilometers, executing 200 kicks, and practicing 200 punches. These accomplishments were the result of gradual accumulation. Consequently, Su Fan gained over a century of additional lifespan. The forest provided an abundance of fruits, wild rabbits, wild chickens, and various edible plants, enabling him to sustain himself. He even constructed a wooden cabin, embracing a primitive lifestyle. A year later, the duel between the two powerful beings still raged on. Su Fan finally relocated to the village, realizing that if he continued to isolate himself, he would lose the ability to communicate in human language. 5 years later, chaos erupted in the village. The absence of legal enforcement led to a distortion of human nature. Once power was seized, rampant plundering ensued, and desires grew insatiable. In this isolated town, a group overthrew the tyrannical mayor, slaughtering his entire family, yet the situation did not improve. The newly appointed mayor was even more ruthless. Thus, the cycle repeated, plunging the town into utter disarray. By the 7th year, fearing for his safety, Su Fan retreated to the forest once more. Gazing at the two powerful beings, Su Fan mused to himself, I must be a seasoned player in this game. Let us see who can endure longer. I shall absorb their experience. In the 8th year, the town was shrouded in darkness, as if a colossal hand enveloped it, blocking out the sun. Without sunlight, life withered. Flora and fauna perished en masse, leaving the townsfolk devoid of sustenance, igniting even more brutal conflicts. By the 9th year, the town's population had perished. Su Fan surveyed the bones scattered across the ground and sighed softly. Thanks to the Immortality System, he was free from the need for food, sunlight, water, or even air to breathe. Suddenly, he heard weeping and, following the sound, discovered a girl of 17 or 18 hidden in the cellar. Fortunately, she had survived, with a few pieces of bread, the remnants of her last food, beside her. Having previously stored ample provisions, Su Fan generously shared his supplies with the girl. In the 10th year, their food supply dwindled. The girl, curious about Su Fan's extraordinary ability to live without food or water, attempted to kill him in his sleep, hoping to consume his flesh and gain immortality. However, Su Fan had remained vigilant, and the girl was easily dispatched. He buried her afterward. By the 15th year, Su Fan reflected on his age, 21 at the time of his traversal. He was now 36. 15 years of unwavering dedication to training had transformed him into a muscular warrior. Yet, that was the extent of his progress. He remained ignorant of the path of cultivation, confined to strengthening his physical form. Every day, he spoke to himself, determined to retain his linguistic abilities. In the 20th year, as Su Fan practiced his punches in the clearing, the ground suddenly sank, and the entire town plummeted swiftly. After a moment, he emerged from the rubble, squinting against the blinding sun. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he realized it was now spring or summer. The two powerful beings had vanished, their motives and fates remaining a mystery. In this world, myriad inexplicable events unfolded, often at the expense of countless ordinary lives, thousands lost in a single town, regarded as mere insects by cultivators. Such was the nature of this realm. Standing upon the verdant grass, Su Fan gazed into the distance, slowly taking his first steps. Where was he headed? He had not yet decided. He would take it one step at a time. If he strayed from the path, it mattered not. Time was a resource he possessed in abundance. Chapter 2. Universal Gravitation. As Su Fan traversed a quaint village, he fortuitously encountered a local sect that was recruiting disciples. Filled with enthusiasm, he eagerly approached to register. Although the sect was modest in size, it held considerable renown within the area. The number of applicants was not inconsequential. For entering a sect in a fantastical realm is akin to gaining admission to a prestigious university in modern society. Every parent harbors the hope that their offspring will achieve greatness. At the registration desk stood a captivating woman clad in crimson attire, which elegantly accentuated her graceful neck and well-defined collarbones. Her flowing hair was neatly tied back, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance, complemented by a soft smile gracing her rosy lips. The rustic countryside had seldom witnessed such beauty, leaving the male onlookers utterly spellbound. "What is your name?" the woman in red inquired languidly. "Su Fan," he replied, his voice somewhat stiff. Upon raising her gaze to meet his, the woman paused momentarily, taken aback by the unique aura emanating from him, which set him apart from the other applicants. Su Fan was accepted into the sect with remarkable ease. Although he lacked the most exceptional talents, his formidable martial prowess distinguished him, especially in contrast to other youths who were frail and ineffective. Recruitment into the small sect entailed minimal formalities. After all, those in need do not disdain even the most meager offerings. Su Fan joined the Qingyan sect. While the name might suggest grandeur, the sect comprised fewer than 30 members, including the support staff. "I am Yunran. You may call me Sister Yunran," she said, revealing her charming little canine teeth. Sister Yunran. Su Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Su Fan became a member of the Qingyan sect. Contrary to his expectations of intrigue and rivalry, he found that such dynamics were non-existent. The small size of the sect meant that everyone was preoccupied with their own cultivation, leaving little room for deception. Moreover, inter-sect conflict was a non-issue due to the sect's diminutive stature and the absence of nearby competitors. In his time there, Su Fan gradually familiarized himself with the cultivation system of this world. Qi refinement stage. Life expectancy can reach around a century. The Dantian is in a gaseous state, and one begins to grasp the application of spiritual techniques. Foundation establishment stage. Life expectancy exceeds 200 years. Golden core stage. One can draw energy without relying on grains, with a lifespan of up to 500 years, capable of flight. Nascent soul stage. Upon transforming the golden core into a nascent soul, life expectancy can extend to a millennium, with the ability to teleport. Divine transformation stage. Life expectancy can surpass 2,000 years. Void refinement stage. Life expectancy approaches 5,000 years, with the nascent soul transforming into the primordial spirit, returning to the void and creating avatars. Integration stage. The avatar merges with the original, capable of overcoming myriad manifestations, with a lifespan of up to 10,000 years. Great Ascension stage. Life expectancy can exceed 20,000 years, proficient in utilizing or creating divine abilities. Tribulation stage. Cultivators ascend to higher realms, initially mastering the laws of heaven and earth. The most accomplished cultivator in the sect was their master, who was at the foundation establishment stage, while most senior brothers and sisters were still in the Qi refinement stage. Su Fan selected a Qi cultivation method and devoted himself to practice daily. Although his lifespan significantly increased, his cultivation progress remained modest, as his innate talent for cultivation was far from exceptional. In the third year of his membership at the Qingyan sect, Su Fan still had not succeeded in refining his Qi, which added the tasks of gathering firewood and cooking for the sect members to his daily responsibilities. As the days pass leisurely and effortlessly, each evening finds over 30 disciples gathered together for a meal. With a smaller group, the strict hierarchy of respect is somewhat relaxed, allowing for laughter and camaraderie akin to that of siblings. On this particular day, he, along with the senior brother and sister Yunran from the sect, ascends the mountain to gather firewood. The senior brother, a master of idling, takes the opportunity to rest in the shade while Su Fan and Yunran toil away. In a moment of serendipity, a single apple descends from the tree, landing squarely on the senior brother's forehead. Perplexed, he gazes at the apple in his hand, pondering why it always drops vertically to the ground. Just then, another apple falls. Su Fan, feeling parched, approaches and picks up an apple, wiping it clean before taking a bite. He overhears the senior brother murmuring to himself, questioning why the apple does not move horizontally or ascend, but rather always points downwards. Could there be some peculiar force guiding its descent? Su Fan quips, has the senior brother become Newton? In this seemingly humble sect, hidden talents abound, and the potential is indeed remarkable. From that day forward, the senior brother becomes increasingly distracted from his cultivation, immersing himself instead in the grand pursuit of scientific inquiry. Yet, it becomes evident that he lacks the aptitude for such endeavors, as years pass with little to show for his efforts. Months later, a conflict arises between Qingyun's sect and a neighboring sect known as Shenyamen. The cause is neither grand nor convoluted. Shenyamen's disciples stealthily raid Qingyun's autumn harvest, absconding with all the rice while also uprooting scallions and plucking corn. In a further act of callousness, they even steal away newborn puppies. This theft is intolerable, as the 30-odd disciples of Qingyun rely on these provisions to survive the winter. Enraged, they confront Shenyamen for an explanation. Such is the lament of a small sect, where the essentials of daily life can easily overwhelm them. However, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Shenyamen adamantly denies the theft of the rice and, rather than offer an apology, responds with hostility. Thus, a fierce confrontation ensues, resulting in Qingyun's sect being compelled to offer an apology. During the duel, the senior brother sustains grave injuries, and it is feared that his time is limited. The master also suffers significant wounds and retreats into seclusion to recover. Following this debacle, Qingyun's sect is left severely weakened, with many disciples scattering to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Beside the senior brother's sickbed, he clutches Su Fan's hand, a look of reluctance in his eyes as he asks, "Little junior brother, why does the apple fall downwards?" With a gentle sigh, Su Fan concedes to fulfill his final wish and explains, it is due to universal gravitation. There exists a gravitational force between two objects, differing only in magnitude. Since the apple tree grows on Earth, the height of the apple relative to the heavens is significantly closer to the Earth, resulting in a much stronger gravitational pull between the apple and our planet. It is this very force that draws all celestial bodies towards Earth. The senior brother gazes at Su Fan, clearly striving to comprehend the profound knowledge being imparted to him. Su Fan paused momentarily before continuing. The universal gravitation between two objects, which can be regarded as point masses, can be calculated using the formula Fg m1m2r. Thus, the gravitational force equals the gravitational constant multiplied by the product of the masses of the two objects, divided by the square of the distance between them. The senior brother widened his eyes and ultimately exclaimed, "This is utterly bewildering," before he succumbed to his fate. Subsequently, Su Fan and his companions laid their senior brother to rest beneath the apple tree. Chapter 3. Junior brother, let us depart. The world was in turmoil. A recent incident in the nearby village had resulted in a death. The manner of demise was peculiar, as if the victim's blood had been entirely drained. The village head ascended the mountain seeking assistance from the Qingyun sect. At that moment, the sect's master was in seclusion, and their senior brother had perished. The Qingyun sect was under the stewardship of Sister Yunran, who declared, as cultivators, it is our duty to assume responsibility for the world. How can we stand idly by in the face of death? Thus, she descended the mountain with Su Fan. There were 4 corpses, each reduced to mere skin and bones, their faces pale as death. After examining them, Yunran concluded that zombies were the cause of this calamity. Further inquiries revealed that these 4 corpses were all relatives by blood. Once transformed into zombies, they possessed no consciousness and thus relied solely on their blood ties to feed on their kin. The closer the blood relationship, the stronger the allure. Soon, they identified the identities of the transformed corpses. As night fell, Yunran set up a formation, awaiting the zombies' arrival. She cast a glance at her dashing junior brother. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" she inquired, noticing him munching on garlic. "I'm eating garlic," Su Fan replied. "I am aware that you are consuming garlic. But why so much? And why only garlic? Are we so impoverished in the Qingyun sect? I have a green onion here. If you are hungry, you might as well nibble on that." Su Fan responded, "I once saw a movie that claimed garlic could ward off zombies." "A movie?" Yunran furrowed her brow. "What is that?" "There's also glutinous rice. It must be sticky rice, and it needs to be sun-dried as well. Su Fan had prepared a substantial amount, uncertain of its true efficacy, but he believed that additional precaution could do no harm. At 2 o'clock in the dead of night, the relatives of the transformed corpses had long since fallen asleep, leaving only Su Fan and Yunran alert. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. "They're here." Yunran's eyes sparkled as she drew her sword. This sword had been bestowed upon her by her master before her passing, capable of vanquishing demons and evil spirits. Bang! Bang! The wooden door collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing a dark, towering figure at the entrance. Yunran's gaze turned fierce as she thrust her sword forward. The zombie brandished its claws, each finger glinting with a chilling light. The clash of metal reverberated through the air as the two forces engaged in battle. Yunran proved her prowess, forcing the zombie to retreat step by step. Just as she believed victory was within her grasp, she heard a warning. "Sister, be careful." Another dark figure lunged forth abruptly, catching Yunran off guard. She was sent flying, her 3-foot-long sword clattering to the ground. The zombie charged forward with alarming speed, its fingers poised to pierce Yunran's chest. After all, she was merely a young girl focused solely on her cultivation, unaccustomed to such perilous encounters. It was akin to a student who had spent years preparing for exams, only to falter under the pressure when faced with the actual test. In a moment of dire urgency, Su Fan appeared at Yunran's side, delivering a powerful kick that sent the zombie sprawling. The force of his strike was unexpected, propelling the creature, whose body was as unyielding as steel, over 10 meters away before it finally came to a halt. As another zombie rushed towards them, Su Fan reached into his pocket. When the creature drew near, he swiftly thrust his hand outward. The glutinous rice struck the zombie with a sound reminiscent of lime being thrown into a person's eyes. To Su Fan's delight, it proved effective, prompting him to continue hurling rice at the creature. Indeed, Uncle Ing had not misled him. The zombie curled on the ground, emitting a pitiful whimper. Soon, Su Fan depleted his supply of rice. The zombie lifted its head, seemingly taunting him, as if to say, "You have no more rice, do you?" With a slight smile, Su Fan activated his storage ring, revealing a large bag brimming with glutinous rice. "I invite you to dine," he jested, pouring the entire contents over the zombie. Meanwhile, Yunran had risen to her feet, engaging in battle with another zombie. Su Fan drew forth his prepared peachwood sword and swiftly dispatched the wretched creature. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the other side. Although Yunran had vanquished the zombie, her thigh bore a painful gash. Su Fan rushed over in a blur, lifting her pant leg to expose her pristine skin. Without hesitation, he tightened his belt around her thigh to prevent the spread of zombie poison, then leaned in to administer aid. With a startled expression, Yunran blushed crimson at this unexpected intimacy. Unfamiliar with such experiences, she watched Su Fan as he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before applying glutinous rice to her wound. He then urged her to retreat to the backyard. "Remove your clothing," he commanded. What are you doing, junior brother? This is all happening too quickly." "I'm not prepared," she protested, clutching her chest. "Enough chatter. Just do it," he insisted, a hint of urgency in his tone. "How fierce." I quite like it," she responded, almost in a daze as she loosened her garments. "Get in." The tub was filled with glutinous rice water, meant for bathing. As Yunran submerged herself, the stinging pain from her wound made her wince. It was then she realized that her junior brother was tending to her injury. He subsequently fed her several bowls of glutinous rice water, followed by a bit of dog blood or chicken blood, along with glutinous rice porridge for 15 days. 3 meals a day, just 100 milliliters of dog blood, twice a day, for 15 days, he instructed. It's best to tie a red string around the wound to ward off evil and prevent further spread. In the days that followed, Su Fan devoted himself to caring for Yunran, often taking her outside to bask in the sun. After being injured by the zombie, she fell gravely ill. Yet, under Su Fan's meticulous care, she soon regained her vitality. From that moment on, Yunran gazed upon her junior disciple with a newfound tenderness, accompanied by sentiments that even she could not fully comprehend. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several years had slipped away. The disciples of the Qingyun sect dwindled year by year, until only Yunran and Su Fan remained in the vast sect. Their master had long since retreated into seclusion for cultivation. Yunran could feel her feelings for Su Fan gradually intensifying. It appeared she had developed an affection for him. Whenever Su Fan went to gather firewood, she would follow closely behind. Junior disciple, do you think that Cloud resembles a lion? Junior disciple, what do you suppose those high-level cultivators do in their daily lives? Junior disciple, cultivation is rather dull, isn't it? Junior disciple, it seems I will never break through to the Qi refinement stage in this lifetime. Alas, I cannot escape the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Junior disciple, let us depart. One day, Yunran suddenly said to Su Fan, "Depart? Where to?" At that time, Su Fan had just reached the Qi refinement stage. Years of rigorous training and the rewards from the system had granted him a lifespan extending into the thousands. He had just completed a set of push-ups and was lying on the ground, lifting his head. Yunran crouched down, observing the unchanging visage of her companion in her memory. "Let us descend the mountain." "Descend? Why? Do you not find this place rather dull?" Yunran whispered. She truly felt a sense of monotony, or perhaps regret, for having embarked on the path of cultivation. Time was indeed arduous. She was now 30 years old. Though her appearance had yet to show signs of aging, it was merely a matter of time. The Qi refinement stage allowed for a lifespan of merely over 100 years, and in the later stages, physical vitality would decline rapidly. Given her aptitude, it was likely she would never reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Was she to await death here? She had come to the Qingyun sect at the tender age of 6, spending a significant portion of her life within its confines. She had grown weary. She did not wish to die within these walls. She yearned to explore the world outside. Thus, like all her fellow disciples before her, she resolved to leave. However, before departing, she wished to express her true feelings one last time. "Will you come with me?" the now mature Yunran asked softly, yet could not suppress a hint of shyness and nervousness. This was an invitation, a silent confession. Perhaps they could lead a life akin to a typical couple, marrying and raising children, living a busy yet blissful existence. Yunran envisioned this future. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in a daze. He suddenly recalled a saying: "The path of immortality is long, and the way of the Tao is heartless." Once one has resolved to embark on the path of cultivation, severing ties with worldly affections is essential for maintaining a steadfast heart in pursuit of immortality. Yunran departed on a day of splendid weather. That day, there was no wind. The white clouds floated in the sky like cotton candy. Su Fan sat alone on the mountaintop, gazing at Yunran's retreating figure for a long, long time. Thus, Su Fan became the senior disciple of the Qingyun sect, indeed its sole disciple. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, like a fleeting shadow. The mountain remained unchanged. On this day, Su Fan found himself once more seated atop the mountain. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and it is estimated that it won't be long before he ascends to the foundation establishment stage. In the past, he watched stories where the protagonist would break through every 3 days, transforming into formidable powers within mere years. However, upon experiencing it firsthand, he realized that all of that was mere deception. Cultivation is a pursuit that demands patience and perseverance, with the greatest adversary always being oneself. To temper his character and seek companionship, Su Fan has taken in a turtle, which he affectionately named Wealthy. Aside from eating, Wealthy's daily task is to remain utterly still, neither seeking to please Su Fan nor showing disdain for him. A saying frequently uttered by Su Fan is, "Wealthy, let us see who can outlast whom." At that moment, a white dove appeared, soaring from the distance. This was a messenger pigeon from the foot of the mountain. Any matters requiring communication would be relayed to the Qingyun sect in this manner. The letter was sent by Yunran. Su Fan, momentarily lost in thought, unearthed this name from his memories. His junior sister, although he had long forgotten her visage. Her familiar voice resonated in his ears. "It has been 20 years, hasn't he it? How has she fared since?" Su Fan descended the mountain. It had been 8 years since his last visit. This time, he sought to reunite with an old friend. He envisioned numerous scenarios for their meeting. 2 individuals sharing a knowing smile, one still youthful, while the other perhaps a mother of several children, possibly even a grandmother. The feeling of time's relentless passage, of change and loss, washed over him. Perhaps they would embrace emotionally, tears of joy in their eyes. As Yunran recounted her experiences over the years, he contemplated endlessly, yet never imagined such a scenario. Su Fan held a handful of earth, gazing at the gravestone before him, the familiar name engraved upon it, Yunran. She had returned home half a month prior, but in the midst of rescuing a girl. She was grievously injured and soon passed away. No one knew what she had endured over the past 20 years. All that was known was that she had never married, had no offspring, and remained solitary. It was said that she still favored red garments, and despite being in her 50s, she remained strikingly beautiful. Su Fan made an exception and purchased ample wine, sitting before Yunran's grave, drinking cup after cup. "Junior sister, after all these years of cultivation, I find I cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. Junior sister, let us depart." Yunran's voice echoed once more in his ears. Su Fan reflected on many things: their initial encounter, the events that had transpired before, the past now but a wisp of smoke. Suddenly, a song came to mind. Years later, memories drift like clouds. The swirling snow cannot hold the warmth. Later, Su Fan learned that Yunran had been injured by disciples of the Divine Intention sect. That day, several disciples of the sect had descended the mountain and, upon encountering a young and beautiful farmer woman, were overcome by ill intentions. Coincidentally, Yunran passed by. The Divine Intention sect. Su Fan recalled this sect, remembering their previous theft of rice, their uprooting of his onions, and the injury they inflicted upon his senior brother. He silently committed this name to memory. The Divine Intention sect had a foundation establishment master station within. He was still in the chi refinement phase. But a gentleman's vengeance is never too late to exact. Divine Intention sect, await my reckoning. Embracing this thought, Su Fan returned to the Qingyun sect, devoting himself to arduous cultivation. After 2 years, he finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage. 8 years later, the only foundation establishment master within the Xinyimin passed away. Upon hearing this news, Su Fan was momentarily stunned. However, upon reflection, he understood. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage have a lifespan of merely 200 years. Given the old man's age, it was indeed time for him to depart. With his demise, the Xinyimin was left with nothing but a group of chi refinement stage disciples. Su Fan took a deep breath and set forth on the path to the Xinyimin. Today, I, Su Fan, come for vengeance. Outside the Xinyimin, a large group of disciples gazed at the unfamiliar youth before them with perplexity. Over 30 years ago, your Xinyimin pilfered our Qingyun sect's harvest of rice, taking away 18 bundles of green onions and breaking off 65 ears of corn. You also injured our disciples, leading to the untimely demise of my senior brother. 10 years ago, several of your disciples attempted to assault a peasant woman, only to be thwarted by my senior sister. In your rage and humiliation, you harmed her, resulting in her death a fortnight later. Su Fan enumerated the misdeeds of the Xinyimin over the years, concluding, our Qingyun sect holds an irreconcilable grudge against your Xinyimin. Today, I have come to exact my revenge. The Xinyimin disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 5. Today, I, Su Fan, come for vengeance. After declaring his intent, Su Fan quietly observed the crowd. They scrutinized him in turn, noting his youthful visage, no more than 23 or 24 years of age. One middle-aged man stepped forward, scoffing. Kid, you must be a fool to come here seeking vengeance. Do you not know that I am the one who injured your senior sister? Su Fan nodded. And the others? At that moment, 2 more men emerged. What do you wish to do, boy? One-on-one or a group fight? Su Fan scoffed. Even if you all came at me together, I would not fear you. Oh, so you choose a group fight? One of them replied, astonished. Su Fan, with righteous fervor, declared no, I choose a one-on-one fight. The crowd rolled up their sleeves, stepping forward. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be one-on-one? Su Fan retreated a step. The leading middle-aged man's lips curled into a sinister smile. Indeed, a one-on-one, just you against all of us. With a clang, he drew a 3-foot-long sword and lunged at Su Fan. You little brat, today you shall witness what it means to be outmatched. The sound of the sword echoed as it swiftly approached Su Fan. His eyes narrowed. To others, the sword seemed to move with astonishing speed, yet to him, it unfolded in slow motion. The disparity between the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages was vaster than that between man and swine. Midway, the sword abruptly halted. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the 2 fingers gripping the sword's edge. With a resounding crack, Su Fan exerted force with his fingers, shattering the sword into fragments. His eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Casually grasping a segment of a broken blade, he gently flicked it between his index and thumb. Clang. Uft. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted in shock as he stared blankly at Su Fan. A gruesome wound appeared in the center of his neck, and in the next moment, he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The members of the Xinyimin were aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Fan offered them no opportunity to react, seizing 2 more segments of the broken blade. Whoosh! 2 more disciples fell to the ground, clutching their necks. The foundational stage cultivators, with their heightened consciousness, could manipulate objects and fly. They were far beyond the means of those in the chi refining stage to contend with. Su Fan drew his sword, named Linglong, a weapon wielded by the previous masters of the Qingyun sect. Come on, I shall grant you a swift end. Su Fan stated calmly. There were no external aids, merely a sheer dominance in cultivation. In this battle, all 21 of Xinyimin's direct disciples, along with the next sect leader, perished. Su Fan spared the menial workers, women, and children in the mountains, before unearthing the grave of their master and plundering the Xinyimin's treasury, which included several low-grade human-level elixirs and spirit stones, as well as a sword manual of the Xinyimin's sword techniques. As he departed, he noticed a large yellow dog raised by Xinyimin and casually gave it a couple of slaps. After avenging his grievances, Su Fan felt no sense of satisfaction from his revenge. Instead, he carried the news to the long-departed senior brother and Yunran. Subsequently, he returned to the Qingyun sect to continue his cultivation. 3 years later, the master of the Qingyun sect finally emerged from seclusion, breaking through the foundational stage to achieve the golden core stage. No longer reliant on earthly grains, he could soar through the skies. Under his guidance, Su Fan's cultivation advanced rapidly. In his leisure, he would share drinks with his master and listen to tales of the past. However, good times were fleeting. 3 years later, the demon race invaded the human race's Great Wall. Any cultivator with a semblance of bravery rushed to the Great Wall to fight. One day, his master departed with a group of sword cultivators. Before leaving, he entrusted Su Fan with the jade pendant representing the leadership of the Qingyun sect, patting his shoulder. The Qingyun sect is in your hands. With that, he flew away on his sword. In midair, countless cultivators rushed from afar, a grand procession that blotted out the sun, resembling a galaxy cascading from one end of the heavens to the other. The common folk gazed up in curiosity, captivated by the magnificent spectacle. May the human race be free from worry. The assembled cultivators proclaimed in unison, the scene truly awe-inspiring, albeit with slightly juvenile lines. From that point on, Su Fan dedicated himself even more fervently to his training. However, the world was tumultuous, with dynasties rising and falling. Before his departure, his master had specifically instructed him to protect the villagers below the mountain. Su Fan, honoring his master's wish, settled in the town at the mountain's base. Over the course of 2 years, he had driven away countless bandits, repeatedly safeguarding the town from slaughter. Another year passed. That winter, the auspicious snow arrived late. The timely snowfall heralded a bountiful year, a notion grounded in scientific truth. The layer of snow plays a crucial role in protecting winter crops from freezing temperatures. Heavy snowfall prevents heat from escaping the soil and significantly alleviates spring drought, thus facilitating the spring sowing season. Despite the snowfall, the weather remained mild. Su Fan initially believed it would be a prosperous year, but on the first day of the Lunar New Year, he received the devastating news of his master's death at the human race's Great Wall. Su Fan was taken aback for a long while, then slowly drank half a jug of wine. It was said that his master had fallen victim to an ambush during an attack. Yet the normally timid master fought until the last moment. There were no remains, only a message. His master had passed away silently and without a trace. Strangely, he did not even know his master's name, for to him, the master was simply the master, and he had never mentioned it. He only remembered the day he left, shouting with a flushed face alongside others, "May the human race be free from worries." From that moment on, Su Fan became the new leader of the Qingyun sect. As the leader, he could no longer wear his former attire, for he had assumed a position of stature. Su Fan ordered a custom-made white robe from Aunt Wang on East Street. After a day of exhausting practice, he would stroll through the town in his robe. The town's magistrate had retired a month prior, and the newly appointed magistrate was a rogue. It was said that he had imposed taxes for 20 years in his previous county, colluding with bandits to plunder homes, and then profiting under the guise of eradicating them. This was his common tactic. On a dark and windy night, a group of bandits stealthily infiltrated the town, targeting the former magistrate's residence. The old magistrate was known for his integrity, making him a target. Furthermore, officials usually had some wealth. The bandits scaled the courtyard wall, and then, bang, kicked open the door. Those who do not wish to die, lie flat on the ground, and do not move. Ideally, they would have killed the former magistrate and violated his wife and daughter before departing. However, by an ironic twist of fate, Su Fan was at the magistrate's house that evening, discussing matters concerning the new magistrate. Perhaps this is what it means for good deeds to be rewarded. Su Fan turned, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the unwelcome intruders. "Did you not hear me speak?" The leader of the bandits raised a large machete and swung it towards Su Fan with great force. The man was robust and powerful, creating a resonating hum in the air as the blade whistled. Chapter 6. The Strange Classroom Thud. The leader's expression changed dramatically as he discovered that his machete had been effortlessly caught between 2 fingers. It felt as though it were welded to steel. Unable to cut downward or retract, Su Fan regarded him calmly, while his other hand flicked the wine from his cup into the air. Enveloping the scattered liquid with spiritual energy, he pinched it between his thumb and middle finger. A droplet of wine was propelled, striking one of the bandits in the chest. The man was sent flying as if struck by a boulder, his body soaring like a kite with a severed string. Following that came a second and third droplet. Bang, bang. The old magistrate looked on, utterly astonished. This display of prowess could only earn a score of 34, with the remainder of the points awarded in the form of 66. The following day, the former county magistrate led a group of mountain bandits to the courthouse, confronting the newly appointed county magistrate. However, their efforts proved futile, as mere testimonies lacked direct evidence linking the new magistrate to the bandits. Infuriated, the former magistrate threatened to escalate the matter to higher authorities. The new magistrate, unfazed, arrogantly retorted, I have connections above. Days later, the new magistrate sought to coerce Wang the blacksmith's daughter, Suhua, into becoming his concubine, employing underhanded tactics to pressure Wang into compliance. At times, these officials can be more terrifying than the bandits themselves. Suehua, in her despair, even contemplated suicide by hanging, but fortunately, she was discovered in time. Upon hearing of this incident, Su Fan resolved to have a serious discussion with the new magistrate. The new magistrate regarded this legendary leader of the Qingyun sect with a modicum of respect, especially since he had recently subdued a group of mountain bandits single-handedly. You should no longer serve as county magistrate, Su Fan remarked. The new magistrate, taken aback, stared at Su Fan as if he were a fool. Why? Because I dislike it, Su Fan replied casually while sipping his tea. The new magistrate could not help but laugh derisively. I am not intentionally causing trouble. Who do you think you are? Just because you dislike it, do you think you can prevent me from being magistrate? Do you have someone above you? No one. Su Fan shook his head. The new magistrate, leaning back with a smug expression, scoffed. Are you perhaps taking yourself too seriously? Having grown up in privilege and indulged, he was oblivious to the notion that there are always greater powers beyond oneself. So you disagree? The new magistrate, unwilling to waste further words, commanded, show him out. That night, the new magistrate took his own life at home, the reasons for which remained unclear. In the absence of a new candidate, the former magistrate was reinstated. Life flowed on like a river. Su Fan spent his days in rigorous training. One day, while counting ants in the courtyard, he noted that he had encountered 213 today, 20 fewer than yesterday. There were 85 bluestone slabs outside, and 48 foxtails in the grass, 3 of which had died 2 days prior. Life felt remarkably fulfilling. Suddenly, a blinding fireball streaked across the sky, crashing directly into the Qingyun sect on the eastern edge of the town. Before Su Fan could react, the ground shook violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he discovered it was a meteorite from beyond the heavens. The meteorite visibly impacted the town, and Su Fan felt the town's spiritual energy surge. His cultivation progressed significantly, and he frequently observed small animals gathering around the meteorite, their eyes gradually changing as if they had gained sentience. Within just a year, there were reports of a black tiger becoming a malevolent entity. Fortunately, Su Fan intervened in time to eliminate the black tiger, preventing greater casualties. These animals could not be allowed to develop unchecked. Otherwise, the town would face ruin in a few short years. Yet, he could not remain by the meteorite side at all times, prompting Su Fan to devise a solution that addressed both the symptoms and the root of the problem, education. He established a school at Qingyun Gate, instructing not humans, but rather the increasingly intelligent little animals. Among them were the lustrous white rabbit, the verdant green bamboo snake, the robust bear, the exquisitely beautiful white fox, and the one-eyed wolf. Thus began this peculiar institution. Under the coercive persuasion of Su Fan, these small creatures were compelled to adopt a rigorous schedule, rising at 5 and retiring at 8. They were even required to assist Su Fan with tasks post-classes, without any remuneration. 2 years later, reflecting the essence of the beast, innately good, similar in nature but divergent in habits, morning sunlight streamed in, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The clouds in the sky, illuminated by the resplendent dawn, appeared even more radiant. The sound of reading filled the air. Inside the thatched cottage, the white fox stood at the lectern, its adorable little hands grasping a textbook, adorned with 5 stripes on its shoulder, denoting its position as class monitor. Speak up, called a gorilla from the audience, where a textbook appeared diminutive in its grasp. The one-eyed wolf sat in the back row, exuding an aura of lethargy. A small squirrel perched on the shoulder of a wild boar, both engrossed in the reading. After a while, Su Fan, clad in a long robe, entered. The reading ceased. Good day, sir. The multitude of animals greeted in unison. Good day, students, Su Fan replied with a slight nod, opening the textbook. Today, we shall continue our lesson on Lu and Yu. Before we commence, let us review yesterday's material. Xiong Er sprang to his feet, anxiety coursing through him. Why is it always me? Su Fan inquired. What is the saying a gentleman does not impose unless he is formidable mean? Xiong Er pondered, concluding that it suggested a gentleman must wield significant authority to establish credibility. Excellent. And what about a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means? Su Fan continued. Xiong Er responded, I like money, thus it is reasonable to take yours. Su Fan smiled kindly. Very well. You are indeed a little genius. Consequently, throughout the class, Xiong Er remained at the lectern, holding a large cauldron. Glancing at the time, Su Fan cleared his throat. All right, today's lesson concludes here. Monitor, please lead them down the mountain to assist the townsfolk in gathering grain. Understood, the little fox replied obediently. Chapter 7, Dragon Scales Due to the Meteorite. The town gradually attracted numerous cultivators, all drawn by a singular purpose, to enhance their practice. Yet, the sight that greeted these visitors was nothing short of astonishing. One day, a young monk, having heard the news, ventured forth to broaden his horizons. Nestled amidst towering mountains and dense forests, the town initially appeared narrow, barely accommodating a single passerby. After walking several paces, it opened up into a spacious expanse. The land was flat, and houses stood neatly arranged, satisfying the young monk, who felt his arduous journey had been worthwhile. As he advanced further, he observed the town bustling with life, some walking dogs, others fishing, and some chopping wood, all seemingly normal. The young monk was taken aback, exclaiming, "Normal? What nonsense!" For the dog-walking owner was not a human, but a dog itself, a pitch-black canine, with sleek fur and a friendly demeanor, walking upright. Gazing once more at the angler, one observes a white-furred fox adorned with a hat, engaging in animated conversation with a local who appears utterly unfazed by the peculiar sight. Shifting focus to the woodcutter, one encounters a black bear with deep-set eyes, exuding a primal aura. Its substantial form resembles a small mountain, as it clutches a bundle of firewood and politely greets a passing matron. The young monk finds himself momentarily taken aback by this extraordinary scene. Continuing deeper into the surroundings, he suddenly spots two cultivators locked in a standoff on the street. One is a swordsman, while the other is a martial artist. The conflict arises from a rather trivial matter. The swordsman was served noodles before the martial artist, leading to a verbal altercation that escalates into a physical confrontation. Such impulsive behavior is a time-honored tradition among cultivators. Moreover, these are not ordinary practitioners. They embody the fierce spirits of their respective disciplines. The swordsman embodies an unwavering resolve, while the martial artist adheres to the philosophy of fighting to the bitter end. In their clashes, it is a matter of life or death, for to falter is to invite inner demons that may hinder future cultivation. The young monk surveys the surrounding onlookers, realizing the precariousness of the situation. These spectators, unaware of the formidable powers of the swordsman and martial artist, remain obliviously entertained. As the confrontation threatens to erupt into chaos, the monk is poised to disperse the gathering crowd. At that moment, the martial artist's gaze flashes with a hint of lethality, his aura swelling ominously. Alarmed, the young monk's expression shifts dramatically. Human nature is inherently good. We are alike in essence, yet diverge through experience. The martial artist claps rhythmically while chanting, his voice resonating with vigor. The swordsman, undeterred, matches the tempo with his own verses. Their exchange is a curious blend of philosophical discourse and rhythmic challenge, drawing applause from the surrounding crowd. The young monk stands agape, his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse within mere minutes. What is this madness? While I could comprehend animals attaining sentience, the notion of harmonious coexistence with humans is baffling. Here are two irascible cultivators, embroiled in conflict, yet eschewing violence in favor of some inexplicable verbal duel. I cannot fathom this. Since the discovery of the meteorite, the town has attracted numerous outsiders, wanderers and cultivators alike. It would be unusual for such diverse individuals to coexist without conflict. Su Fan's method of maintaining order is straightforward. Anyone who instigates trouble receives no mercy. The repercussions range from expulsion from the town to being buried in the mountains. Harnessing the meteorite's energy, Su Fan ascended to the golden core stage in a remarkably short time, discovering that safeguarding the town accrued merit, significantly aiding his cultivation. Prolonged exposure to the town has even fostered a unique realm, wherein his strength rivals that of the pinnacle masters of the golden core stage. It was only later, while perusing texts, that he grasped the concept of fortuitous blessings. In this small realm, one has already achieved a status of dominance in the golden core stage. After all, such formidable beings are not commonplace. One does not encounter them at every turn. The world is indeed vast, and the truly powerful are rare as phoenix feathers. The cultivators drawn to the so-called meteorite are predominantly novices, naturally no match for Su Fan. Observing Su Fan's meticulous governance of the town, the young monk felt compelled to seek an audience with the esteemed leader of the Yunran sect. However, when he finally beheld this leader, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the individual was remarkably youthful. "Amit Ba, I am the monk Xuanzang," he greeted. Su Fan furrowed his brow slightly. "Wait, did you say your name is Xuanzang?" "Yes, my monastic name is Xuanzang. Is there a problem?" "Xuanzang, are you not meant to journey to the west to seek scriptures?" Su Fan jested. Xuanzang's heart skipped a beat, astonished. The pilgrimage to the west had long been his fervent aspiration. How could this individual know? Noticing Xuanzang's shock, Su Fan inquired, "You're not truly planning to go to the west, are you?" "To be honest, I do indeed harbor such intentions," Xuanzang replied. Su Fan rubbed his temples, pondering the absurdity of this world where a mouse serves as a bridesmaid to a cat. Wasn't this supposed to be a fantasy realm? How could Tang Sung have appeared here? Truly, it was a diverse tapestry. Master Xuanzong, please follow me, he beckoned. Su, you are quite young, yet have already ascended to the position of leader. Truly impressive, Xuanzong remarked. Not at all, Su Fan humbly responded. Qingyan sect, what a splendid name. Xuanzong observed, glancing at the plaque, then casually inquired, may I ask how many disciples your esteemed sect possesses? Su Fan supplied an answer. Xuanzong, bewildered, responded with a non-verbal expression of confusion. This is the meteorite, Su Fan announced as they arrived at the site of its descent. Xuanzong approached the enormous, obsidian stone. Unable to resist examining it closely, he reached out to touch its surface, and in the next moment, the meteorite suddenly split open with a forceful crack. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. This meteorite had remained here for years, with numerous cultivators attempting to move or destroy it, all in vain. Its hardness was legendary. Yet today, it yielded to Xuanzong's gentle touch. This is not a meteorite, but rather a dragon scale, Xuanzong elucidated. Dragon scale? Su Fan exclaimed, following Xuanzong's gaze to see within the shattered meteorite a golden, scale-like substance emerging. Golden light enveloped the scale in Xuanzong's hand, and he carefully grasped it. Su, this scale is destined for you. You protect your territory, offering guidance without discrimination, even to beasts. This dragon scale is rightfully yours. Xuanzong presented the dragon scale to Su Fan, and an intense warmth surged through his palm. This dragon scale possesses innate repulsive power. You must tame it for your own use, Xuanzong explained. It is weakest at sunset, allowing you to gradually wear down its will with your own spiritual energy. How long might that take? Su Fan inquired. 30 years, 40 years, or even 50 years. Xuanzong, having uttered these words, fixed his gaze upon Su Fan, attempting to discern the profound sense of loss within his eyes. For most individuals, the prospect of waiting at least 30 years is nearly unbearable. Of course, this applies to the majority. A small fraction can endure the solitude of time, remaining unperturbed. Oh, Su Fan nodded solemnly. 50 years is but a fleeting moment. Xuanzong, taken aback, pondered how this youth, seemingly no older than 23 or 24, spoke with the gravitas of one who has witnessed the vicissitudes of life for a century. Xuanzong could not help but click his tongue in admiration. This young man was indeed a person of great potential. That very evening, Su attempted to refine the dragon scales. As Xuanzong had predicted, initial efforts bore no fruit. He could only faintly sense the terrifying power contained within the scales. It appeared that mastering them would not be an endeavor accomplished in a single day. The dragon scales not only enhanced all attributes, but also bestowed unique abilities, such as the manipulation of dragon fire or a brief transformation into a dragon. A month slipped away in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xuanzong was engaged in teaching the small creatures. His lessons predominantly revolved around Buddhist teachings. The body is akin to the Bodhi tree, and the heart resembles a bright mirror. One must diligently wipe it clean to prevent the accumulation of dust. The little monsters listened, struggling against drowsiness. Yet, there were those who took the lesson to heart, such as the class leader, the little white fox. She had achieved the ability to shift into human form, albeit limited to her lower half. Long, beautiful legs paired with the body of a fox, a sight both bizarre and enchanting. After class, as Xuanzong stepped outside, the little fox approached Su Fan, who was preparing his lesson. Sir, I wish to hear something else. Oh, what would you like to hear? The little fox licked her lips, expressing her desire to hear the teacher speak. If it's convenient for you, perhaps after dark, she said coyly. Su Fan picked up his folding fan and lightly tapped her head 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. The little fox was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the meaning of her master's gesture. He was inviting her to his room in the dead of night. In the stillness of the night, anguished cries emanated from Su Fan's chamber. Whoa, sir, I shall never dare again. Enough chatter. You may not eat until you finish your work. I assent at you who summoned me here at this hour. My intention was for you to recite the 3-character classic 300 times. Recently, the small town had been beset by unease, with numerous disappearances occurring. 6 individuals had vanished, all last seen going into the mountains to gather firewood, leaving the townsfolk in a state of alarm. Su Fan dispatched all of his students to investigate the mountains, ensuring they completed their task. We shall accomplish it, the many small creatures vowed earnestly. In the solitude of a dimly lit room, as night deepened, a myriad of blood-red insects took to the air, flying toward a concealed cave. Within the cave sat a figure clad in black robes, facing 6 individuals suspended upside down, already drained to the point of becoming mere husks. The blood-red insects flocked to the scene, regurgitating the blood they had consumed, which gradually pooled into a crimson puddle. The figure in black hungrily absorbed the blood, a look of satisfaction washing over his face. In the darkness, a mouse observed the unfolding scene. The figure in the black robe changed expression, sensing something amiss. And with a swift wave of his arm, the air seemed to be compressed to its utmost limit before erupting violently. A deafening boom resounded as a massive pit formed in the ground. Yet, in that fleeting second, the little mouse had already burrowed into a tunnel. A swarm of blood-red insects surged forth, while the mouse scurried awkwardly for a while, the buzzing sound of the insect wings echoing behind him. Within the tunnel, 2 adept weasels awaited his return, and upon seeing the little mouse rush back, they frantically began to dig forward. Before long, the passage was cleared, and river water poured in, revealing that the tunnel connected to a stream. The 3 little mice tumbled into the water, only to be swiftly swallowed by a large red carp that swam by. The blood-red insects, incapable of traversing water, were easily shaken off. They swam and swam until they reached the riverbank. The carp opened its mouth, and the 3 little mice leaped out. Waiting nearby was a white crane, onto which the little mice climbed. The crane spread its wings and soared into the sky. Having received the news, Su Fan commended the various animals and headed directly towards the lair of their adversary alongside Xuanzang. Su, we must exercise caution on this journey. Our opponent's strength should not be underestimated. The 2 transformed into beams of light, swiftly reaching the cave's entrance. Su Fan nodded, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, I am aware." Xuanzang's face bore an expression of concern. Just then, a chilling wind swept through the forest, causing the trees to bend away. A shadowy figure materialized before them. The figure in the black robe let out a cold laugh. "I presume both of you have reached the golden elixir stage of cultivation. Why not focus on your own training instead of meddling in mundane affairs? Such needless chatter. Today, it shall either be your end or mine." The black-robed figure narrowed his eyes as countless blood insects converged around him. "Let us see who shall emerge victorious today." Xuanzang took a deep breath, saying, "This individual is exceedingly formidable. We must unite our strengths to prevail." Su Fan nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. No sooner had he spoken than the blood insects flapped their wings and lunged toward them. "Ah!" Xuanzang shouted in panic, unleashing punches with both fists. Bang! 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 Boom! The world fell into silence. Su Fan stood in shock as he beheld the nearby mountains flattened by the residual force of the punches. The blood insects, along with the black-robed figure, were reduced to mere pulp. Su Fan exhaled deeply. Xuanzang, panting heavily, felt relieved upon witnessing this scene and turned to Su Fan, saying, "The opponent's strength was indeed formidable, but fortunately, our skills surpassed theirs." After the black-robed figure fell, Su Fan scavenged some spoils of war, including various potions and techniques. Most notably, he discovered a token inscribed with the words Blood Demon Sect. According to Xuanzang, the Blood Demon Sect was an ancient sect of evil cultivators from the Central Plains, which had been besieged multiple times by the righteous path, yet had never been completely eradicated. Chapter 9. If we meet again in the celestial realm, a single call of fellow Taoists shall echo through the ages. Xuanzang was preparing to depart on a blustery autumn day. Counting the days, it had been 2 springs and autumns since his arrival. Xuanzang never anticipated that he would linger here for such an extended period. He found a kindred spirit in Su Fan, as they both shared a profound affection for fishing. Xuanzang preferred to release the fish after catching them, while Su Fan favored adding generous amounts of cumin. Xuanzang enjoyed reciting scriptures for others, and Su Fan relished falling asleep to the soothing sound of those recitations. The 2 were truly a match made in heaven. However, as the saying goes, no feast lasts forever. "Su Benefactor, this is where we part ways," Xuanzang said. Turning his back to the mountains and rivers, his hands pressed together in a gesture of reverence, bowing slightly. "I shall refrain from further words. To have forged a friendship with someone like you is indeed a blessing." Su Fan managed a bittersweet smile, pondering when they might meet again. The moment is but eternity. The Buddha teaches, since encounters and separations are dictated by fate, let us each tread our respective paths in accordance with destiny. Friends destined to reunite will cross paths once more when the next chapter of fate unfolds, while those without such fortune should part with well wishes, avoiding forced farewells or sorrow. Xuanzang departed, carried by the September breeze, his sights set westward. Along his journey, he would encounter many souls and witness numerous blooms and withers. This segment of life was merely a fleeting passage for both him and Su Fan, a shared journey now concluding. The next phase would only allow for mutual farewells. Perhaps, in the celestial realm of the future, they could greet each other with a nod of camaraderie, having weathered the vicissitudes of life. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your lifespan has reached 10,000 years. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. The voice of the system echoed in Su Fan's mind. He felt as if he had encountered a dung beetle or an old acquaintance from his past. He roared with excitement at receiving his first reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Heavenly Grade Supreme Technique, Invincible Retracting Turtle Formation. Heavenly materials and treasures are classified into 4 levels: Earth, Heaven, Mysterious, and Human. After many years, the highest technique Su Fan had ever encountered was merely the Mysterious grade. His master had often remarked on the rarity of Earth grade techniques, only found in major sects or the nation's foremost academies, not to mention Heavenly grade techniques, which even immortals might not possess. The system had astonishingly granted him a Heavenly grade technique. The name alone signified the system's newfound humanity. After enduring for so long, he had finally emerged into the light. Streams of golden energy surged into Su Fan's body, and simultaneously, all the principles and knowledge pertaining to the invincible retracting turtle formation seamlessly integrated with him. After a moment of astonishment, Su Fan grasped why this technique was aptly named the invincible retracting turtle formation. Its sole purpose was self-protection, enveloping himself or his surroundings within its embrace. In its early stages, it could withstand the full force of a Mahayana practitioner's attack. If cultivated to its later stages, Su Fan was left utterly speechless. One could argue its lack of utility, yet it provided a means of self-defense. Conversely, one might claim its usefulness, albeit limited. In the subsequent years, Su Fan diligently refined dragon scales while practicing the invincible retracting turtle formation. Initially capable of only shielding himself, he eventually expanded its reach to encompass the entire town. Furthermore, the standby duration was remarkably prolonged, with the energy consumption required to maintain the formation being almost negligible. During these years, his students gradually transformed into human forms. For instance, there exists a petite white fox who dons a delicate pink gown throughout the day, her demeanor exuding an ineffable allure amidst her graceful appearance. Her phoenix-like eyes shimmer captivatingly, ensnaring souls and enthralling hearts, while her lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, evoke boundless fantasies. Her voice resembles that of a nightingale, resonating with a delightful charm that penetrates to the very core. The little white fox beseeches Su Fan for a name, receiving the elegant moniker Ya, thus becoming Suya. Mr. Suya, shall we engage in some delightful activities together today? She inquires. Sir, how does one play this game of Go? Is it 5 pieces aligned in a row? She continues. Sir, today's braised pork appears exceedingly fatty. Su Fan, clad in a long robe, sits at the desk as a gentle breeze caresses the room. The petite fox demon, now standing tall, leans against the window, her raven hair cascading like clouds. Her long eyelashes flutter slightly, and a smile graces her lips, as if she dreams of something joyous. After a moment, she pouts her red lips, emitting soft calls, utterly charming. A trace of saliva lingers on her cherry-like lips. Su Fan sets down his scroll, gently wiping her mouth with a handkerchief before draping a garment over her shoulders. At that moment, Su Fan's expression subtly shifts, and he vanishes in a flash of light. Outside the town, a middle-aged man rides a white crane, a long sword at his waist, suspended in midair. The cultivators within the town take notice of him, some recognizing the badge he bears. It is a disciple of the renowned Shushan sect. What brings such a notable figure to this remote location? Could he be drawn by the allure of the meteorite? As the crowd contemplates, the middle-aged man speaks first. My brother was slain here. If you fail to deliver the murderer, I shall raze the land within 100 miles. His voice, cold and filled with murderous intent, sends shivers down the spines of the onlookers. They realize they are certainly no match for him, yet they remain unaware of the identity of his brother. What? Does no one acknowledge this? The middle-aged man sneers coldly. Wait, we are still unclear as to who your brother is? Does that need asking? He retorts. My brother is simply my brother. The crowd, perplexed, responds. So who exactly is he? What do you mean? The man's murderous aura intensifies. We mean nothing at all. What does nothing imply? The middle-aged man suddenly draws his sword, declaring, enough with the idle chatter. Today, either you perish or I shall. With that, he deftly lunges forward, his sword slicing through the air, generating a resonant sound, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, surging forth like a roaring river. The crowd pales, trembling in fear. So formidable. At that moment, a figure descends, barely managing to intercept the blow. The middle-aged man narrows his eyes, letting out a soft huff. A golden core cultivator? I did not expect to encounter one in such a place. Su Fan casts a calm glance at him. Who are you? Why do you assault others without cause? So, you are the one who killed my brother? And who might your brother be? Over the years, Su Fan has only taken a single life, the wicked cultivator of the Blood Demon sect. Could it be that the Blood Demon sect seeks vengeance? My brother and I share a bond like that of blood. Today, I come to avenge him. Su Fan responds. Is this individual perhaps experiencing a touch of madness? Yet, he dares not underestimate his opponent. Even from afar, he senses the approach of a formidable force. one whose strength is undoubtedly on par with his own. The middle-aged man wields his sword, which hums ominously. If he can withstand my first strike, I wonder if he can endure my second. I shall put it to the test. Su Fan unsheathes his exquisite sword, Ling Long. Chapter 10. Destined adversaries with a sharp clang. The Ling Long sword is drawn. A surge of sword wind envelopes him, his eyes gleaming fiercely. The middle-aged man is not to be outdone. His aura erupts, multiplying exponentially. Both adversaries fixate intently on one another, the impending clash palpable in the air. The middle-aged man strikes first. A thunderous sound of swords colliding erupts. A powerful wave of sword energy rushing forth. The solid ground quakes beneath the onslaught, stones scattering and a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. A tempest of sword energy roars forth, an unrelenting force. The onlookers, cultivators gathered to witness the spectacle, turn ashen-faced, paralyzed by fear, unable to flee as the storm of sword energy approaches. In stark contrast, Su Fan merely feigns readiness, his sword drawn, yet showing no intention to attack. His demeanor calm and composed. Truly a master. Boom. The sword energy crashes against an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. A faint golden light envelopes Su Fan. And upon closer inspection, one realizes that this golden aura envelopes the entire town. An invincible defensive formation, the heavenly stage technique, the tortoise-shell formation. The middle-aged man furrows his brow as he regards Su Fan, unable to suppress his admiration. What an impressive formation. Let me test this technique of mine. As his words fall, he unleashes another strike, falling goose on a flat sand. Boom, boom. After half an hour, the middle-aged man gasps heavily, his chest heaving. His expression exceedingly grim. Such formidable defense. The surrounding cultivators are momentarily stunned. The previous assault would have claimed their lives a myriad of times. Yet Su Fan effortlessly deflected it. How exceedingly powerful. The gazes of the crowd towards Su Fan now brim with trepidation. Relieved that they had not stirred trouble in the town. The middle-aged man, his expression darkened to the extreme, observes Su Fan's hesitation to strike. A suspicion creeping into his mind. Could it be that this fellow possesses no other techniques? Boy, if you have the ability, step forth and fight me. Su Fan replies nonchalantly, step forth? That would be foolish. I know I cannot defeat you. The middle-aged man smirks disdainfully, acknowledging Su Fan's self-awareness. If you come out now, I may grant you a swift end. Just because I cannot defeat you now does not mean I will forever be at a disadvantage. With that, Su Fan turns and departs. If you have the capability, remain there for a lifetime. Subsequently, the middle-aged man sets up a formation around the town, ensuring that Su Fan would meet his demise the moment he steps outside. He sits atop a hill, gazing down at the town, legs crossed, patiently awaiting the dissolution of the formation. Such a formation cannot last long, at most, 10 days. No, perhaps 5, 3, or even shorter. When that time comes, I shall ensure this fellow meets a fate of 1,000 cuts, a slow and torturous execution. Seasons change, time flows, in the blink of an eye. 10 years have passed. Throughout this decade, Su Fan has been in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. In the quaint little town, entry was forbidden. Yet few dared to venture outside. A notorious figure lurked beyond the borders, known for ruthlessly slaying anyone who crossed his path. Over time, whispers arose of a formidable demon reigning outside the town, forbidding its inhabitants from leaving. In this chaotic era, lives were as expendable as blades of grass. Yet, within the town, life unfolded in a harmonious manner, with bustling pathways and the sounds of roosters and dogs, a rare blessing amidst turmoil. The cultivator who had initially arrived in search of meteorites unexpectedly settled down, unable to depart. In the first year, he and other practitioners zealously pursued their cultivation, aiming to defeat the middle-aged man outside. By the second year, however, the number of dedicated practitioners dwindled significantly. In the third year, many were marrying and having children. By the fourth year, conversations had shifted from discussions of cultivation to mundane family matters. Just the other day, a girl from a certain household got married. Her husband was the son of the widow at the village's edge. Indeed, how old was that widow now? She must be over 40, yet still possesses a certain charm. Meanwhile, Su Fan's animal students gradually transformed into human forms. Astonishingly, after 8 years, some had even fallen in love with humans. Su Fan's turtle, Wonkai, had grown into a large turtle, lazily basking in the sun in the courtyard. The little fox, Suya, incessantly inquired, Sir, when will you emerge from your seclusion? Will you even come out? Wangsai's speech was notably slow. Suya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Soon? Hurry up. Wonkai replied, Please, do not disturb me while I sunbathe. Frustrated, Suya flipped Wonkai over, and in a flurry, the turtle struggled to right itself. Outside the town, beneath a withered tree, the middle-aged man sat in tattered clothing. glaring resentfully at the town's direction. 10 years. Fine. You're formidable, but let us see who can endure longer. I am a 9th level golden core cultivator, with a lifespan of 600 years. I refuse to believe you can outlast me. Let us see who succumbs first. 50 years later, beneath the same withered tree, the middle-aged man had transformed into a frail old man. He should have had over 300 years left, yet the torturous waiting had birthed inner demons. Leaving would expose him to these demons, causing his cultivation to plummet. Yet remaining only intensified his torment, trapping him in a vicious cycle. In just 50 years, he had weakened to this state. Now, killing Su Fan was no longer about revenge. His true nemesis was the inner demon, yet it was also what sustained him. Cough, cough, cough. 50 years was ample time to alter everything. Even the rise and fall of dynasties. The Sui had perished, replaced by the Zhou. Many had settled around the town, which had rapidly expanded, transforming into a grand city. The once middle-aged man, now an elderly figure, paid little heed to these changes. His sole desire was to eliminate Su Fan. As the populace swelled, the town's surroundings burgeoned into a bustling city. And the mysterious tales of the town had been retold countless times, sustaining numerous storytellers. Some even ventured to the withered tree to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure who had waited for 60 long years. Now, he bears little distinction from an ordinary elderly person, with hair as white as snow, emaciated and haggard. His weathered face etched with the myriad wrinkles left by the passage of time. His teeth are nearly all gone, and his gnarled hands are lined with veins resembling writhing earthworms. One might mistakenly assume he is a beggar. Yet, no one dares to approach him, despite his advanced age. An aura of fierce energy still permeates the space around him. The old man maintains a solitary posture throughout the day, silently gazing at the distant town. As a result, the anticipation for this unprecedented duel mounts among the onlookers. Tales circulate both outside and within the town that one day, a celestial being will emerge to confront the elderly man beneath the withered tree, destined adversaries entwined by fate. Chapter 11. The duel 60 years in the making boom. One day, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the town. Following this, dark clouds loomed overhead, bringing forth flashes of lightning and torrential rain, as if the heavens had opened. A distant roar resonated from the sky, a dragon's chant. In that moment, every inhabitant of the town unmistakably heard the dragon's cry. The reaction of ordinary folk was relatively subdued, but for the cultivators and enchanted creatures, an overwhelming tremor coursed through their bodies, prompting involuntary shudders. The little fox spirit, Suya, was perched at Su Fan's window, yearning to sneak a glimpse inside, when the dragon's roar startled her, causing her to tumble to the ground. A chill coursed through her, and her fur stood on end. What is happening? Just as she was taken aback, the long-sealed door creaked open with a grating sound. Due to Suya's diligent cleaning, little dust had accumulated on it. Staring at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar silhouette, tears streamed down her face in an instant. After 60 long years, she had only seen Su Fan once. Gazing at the visage that remained etched in her memory, Suya found herself momentarily speechless. Is it really you, sir? News of Su Fan's re-emergence swiftly spread throughout the town. Shortly thereafter, the announcement of one person, one sword exiting the town swept through the surrounding areas like a gust of wind. To their astonishment, the elder beneath the withered tree was nowhere to be found. The long-awaited grand showdown, 60 years in the making, was finally about to commence. The golden light that had enveloped the town vanished after the storm. As the crowd surged toward the path leading to the town, they soon discovered the elder beneath the withered tree, facing the legendary celestial being approaching from the opposite direction. Is this truly the fabled immortal? They appear remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than 20. What do you know? Immortals age differently. They remain ageless. Cultivators, martial artists, common folk, and even local officials flocked to witness the event. If all goes as expected, this battle may become the subject of conversations for generations to come, possibly even immortalized in history. What deep-seated enmity lies between these two? It is said that the town's immortal fell in love with the mother of the withered tree elder and eloped with her. The withered tree elder, in a fit of rage, sought to take his life. What nonsense! The true tale is that the town's immortal once shared a transcendent love with the withered tree elder. However, the elder's father disapproved, forcibly tearing them apart. In a moment of desperation, the town's immortal killed the elder's father, transforming love into hatred. One declared resolutely. The onlookers, having gained clarity, nodded in understanding. So that was it. At long last, you have emerged. After a full 60 years, the middle-aged man had become the withered tree elder. He emitted a sob from his throat, his eyes gleaming with excitement, yearning to pounce upon Su Fan and tear him to shreds. Without further ado, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the two finally stood together. In the next moment, Both simultaneously activated their escape light and soared into the distance. Where could they be heading? Naturally, a confrontation between immortals must take place in a more expansive arena. Their battle promised to be explosive. It was truly regrettable not to witness it firsthand. However, with our level of cultivation, merely spectating could lead to being caught in the crossfire, perhaps even losing our lives. The crowd stared blankly into the distance, their minds automatically conjuring images of the battle, undoubtedly shaking the earth and sky, with dust and stones flying, and the sun and moon dimming. Meanwhile, in a distant clearing, Su Fan executed a whip kick that brought the withered tree elder to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Dragon claw, lotus breeze, scorpion palm, kangaroo leap, twin winds through the ears, head smash like a walnut, superplanetary blaze. One after another, techniques erupted from Su Fan's lips. The scene was rather comical. What was expected to be a duel between two immortals resembled a young man mercilessly beating an elderly man in frail health. Su Fan pinned his opponent to the ground and unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving the elder utterly defenseless. Years of torment from his inner demons had left the withered tree elder's body as hollow as a tree hollowed out by insects. With nothing left, he stood no chance against Su Fan, who had now refined dragon scales, elevating his strength to an entirely new level. Su Fan subjected the elder to an inhumane beating that lasted a full hour. Ultimately, with a bombastic slam, he concluded this long-awaited battle, albeit not entirely satisfactorily. Su Fan dusted off his hands, feeling akin to a seasoned veteran who had just amassed an enormous stack of experience points, only to discover that his opponent was merely a group of 5 bots. There was no sense of achievement whatsoever. I am not content. The withered tree elder uttered his final words, the light in his eyes slowly fading, his body stiffening as he breathed his last. Swish! Look, they're back! Someone exclaimed. The crowd looked up in unison, witnessing Su Fan returning in a flash of light, carrying the corpse of the withered tree elder. Had the battle been resolved so swiftly? It is evident that Su Fan emerged unscathed. This was a battle characterized by overwhelming dominance. He buried the elder of the withered tree beneath that very tree and subsequently returned to the town, gazing upon the somewhat unfamiliar streets that lingered in his memories. He could not help but lament how 60 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Su Fan. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Startled, Su Fan turned around only to find an elderly woman with white hair, leaning on a cane, looking at him with great excitement. Who are you? He inquired. It's me, she replied, tears streaming down her cheeks the instant she spoke. Widow Wong. Su Fan suddenly recalled. Back then, she had been so lonely, and he had cared for her on numerous occasions. Calculating her age, Widow Wong was over 100 years old now, due to the meteor's influence. The townsfolk enjoyed an unusually lengthy lifespan. With tears mingled with laughter, Widow Wong exclaimed, You still look so young. Indeed, witnessing the aged visage of Widow Wong, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. While 60 years felt like a mere moment to Su Fan, for an ordinary person, it constituted a lifetime. People's appearances have changed since yesterday, and the cicadas' cries echo from last year. How have you fared all these years? Su Fan inquired with a gentle smile. Chapter 12. The Anomalies, Sir. Sir. The little fox, Suya, bounded forth, her joy palpable. Su Fan, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the now vastly expanded school. Reflecting on the humble thatched hut of Yur, he marveled at the significant transformation. Greetings, sir. A host of animal students, now fully anthropomorphized, bowed in unison. Su Fan recognized many familiar faces among them, such as the one-eyed wolf and the bear, along with several who had not successfully transformed and had perished prematurely. Some even had children. The bear cradled his wife and 2 little ones, laughing heartily. The once underperforming one-eyed wolf had now evolved into a refined teacher within the school, neatly grooming his hair. Su Fan momentarily felt a sense of disorientation. I, Su Fan, have returned. The town bustled with activity. Ever since Su Fan dispersed the formidable invincible turtle formation, travelers from north and south had to pass through the town. The town flourished as it bordered the outside world. Moreover, due to Su Fan's esteemed reputation, many sought to become his disciples at the Qingyun sect. However, for reasons unknown, Su Fan chose not to take on any apprentices. Instead, he resumed his role as a teacher in the town's school, just as he had before. In times of chaos, prosperity often follows. The current era was one of prosperity, with the populace living in peace and contentment. As the winter season approached, nearing the new year, the school closed for the holidays. Su Fan returned to the Qingyun sect, accompanied by Wang Kai, who had transformed from a small turtle into an elder, and the playful little fox, Suya. Sir, I heard from Tai Dan that an ancient tomb has been discovered on the nearby Tsuiwei mountain, purportedly filled with treasures, Suya reported, referring to the tiger residing on Tsuiwei mountain. Shall we go investigate? She continued. The weather has been quite warm lately. Let us seek some coolness on Suiwei Mountain. Su Fan paid little heed, but 2 days later, Suya hurriedly approached him, stating that Tai Dan had reported an influx of strangers at Suiwei Mountain. Moreover, they were all cultivators, and judging by their demeanor, they likely belonged to formidable sections. Oh, Su Fan raised an eyebrow, finally intrigued. Suya nodded vigorously, while Tai Dan remarked that they seemed to be searching for something. Could it be that there truly was a treasure on Suiwei Mountain? Thus, Su Fan turned over, preparing to assume a different position to sleep. A treasure? What business was that of his? It was undoubtedly fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to utter catastrophe. After all, he had lived long enough to indulge in a cautious development. No reckless behavior. As a competent player, this was an essential quality. All talk of rare materials and treasures was mere nonsense. Just in case, Su Fan once again set up his invincible turtle shell formation in the small town. He then glanced at his plan for the day: cultivation, sleep, and a visit to Aunt Wong to purchase some sweet potato chips. He also needed to stock up on pig head meat, for the new year was fast approaching. Firecrackers were indispensable. A sense of ceremony was paramount. By the way, yesterday, Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li from the east of the village quarreled over garlic harvesting. They had agreed to continue their dispute today, and this spectacle was a must-see. Indeed, it promised to be a fulfilling day. Little did he know that just a day later, the surrounding towns outside the small town would be obliterated. No one knew what had transpired, only that a deafening roar echoed through the night. Following that, the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. When the townsfolk finally realized what had happened, they found that those 2 towns had seemingly been erased from existence. As if a colossal hand had pressed them deep into the earth, the tens of thousands of inhabitants vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Not only were the 2 towns affected, but even Suiwei Mountain in the distance had been leveled. Some claimed to have seen several immortals soaring through the night sky, while others suggested that outsiders had angered the mountain deity. Regardless of the rumors, the residents of the small town were certain of one thing. It was Su Fan's golden light that had protected them, and they were filled with gratitude towards him. Of course, there were dissenters, such as the only scholar in town who had visited a big city and seen the world. He shouted that Su Fan had infringed upon their right to freedom, nearly resulting in a fatal beating from the townsfolk. In chaotic times, merely surviving was a luxury. Freedom? To hell with freedom. Once you die, your soul is free. Su Fan was well aware of the gravity of the situation, for he had witnessed the battle that night. He was grateful he hadn't ventured to Suiwei Mountain. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. He was also relieved that the reward from the system was the invincible turtle shell formation rather than some other chaotic item. This formation complemented his immortality system perfectly. Su Fan strolled along the edge of the small town, surveying the surroundings. The scene outside the town was truly shocking. Not far away lay an enormous handprint, deeply indenting the ground. These cultivators exhibited no sense of environmental awareness whatsoever. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe appeared within Su Fan's line of sight. It was not the black robe that captured his attention, but rather the pair of long, elegant legs that were exposed beyond it. Su Fan blinked and softly called out, Miss. Through the golden light, he could distinctly sense her frail breath, akin to a flickering candle about to be extinguished by the wind. The classic trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Su Fan concentrated, holding his breath as he gradually expanded his invincible turtle shell formation, enveloping the woman in black within its protective embrace. He then lifted her gently, removing her hood to reveal a remarkably beautiful face. Her complexion was as radiant as jade, with a slight blush adorning her cheeks, and her brows, delicate yet captivating, seemed to weave a haze of allure. Until now, the most beautiful women Su Fan had encountered were the little fox, Suya, and his senior sister, Yunran. Yet, in comparison to the woman before him, they seemed to pale significantly, especially her aura. As Su Fan cradled her, he made his way back to his classroom. His hands encircled her slender legs, feeling the tender and smooth warmth akin to jade. Upon returning to his residence in the classroom, Su Fan gently laid her down and infused her with spiritual energy to safeguard her heart meridian. Having not examined her closely earlier, he now scrutinized her features, increasingly convinced that this woman possessed an otherworldly beauty, as if only a being of extraordinary allure could look so enchanting. She was the type to bring calamity to nations and make kings neglect their duties. His gaze drifted downwards as he began to inspect her injuries. She bore numerous life-threatening wounds that required immediate attention. Su Fan retrieved various ointments he had concocted, all learned from the ancient texts of the Qingyun sect. After a moment of hesitation, he contemplated calling Suya to assist with the application. However, she was unfortunately absent at that moment. Ah, my disciple. Always choosing the perfect time to be away, Su Fan mused. Clearing his throat, He proceeded to carefully unfasten the black robe from her body. Just as he was about to apply the ointment when a sudden thought struck him. Would she awaken suddenly, akin to a scene from a dramatic film? Chapter 13. The mysterious woman, would she truly wake at such an opportune moment? Surely, such a cliché could not occur. As Su Fan pondered this, he lowered his gaze, only to find her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him, carrying a chilling intent. I merely wish to tend to your injuries, Su Fan stated. The woman scrutinized him. Sensing the protection he offered to her heart meridian, and seemingly reassured, she softly replied, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Su Fan smiled lightly. Her voice was melodious, yet imbued with an unshakable coldness and nobility, easily hinting at her distinguished background. Su Fan's gaze shifted downward as he slowly began to unfasten her inner armor. The woman bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and then she closed her eyes. Su Fan remarked, "Please refrain from saying anything like, 'Now that you've seen my body, you either have to marry me or die.'" She paused, momentarily taken aback, a mix of amusement and disbelief crossing her features. Yet, her brows soon knitted together. "It hurts." Suddenly, she comprehended that the youth before her was diverting her attention and alleviating her pain. This realization warmed her heart, as Su Fan meticulously tended to her wounds. Each movement seemed to resonate with the mysterious woman's nerves. "Have you ever heard the tale where the wise speak of existence while the foolish deny it?" Su Fan's voice broke the silence once more. "No," she replied, momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smile as her body quivered slightly. "Don't move," came the admonishing voice. The woman was momentarily stunned. How dare this young man speak to her in such a manner? Yet, she quickly reminded herself that they were not in the Tang dynasty. Time passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Su Fan's forehead. The woman gradually grew accustomed to the situation, her initial shyness giving way to a rising sense of gratitude as she observed the boy drenched in perspiration. "Thank you," she expressed once more. This time, Su Fan did not respond, but continued to focus on her injuries. After a while, he carefully wrapped the wound with gauze and exhaled softly. "All done." The woman gazed at the gauze, which he had tied into a delicate bow, momentarily taken aback. A faint smile graced her lips, enchanting as a gentle spring breeze. This smile could not only ignite the flames of war, but also inspire a man to lay bare his heart for her. "Thank you. You're welcome. I'm quite adept at heroic rescues. However, I have merely tended to your external wounds. The rest is up to you," he replied, to which she inclined her head slightly. "All right, you should rest now." After packing his belongings, Su Fan turned to leave. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." The woman hesitated briefly. "Lu Xian. And you?" "Su Fan." "You lost again." Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with mirth. Su Fan cast a forlorn glance at the scattered pieces of their chess game, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Rather than staring at me, you should practice your chess skills." Lu Xian gathered the black pieces into the container. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed, and Lu Xian had settled in this small town. With idle time on her hands, she often engaged in chess matches with Su Fan. Unfortunately, whether it was Su Fan's lack of skill or some other reason, she consistently emerged victorious. Dressed in a simple yet elegant purple dress, Lu Xian exuded an extraordinary charm without the need for makeup. What was once an ordinary garment accentuated her graceful figure. Her slender form was captivating, while her flowing black hair danced with the gentle breeze from the window. Lu Xian meticulously returned the pieces to their place when suddenly peculiar sounds echoed around her. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head to touch her stomach. Su Fan paused, then smiled. "What would you like to eat for lunch?" "Anything will do." Lu Xian replied softly. Sir. Suya rushed in, her face flushed and snowflakes clinging to her clothes. Upon seeing Lu Xian, she regarded her with palpable hostility. Lu Xian paid her no heed, uninterested in quarreling with a little imp. "Sir, it's snowing heavily outside." Suya held an old tortoise named Wang Kai, though it was evident that Wang Kai had fallen into a deep slumber. "Let us venture outdoors to construct a snowman. Soon, lunch will be ready." Although Su Fan does not require sustenance, he relishes the delightful sensation of eating. Lu Xian, whose internal seal remains unbroken, must also partake in meals to replenish her energy. Su Fan's culinary skills are quite commendable, featuring several home-style dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a platter of sweet and sour pork belly. Having savored a plethora of gourmet delicacies, Lu Xian finds this homely fare to possess a unique charm. Unconsciously, she consumes 3 substantial bowls, only to realize that she has indulged a tad too much, jeopardizing her composure. As Su Fan prepares to serve her a 4th bowl, she interjects, "No, I am quite full." "Full?" Su Fan raises an eyebrow. Yet, at that moment, her stomach emits a protest. Su Fan observes her until the 6th bowl. When Lu Xian finally displays a contented expression, Glancing at the empty serving dish, he quips, "Whoever marries you may find it quite a challenge." Liu Xian shoots him a sidelong glance, admonishing, "Do not speak nonsense." Snowman, snowman. Suya and the others eagerly engage in the construction of a snowman. Liu Xian perches upon a large rock, propping her head on her hands as she watches this scene unfold. Su Fan plops down beside her. Liu Xian glances at him and remarks, "You possess a kind heart, managing to coexist harmoniously with these spirits. They are not inherently malevolent. A little guidance suffices. Isn't it more convenient to eliminate them?" Liu Xian's tone is indifferent. Violence is sometimes necessary, yet it is not a panacea. More often than not, violence breeds further violence. Managing a town is akin to governing a nation. Employing violence to rule a country is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Only methods rooted in benevolence yield lasting solutions. Had I chosen to slay a spiritual beast whenever it emerged, I might have temporarily resolved the issue, but such a solution would not endure. Conversely, opting for enlightenment, though initially troublesome, would gradually cultivate a systematic management approach passed down through generations. Thus, I would find myself enjoying snowball fights rather than scouring the town for transformed spiritual beasts. Liu Xian gazes at Su Fan in astonishment, unprepared for his profound insights. Her expression reflects a blend of surprise and admiration. After a moment, she speaks, "I did not expect someone as young as you to possess such understanding." Young? Chapter 14, On the Path of Obsession. "I am not so young," Su Fan replies. "Yet to me, you are still a child," Liu Xian counters. Su Fan falls silent. "Have you ever wished to visit the Great Tang?" Liu Xian suddenly inquires. Su Fan raises an eyebrow, retorting, "Are you from the Great Tang?" The Great Tang is a formidable nation in the northern region of Dezhou, renowned as a first-rate empire across the Central Plains. Liu Xian brushes her hair back and continues, "Once I recover, I can take you to the Great Tang, where you will receive the finest education and the services of the best alchemists." She harbors a dislike for indebtedness, having been rescued by Su Fan. She feels compelled to repay the favor. "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it." "Oh." Liu Xian was taken aback, not expecting the rejection. After a moment, she added, "My family holds considerable influence in the Tang dynasty." Su Fan replied nonchalantly, "Let it be. I truly lack any interest." Liu Xian nodded slowly, conceding, "Very well then. By the way, what do you intend to do once you've recovered?" Her beautiful eyes shimmered slightly as she hesitated to deceive him, confessing, "I seek to find something. I came here specifically for that purpose, but I was unfortunately schemed against." Pausing, she turned her gaze towards Su Fan, adding, "Fortunately, I encountered you." Su Fan offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. The two lapsed into silence. Liu Xian seemed to ponder something, her delicate brows furrowing as she bit her lip. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back. Startled, she turned to see Su Fan grinning cheerfully behind her. Liu Xian momentarily froze, then raised her hand as if to strike him. Her wounds had long since healed, leaving only the internal seal unbroken. Su Fan quickly jumped back, standing at a distance with a smile in his eyes. Liu Xian's hand hung awkwardly in the air, and recalling something, she sheepishly withdrew it. Su Fan remarked, "A bit of exercise won't harm your recovery." "How childish," Liu Xian retorted. Su Fan sighed softly and sat back down beside her, expressing his boredom. Just then, Liu Xian's hand shot out with surprising speed. Su Fan felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by a wave of cold across his back. Liu Xian, with snowflakes on her hand and a smile on her lips, turned and fled as Su Fan scooped up snow in both hands. "Don't come any closer." In the following days, under Su Fan's attentive care, Liu Xian made remarkable progress in her recovery. Their interactions grew quite amicable. Liu Xian lowered her lofty demeanor, and Su Fan did not regard her as an unattainable figure. This shift allowed Liu Xian to feel remarkably at ease, as if every day brimmed with vitality. One day, while Su Fan was preparing porridge, he suddenly heard a commotion from the bedroom. Bang! Startled, he set down the porridge and rushed inside. There, he found Liu Xian, clad in a red inner armor, collapsed on the floor, her face flushed and expression pained. "What's wrong?" Su Fan hurried over to support her. Liu Xian slowly opened her enchanting eyes, shimmering with moisture, her chest heaving heavily as she gasped for breath. "I never anticipated the seal would be so formidable," she panted. "Days have passed, yet it still drives me to madness." In just a short while, her body grew unbearably hot, as if it might spontaneously combust. Help me," she struggled to articulate. Despite not fully understanding her plight, Su Fan surmised she had been attempting to break the seal and had likely suffered a backlash. He lifted her into his arms and carried her to the ice cellar beneath the village. Note: in ancient times, ice cellars were the only means of preserving ice. Digging an ice cellar required excavating approximately 10 meters underground. During winter, when the ice was 3 feet thick, ice was harvested from rivers, cut into brick-like pieces, and carefully stored in the cellar, sealed for preservation until summer when it could be retrieved. Although the circumstances surrounding Lu Xin remain unclear, taking her to the ice cellar was undoubtedly the right decision. Upon arrival, Lu Xin appeared significantly more comfortable. Su Fan gently placed her on a slab of ice, where the ice visibly melted away with a hissing sound. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly moved several more blocks of ice over, as steam billowed forth, gradually reducing dozens of ice blocks. Only then did Lu Xion's complexion noticeably improve. However, the oppressive heat soon returned. It seemed that this physical treatment was merely a temporary respite. Su Fan mused that he could probably fry a dish with the current heat. Such thoughts felt irrelevant at the moment, especially since he had not brought any eggs. Suddenly, he reached out and embraced Su Fan. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, exclaiming inwardly at her boldness. Then, a thought struck him. He subtly shifted his focus, causing scales to form on his forehead. These were dragon scales he had refined over 50 years. He gently pressed his hand against her smooth, delicate back, attempting to harness the dragon fire to absorb the heat radiating from her body. What began as a mere experiment unexpectedly succeeded. Waves of energy surged into him, and Su Fan's expression shifted abruptly. The energy he absorbed was from the refined dragon scales, and he could hardly fathom how Lu Xian had endured such heat. Steam continued to pour from the ice cellar, gradually enveloping the two, creating an ethereal ambience. Lu Xian felt the heat within her dissipating, allowing her to comfortably lean against Su Fan, akin to basking in the sun on a beach or soaking in a hot spring during winter, pure bliss. Su Fan struggled to contain the heat within his body, losing track of time. His consciousness began to blur, and he could only remember the sensation of soft warmth enveloping him. Eventually, Lu Xian opened her eyes and quickly sensed something amiss. Looking down, her expression changed abruptly. However, recalling the events from earlier, she hurriedly helped Su Fan sit up. He rubbed his head and groggily opened his eyes, astonished to realize he had broken through. Feeling the newfound strength within him, he was momentarily dazed. Had he entered the nascent soul stage? Previously, as a peak golden core cultivator, he estimated that it would take him another 2 centuries to achieve such a breakthrough. Yet, unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon it now. His meridians were visible. The 3 flowers gathering at the crown, the elixir formed, and the 3 fields nurturing the nascent soul. Although he had only taken a half step into the nascent soul stage, it was already a significant departure from the golden core stage. For cultivators, the obliteration of the physical body meant a complete cessation of their cultivation journey, an insurmountable end. However, attaining the nascent soul stage brought a different fate. Even if a nascent soul cultivator's body were to be destroyed, they could still transcend and continue their path as a scattered immortal. The true essence of golden core cultivators stemmed from their golden core, which could eventually deplete. In contrast, those who reached the nascent soul stage possessed an internal perpetual motion machine, with their true essence flowing endlessly. Moreover, Su Fan could distinctly feel the enhanced power of the dragon scales within him. Just then, Lu Xian entered, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing him awake. "You're awake," she exclaimed. Chapter 15. Beautiful day. She approached, adorned in an apron, holding a bowl of porridge. "Come, drink the soup first," she insisted, attempting to feed him. "I can manage myself," he replied. "You are the injured one." Lu Xian's gentle arm encircled his waist. "Ah," she urged him to open his mouth. Consequently, Su Fan complied. "Ah, cough, cough, cough." The entire bowl of soup was expelled in an instant. "Is it too hot?" Lu Xian frowned. Su Fan gazed at her with a hint of melancholy. "Are you attempting to poison me?" Lu Xian's lips puffed up in indignation. "This is soup I painstakingly prepared. How could you say such a thing? Have you tasted it yourself?" Lu Xian lifted the bowl, cautiously sipping a mouthful. Puffed. She spat it all out. Her beautiful eyes instinctively lowered, her head following suit. "I apologize, I am not skilled in cooking. It shows. One might think you were ungrateful and plotting my demise." Su Fan retorted mercilessly. Lu Xian fiddled with her fingers, resembling a child being chastised for a mistake. Anyone familiar with her would be utterly astonished by this scene. "Thank you for saving me once again," she said after a pause. "It's nothing. By the way, I've noticed you have been practicing only basic techniques lately." In haste to leave, "I brought nothing with me, but I have transcribed the methods I learned previously. Any discrepancies will not exceed 3 to 5 characters. Feel free to ask me about anything unclear." Lu Xian handed her written techniques to Su Fan. He glanced at the neatly penned characters, each appearing as though it were printed. "Thank you." Su Fan did not refuse her kindness. "You should rest. I'll fetch you some water." Lying on the bed, Su Fan admired Lu Xian's enchanting silhouette as she turned away, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Such a life was quite agreeable. Su Fan cherished the tranquility amidst the chaos of the world, finding solace in a small town that could contain his modest spirit, away from the clamor and strife. Every sight was a picturesque scene. The violence of conflict was ill-suited for him. He preferred to sit beneath the old locust tree, feeling the gentle breeze as moonlight cascaded softly from the heavens. With a fan in hand, he savored the exquisite beauty, occasionally indulging in the pretense of reciting poetry. After the new rain in the empty mountains, the evening brings autumn's chill. The bright moon shines between the pines, while the clear spring flows over the stones. Or he would attract the surrounding children, delighting in their innocent smiles, recounting tales of Lin Dayu pulling willows, Lu Zhishan burying flowers, Lu Laolao ascending Mount Liang, and the comings and goings at Shimin Qing's residence. The children listened eagerly, reluctant to return home even as darkness fell. At such times, Lu Xian would bring a small stool and join the children, captivated by Su Fan's storytelling. The stories were new to her, filled with unexpected twists that held listeners enthralled. Yet, at pivotal moments, Su Fan would dramatically strike a wooden block and declare, "To hear what transpires next, please await the next installment," and then seize the opportunity to solicit fruits and snacks from the children. Lu Xian cradled Su Fan's harvest in her arms, following closely behind him. Without turning around, Su Fan remarked, "Work diligently, and upon our return, our family shall reward you with half a pound of sweet potato chips." Lu Xian, in a playful manner, responded with a smile, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Suddenly, she stumbled over a stone underfoot. "Be careful," a sturdy arm reached out to steady her. Lu Xian bit her lip and raised her gaze, only to find the youth's face illuminated by the moonlight, his eyes akin to the warm snow of early spring. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat, but she quickly withdrew her hand, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. Upon returning home, Lu Xian washed her hands and prepared to cook. In recent days, she had acquired numerous culinary techniques. While her dishes may not be deemed exquisite, they were significantly better than before. Moreover, the satisfaction of enjoying her own cooking was unparalleled. Gazing out at the scenery, she noticed it was snowing again. The snowfall in the small town was indeed frequent. Accompanied by the sounds of laughter from outside, Su Fan was chopping radishes with a knife, producing a rhythmic thud. Lu Xian found herself momentarily lost in thought, before quickly snapping back to reality, letting out a barely audible sigh. Perhaps she had once fantasized about such a life, but it felt too distant now. The night was tranquil, and the snowfall had ceased. Su Fan cleared the snow from the roof and plopped down, exhaling gently. As he gazed at the night sky, he squinted and hummed a tune about Song Lao San, a couple who sold opium, lamenting their childlessness except for a daughter named Chan Wan. Lu Xian, unbeknownst to him, had approached and sat beside him. "The stars are so large," she remarked. "Aren't the stars in the Great Tang small?" Su Fan inquired. Lu Xian shook her head, admitting she had never paid attention to them. Her days were consumed with cultivation and schemes for power, leaving little time to pause and admire the stars. Supporting her chin with one hand, her lovely eyes shifted from the stars to Su Fan's face as she asked, "Aren't you going to the Great Tang?" "Not at the moment," Su Fan replied. Lu Xian felt a pang of disappointment but refrained from saying more. Instead, she removed the gold hairpin from her head. "Here. This is for you." Su Fan accepted the hairpin, recognizing its value upon closer inspection. "This is a relic from my mother. If one day you find yourself in trouble or come to a realization, you can always come to the Great Tang to find me, and I will grant you 3 wishes." Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking the scenario was rather cliched. "Why are you laughing?" Lu Xian asked, somewhat displeased, believing Su Fan was mocking her. "I'm being serious. But never mind, you will understand in due time." Su Fan tucked away the hairpin, adding, "I hope I never have to use those 3 wishes." "Why not?" Lu Xian blinked in confusion. Su Fan shrugged, explaining, "Think about it. If I were to go to the Great Tang to make wishes, it would surely mean I had encountered some insurmountable peril." Lu Xian rolled her eyes. "Can't you think of something more positive?" "All right, I'm off to sleep," Su Fan said, stretching. "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight," Lu Xian suddenly remarked. Su Fan paused, glancing down at her once more. "I suspect the seal will be lifted in the next few days." Lu Xian lowered her head, intending to utter her words with great indifference. Yet her tone could not conceal the profound sense of loss. The day of parting was swiftly approaching. Su Fan had anticipated this, offering a faint smile. Since their meeting had been fortuitous, why should one dwell on the abruptness of their separation? Chapter 16. May you always transform peril into safety. Lu Xian departed that very morning without a word of farewell, stepping forth into the invigorating dawn, leaving the small town behind. This marked a pivotal juncture in her life's journey. Regardless of the circumstances, she was destined to return. The little fox, Suya, was the first to notice her absence, as she had intended to invite Lu Xian for a snowball fight. yet searched the house in vain. The little turtle, Wang Kai, informed her that there was no need to search any further. She had already left. Suyu inquired about Lu Xian's destination. Naturally, she had returned to her life that belonged to her. For Su Fan, farewells had long been a familiar occurrence. As Lu Xian departed, he sat atop the roof, watching her silhouette fade away, quietly murmuring, "There is nothing much I can offer you. Wishing you smooth sailing may be too ambitious. So I wish you the ability to always transform peril into safety." The martial arts manual left to Su Fan by Lu Xian was a mid-tier mystic-level technique. Resources and techniques are categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mystic, and human. The mystic-level technique was perfectly suited to Su Fan's current cultivation level. If one were to attempt a high-level technique with insufficient cultivation, it would be akin to a child wielding a heavy hammer, utterly ineffective. Conversely, if one possessed advanced cultivation yet practiced a lower-level technique, it would resemble an adult using a small wooden mallet, lacking any real force. Thus, this mystic-level technique was an ideal match for Su Fan, known as Xiantian Gong. After practicing for some time, he found this technique to be particularly remarkable. The spiritual energy circulated endlessly, both flowing and unbroken, emanating from within. It was as if an eternal engine resided within him, ceaselessly providing spiritual energy. The energy released was akin to a thunderclap, exhibiting a natural rhythm in both stillness and movement. Little did Su Fan know that this Xiantian Gong, though merely mystic level, was an esoteric method of the illustrious Lu family from the Tang dynasty. Legend has it that it was bestowed upon the Lu family's ancestor by a high monk a millennium ago as a token of gratitude for saving his life. The practice was exceedingly challenging, and only those with pure intentions, free from malicious desires, could master it. Lu Xian had once attempted to cultivate it, but her strong desires and internal demons hindered her progress, making it nearly impossible for her to succeed. Through their time spent together, she recognized that Su Fan was exceptionally suited for this technique, prompting her to bequeath the Xiantian Gong to him. Breathing in and out, Su Fan was, as usual, seated on the Kong, engaged in his cultivation. Outside the window, the ice and snow were melting away. Gentle spring had returned. The bright sun danced upon the strands of silk, while the soft breeze caressed the clouds as they drifted lazily. The remnants of snow glistened as they melted, and new spring life stealthily approached the willow branches. It was not until the 3rd morning that Su Fan opened his eyes once more. His mastery of the Xiantian Gong had advanced further. This technique was peculiarly intriguing, perfectly illustrating the adage that haste makes waste. When one is eager to cultivate, progress seems to stall. Yet, when one adopts a calm mindset, the pace of advancement surges exponentially. Before long, summer arrived the following year. That year, a significant event transpired in the town. A young lad arrived in the village, an event that seemed rather inconsequential to the townsfolk at the time. Yet, in the days to come, this boy would blaze across the night sky of the entire realm like a brilliant meteor. His name was Song Chongjing, the 16th son of the emperor of the Great Zhou. For reasons unknown, he had come to this small town accompanied by only a single attendant. It wasn't long before Song Chongjing learned of Su Fan's story. He had encountered many cultivators, but none quite like Su Fan. Su Fan had a profound passion for cultivation. When asked about his purpose, he simply stated that he sought a place to establish himself amidst the chaos of the world. Most of his time was devoted to his practice, though he occasionally visited the village square to play chess and converse with the elderly men. He would sometimes sit beneath the locust tree to share stories with the children, fish in the river, or bask in the springtime outdoors. At times, he would sit alone in a grand chair, soaking up the sun. What delighted Song Chongjing the most were the occasional verses that would escape Su Fan's lips. Upon encountering the willows of spring, Song Chongjing exclaimed, "So many willows." To which Su Fan replied, "Who pruned these delicate leaves? The spring breeze of February is like a pair of scissors." When they beheld the sunset glow and a lone wild goose soaring, Song Chongjing remarked, "So many geese. Let us bring one down to taste." Su Fan countered, "The setting sun and the solitary wild goose soar together. The autumn waters blend with the endless sky." Song Chongjing's admiration for Su Fan grew deeper. Whether there was business or leisure, he frequently found himself at the academy, where the impoverished students of the town gathered. Su Fan imparted a myriad of knowledge, his teachings both vivid and enlightening. One day, while eavesdropping outside the window, Song Chongjing could not resist asking Su Fan after the lesson, "What do you mean by the people are paramount, the state's secondary, and the ruler is inconsequential?" Su Fan regarded him with a discerning gaze, fully aware of the young man's identity. His presence in such a place suggested he was not a favored prince, but rather one who had been exiled. Yet, should he ever ascend to the throne, understanding these principles would serve him well. Clearing his throat, Su Fan replied, "Throughout history, Those who achieve greatness always prioritize the people, placing them at the foundation of governance. A ruler is light, while the people are heavy. This is the best method to construct a constructive royal path. After years of conflict, as populations shift and perish amidst war, those who possess the populace shall inherit the world. Therefore, the ultimate solution is to nourish the people and strengthen the nation, concealing wealth among them. In this era of dynastic change, the common folk have grown distant from their feelings towards the state. They truly care for their own land. To prevent land monopolization and noble rule, the best approach is to allow the populace to coalesce under a more lenient policy. Song Changjing gazed at him with wide eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. That night, the two engaged in deep conversation until dawn, neither able to sleep. All right, enough of this chatter. Your voice will soon turn hoarse, interrupted the little fox, Suya. It's time for breakfast. Later that evening, on the rooftop, Song Changjing took the initiative to reveal his identity to Su Fan. Su Fan smiled knowingly, but remained silent. Curiously, Song Changjing noted the lack of surprise in Su Fan's demeanor and, after a pause, implored, I beg you for your assistance. Oh, assistance? Su Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. In the present day, the 6 nations occupy the land of Zhongzhou, while the great Zhou stands feeble. I implore you, esteemed sir, to emerge from your seclusion and aid us. I possess no such extraordinary capabilities. There is no need for modesty, for your talents are too precious to be concealed in these mountains. Why not join me in forging a prosperous era and restoring peace to the realm? Gazing into the clear, hopeful eyes of Song Changjing, filled with anticipation for a bright future, Su Fan merely smiled faintly, shaking his head as if he had heard a jest, before turning to leave. Song Changjing wished to stop him, but hesitated to extend her hand, letting out a barely audible sigh. I am averse to ethereal notions. Should you one day ascend to the throne and come for me in a jade carriage, perhaps I would acquiesce. Su Fan's voice echoed softly. Song Changjing's eyes sparkled with realization, but when she turned around, Su Fan's figure had already vanished. A brief note of knowledge. This chapter, Early Spring, is a poetic work by the Song Dynasty poet Zhang Lei, which beautifully captures the essence of the season with lines about the gentle sun, the soft wind, and the subtle return of spring. Zhang Lei's verses are seldom circulated, with notable works including Youthful Wanderings and The Charming One. 3 years later, Song Changjing departed from the town. She bowed respectfully to Su Fan and, with a simple bundle on her back, left without looking back. Outside the town, a middle-aged man clad in white awaited her. He stood tall and imposing, clearly of military bearing. Little Changjing, be cautious. The mountain path is slippery, called out the little fox, Suya, from behind. Without turning, Song Changjing waved her hand dismissively. The mountains are high and the roads long. Take care. Suya, wiping away her tears, lamented, it's so abrupt. They all leave so easily. Su Fan smiled gently, reassuringly patting her head. Those destined to meet shall reunite. Yet, a hollow ache lingered within Suya. Pouting, she replied, Sir, you cannot leave as well. Me? Su Fan smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. In the forest, several figures swiftly darted past. The leader, clad in black robes that concealed her form, revealed alluring legs. And though her face was masked, her enchanting eyes betrayed her beauty. Suddenly, the black-clad figure halted, and the others followed suit, kneeling with heads bowed. She cannot have gone far. Split up and pursue. Understood. The woman in black surveyed her surroundings before springing gracefully into action. On the sunlit hillside, Su Fan lay in a hammock, cradling a large watermelon, humming a light tune. Speaking of the Song family, those two peddle opium. A lifetime without a son. They named their daughter Chanwan. The sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting a gentle, shimmering glow upon him. The dog in his arms had fallen asleep, while the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. The mountains stood still as in ancient times, and the days stretched lazily like a festival. The lingering flowers still intoxicate, and the fine birds may as well repose. With his eyes half closed, Su Fan felt a drowsiness settling over him. The scenery today is truly splendid. I shall set aside my cultivation for the moment, for time is the one thing I possess in abundance. Any unfinished tasks from today may be deferred until tomorrow, as I am not in a hurry. Just then, a diminutive figure raced towards me from afar. Su Fan detected a sound and cast a fleeting glance. A small, plump creature was hastily approaching. What on earth? It appeared rather adorable. The little creature seemed to be in a hurry, oblivious to its surroundings. Bang! It collided with a nearby tree and promptly plopped down onto the ground, rubbing its head with a pitiable expression. Su Fan took a bite of watermelon, observing it with curiosity. Hello. The little creature jumped in surprise, gazing at him in fear. Who are you? Just a passerby, Su Fan replied, taking another bite of watermelon. The little creature, sensing no malice, blinked its big, adorable eyes and inquired, "What are you eating?" "Watermelon. Would you like to try some?" Su Fan offered generously. The little creature's mouth watered, yet it resolutely shook its head. "My mother said not to eat food from strangers. But it's really delicious," Su Fan insisted, taking another bite. The little creature hesitated. Su Fan chose to ignore it for a while. Moments later, he felt a small hand gently tugging at his clothing. Looking down, he saw the little creature with its big, kawaii eyes. "May I have a taste?" Su Fan graciously handed it the watermelon. The little creature eagerly dove into the watermelon, devouring it with gusto. In no time, the watermelon was entirely consumed. The little creature rubbed its round belly, contentedly collapsing onto the ground. It had not had a proper meal since leaving home 3 days ago. "Thank you," it said. Su Fan replied nonchalantly. The little creature let out a satisfied burp. "I found it." At that moment, 2 elderly figures suddenly appeared in midair, one clad in green, the other in white. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the hillside. The little creature immediately noticed them, its expression shifting dramatically. However, its legs felt weak, and it could no longer run. So it leapt onto Su Fan's shoulder. "Save me." Su Fan furrowed his brow, observing the 2 old men who had suddenly materialized before him. The elder in green exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "We've found it. At last." "Who are you?" Su Fan asked warily. The elder in white dismissed him with a glance. "Get lost." Su Fan sprang to his feet, initially wishing to remain uninvolved, but the elder's words compelled him to act. "Fine, I'll go," he muttered under his breath. Turning away. "Wait, leave the little spirit mushroom." "The little spirit mushroom?" Su Fan glanced down at the adorable creature nestled in his arms. The elder in green scoffed. "Why waste words on him? We cannot allow it to live once it has seen us." With that, he lightly tapped his toes. Su Fan's eyelids twitched. The invincible retreating turtle formation. Bang! The elderly man in green was suddenly propelled backwards, stumbling 10 steps away. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had been repelled by a mere nascent soul cultivator? Ah! The old man in white erupted into derisive laughter. "What a disgrace. You cannot even contend with a nascent soul practitioner? Who says such a thing?" The green-clad elder, both furious and vexed, observed the golden light enveloping his opponent. It must be some form of defensive array. Yet, how could a mere nascent soul be capable of withstanding my punch? The green elder concentrated his spiritual energy at the tip of his fist and struck out with a mighty blow. Boom! The air resonated with a thunderous roar, and a powerful gust of wind uprooted trees, sending them soaring into the sky. In an instant, a blazing white light, akin to a spiritual cannon, erupted from his fist. "Be careful, do not harm the meat spirit," the white-robed elder shouted. With such force, not only would the opponent be obliterated, but the very mountain would be leveled. However, reality proved him overly optimistic. The golden barrier remained unyielding, while Su Fan lay in his hammock, casually crossing his legs. The meat spirit covered her eyes in terror. Yet after a long pause without feeling any pain, she opened her eyes to reveal an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be possible? The expression on the green elder's face mirrored that of a man who had just discovered his wife was carrying the neighbor's child. The white elder also wore a look of confusion. The opponent's strength was laid bare before him, as if stripped of all pretenses, leaving no room for concealment. How could a mere nascent soul possess such power? "I shall give it a try." Chapter 18. The ground is indeed slippery, I shall give it a try, the white elder declared, refusing to be deterred. Having witnessed the previous encounter, he was cautious not to underestimate the situation. Extending his right hand, he grasped the air, summoning a sword. Clang! A resounding, crystalline chime echoed through the skies as a blue longsword descended from above, swiftly fracturing into a rain of blades. One sword transformed into dozens. Countless beams of light ignited simultaneously, as the white elder directed the sword tip, vibrating with a low hum. "Youngster, behold this strike. 1 year from today will mark your demise." The sword rushed forth like a tempest, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, an unstoppable force. The meat spirit gasped in shock, clinging tightly to Su Fan's leg. Su Fan cast a glance, then turned over. The dazzling sword light was nothing short of spectacular. However, even after a considerable time, the sword energy lingered in the air. Due to the forces at play, the white elder was forced back several steps, his footing slipping, causing him to awkwardly fall to the ground. The green elder seized the opportunity to counterattack, bursting into laughter. "How embarrassing!" The white elder stammered in explanation. "The ground is truly slippery. This lad is rather peculiar," the green elder remarked. "I doubt this array can be maintained for long. We should wait here for news." "No. That madwoman will find us soon." The 2 men's gazes returned to Su Fan, who remained reclined in his hammock. "Child, do not be afraid. We are truly the good guys. Indeed, look how amiable your grandfather is." The 2 employed both intimidation and persuasion, but all they received in return was Su Fan's indifference. Young man, do you truly believe we cannot overcome you? The elder in green, filled with fury, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks against the golden shield. Bang! Bang! In the ensuing moments, the two assailants subjected the golden barrier to an inhumane beating, employing every tactic at their disposal. Yet, the shield remained as obstinate as a stone in a filthy latrine. Curse it! They exclaimed in frustration, never anticipating such an unforeseen obstacle, just as victory seemed within their grasp. Exchanging glances, the elder in white spoke first. We have no choice but to resort to that technique. The elder in green hesitated briefly, then gritted his teeth, casting a fierce look at Su Fan, who lay languidly in a hammock. Damn it, I'm done playing around. Let us just do it. In perfect accord, they each summoned a pebble-sized orb. These orbs, known as the Sun and Moon soul-determining pearls, were exquisite artifacts of the Earth grade, renowned throughout the 9 provinces, vying for supremacy. The pearls, the Sun Pearl and the Moon Pearl, diminished in potency when separated, yet when united, their might was boundless. Clang! The 2 pearls, akin to magnets of opposing charges, drew together, spiraling rapidly. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, creating a tempest of terrifying proportions. In an instant, the sun and moon were obscured, the world transformed, and the valley erupted with a cacophony of sound. The flesh-spirit mushroom recoiled in fear, trembling in Su Fan's embrace. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Fan felt a flicker of surprise, but merely adjusted his position to continue his slumber. This posture is quite comfortable. The area surrounding the golden shield was shrouded in darkness, followed by an earth-shattering boom. It was as if the world were ending. The woman in black, hidden among the trees, furrowed her brow and gazed into the distance, her body transforming into a streak of light. The sun and moon soul-determining pearls. The woman in black felt a surge of astonishment, realizing the significance of encountering individuals capable of compelling these 2 elders to wield their prized treasures. Could it be that someone else sought the flesh-spirit mushroom? With this thought, she hastened her pace, darting through the underbrush with incredible speed. In a short while, she arrived at the source of the energy. Above, the turbulent force still lingered, with the elder in green and the elder in white present. The woman's gaze shifted to the interior of the golden shield, where a youthful figure resided. A boy? Her heart quivered at the sight of that familiar, yet somewhat foreign face, an involuntary thrill coursing through her. She had hesitated before embarking on this journey, contemplating whether to visit the town and meet the boy who had saved her twice. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she secretly yearned for another encounter. This boy evoked feelings within her that were unlike any other. She had encountered numerous talented youths, many of whom were powerful, gifted, or strikingly handsome. Yet this boy held a uniquely significant place in her heart. Wait, now was not the time for such thoughts. Lu Xian felt momentarily lost, as if transported back to her teenage years, becoming a blossoming youth once more. Su Fan's cultivation was well known to Lu Xian. It was merely at the nascent soul stage. Could it be that he had made progress over the past 3 years? Yet, even with any improvement, he could never hope to rival the 2 elders of Yin and Yang. Confusion filled Lu Xian's gaze as she thought, boy, you better stay inside for the rest of your life. The elder in green shouted in exasperation, with my 10,000 years of lifespan. Let us see who can outlast whom. 10,000 years. Su Fan gasped in shock. You're scared now, aren't you? Come out obediently. And perhaps I might spare your life. The elder in green sneered, noticing the change in Su Fan's expression. Su Fan clicked his tongue in secret, then turned over. I'll have to wait until 10,000 years later to come out. He sighed resignedly. Is it just a matter of endurance? I'm not afraid of anyone. Since that is the case, we can only leave. The elder in green proclaimed loudly. The elder in white echoed. Indeed, it seems we must return. After their clumsy performance, the 2 pretended to depart, but Su Fan remained unmoved, contemplating how to position himself for a good dream. Over the decades, he had discovered many secrets to sleeping. Sleeping on the left side made it easier to dream of pursuits and escapes. Sleeping on the right led to strange dreams, things impossible in reality. Lying flat could induce pleasant dreams, while sleeping on his stomach often resulted in dreams of springtime. The turtle position always brought forth convoluted and bizarre dreams. At that moment, another voice rang out, finally found you. The elders in green and white looked up, their expressions shifting. Blast it. They've come after us, Lu Xian said coldly. Looking down at the 2, hand over the flesh-spirit mushroom. It's not in our possession. The elder in white pointed at Su Fan. This boy wants to hoard the flesh-spirit mushroom for himself. Chapter 19. What you want is to showcase your talent diverting the disaster. The elder in white thought that since they could not contend with the peculiar golden barrier, they would shift the problem to Lu Xian and profit from the ensuing chaos. That is a clever thought, Lu Xian remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The elder in white continued, "This formation is formidable. Neither of us can break it together. How about we first eliminate this boy and split the flesh spirit mushroom?" "That's a commendable proposal," Lu Xian slightly nodded. The elder in white was elated. "However, I refuse." Lu Xian's tone shifted abruptly. "Prepare to meet your end." Lu Xian's gaze turned fierce, and an aura of frost descended from the air like a ferocious beast. At the same time, the ground erupted with numerous ice spikes. The two elders felt their power surge as they shattered the ice spikes. The elder in green stomped his left foot, bellowing, "Do you truly believe we fear you?" With that, he shot into the air. Boom. Immediately, a violent force erupted, shattering several mountain peaks hundreds of miles away. The elder in white wielded the green lotus sword, standing upon a lotus flower. A beam of white light soared into the sky, a continuous roar echoing like a tidal wave rushing forth, as a tempestuous sword energy pierced toward the heavens. Lu Xian grasped the air, wielding an invisible sword that she swept forth. A surge of over 10 sword energies erupted, shattering the white-clad elder into fragments, while the mountain beneath his feet crumbled into ruins. A colossal icy vortex storm surged forth at a mere wave of her hand, enveloping the two in its icy grip. The roar of the freezing tempest rendered everything it touched immobile, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Outside, chaos reigned, while within the golden dome, Su Fan lay in a serene slumber, lost in dreams of springtime. After a considerable duration, the tumult outside finally ceased. Ruolingzi surveyed the devastated forest surrounding her, a tremor coursing through her heart. As the mist slowly dissipated, Lu Xian, clad in a black robe and masked, cast a glance at Ruolingzi. Following the earlier events, Ruolingzi had come to appreciate the formidable nature of the protective barrier and felt less apprehensive. Instead, she stuck out her tongue playfully, making a cute face. Lu Xian merely regarded her briefly before her gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Su Fan. This fellow truly had a remarkable sense of calm. Her beautiful eyes lingered on his unchanging visage, the corners of her mouth curling into an involuntary smile. After a long moment, Lu Xian could not help but let out a soft sigh. It seemed that Ruolingzi was fated to be with him, so she would grant a small favor. Initially intending to release the Yin and Yang elders, she now felt compelled to eliminate them, lest they return to trouble Su Fan. With that thought, Lu Xian turned to depart. However, midway, her figure momentarily stiffened, and she contemplated glancing back at the youth. For reasons unknown, she hesitated for half a second before vanishing from sight. After her departure, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, seemingly never having slept at all. He gazed in the direction she had left, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. After a considerable time, he withdrew his gaze, retracting the golden shield as he took Ruolingzi with him. Meanwhile, the little fox, Suya, was in the kitchen chopping vegetables. Upon seeing Su Fan return with a ball of flesh in his arms, her eyes brightened. "Sir, why have you brought back a meatball? Who gave it to you?" "I was just about to steam something." Suya reached out, eager to take it. Ruolingzi shouted, "You're the meatball. Your whole family are meatballs." "Sir, how can this meatball talk?" "It's not a meatball. It's..." Su Fan glanced down and asked, "Wait, what are you?" "I am Ruolingzi, and my name is Xiao Wu." "Ruolingzi?" Suya frowned. "What is that?" Xiao Wu replied proudly, "Ignorant. You should inquire. Who on the entire continent does not know about us, Ruolingzi? Consuming our flesh not only prolongs life, but, most importantly, enhances cultivation, priceless beyond measure. Are you trying to deceive me? To deceive you would make you a little dog. Then why haven't you all been captured and eaten long ago? How have you survived until now?" Suya questioned, puzzled. Xiao Wu explained, "Our clan resides in a very mysterious place, one that no one can find. Why do you think I want to come out? Every 300 years, a member of our clan is summoned here, and only by enduring 3 months can we return." Xiao Wu said, a pained expression on its face. As little Five turned around, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of curiosity, she gazed at Suya, who was playfully pinching her. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Just sampling your flesh to ascertain the truth of your claims," Suya replied. "No, that hurts," protested little Five, while Su Fan stroked his chin, suggesting, "Then you may remain here for the next 3 months." Little Five joyfully leaped in response. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Su Fan set up a golden barrier outside the town. However, that very night, the enchanting aroma of the meat's spiritual mushroom drew all the spirit beasts in the vicinity. They gathered by the bedside, inhaling the delectable scent with fervor. Little Five sprawled comfortably on the bed, lost in a deep slumber. Bear, licking his lips, gently prodded her soft belly with his enormous paw. "It smells divine. Should we have a taste?" He pondered aloud. The one-eyed wolf interjected, "Have you forgotten the master's instructions?" "But it truly is enticing," Bear retorted. "Away with you." At that moment, Suya appeared, delivering a sharp slap to Bear's head. It's the middle of the night. Go back to sleep, or I'll inform the master. Reluctantly, the creatures departed. Suya cradled Little Five and took a deep whiff, exclaiming, "How delightful." The allure of Little Five surpassed Su Fan's expectations. There seemed to be an inexplicable charm about her. Within 3 days, a multitude of cultivators, including various demons, had gathered outside the small town. Surprisingly, they coexisted peacefully, united by a singular desire for the mushroom meat. Realizing that forceful entry would be futile, they offered Su Fan exorbitant prices. These individuals even threatened to annihilate the entire town if their demands for the mushroom meat were unmet. Su Fan found himself in a quandary. It is often said that the king of hell is easy to approach, but the little spirits are troublesome, especially when dealing with such formidable figures. Understanding Su Fan's predicament, Little Five approached him one day, expressing her willingness to share some of her meat with them, as it would regenerate in due course. Su Fan contemplated Little Five, that delightful little orb of meat, and a sudden idea struck him. A subtle smile graced his lips, causing Little Five to shiver as she instinctively shielded her body. "Master, please don't act recklessly. I offer my flesh, but not my artistry." Su Fan chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Fear not, for what I seek is merely your artistry." Chapter 20. The authentic meat spiritual mushroom slices. Come one, come all. Behold the authentic meat spiritual mushroom slices. Su Fan bellowed, his voice resonating. Outside the town, a throng of demons and cultivators stood in orderly fashion, their anxious gazes fixed upon the youth within the golden barrier. With a resounding thud, Su Fan struck the auction gavel, proclaiming, "Congratulations to bidder number 28. You have secured this genuine meat spiritual mushroom slice for 100,000 spirit stones, accompanied by 2 high-tier profound techniques and several elixirs." "Bravo!" cheered the crowd. The fortunate bidder was a corpulent cultivator, whose ample physique suggested considerable wealth. "Now, please follow me to the back for further discussions regarding the transaction," Su Fan instructed, as the jubilant rotund man ambled away. Indeed, this was an auction, with only one item on the block, the authentic mushroom meat. Su Fan facilitated the sale, allowing the bidders to make their offers, after which he would handle the transactions in an orderly manner, payment first, delivery afterward. Due to his impeccable reputation, he has garnered the trust of the masses. In truth, apart from placing their faith in him, they have little choice but to embrace the Ganoderma lucidum meat. After all, it is authentic Ganoderma meat. Who would willingly relinquish it? The Ganoderma mushroom, affectionately referred to as Xiao Wu, lay pitifully on the counter, swathed in bandages, seemingly displaying the undeniable truth that those pieces of meat were indeed harvested from his being. This was far more credible than any mere marketing spokesperson could ever be. Su Fan managed to sell approximately a dozen slices of meat each day, a trend that persisted for nearly a week. As for the authenticity of the meat, no one could say for certain. After all, 99% of people had never tasted Ganoderma meat. Moreover, there were long-standing rumors that the effects of Ganoderma meat, akin to traditional Chinese medicine, would manifest gradually, with no immediate changes upon consumption. Coupled with the psychological influence, those who partook of this uncertain meat felt an immediate surge of vitality and vigor. Additionally, it was widely acknowledged that the Ganoderma mushroom possessed self-healing properties, which led to minimal skepticism regarding Su Fan's daily sales of meat. Furthermore, each time Su Fan prepared the meat, he would first marinate Xiao Wu, allowing the flavors to penetrate deeply, rendering any doubts even more unfounded. "Wow, sir, we have struck gold," exclaimed the little fox, Suya, as she laid amidst the spirit-infused stones, reveling in the taste of wealth. "Oh Xiao Wu, you are truly a treasure." Xiao Wu, now free from his bandages, pouted and questioned, "Isn't it wrong for us to deceive others like this?" "Wrong? Well then, shall I just slice you up right now?" Suya's eyes sparkled with mischief as she lunged toward him. Xiao Wu quickly retorted, "I have suddenly come to the conclusion that our actions are indeed quite wise." Yet, Suya was undeterred, transforming into a small fox and playfully gnawing on Xiao Wu's head. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, while Xiao Wu protested, "Miss Su, please refrain from biting my head." Su Fan gently fanned himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the resources before him and given a little more time, a breakthrough into the nascent soul realm seemed promising. Do not misconstrue. This notion of a little time implies several decades, or perhaps even centuries. One day, while munching on watermelon, Xiao Wu suddenly addressed Su Fan. "Sir, would you care for a slice of my meat?" "What? Does it not hurt?" Su Fan raised an eyebrow. "I fear. But if it is for you, sir, I would not be afraid," Xiao Wu replied. "Why?" Su Fan inquired. "Because you are a good person who saved me. Without you, I would likely have been captured and sliced piece by piece, enduring a cycle of recovery and further dismemberment. Death would be a preferable fate." Su Fan shook his head. No, you should keep it for yourself. Although Xiao Wu was a Ganoderma mushroom capable of speech, the idea of consuming his flesh was a moral hurdle Su Fan could not overcome. Moreover, he had no need for the Ganoderma meat. While it could extend a person's lifespan and enhance cultivation, Su Fan was already an immortal being. As for cultivation, he was in no rush, after all. Despite his current low level of attainment, there remained a promising path ahead, one of diligent practice. If one were to succeed in cultivation through shortcuts, how should one spend the long years that follow? Su Fan preferred not to ponder such matters, believing that a slow path to enlightenment was, in fact, a boon for his immortal self. Xiao Wu solemnly remarked, "Sir, you truly are a good person." At that moment, a small white fox leaped forth, pouncing on Xiao Wu, who was promptly toppled into the grass, with Suya's paw pressing down upon him. "Sir, do not eat." "I will," said Xiao Wu. "Look how well I treat you, giving you all the delicious food. Shouldn't you offer me a piece of meat? Let me see, just this piece will do." Suya poked Xiao Wu's cheek and opened her adorable little mouth, taking a gentle bite. Xiao Wu was startled, bursting into tears. However, Suya did not truly bite down. She merely wished to sample the flavor of the spiritual meat. As the essence flowed down her throat, she felt invigorated. A sensation coursing through her limbs and expanding her pores, swiftly restoring her vitality. It seemed as if a mysterious energy was wandering within her. Suya's eyes widened in astonishment. This was merely a taste, and she wondered what it would be like to consume a full bite. In the evening, within the kitchen, Suya gazed at Xiao Wu with a broad smile. Xiao Wu, somewhat apprehensive, glanced up at her but still declared, "I am prepared." Suya, beaming, replied, "In truth, I was merely jesting during the day." Xiao Wu shook his head, asserting, "You and the sir have treated me very well. I am willing to offer you a piece of meat." Suya licked her lips, reminiscing about the flavor from earlier, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiao Wu leapt onto the countertop, transforming into a fluffy little meatball. Suya gently prodded him, feeling his soft, elastic surface. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up a nearby kitchen knife and delicately sliced off a piece of meat. Xiao Wu seemed to sense the pain, his little meatball form shrinking slightly. With a swift motion, a small piece of meat appeared in Suya's hand. All done. Xiao Wu returned to his original form, tears welling in his eyes. "That hurt so much," he wailed. "Do not cry. We shall summon the sir shortly." Suya gestured for silence. Xiao Wu pouted, feeling quite aggrieved. "It hurts so much. I have some pastries in my room. Let me take you to enjoy them." At the mention of pastries, Xiao Wu's expression softened somewhat. "I want a large portion. We shall go to the market tomorrow, and I will buy all the pastries on the street for you." "Oh, it hurts so much." "Xiao Wu, I did not quite taste the flavor of that meat earlier. Could you give me another piece?" "Ah, save me." "Xiao Wu, do not run away." Chapter 21. Requesting the sir to come forth 3 months later, it was time for Xiao Wu to depart. Due to his unique identity, only Su Fan, Suya, and the old turtle Wang Kai were there to bid him farewell. Xiao Wu clung to Su Fan's leg, weeping uncontrollably. He then turned to embrace Suya, who stroked his head and pursed her lips, saying, "Since you are leaving, we might as well create a keepsake." As she spoke, her gaze greedily lingered on Xiao Wu. His cries intensified, partly out of fear. Xiao Wu then ran to embrace Wang Kai. The old turtle, Wang Kai, uttered slowly, "It took me quite a while to muster the next word." Su Fan smiled faintly, pondering when they might meet again. However, he warmly welcomed the possibility of Wang Kai returning to the mortal realm. Xiao Wu nodded emphatically, assuring him that he would certainly return. Xiao Wu gazed up at Su Fan and asked, "Sir, will you not partake in a piece of meat from me?" Su Fan shook his head in refusal. "Very well," Xiao Wu replied, casting a glance at Suya, who winked back, seemingly assuring him that she would cover for him. "All right, let us indulge in some delicacies. These pastries are your favorites." Su Fan pushed a box of pastries toward Xiao Wu. Yet, as Xiao Wu beheld the sweet treats, a sense of longing overshadowed his appetite, filled instead with the sorrow of parting. "Safe travels," Wang Kai uttered slowly. "I shall miss you all." Xiao Wu cried out, his tears flowing freely. Su Fan chuckled softly, stating, "Farewells are merely a prelude to better reunions. There are still many days ahead. I shall never forget you," he added. At that moment, the moon in the sky began to round, and the clouds dispersed. Xiao Wu glanced up at the heavens before lowering his gaze, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. "The watermelon has vanished. I shall fetch some," he declared, dashing to the kitchen. However, much time passed without his return. Suya furrowed her brows and called out, "Xiao Wu," but no response came. Alarmed, she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Something must have happened. He has already departed." Su Fan sipped his tea, pondering the situation. Departed? Without so much as a farewell? Suya huffed, her frustration mounting. "Safe travels," Wang Kai concluded, having finished his sentiment. "What an infuriating fellow." Suya fumed, unleashing her pent-up energy in air punches, lamenting Xiao Wu's failure to bid her goodbye. Later that evening, Suya prepared a spicy stir-fry for Su Fan. Yet, as he swallowed the morsels, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A surge of spiritual energy flooded in, and he distinctly felt his inner strength growing at a visible rate. Su Fan paused, glancing at the sheepish Suya, then smiled knowingly. Surely, this was a piece of meat left behind by Xiao Wu, who, aware of Su Fan's dietary preferences, had conspired with Suya to deceive him. Time slips away, and moments are fleeting. The seasons change swiftly, and before one knows it, spring has once again graced the land. A significant event unfolded this year. The old emperor of the Great Zhou passed away. The newly crowned emperor was neither the crown prince nor the favored third prince, but rather the inconspicuous 16th son, Song Changjing. More than 2 months passed, and on this day, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, firecrackers erupted, and red banners fluttered amidst a sea of people. The crowd, startled, scurried beneath tables. A grand procession made its way to the small town, with officials lined up to greet them. The royal guards paved the way, and not even the martial artists residing near the town dared to approach. What is happening? Someone queried. I have no idea. That appears to be a jade palanquin. Another exclaimed. The royal carriage? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What brings the royal carriage here? Could it be in search of the immortal who resides in this town? Only that individual could evoke such thoughts. Several swift steeds galloped incessantly, while the old county magistrate of the town had long since been laid to rest, replaced by 3 successors. The new magistrate led the townsfolk, trembling with trepidation, as they knelt upon the ground, daring not to raise their heads. Upon the jade carriage, the current emperor of the Great Zhou, Song Changjing, surveyed the familiar streets and people of the town, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After years apart, having endured the brutal struggle for succession, he found himself perpetually entwined with this place. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, the jade carriage could not proceed further. Thus, Song Changjing alighted and ventured into the alley. Seeking the courtyard of the ancient locust tree, disciple Song Changjing humbly requests the master to emerge from seclusion. He proclaimed, his hands clasped and body bowed. Disciple Song Changjing earnestly beseeches the master to come forth. Please, master, emerge. Behind him, countless guards, officials, eunuchs, and palace maids echoed his calls, their voices resounding throughout the entire town. The sound carried beyond the town's borders to the soldiers stationed outside, who joined in the fervent cries. Please, master, come forth. In an instant, a thunderous chorus erupted from all directions, startling the birds in the forest into flight. The door creaked open. Suya, adorned in a simple pink dress, emerged, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Song Changjing. Xiao Changjing, she exclaimed joyfully. Song Changjing offered a gentle smile. Miss Suya, it has been far too long. Master, it is Xiao Changjing who has come. Suya called into the house. After a considerable wait, Su Fan, draped in a garment, sauntered from within. After years apart, the master's visage remained unchanged, though Song Changjing bore the marks of hardship, his gaze resolute. Disciple Song Changjing has come to fulfill our 6-year pact and invite the master to emerge, he stated with reverence. Su Fan regarded the youthful figure before him, a faint smile playing upon his lips. A phrase once uttered by his master echoed in his ears. May the human race be free of worries. 6 years prior, Su Fan had inexplicably acquiesced to Song Changjing's request to step into the world. It was less of an agreement and more akin to an inquiry of fate. After all, at that time, Song Changjing was still far from ascending the throne. Su Fan had no intention of intervening in such matters. Even if Song Changjing had faltered in his quest for the throne, Su Fan would merely have reminisced about the promise made by a young man 6 years ago and continued his reclusive existence. However, he succeeded. Perhaps there was indeed a hidden design in the universe. Su Fan gazed up at the gentle, silent spring rain, contemplating, this world is worth a visit. The 3rd day of the 3rd month, a propitious day. On this day, Su Fan, who had lived in seclusion in the town for decades, departed. Clad in the white robe he wore on the day he succeeded as the leader of Qingyun's sect, he stepped onto the cobblestones, leaving the town behind. The spring rain concealed his tracks, as if he had never set foot there. Where to now? Su Fan abruptly halted, gazing at the towering mountains and flowing waters. Watching the moon descend at dawn's first light, the world, I, Su Fan, have arrived. Master, please return soon. I await your return at home, cried the little fox, Suya, clutching the old turtle, Wangkai, as she stood at the town's entrance, her voice ringing out. Chapter 22, The Grand Chancellor of the Great Zhou. Su Fan's emergence into the world did not stir a commotion among the other 6 kingdoms. Indeed, the figure of Su Fan remains an enigma to them. Yet, the spies of the 6 nations have discerned a curious fact. The new emperor of the Great Zhou has summoned a young man from a small town to bestow upon him the imperial insignia. This is an exceedingly absurd affair, for the Central Plains are governed by a rigid hierarchical society. Over countless generations, the stringent feudal system has spawned a lineage of nobility, who have once grazed the zenith of the feudal realm. A political structure bound by blood ties has ensured that the privileges of the aristocracy are passed down through the ages, allowing them to maintain dominion over the state, while the common folk can only aspire to their opulent lifestyles. Thus, it is inconceivable that the recipient of such high honors could be an ordinary commoner. However, through diligent inquiries, it has come to light that this Su Fan is merely a disciple of a minor sect. Consequently, this revelation swiftly metamorphosed into a farce. As the rumors suggested, the young and impetuous new emperor, having suddenly seized the reins of the nation's supreme authority, inevitably engages in actions that elude the comprehension of ordinary mortals. In essence, he is but a child. The lords of the Six Nations paid little heed to this occurrence, save for a perceptive woman from the Great Tang, who keenly recognized its significance. Clad in resplendent robes, Lu Xing gazed out the window, her starry eyes shimmering with a hint of coldness, exuding an air of aloofness that seemed to distance her from others. The news had reached the princess. Upon receiving the portrait from her subordinate, Lu Xing cast a fleeting glance, letting out a soft sigh, her heart bitterly amused. Indeed, it was he. It appears that she would soon have to regard him as a rival. With this thought, Lu Xing felt a pang of despondency, biting her lip in annoyance before dismissively waving her hand, sending her subordinate stumbling away. In the aftermath, the commoner chancellor of the Great Zhou proceeded with a series of policies in a methodical manner. He implemented a meritocratic examination system to select talent, incentivized agriculture and military endeavors, and conferred titles based on military achievements. He curtailed land consolidation and abolished privileges while centralizing administrative, financial, and military powers, employing a strategy of dividing responsibilities to maintain centralized authority. The military was restructured, rural governance was strengthened, and public safety in the countryside was upheld. A national military reserve was established, significantly reducing training costs. Troops were reduced to enhance the quality of soldiers. The privileges of the nobility and officials were diminished, while alliances with sects were fostered to attract talent and cultivate practitioners. However, these were merely supplementary measures. The true strength of a nation lies in the prosperity of its millions of citizens. Within 6 months of the implementation of the new policies, 2 vassal kings within the Great Zhou revolted, and the officials attempted a coup, all of which ended in failure. Reform is never an instantaneous affair. It demands the validation of time. In the imperial palace, atop the observation platform, Su Fan surveyed the distant landscape. His eyes slightly squinted as he savored the gentle evening breeze. Beside him, the young man had undergone a notable transformation, appearing somewhat aged, though his gaze remained resolute. According to his mentor, it seems unlikely that he would witness the unification of the 6 nations under the Great Zhou. Su Fan offered a faint smile. Choosing not to respond, Song Changjing emitted an inaudible sigh, contemplating the brevity of life. His aspirations extended far beyond merely unifying the 6 nations. The 3 founding masters once established the earthly regulations, decreeing that mortal emperors could not pursue the attainment of immortality. Hence, it was destined that Song Changjing's lifespan would be no different from that of an ordinary human. I merely speculate. Perhaps it will not take long, Su Fan remarked. May I request a favor from you, Your Majesty? Please, speak. Should I fail to witness the unification of the 6 kingdoms, I implore you to bury my remains atop the highest peak of Zhongzhou after my cremation. May I inquire as to the reason? Because I am loath to part with this magnificent land. Very well, Su Fan nodded in agreement. The unfolding of events far exceeded Song Changjing's expectations. In a mere decade, the national strength of the Great Zhou rose at a visibly rapid pace. Reforms in the economy, politics, and military propelled societal progress, bolstering national power and fortifying the military. Simultaneously, although natural disasters were inevitable across the Great Zhou, their scale was almost negligible compared to the other 6 kingdoms. A saying circulated among the 6 kingdoms that humble prime minister had brought fortune to the Great Zhou. The imperial examination system, military meritocracy, and a series of other institutions attracted talent not only from within the nation but also from abroad. The influx of talent fostered societal advancement, which in turn attracted even more individuals, creating a virtuous cycle. By the time the other 6 kingdoms realized what was transpiring, they had been left far behind by the Great Zhou. The mocking voices of yesteryear were silenced by the ironclad reality. The first to take action was the Great Tang. Unlike the other 5 kingdoms, which sought to lure or assassinate the core advisors, the Great Tang dispatched an envoy to observe and learn from the systems of the Great Zhou, led by the esteemed Princess Lu Xing. clad in a vibrant crimson robe. Lu Xian's brilliance rendered even the most splendid brocade pale in comparison. Her complexion resembled white jade, her features radiant, with elegantly arched brows and eyes sparkling like stars. Devoid of any trace of earthly mundanity. Rarely would one encounter such beauty in the northern territories, and even in the southern regions, she was a rarity. This was the Great Tang's princess, Lu Xian, celebrated as the most beautiful woman under heaven. Not only the surrounding ministers, but even the lofty Emperor Song Chongjing was entranced. In the court, she exhibited grace and poise, embodying the grandeur of a great nation. After the court session concluded, the princess made her way directly to Su Fan's residence. Su Fan's abode, adjacent to the imperial palace and protected by the imperial guards, was shared with two cultivators of the harmonization stage. Lu Xian approached with light steps, her gaze falling upon the somewhat humble dwelling, and she could not help but smile. It indeed resembled his style. All attendants were halted outside, and Lu Xian entered alone. "Hey, you old rascal, why do your words not hold weight? Hurry, hand me the chives." Su Fan's voice rang out. The elderly man across from him wore a pained expression. "These are freshly picked chives, and I was planning to make dumplings. Now they are mine." Su Fan seized the chives. Another elder chimed in. "Indeed, a wager is a wager. By the way, may I have a dumpling?" These two elders were the harmonization stage cultivators assigned to protect Su Fan, and they also served as the national masters of the Great Zhou. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Fan turned his head to see a woman in red, standing at the threshold with a radiant smile directed at him. In that fleeting moment, he was transported back over a decade. Su Fan paused, then a smile gradually formed at the corners of his lips. "Ah, your timing is impeccable. We were just about to make dumplings filled with chives tonight. Would you care to join us?" Lu Xian pursed her lips, smiling beautifully, causing one to momentarily forget the passage of time. "Of course." Chapter 23. I will outlast you dumplings filled with chives, dipped in soy sauce, with a hint of spice and a splash of vinegar. As the ancients said, nothing is more delicious than dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than continuing to eat them. Lu Xian consumed over 30 before pausing. She then sipped the dumpling broth Su Fan offered, settling comfortably into her chair. Su Fan inquired, "Have you ever visited the capital of Dezhou?" Lu Xian shook her head, mentioning she had been there once before. "Then I shall take you around later. This place has changed remarkably." Looking at the youthful smile before her, Lu Xian felt a warmth in her heart and replied, "That sounds delightful." The capital of Dezhou was bustling with crowds and vibrantly alive. Tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops dotted the streets like stars in the night sky. The evening breeze brushed against their faces as they walked. Lu Xian gazed at the lively chaos of Dezhou, feeling an inexplicable shock. Could this truly be Dezhou? She found herself questioning the extent of the transformation, as if a humble chicken had become a resplendent phoenix. The sounds of patrons in the taverns mingled with the shouts of vendors, creating a symphony of urban life, while performers sang their catchy tunes on elevated platforms. Everywhere, leisurely passers-by ambled along, coming and going with ease. Lu Xian silently observed it all, then let out a soft sigh. "I truly regret it," she confessed. "Regret what?" Su Fan asked, curiosity piqued. "I should have tied you up and brought you back to Tang," Lu Xian replied with a piercing gaze, her tone devoid of jest. Su Fan chuckled. "Surely, I am not worthy of being taken back to Tang by the imperial princess herself. I was so foolish," Lu Xian lamented, rubbing her face in frustration. Su Fan's gaze fell upon a vendor selling candied hawthorn. "Would you like some?" Lu Xian looked up. "Yes, please." One candied hawthorn is 5-1. Holding the candied hawthorn, Lu Xian found it difficult to bite into, as the sticky coating kept adhering to her lips. After a moment's hesitation, she took a bite, only to find the syrup clinging stubbornly to the corner of her mouth. Frowning slightly, she extended her delicate tongue in an attempt to lick the sugary residue, but alas, it was out of reach. Suddenly, a hand reached out, brushing against her lips and removing the sticky morsel. "All done," the voice said. Lu Xian froze, her heart skipping a beat, as she watched the other person pop the sugary coating into their mouth. "We cannot let it go to waste." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she bit her lower lip in embarrassment. Grabbing a white mask with a smiling face from a nearby stall, she donned it to conceal her awkwardness. "This is quite lovely," she remarked. The vendor eagerly agreed. Indeed, this young lady looks stunning in it. Su Fan glanced over and picked up a black fang mask. "How much are these two, boss?" 51. Su Fan, wearing a black mask, appeared somewhat comical, especially since it was askew. Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to adjust his mask. Their gazes met in the air. Obscured by the masks, neither could discern the other's face, save for their eyes. His eyes were truly captivating, gleaming brightly beneath his brows, reminiscent of a fire amidst a thicket of thorns, seemingly capable of igniting the entire realm. Lu Xian felt a flutter of anxiety and quickly lowered her gaze, fearing she might become entranced in the next moment. Biting her lip, she prepared to step away. However, Lu Xian's expression shifted slightly. A powerful gust of energy surged forth, carving a long arc through the air, aimed directly at Su Fan. Lu Xian instinctively dispersed the energy with a flick of her delicate hand, her brows knitting together. Su Fan, however, seemed unfazed, having grown accustomed to such events, and stealthily sampled a sugar-coated hawthorn from Lu Xian's hand. Not bad. Who are you? Lu Xian demanded coldly. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted suddenly, causing chaos among the crowd. Figures emerged from the surroundings, vendors who had been selling wine, young attendants from the inn, husbands out on a leisurely stroll with their wives, now revealing their true intentions. Their blades pointed squarely at Su Fan. Lu Xian cast a quick glance, and with a graceful wave of her hand, those would-be assassins transformed into grotesque ice sculptures. Her gaze then fell upon two elderly men at a nearby stall, one tall and one short, savoring wontons. What brings the princess of the Tang dynasty to associate with the chancellor of the Zhou? Mind your own business, Lu Xian replied with a frosty glare. The short elder stiffened suddenly, clutching his throat in a fit of gasping, his face turning a shade of blue and purple as the situation escalated. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. The taller elder's expression shifted slightly, but he was already prepared to face his demise. If you have the skill, face me one-on-one. Don't hide behind a woman like a coward. What kind of man are you? Su Fan was taken aback, pointing at himself. You wish to challenge me? The tall elder replied. A true man should face me directly. Su Fan scoffed. Are you really that strong? Strength means nothing if you lack backing. What faction do you belong to? Enough with the talk. Do you dare to face me in single combat? A duel it is. I fear you not. Su Fan stepped forward, yet was seized by someone. Lu Xian looked at him with concern. Su Fan offered her a reassuring glance. Do not worry. I've encountered such scenes many times. Come on. Su Fan took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. What is happening? The tall elder frowned. But he could not dwell on that, for his opponent was indeed daring to engage him in a duel. A mere Yuanying stage cultivator, he thought, could be extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. With that, he conjured a massive fist of spiritual energy. Boom. A golden light enveloped Su Fan, leaving him completely unscathed. The tall elder stared in astonishment at the layer of golden light. He had heard tales of the Chancellor of the Zhou possessing a unique skill that cloaked him in a layer of defensive golden light. Yet, he was still merely a Yuanying stage cultivator. The tall elder formed a seal with his hands, shouting, Go! My life sword, arise. The sword cultivator unleashed his fateful blade, signifying a fight to the death. Whoosh! The sword's edge, gleaming with an endless chill, collided fiercely with the golden light. Yet, the outcome was merely the fateful sword being repelled hundreds of meters away, while the tall elder staggered backward. How do you find it? Su Fan observed him with a smile. The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and admitted, I concede that I cannot break this formation. So, how do you intend to defeat me? Su Fan's lips curled slightly. Defeat you? It would be no more than crushing an ant. Su Fan swiftly rose to his feet, startling the elder, who watched him with wary eyes. Subsequently, Su Fan changed his posture and sat down, his gaze fixed on the elder. I will outlast you. The elder responded. Chapter 24. The War of Annihilation. Su Fan declared, I will outlast you. Soon, the officials arrived to apprehend the tall elder. Su Fan smiled faintly, realizing he would not have the chance to outlast him after all. What a pity for the fireworks. Su Fan lifted his head. The fireworks had long since ended. Lu Xian's clear eyes sparkled with light. There will be more next year. Lu Xian had spent 2 months in the Great Zhou, a duration neither long nor short. Nevertheless, numerous rumors circulated, suggesting that the Prime Minister of Great Zhou spent his days in close company with the princess of the Tang dynasty, their relationship quite profound. There were even whispers that the two had already borne 2 children. Beneath an old locust tree, the black and white pieces on the chessboard interwove with one another. Lu Xian held a white piece, her delicate brows furrowed, a hint of distress gracing her charming face. Finally, she sighed softly, I have lost again. Su Fan chuckled lightly. This time, you were but a hair's breadth away from winning. But wait, Lu Xian protested. I recall that during our last game, your skill was not this high. I have not neglected my chess skills over the years. Have you secretly learned some profound teachings from a master? Lu Xian lamented. The last time I lost to you, it was because you were injured, and I wished to cheer you up. Su Fan collected the pieces one by one. Lu Xian lifted her gaze. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her delicate lips parting as if to speak, yet hesitating. Su Fan glanced at her. So, shall we continue? I shall not. I cannot compete with you, Lu Xian pouted, resting her chin on her hand, casting a forlorn look at him. Feeling her gaze, Su Fan smiled. You act like a child. Who acts like a child? Lu Xian retorted. Here, have a sweet. Su Fan extended his hand. Lu Xian opened her delicate palm to receive it, only to find not a sweet, but a mere pebble. Realizing he was teasing her, Lu Xian feigned anger, raising her hand to strike. Su Fan laughed. Let us go by the river and catch some fish. At a small creek on the outskirts of the capital, where the air was tranquil and the night still, Lu Xian removed her shoes and carefully peeled off her white socks, revealing her dainty, fair feet. Dressed in a red garment, the wind blew and revealed her delicate legs. In the Central Plains, societal customs were quite liberal. Women would venture into the streets with exposed chests and backs, especially in bustling areas where they donned little more than scraps of fabric. Lu Xian's attire, however, was considered remarkably modest. Her feet slowly dipped into the water. Lu Xian cast a fleeting glance at Su Fan, who was intently fixated on her feet, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment. What are you staring at, you scoundrel? She playfully chided. I am merely admiring your feet, Su Fan replied candidly. Lu Xian's cheeks flushed deeper. She then heard Su Fan comment, You know, the fish have all fled, driven away by the odor of your feet. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, processing his words. Are you implying my feet smell bad? She retorted indignantly. It's clearly your feet that have frightened them away. Mine do not smell at all. Oh really? Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Lu Xian asserted emphatically. What girl would tolerate such a remark about her feet? Su Fan, with utmost seriousness, suggested, then allow me to take a closer whiff. Fine, go ahead, Lu Xian declared, lifting her foot to Su Fan's eye level. Upon closer inspection, her foot was pristine, with toes resembling tender lotus shoots, exquisitely beautiful. Her smooth toenails were adorned with crimson polish, her heels soft, and her ankles delicately slender. The elegant lines of her calves and petite ankle bones were strikingly graceful, the natural indentations beside her Achilles tendons adding a touch of alluring charm. Su Fan instinctively pressed his lips together. Lu Xian leaned in closer, nearly touching his nose. Take a good sniff, she commanded with her hands on her hips. Quite pungent. Su Fan pretended to grimace in distaste. Lu Xian, both annoyed and embarrassed, playfully stepped on him. You rascal, she exclaimed, as her foot landed squarely on Su Fan's face. Thank you for the divine gift. Su Fan rubbed his nose, blood oozing forth. Lu Xian hastily produced a handkerchief to tend to him, her expression turning apologetic. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. In her clumsiness, Lu Xian had inadvertently injured Su Fan's nose. He gazed at her with a hint of reproach. Fetch me a fish to make amends. All right, Lu Xian replied, barefoot. Wading into the water, with a swift motion, she caught a fish from the depths. A smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she turned to Su Fan. How would you like it cooked? Fried, grilled, or something else? Su Fan, feeling the gentle breeze, yawned. According to the calendar, Lu Xian was to depart in 2 days. He pondered how many years it would be until they met again. Yet, he refrained from dwelling on such thoughts. Life was unpredictable. Why burden oneself with excessive contemplation? It was best to live in the moment. Overthinking only led to suffering, and a heart laden with too many thoughts was bound to break. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Initially, her departure was scheduled for 2 days hence, but Lu Xian left a day earlier. When Su Fan arose to wash up, he noticed something peculiar in the copper mirror, 2 characters written on his forehead, goodbye. It was unmistakably Lu Xian's handwriting. He couldn't help but chuckle, reaching up to rub his forehead, easily smudging away the words. 15 years later, the Great Zhou launched a military campaign against the neighboring Yu kingdom, as tensions had long simmered along their border. Subsequently, the state of Yu dispatched assassins to eliminate the prime minister of the Great Zhou, Su Fan. The assassins were captured, providing a pretext for the Great Zhou to declare war. The conflict raged for 5 years, culminating in the downfall of the Great Yu, while a formidable army known as the Tiger Band emerged into the public eye, commanded by the esteemed General Limuji, who rose from the ranks of foot soldiers and was promoted by Su Fan himself. He ascended to the position of a military leader within a mere decade. 6 years later, the Great Zhou launched an offensive against the state of Wu. The king of Wu offered 6 cities and ceded 100 miles of territory to negotiate a ceasefire. However, merely 3 years later, the Great Zhou again mobilized its forces, this time under the pretense of avenging the insult to its princess by the Wu prince. In this battle, Limuji led the Tiger Ben army to a resounding victory in Pinggu, and 2 years later, the state of Wu was no more. The Great Zhou had annihilated 2 nations and once again cast a covetous eye toward the neighboring state of Wei. 3 years later, the 3 nations united to attack the Great Zhou, forcing it to relinquish lost territories to Wei and seek peace through territorial concessions. Beneath this facade of reconciliation, however, Su Fan was concocting a treacherous scheme reminiscent of the tale of the two peaches and the three scholars. As predicted, disputes over the distribution of land led to incessant bickering among the three nations. In the following year, the Great Zhou allied with the Song state, launching a dual assault that resulted in the loss of vast territories for the Yin state. Merely 6 months later, the capital of Yin fell. Under Su Fan's directive, the Great Zhou willingly ceded significant swathes of Yin territory to the Song state, thereby forging a robust alliance. Chapter 25. The beginning of the tale was utterly beautiful. The Song state acquired a substantial portion of Yan's lands. However, contrary to Su Fan's expectations, the Song did not emulate the Great Zhou's benevolent approach to soothe the war-weary populace and stabilize their regime. Instead, they imposed heavy burdens and enforced a militaristic rule that oppressed the people of Yin. The land of Yin, rich in passionate and sorrowful souls, saw a continuous wave of internal resistance, culminating in no fewer than 100 uprisings over 3 years. Ultimately, 4 years later, the state of Yin was restored, and the Song was compelled to withdraw. In the aftermath of this turmoil, both the Song and Yin states emerged severely weakened, particularly Yin, which found itself reliant on the Great Zhou. The Great Zhou, in turn, set its sights upon the eastern state of Deng. Positioned in the east, Deng boasted the most fertile soil and was ruled by an enlightened monarch, supported by renowned generals and strategists. Thus began a protracted 15-year standoff between Deng and Zhou. 3 years later, the white-clad Prime Minister Su Fan personally ventured to the front lines, orchestrating a grand mobilization of 3 armies totaling 300,000 troops by water. Li Muji led the Tiger Ben army to assault the formidable territory of Langpin, renowned as a natural fortress. In a decisive victory, they breached this so-called impregnable stronghold, leaving Deng's gates wide open. The two armies remained in a stalemate for 2 years, only to fall victim to Su Fan's feigned retreat strategy, resulting in the encirclement of the main force of 250,000 troops at Bema. Just as Su Fan prepared to engulf the main force of Deng, the Tang state dispatched 100,000 elite soldiers to break the siege at Bema. The commander was none other than the Tang's princess Lu Xian, prompting a hasty retreat from the Deng forces. At the Bema mountain range, Su Fan stood at one end, gazing into the distance as the mountain winds swept across the wilderness. The day faded, and the landscape donned its autumnal attire. The two figures gazed at each other from afar, having not met for decades, yet remaining unchanged. The sun rises in the east only to set in the west. Familiar faces scatter amidst the sea of humanity. The crimson clouds dispersed beyond the horizon, veiling the setting sun. 3 years later, the sovereign of the Zhou kingdom, Song Changjing, was discovered to be engaged in seclusion by the 3 revered masters. On that fateful day, a visitor from beyond the heavens arrived. Before the watchful eyes of the assembly, he severed Song Changjing's bridge of eternity. From that moment on, Song Changjing's health deteriorated, and merely half a year later, Su Fan was urgently summoned from the front lines. Within the depths of the imperial palace, a violent coughing fit erupted, as if he were attempting to expel his very lungs. The palace maids and eunuchs stood trembling at the door, while ministers had long knelt in rows within the hall. A figure hastily swept past, as though traversing a desolate realm, with no guards daring to impede his passage. Without the need for announcement, he strode directly through the grand hall and into the emperor's chambers. On the dragon bed lay an elderly man, whose drastic transformation left Su Fan momentarily stunned. Song Changjing, now adorned with a head of white hair, had sunken eyes devoid of their former brilliance. His hands were riddled with veins resembling wriggling earthworms, suggesting he was perilously close to death. "Your humble servant can accompany you no further," he murmured as he slowly extended his hand. Su Fan, taken aback, reached out in response. Yet, in the next instant, Song's hand fell limply, and the last flicker of light faded from his gaze. At present, besides the Great Zhou, 6 nations occupied the Central Plains. Years of ceaseless warfare had plunged the populace into dire straits. To the north lay the demon tribes, while the south was engulfed in wilderness, leaving humanity in a precarious position. "I aspire to unify the 6 nations under the banner of Great Zhou." The familiar voice of the youth echoed like a revolving lantern in Su Fan's ears. Beneath that celestial expanse, the boy shared his dreams. And the tale began with great promise, yet the conclusion failed to match its splendid inception. In this world, how many stories are truly flawless? Su Fan snapped back to reality and grasped the still warm hand tightly, solemnly declaring, "Leave the forthcoming matters to me." The 7th emperor of the Great Zhou, Song Changjing, passed away during this winter. His life was a grand tapestry, yet history would only record a few fleeting strokes. Subsequently, the crown prince, Song Yu, ascended the throne. 6 years later, Su Fan once again launched an assault on the Deng kingdom. The entire nation of Deng, with an army of 600,000, engaged in battle against the Great Zhou at Pyongyang. The commander of Deng, Wang Jiang, fortified the city, steadfastly refusing to emerge, while continuously dispatching small units to disrupt the Great Zhou's supply routes. 2 years later, capitalizing on favorable circumstances, Su Fan unleashed a deluge upon the enemy forces. Wang Jiang suffered a devastating defeat, and the land of Pyongyang was engulfed by floodwaters, resulting in over 2 million affected. With more than 1 million displaced and 400,000 lives lost, the plight of the disaster-stricken was harrowing. In the annals of history, those who perpetrate such acts are seldom granted longevity. The bloodshed is too great, and the karmic repercussions too numerous, violating the heavenly order. The celestial laws cannot abide such transgressions. This explains why many cultivators choose seclusion, opting for spiritual cultivation rather than engaging in worldly affairs. Those who have attained a certain level of cultivation are even more reluctant to involve themselves in conflicts between nations, for a single misstep could entangle them in karmic consequences, resulting in injuries to their cultivation or, in the gravest scenarios, death. Such instances are not rare. Centuries ago, a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage single-handedly held back an army of 100,000 to protect his homeland. Ultimately, he found himself mired in an overabundance of causal entanglements, leading to a precipitous decline in his lifespan. Within a mere 50 years, he was destined to pass away. Had it not been for that fateful battle, he might have had the opportunity to transcend the tribulation phase and even ascend to immortality. However, this confrontation directly resulted in over 200,000 casualties and left more than 1 million displaced, with 40,000 lives lost. A diviner predicted that this white-clad chancellor would not last beyond 5 years. Consequently, the populace's perception of Su Fan shifted from the esteemed title of white-clad chancellor to that of butcher. The Battle of Pyongyang marked the beginning of a downward spiral for the Deng nation, which ultimately fell into ruin 8 years later. In the land of Zhongzhou, only the Tang dynasty remained capable of contending with the Zhou dynasty, becoming its final adversary. Defeating the Tang would allow the Zhou to dominate the smaller nations subservient to Tang. Thus, the fate of Zhongzhou would become unified under one banner. 5 years passed, and contrary to the renowned diviner's predictions, Su Fan, harnessing the dragon energy of the Zhou, experienced a remarkable ascension in cultivation, reaching the realm of virtual refinement. The diviner, perplexed, sought the counsel of his reclusive master, who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Upon consultation, the conclusion drawn was that Su Fan existed beyond the cycle of the 6 realms, elusive and unaffected by causality. 6 years later, General Li Mu led the Tiger Ben army in an assault on the southern territories of the Tang, capturing 6 cities and thus igniting the flames of war. Intense battles erupted in regions such as Yunnan. Utilizing a scheme of deception, Liu Xin caused the Zhou Emperor, Songyu, to heed false counsel, summoning Su Fan back urgently. In March, the Zhou forces, isolated and deep in enemy territory, fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Liu Xin. By April, they had suffered significant losses and were compelled to retreat. By the end of April, the Zhou's defeat seemed inevitable. As June approached, bringing with it the vibrant blooms of spring and the lush foliage of summer, Liu Xin reclined in a bathing tub, exhaling softly. Although she had temporarily triumphed in the conflict, there was no trace of joy upon her handsome visage. The Zhou dynasty commanded 70% of Zhongzhou's territory, vastly outnumbering the Tang in terms of population, land, and resources, by several, if not many, multiples. The Zhou could afford numerous errors, but the Tang could not afford even a single misstep. Urgent missive from the Grand Princess. Sounded the voice of a maid outside. Enter, Liu Xin beckoned, extending her delicate arm to receive the letter, her eyes scanning the contents hastily. Her expression shifted abruptly. Su Fan had been dismissed from office. Chapter 26. Dismissal. The white-clad chancellor, the butcher Su Fan, who had directly altered the fate of the Zhou dynasty, was removed from his position. The announcement of this news was met with widespread acclaim among the people of the former 6 nations. Su Fan was elevated to the position of Taifu, a promotion that concealed a demotion, as he was confined to his estate. Those in the court who had opposed Su Fan began to emerge, presenting numerous charges stemming from his tenure during the new administration to the throne. 2 months later, Su Fan was officially dismissed from his post, yet retained his original salary. In his residence, gazing at the leaping fish in the pond, Su Fan reveled in the afternoon sun, humming a light tune and recalling the tale of Song Lao San and his wife, who dealt in opium. They had no sons in their lifetime, only a daughter named Chan Wan. Although Song Yu had stripped him of his military authority, most of his former disciples and officials remained unscathed, with only a few trusted aides suffering dismissal as a consequence. The reasons are manifold. There are simply too many individuals within the court connected to Su Fan. For decades, everyone from the lower to the higher echelons of power has been elevated by his influence. If one were to eradicate him entirely, it is likely that the entire bureaucratic structure of the Great Zhou would be shaken to its core. The Emperor's decree. A sharp voice echoed from outside the door. Su Fan opened his eyes to find Wang Sheng, the personal eunuch beside Song Yu. Sir Su, the Emperor's decree, Wang Sheng reiterated. My hearing is still intact. Su Fan replied without turning around. Wang Sheng narrowed his eyes and said gravely, Sir Su, this is a sacred edict. The late Emperor granted me the privilege of not kneeling before the sovereign and not bowing to decrees. Are you not aware of this? With a cold snort, Wang Sheng added, Sir Su, forgive my boldness, but it is said that a new emperor brings new ministers. A man as astute as you must surely understand this principle. Su Fan picked up a small stone and casually tossed it into the pond. Speak your words and release your gas. Do not disturb my good mood today. Wang Sheng smiled ominously. Very well. The Emperor's decree instructs Sir Su to relocate to Chaotian Temple to guard the spirit of the late Emperor. With a splash, the stone skipped across the water 16 times. That was the limit. Su Fan clapped his hands. Sir Su, please. He raised his gaze toward the distant horizon. Chaotian Temple. A fine place. Wang Sheng continued. Sir Su, these two are elite guards specially dispatched from the Imperial Army to ensure your safety. Two sturdy men stepped forward. Bowing to Su Fan. We greet you, sir. Su Fan scoffed disdainfully and shook his head. In the Emperor's study, Song Yu listened as the eunuch Wang Sheng recounted the earlier events. He did not exhibit any extreme reactions, did he? Upon receiving a negative response from Wang Sheng, Song Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. His feelings towards Su Fan were complex. In his youth, his father had entrusted him and his younger brother to Su Fan's tutelage in the ways of governance. He both respected and feared this mentor. He held admiration for Su Fan's knowledge and capabilities, yet it was precisely that which instilled fear in him. The imperial examination system had elevated Su Fan to a status revered by scholars throughout the realm, with 80% of the Great Zhou officials benefiting from his educational reforms, naturally fostering immense respect for him. He established inspectors to oversee the officials while simultaneously creating the Jin Yi way to tightly control power. He nurtured military leaders and founded academies to attract scholars from across the land. From the day he was crowned as the Crown Prince, he envisioned that if Su Fan ever aspired to the throne, he could seize the Song family's dominion without shedding blood. Your Majesty, decisive action is required. Wang Sheng urged once more. Su Fan wields considerable influence in the court. His roots run deep. Even if your Majesty were to dismiss him and confine him to the capital, there would still be treachery. Do you think I do not wish for that? Song Yu sighed softly, then gestured toward the stack of petitions piled high on the imperial desk. Do you see? The censors, the 6 ministries, the governors of various regions, all have submitted petitions pleading for him, crying injustice. Do you wish for me to face the wrath of the world? Not to mention these scholars could wield their pens to shatter your spine. Wang Sheng hesitated before replying. Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence, but having your spine shattered is far better than surrendering your ancestral empire without a fight. I am a wretched servant. I am indeed wretched. Wang Sheng raised his hand to strike his own face, and within a few slaps, his cheeks flushed crimson. Song Yu, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, Enough. Enough. You may take your leave. Allow me to ponder this matter further. Your Majesty, permit this old servant to speak one last time. After I finish, I shall willingly accept punishment from the judicial department. Speak. Song Yu exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Your Majesty, it has been said since ancient times that compassion should not govern the military, nor righteousness govern finances. You are magnanimous and tender-hearted, reluctant to take his life. But what of Su Fan? Have you forgotten the devastation he wrought in the Battle of Pyongyang during the annihilation of the Deng? Over 2 million souls were affected by his actions, with more than 1 million citizens displaced, corpses littering the land. Has he ever expressed remorse? In these years, the blood on his hands far exceeds the number of lives you have encountered in your lifetime. With a resounding crash, Song Yu overturned the table before him. Shouting in a frenzy, what am I to do? Can I simply kill him? His supporters are everywhere in the court, and many of the generals in the army were elevated by his hand. Scholars throughout the realm regard him as a near saint. How can I possibly eliminate him? Song Yu approached Wang Sheng, his eyes wide and his countenance contorted with emotion. Speak. Speak. Achoo. Su Fan rubbed his nose, wondering who was calling his name. He turned over, seeking to resume his slumber. 2 warriors stood vigil at his bedside, unblinking. Su Fan glanced at them. My brothers, are you not tired? Not tired. They replied in unison. Su Fan stifled a yawn. Brothers, your unwavering gaze prevents me from finding rest. Protecting our Lord is our duty. Sighing, Su Fan replied. Ah? It's always the same refrain. He rolled his eyes, initially considering engaging in some handiwork, but decided against it. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. The two warriors were startled and quickly assumed a combat stance. I wish to speak with an old friend. Kindly step outside. A cold voice resonated. Su Fan turned to see the familiar figure clad in red. He smiled faintly. You are the Grand Princess of the Tang Dynasty. One of the warriors recognized Lu Xian's identity. Leave. One warrior stated. This is Chaotian Temple. The capital of the Great Zhou is not the Tang. Lu Xian, uninterested in further debate, swiftly rendered the two men motionless, akin to ice sculptures. There's wine nearby. Serve yourself. Su Fan yawned and crossed his legs. I did not come here to drink with you. Lu Xian sat beside him, surveying him from an elevated position. Su Fan met her gaze, and the two shared a silent understanding for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, it was Lu Xian who faltered first, playfully admonishing. Am I adorned with flowers on my face that you keep staring? Well, I see no flowers on my face either, yet you persist in your gaze, Su Fan countered. Lu Xian shot him an exasperated look. With all your banter, perhaps you should reflect on your current predicament. And what predicament might that be? I find myself quite well, enjoying this modest drink and lounging on this small bed. I have heard that someone has been dismissed from their post and stripped of their office. Su Fan patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly. You bear half the responsibility in this matter. No need for thanks. Lu Xian replied. Oh, do you truly believe I would speak kindly? Lu Xian blinked her watery eyes, adding, I must confess, I am rather dense and cannot fathom your words. Su Fan scoffed. If you are foolish, then surely no one possesses wit in this world. After a brief exchange, Lu Xian finally stated, I have come to discuss serious matters with you. Indeed, if there were no serious matters, you would not seek me out. Come with me to the Tang Dynasty, Lu Xian urged. I am on the verge of unifying the 6 kingdoms and have no intention of abandoning my efforts at the last moment. Su Fan declined without hesitation. After a pause, he added, Moreover, I have made promises to others. Do you truly believe victory is within your grasp? Lu Xian retorted. Surely you must see that the Tang is merely a fish in a barrel, struggling in its confinement, and the days of King Shao heir are diminishing. Lu Xian furrowed her brow slightly. Where do you conjure such phrases? It conveys a singular meaning, she replied. With a slight narrowing of her beautiful eyes, she moved closer. Her lips mere centimeters from Su Fan's cheek, allowing him to feel her breath upon his skin. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. A beauty's ploy? You ought to have employed this tactic sooner. And what if I were to eliminate you right here? Su Fan feigned surprise, clutching his chest. If you come any closer, I shall raise the alarm. Lu Xian fixed him with a serious gaze. Suddenly, she flashed a radiant smile. Even if you scream, no one will come to your aid. Su Fan sighed softly. Then I shall have to acquiesce to your wishes. Lu Xian, covering her mouth, beamed at him. Her lips pressed together. In that case, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, perhaps on the battlefield. Su Fan attempted to sound carefree. I have heard rumors that Song Yu intends to strike against you. I hope our next encounter is not before your grave. Let us consider that a good omen. Lu Xian replied as she rose. I truly must take my leave. I am not stopping you, Su Fan responded. Lu Xian bit her lip, glaring fiercely at him. Her chest gently rising and falling. Su Fan glanced at her, thinking, this is beyond mere grandeur. Lu Xian stormed off. Reaching the door and noticing Su Fan's lack of desire to retain her, her teeth nearly ground to dust, she lightly tapped her toes. You insufferable brat. Do you think anyone would wish to have you? You truly believe yourself to be precious, Lu Xian seethed. Su Fan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. Before long, more than half a month had slipped by. In the imperial study, outside the window, a half-moon hung askew upon the tip of a locust tree. The night was thick as a dark inkstone, profound and impenetrable. Song Yu gazed at his close ministers, clasped his hands, and unexpectedly bowed deeply. The assembly was taken aback, hastily kneeling. The realm of the Great Zhou is entrusted to you all. Your Majesty, rest assured. We shall spare no effort and vow our loyalty. An elder among them turned to address the others, as planned. Lord Song will issue a proclamation from the Ministry of State Affairs, publicly announcing the crimes of Su Fan and his associates. A middle-aged man to the left nodded solemnly. Lord Lu and Eunuch Wang shall take the imperial edict to mobilize 30,000 imperial guards from the palace. Lord Yang, lead the Ministry of War in a change of guard and seal off the 9 cities. The specific details have already been conveyed by Your Majesty. Should there be even the slightest mishap, heads will roll. Yes, Your Majesty, it is terrible. Suddenly, an urgent voice from a young eunuch pierced the air. Song Yu frowned, his heartbeat momentarily faltering. The young eunuch, pallid and breathless, rushed in and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Your Majesty, it is dire. The atmosphere in the imperial study shifted instantaneously. Speak, what has transpired? Simultaneous troop rotations have occurred in Jili, Yinchong, Taiyuan, Pingnan, and Jianghai. These 5 regions tightly encircle the capital of the Great Zhou, and the emperor remains oblivious to this. Song Yue's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet. Who authorized their rotation? It was the Ministry of War, allegedly following their orders. The commander of Annam, Wang Meng, and the general of Taiyuan, Lu Chengsheng, have dispatched personnel to take over the 5 regions. This is grave. Both of these men were promoted by Su Fan. Is he plotting rebellion? Rebellion. Panic washed over Song Yu. Did this mean their plans had been exposed? Surely, that must be the case. That scoundrel had undoubtedly uncovered everything. The mere thought of Su Fan instilled a primal fear within him, akin to a mouse confronting a cat. Your Majesty, do not panic. The capital remains under our control. We must eliminate Su Fan, and without him, they will lack a leader. Moreover, the city is fortified. Even if the 5 regions send troops simultaneously, they will not breach the capital swiftly. At that point, should they attempt rebellion, Your Majesty can issue orders to the provinces to mobilize troops for suppression. Song Yu turned towards the speaker, nodding fervently. Yes, yes. Let us proceed as you suggest, adhering to the original plan. Yes. Wang Sheng and Lord Lu hastily made their way to the cloud platform camp where the Imperial Guards were stationed. This 30,000-strong force was the backbone of the capital's defense, composed entirely of seasoned warriors forged through countless battles. It could be said that whoever commanded them held the reins of the capital. The Imperial Guards had originally been established by Su Fan and were revered alongside the Tiger Ben army as 2 of the Great Zhou's most formidable assets. The command of the Imperial Guards had initially been held by Lu Taixing, but had been reassigned 3 years prior by Song Yu to his trusted confidant, Tanji. By the Emperor's decree, with Wang Sheng's proclamation, numerous soldiers knelt in reverence. Rebels are concealed within the Chaotian Temple. You are commanded to annihilate them swiftly. Chaotian Temple? The soldiers were momentarily taken aback. How could rebels be hiding in Chaotian Temple? Wang Sheng exchanged glances with Tanji. Tanji immediately raised his arm and shouted, All soldiers, follow me to slay the enemy. Kill! Kill! The soldiers echoed in unison. Slay the enemy? Who are we to kill? Just then, a cold voice rang out sharply. A figure appeared. It was none other than the former commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Taixing. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. We pay our respects to the commander. The soldiers' faces brightened, and they promptly shouted in unison, their voices magnified many times over. Lu Taixing surveyed the crowd before fixing his gaze on Wang Sheng, his tone stern. Under the command of the Prime Minister, I have been reinstated to lead the Imperial Guards, for there are those who dare to conspire against the throne. Chapter 28, The Royal Command Banner. With a voice resonating with authority, Lu Taixing declared in the camp, Who dares to defy the Prime Minister? Which Prime Minister are you referring to? Wang Sheng retorted sharply. Lu Taixing narrowed his eyes and inquired, In the Great Zhou, aside from Prime Minister Su, is there another? Nonsense. Su Fan has been dismissed, and evidence indicates his treasonous rebellion. We are here under the royal command to apprehend him. Where is this royal command banner? Wang Sheng produced the token from his sleeve, exclaiming, Here it is. Who dares to disobey? Long live His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Upon seeing the royal token, the soldiers revered it as if they were in the presence of the Emperor himself. Wang Sheng cast a glance and then fixed his gaze back on Lu Taixing. Seize him. The commanders of the Imperial Guards exchanged glances, none daring to move. Lu Taixing held immense respect among the guards, having led them through numerous battles and perils. The newly appointed commander, Tanji, glared at the group and growled, Do you dare defy the Emperor's orders? You seek death. Let us see who dares. Lu Taixing stamped his foot, his aura surging tremendously, yet Tanji remained unafraid, stepping forward. The ground beneath them began to crack, stones flying. Wang Sheng stumbled and shouted, What are you all waiting for? Quickly apprehend the rebel. A reward of 1,000 gold coins and the title of 1,000 households to whoever kills Lu Taixing. In the next moment, Tanji and Lu Taixing collided like 2 moving mountains. Boom. Though the guards were emotionally attached to their former leader, they were bound by the royal command and the decree. Lu Taixing could only claim to be acting on the Prime Minister's orders without any letter or proof. The laws of the Great Zhou are notoriously harsh. With the principle of collective punishment, the consequence could extend beyond one's own life. The foremost commanders exchanged glances, confirming their strategy, and moved in unison to subdue Lu Taixing. At that moment, a young man clad in white entered briskly. He had finally arrived just in time. Upon his appearance, all present froze momentarily. Subsequently, the commanders and the Imperial Guard saluted in unison, their expressions and gazes akin to witnessing a reincarnated deity. Greetings, my lord. The youth, appearing no older than 20, donned a white garment, his handsome visage tinged with an air of experience. Su Xian? Wang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. To thwart Su Fan, The Tianguan had been surrounded to the point that not even a fly could escape. Yet now, Su Fan stood before him. Tianji instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of Su Fan, taking a hesitant step back. He had been nurtured from a foot soldier by Su Fan, harboring an innate fear of this former superior. It is not a matter of sheer strength. Rather, it is about having witnessed him navigate through countless battles, observing his strategic brilliance as he commanded 3 armies, and witnessing his ability to kill unseen, winning hearts and minds. I have personally felt the terror he embodies. As the saying goes, even the mightiest mouse, once it becomes a celestial being, trembles at the sight of an old cat. There is no moon tonight. Su Fan uttered a remark of little consequence. On a moonless night of murder, with winds high for arson, Wang Sheng steadied himself and spoke. Lord Su, has His Majesty issued any decree? Without the imperial edict, you are not to leave the Chaotian pavilion. Should you flee without permission, what punishment would you face? Su Fan, however, did not deign to glance in his direction, his gaze fixed upon several generals ahead, Mu Guixin, Zhang Yuanying, Shi Jia, and Zhang Jun. He called out their names one after another. The 4 responded in unison, at your service. After all these years, how is it that you 4 still hold the position of deputy generals? By all rights, with your military accomplishments during my absence, you should have been promoted long ago. Reporting to you, my lord, we lack such fortune, Zhang Yuanying replied. Well, now you have it. From today onwards, you 4 shall be promoted to the positions of left and right deputy generals. Take your troops and go to Lu Taixing to protect the throne. Yes, the 4 exclaimed in unison. Wang Sheng bellowed. How dare you? The transfer of positions within the Imperial Guard is not for you alone to decide. The Royal Command banner is here. Who dares disobey? Wang Sheng raised high the banner representing the Emperor of the Great Zhou, his eyes wide with fury. Su Fan approached, effortlessly seized the banner from his grasp, and tossed it onto a nearby burning illumination platform, allowing the flames to consume it. The onlookers gazed at the white-clad chancellor with trepidation. Wang Sheng, incredulous, widened his eyes and pointed at Su Fan, rendered momentarily speechless. Who saw the Royal Command banner just now? Su Fan scanned the crowd, noting the silence before turning his gaze to his former subordinate. The current commander of the Imperial Guard, Tianji. Tianji, what say you? Tianji could not suppress a shiver, his heartbeat instinctively slowing. He felt as if he were a student caught daydreaming, suddenly called upon by the teacher. Aye. Did you see the Royal Command banner? Aye. Tianji's throat constricted under Su Fan's calm stare, akin to a serpent coiling around his neck. I did not see it. Wang Sheng turned, a sense of despair washing over him as he looked at Tianji. Tianji kept his head bowed, not daring to utter another word. From the moment Su Fan appeared, he knew this coup was doomed to failure. Tianji, how many years have you followed me? Tianji hesitated. 28 years and 5 months. I heard your daughter-in-law recently gave you a healthy grandson? Thank you for your concern, my lord. Tianji, drenched in cold sweat, felt his spine bending further, nearly collapsing to his knees. Su Fan pulled out a handful of roasted beans from his pocket, beckoning him closer. Tianji's eyelids twitched, and he awkwardly stepped forward. Beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down his skin, falling to the ground. With one final step, he stood barely half a meter away from Su Fan. A momentary misstep, and the formidable martial leader, commander of the Imperial Guards, was on the verge of tumbling to the ground. Yet, a hand swiftly intervened, preventing his fall. Tianji lifted his gaze, cautiously regarding Su Fan. It matters not if the path taken is incorrect. Having followed me, I shall lend you a hand, but do not err again. Su Fan's voice resonated softly in his ear. Tianji was taken aback, then nodded earnestly as Su Fan discreetly withdrew his hand, letting out a sigh. Go back and attend to your grandson. Bang. I have failed to live up to your nurturing grace. Tianji, tears streaming down his face, prostrated himself fervently, shattering the stone slab beneath him. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Wang Sheng before departing without a backward glance. Chapter 29. Protecting the Emperor in the Capital. At the illustrious Xuanhe Gate, armed with a royal edict, Yang Sun hastened towards the city gate, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. His mission was to seal off the 9 cities, preventing treacherous ministers and rebels from escaping amidst the chaos, or any potential disturbances from the nearby generals. Hurry, my lord. Suddenly, from the darkness, a group emerged, led by the capital's foremost swordsman, the Sword Saint, Gu Yifan. Behind him followed over 400 disciples of the Gu family, skilled in swordsmanship. Should any unrest arise at the Xuanhe Gate, Gu Yifan would quell it with force. Yang Sun wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, gazing at the walls overshadowed by darkness, akin to a beast lurking in wait. Exhaling heavily, he declared, "We have arrived." Clearing his throat, he called out, "The imperial edict has arrived." The commander of Xuanhe Gate received the edict. He repeated the call twice, yet there was no response. Yang Sun furrowed his brow, puzzled. My lord, perhaps we should charge in directly, suggested Gu Yifan, whose 400 disciples could withstand thousands of well-trained, well-equipped soldiers. Yang Sun raised his voice once more. The commander of Xuanhe Gate, receive the edict. Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had the words left his lips than a flurry of arrows shot forth from the darkness. Gu Yifan, prepared for such an eventuality, bellowed, protect Lord Yang. The azure light sliced through the darkness as Gu Yifan, with a gesture resembling a sword, deflected the incoming arrows. The disciples of the Gu family wielded their swords to block the onslaught. Kill! The darkness erupted with the clash of blades, and anguished cries echoed through the night. Soon, those who fled did so, while others surrendered. Yang Sun, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a surge of joy. Thankfully, Gu Yifan had been won over. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to manage the situation. Now, if they could seize the Xuanhe Gate and subsequently the other gates, the entire capital would be within their grasp. At that moment, a heavy sound reverberated from the darkness, akin to a beast revealing its claws. Gu Yifan frowned, looking ahead to see the Xuanhe Gate wide open. What is happening? Why is the city gate ajar? The ground seemed to tremble, and Gu Yifan keenly sensed that something was amiss. It was the warhorses. A fully organized cavalry was galloping towards them. Gu Yifan's expression abruptly changed, and he bellowed, quickly, close the city gates. Yet, upon uttering these words, he realized that it might already be too late to do so. Form ranks, he shouted, stepping aside to prepare for battle. The thunderous sound of hooves in the darkness approached, a mighty force akin to rolling thunder, sweeping in with unstoppable momentum. The black steeds and their armored riders, wielding long spears, burst into the sight of the crowd. The Tiger Ben army. The onlookers recognized this legendary cavalry. Bang, bang. At the very moment of contact, several members of the Gu family were violently hurled away. The black cavalry surged forth like a torrential flood. The Gu family disciples had no time to mount an effective defense. Just as a flying sword struck down one foe, it was swiftly trampled underfoot by the riders behind. Clatter, clatter. Faced with this fearsome cavalry, the swordsmanship of the Gu family disciples was rendered utterly ineffective. No amount of exquisite sword techniques or intent could prevail against the ominous long spears and the relentless waves of charging cavalry. The street was soon filled with wails, mingled with the sickening sound of bones shattering. Only a few of the Gu family's most skilled disciples managed to resist, their sword lights flickering. Swish. Several riders fell from their mounts, but this did nothing to alter the tide of battle. On such an open street, the cavalry's advantage over the infantry was nothing short of a massacre. Moreover, they faced the Tiger Ben army, known for their dominance over 6 nations. Witnessing his kin suffer grievous losses, Gu Yifan was consumed by rage. With a fierce swing of his sword, he unleashed several arcs of sword light, cleaving through 3 enemies before him. Yet, the cavalry surged forward once more. Gu Yifan took a step back and swung his sword again. Too many, he exclaimed. Not only he, but even the mightiest sword immortal would be trampled under this iron horde. Regret flooded him for making such a foolish decision. After a single charge, 1/3 of the Gu family disciples lay dead or wounded, while the remaining few had almost lost their will to fight. Most perished beneath the hooves of the warhorses. Only a small fraction fell to spear thrusts. Gu Jiansheng, long time no see. Suddenly, at the darkened city gates, dazzling torches flared to life, and rows of ironclad cavalry appeared before the crowd. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, devoid of any noise. Like a sharp steel blade, they plunged straight into the enemy's heart. Leading them was none other than Li Mu, the commander of the Tiger Ben army. A terrifying scar ran across his dark face from his left eye to his lip, creating a chilling visage. The Tiger Ben army? Yang Sun was so struck by the sight that he collapsed to the ground. By the command of the Prime Minister, we come to aid the kingdom and eliminate the treacherous. Li Mu slightly bowed towards the distant capital and then fixed his cold gaze upon Gu Yifan. Why was the sword saint Gu Yifan present in this place? Gu Yifan tightly gripped his 3-foot-long sword, his eyes ablaze with fury. Over the years, Li Muji had trampled upon 6 kingdoms, bloodied the rivers and lakes, and laid waste to numerous esteemed sections, heretical cults, demonic sects, and even venerable lineages that had endured for a millennium were rendered futile beneath the advance of his iron cavalry. Behind me stand 5,000 iron steeds, Gu Jiansheng. Do you wish to test the might of my formidable Hu Ben army? Li Muji's voice cut through the air like a sharp steel blade, devoid of any emotion. Gu Yifan cast a glance at the grim fate of his disciples. Despite the tempest of anger boiling within him, it dissipated into a resigned sigh. To confront 5,000 iron cavalry with but a single individual was no folly. Gu Yifan was no fool, an unending tide of cavalry, even if unable to kill you, could wear you down to the brink of death. Moreover, this was none other than the renowned Hu Bin army. Take away the deceased and the wounded disciples. Gu Yifan commanded solemnly. The remaining disciples breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to assist the injured on the ground. Just as they began to clear the chaos and were about to depart, Li Muji's voice echoed once more. If memory serves, Gu Jiansheng hails from Taiyuan. The feng shui of this capital city is ill-suited for you. Gu Yifan paused momentarily, then turned without a word and walked away. Li Muji glanced once more at the already petrified Yang Sun and cracked his whip. Into the city. Protect the emperor. Yes. Chapter 30. The coup in the Central Secretariat. Lord Song hurriedly arrived, clutching an imperial edict yet to be proclaimed. Lord Song. At that moment, a clerk from the Central Secretariat rushed over. Lord Song. What brings you here at such a late hour? Step aside. Lord Song had no desire for idle chatter. Yet, unexpectedly, the clerk blocked his path. Lord Song. Please allow your subordinate to finish speaking. Lord Song furrowed his brow. You dare obstruct me? Do you seek death? The clerk smiled apologetically. My lord. Even if you were to behead me today, I cannot allow you to enter. Impudent. Lord Song bellowed. I shall enter here today, and I challenge anyone to stop me. 2 armed guards stepped forward from behind him. The clerk, defeated, lowered his head. Suddenly, countless bright torches illuminated the surroundings, and a squad of armored soldiers emerged from all directions. Lord Song surveyed the area, his gaze rising abruptly. What a splendid full moon we have tonight. Oh, I just remembered my dog is expecting. I must take my leave. He attempted to excuse himself, but several soldiers blocked his path. Lord Song, it would be wise not to wander about at this hour. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? The leading officer smiled kindly. Lord Song pressed his lips together. You speak with reason. In the imperial study, Song Yu paced anxiously, glancing at the time. It is the hour of the pig. Why is there still no news? Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and Song Yu's eyes brightened. They have arrived. He eagerly pushed open the door to the imperial study. However, in the next moment, he froze in place. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Taisheng, offered a respectful salute, slightly bowing. Your Majesty, I humbly beg your forgiveness for my tardiness in coming to your aid. The rebellious traitors Wang Sheng and Yang Sun have been apprehended and await your command. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. Song Yu's complexion changed drastically, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He closed his eyes, taking deep breaths to steady himself. Lu Taisheng cast a casual glance at him. Your Majesty, there are still numerous traitors lurking within the palace. Minister, I implore you to relocate to the Chaotian Temple. Arriving at the Chaotian Temple, Song Yu, in a daze, stood before the grand hall dedicated to his father, Song Changjing. Su Fan was seated below, a jug of wine in hand, accompanied by a bowl of roasted soybeans. Taking a deep breath, Song Yu adjusted his attire and approached respectfully to offer a bow. Sir. Su Fan rose and gave him a slight nod. Your servant, Su Fan, pays his respects to your Majesty. Song Yu hastily returned the gesture, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Greetings, sir. Su Fan's demeanor grew increasingly peculiar, heightening Song Yu's anxiety. Pouring himself a cup of wine, Su Fan filled another for Song Yu. I watched you grow up, when you were born. Your father handed you to me, and you immediately urinated on my hand. Su Fan chuckled. Your brother adored reading, while you were quite the troublemaker. Whenever I would sleep, you would cling to my neck, pestering me for stories about the world. Taking you 2 brothers out, you were always the most restless. Pausing, Su Fan downed his drink and mused. Time flies, and everything has changed in the blink of an eye. Song Yu gazed at the cup of wine, lowering his head. I have failed your nurturing, and I am truly sorry, sir. Su Fan remained silent. Song Yu continued. I should not have doubted you. It was Wang Sheng and his ilk who constantly sowed discord in my ears. I shall restore your former position and humbly ask for your forgiveness, recalling the kindness you once showed me. After speaking, Song Yu cautiously glanced at Su Fan. After a long pause, Su Fan finally spoke. Your Majesty, you have wronged me not, nor have you erred. Throughout history, those whose accomplishments overshadow their sovereign have met tragic ends. Had our roles been reversed, I would have acted similarly. Over the years, I have indeed been somewhat overbearing. Song Yu's expression shifted, an astonished glimmer in his eyes. Su Fan sighed softly, reminiscing. Before your father's passing, I promised him that the great Zhou would be unified. I have labored for decades, and I do not wish for my efforts to be in vain. Once a person becomes fixated on a belief, they will pursue it relentlessly until it is fulfilled. You have devoted yourself to the great Zhou, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. After a century, I shall ensure your legacy is honored. Song Yu declared earnestly. Su Fan regarded him, peering into the young man's eyes. The hall fell into a profound silence. This throne should rightfully belong to your brother. Su Fan closed his eyes, ultimately arriving at this decision. Song Yu felt his heart cease momentarily, staring in horror at Su Fan, mouth agape. Su Fan had already risen. The decree of abdication would be announced tomorrow. You should prepare to depart for Nanyang. With that, he turned and left. No, no. Song Yu cried out in despair. How can this be? This is my throne, the position of the supreme ruler, above all others. How can it be relinquished to another? Sir, grant me another chance. I beseech you. Su Fan had already exited the grand hall, not even glancing back. Sir, I acknowledge my mistakes. In a state of panic, Song Yu attempted to pursue him, but was obstructed by Lu Taixing, the commander of the Imperial Guards, and 2 soldiers. Get away, clear the way for me. Sir. 3 days hence, the Emperor of the Great Zhou, Song Yu, issued a decree of abdication, willingly surrendering his throne to his brother, Song Mu. Meanwhile, Song Yu would take on the title of Emperor Emeritus as he journeyed to Nanyang. A fortnight later, on his way to Nanyang, Song Yu met an untimely death. Upon hearing of Song Yu's demise, Su Fan was not particularly astonished. It was likely the machination of his brother, Song Mu. How could the new emperor allow the old one to remain alive? After that day, Su Fan never returned to Chaotian Temple, perhaps feeling unworthy to meet Song Changjing again. He did not intervene when Song Mu took action against Song Yu. Perhaps this was precisely part of his own design. Song Yu, being of royal blood and having once reigned as emperor, had many loyal ministers in court. Should someone harbor ambitions, using him as a rallying cry for rebellion or other schemes, Su Fan dared not wager on it. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. The Great Zhou mobilized an army of 600,000 once more, reigniting war against the Great Tang, aspiring to annihilate the Tang and unify Zhongzhou. Chapter 31. Regrets have long departed from my life after a lapse of 6 years. The Great Zhou again raised an army of 600,000 to confront the Great Tang. This grand campaign unfolded around the gates of the Tang, namely Yunting, Taishan, and Luanpo. The white-clad prime minister, the butcher Su Fan, commanded the central army, personally leading the charge. The commander of the Great Tang was none other than the Tang's Princess Chong, the most beautiful woman in the realm, Lu Xian. Even before the war commenced, rumors regarding the relationship between Princess Lu Xian and Prime Minister Su Fan had spread throughout the world. As the saying goes, a hero deserves a worthy companion. One a strategist who could turn the tides of fate, the other a beauty who had defended the Tang for decades without defeat. By coincidence, both were in their prime. And even in the absence of scandal, tales would inevitably be woven around them. Notably, during Lu Xian's first diplomatic mission to the Great Zhou, she had spent over 2 months in Su Fan's company. This became the perfect narrative for storytellers. In a flurry, they recounted the tale of how Su Fan pursued Lu Xian for 800 miles under a starlit sky, where they pledged their affections. Yet, national grievances and personal vendettas forced them onto opposing sides. Their parting at Bema Mountain was tinged with the melancholy of changed circumstances. Only a phrase lingered. If life were only as it was at first sight, why lament the autumn wind and the painted fan? The public expressed their sorrow for this unfulfilled romance, with some emotional women weeping uncontrollably, wishing to become the protagonists of such stories. As they looked at their own husbands beside them, they felt an urge to slap them in frustration. A small fraction of individuals lament that such tales are destined to unfold solely in the lives of others. Stripped of possessions, they find themselves mere spectators in the theater of life. The only cherished memory that lingers in their minds may be the radiant smile of a girl once adored, a poignant feeling that remains unexpressed. Perhaps it is the enchanting sound of voices echoing in the classroom that captivates them in a moment of reverie. Or maybe it is a sweet dream encountered on an indistinct night. In the realms of Hyunting, Taishan, and Luanpo, the populace of the Tang dynasty is hastily evacuating. Over 1 million souls from both factions converge upon the battlefield, where vibrant lives are reduced to mere casualty statistics. General Zhang Tianxi of Su Fan's forces encircles Taishan. Lu Xian personally leads her troops southward to break the siege, employing diversionary tactics to mislead Zhang Tianxi, feigning a river crossing. This maneuver indeed prompts Zhang Tianxi to split his forces, allowing her cavalry to mount a surprise assault on his encampment. In this encounter, Zhang Tianxi, in a state of panic, flees but meets a tragic fate, captured and ultimately succumbing to despair in Taishan, unwilling to betray the gratitude he owed Su Fan. Despite this initial setback, Su Fan remains undeterred. The Great Zhou enjoys a significant advantage in terms of timing, geography, resources, and manpower, far surpassing that of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty proves to be a formidable opponent, requiring patience to be fully subdued. Thus, the standoff endures for several months. During this period, both sides dispatch small cavalry units to raid each other's supply lines, engaging in covert operations behind enemy lines. Adjacent to the Tang dynasty lies the kingdom of Deng, which serves as Su Fan's stronghold in his confrontation with the Tang. The people of Deng harbor a deep-seated animosity towards this white-clad chancellor, a sentiment rooted in the devastating losses suffered during the Battle of Pyongyang, where over 2 million inhabitants faced calamity and 400,000 perished. In the year that follows, Deng experiences a wave of insurrections. Su Fan finds himself in a precarious situation, with an unstable rear and weary soldiers yearning for their homeland after prolonged warfare. Reluctantly, he is compelled to retreat temporarily to the kingdom of Deng, aiming to stabilize the situation while leveraging its supply and financial advantages. Troops from various regions are rotated to the front lines for sustained engagement, intending to gradually exhaust the Tang dynasty. During this time, Su Fan publishes a renowned treatise titled The Protracted War, arguing that the Tang cannot withstand such attrition. Years of conflict have left the imperial treasury depleted, and the suffering of the common folk is palpable. Yet, the affluent merchants thrive, their wealth burgeoning as they entwine themselves in the very fabric of the Tang dynasty. Akin to parasites eroding its foundation, the funds and military supplies intended for frontline soldiers often dwindle to less than a third by the time they reach their hands. Coupled with rampant corruption and escalating societal tensions, the voices advocating for peace negotiations with the great Zhou grow ever louder within the court. Some even propose a matrimonial alliance between the crown princess and the Zhou. Naturally, the official who suggested this notion meets a grim fate, found with 8 knife wounds. Ultimately ruled a suicide by the coroner. Within the palace, Su Fan is engrossed in the practice of Xiantian Gong, an extraordinary technique bestowed upon him by Lu Xian. Cultivation requires the absence of malevolent thoughts and a steadfast heart. Only those unanchored by their minds can forge connections. Yet, in recent days, Su Fan found himself unable to advance further. The reason for his stagnation was all too clear to him. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from the distant shadows. Su Fan opened his eyes. His personal guard rushed in. "My lord, it is dire. Assassins are among us. My lord, allow me to escort you to safety." Su Fan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Let us remain here. They cannot breach this place." Approximately half an hour later, the commander of the Tiger Ben army, Li Mu, strode in and knelt on one knee, reporting to the prime minister. "The rebels have been dealt with. Lu Taiwei has been captured and awaits your command." "Bring him in," Su Fan ordered. Yes. Soon, Lu Taiwei was escorted into the room. "Bah, Su traitor, even as a ghost, I shall not forgive you." Su Fan retorted coldly. "Lu Taiwei, do not indulge in fantasies. Even in death, you would not be my equal." Lu Taiwei's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Su Fan, from the moment you emerged from the mountains until now, how many families have been torn apart because of you? How many innocent citizens have suffered due to your actions? In the Battle of Pyongyang, your flood drowned 3 armies, causing over 2 million civilians to face unwarranted calamities. You bathed the capital of Wei in blood, and in the conflict in Jiangnan, you led to the slaughter of 100,000 soldiers. The entire Central Plains have been thrown into chaos by your hand. Do you not possess the slightest shred of remorse?" "Remorse?" Su Fan replied with a faint smile. "The concept of regret has long since departed from my life. I do not regret retreating from the world, nor do I regret emerging into it. To trample the Central Plains and unify the remaining 5 nations is without regret. Since ancient times, compassion has never led armies, emotions have never established affairs, righteousness has never managed wealth, and goodness has never sought power. The Central Plains have been in turmoil for far too long, with power dynamics swinging like a pendulum. Today you strike me, and tomorrow I shall strike you. When has the fire of war ever ceased? If you claim that I am the one who has disrupted the Central Plains, I ask you, when has this land known peace in these years? Nations and regimes are as numerous as the blades of grass, and the toll of those who have perished from war, hunger, and cold far exceeds the casualties of my battles over the years. Where were you then? My aim is to unify the Central Plains, so that henceforth, only one nation shall exist. From that moment on, the common folk need not live in fear, and the people may dwell in peace and prosperity. How could a corrupted scholar like you ever comprehend my intentions? Chapter 32. Though myriad matters are not my own, I ride with the white horse, howling against the western wind, as spring blossoms like brocade and summer approaches with leafy canopies. Lu Xian realized that further delay would lead to the downfall of the Tang dynasty. With no other choice, he resolved to adopt an offensive stance, leading 300,000 iron cavalry southward to engage Su Fan in a decisive battle in the Jiangsu region. The Battle of Jiangsu would be a monumental clash worthy of being chronicled in future histories, a confrontation that would significantly influence the trajectory of the world to come. The Tang dynasty, located in the north, was renowned for its war horses. The iron floating pagoda cavalry was famed across the realm. equipped with heavy metal armor crafted through the ingenious techniques of the MO school. This armor was exorbitantly expensive and could only be borne by a select few steeds, preventing the establishment of a large-scale army. Thus, the true iron floating pagoda consisted of merely a few thousand men, organized in groups of riders, charging in unison, rendering them virtually unstoppable on the battlefield. In large-scale battles, the losses of the iron floating fortress seldom exceed double digits. Coupled with the swift and agile light cavalry, which moves like the wind, they adeptly employ tactics such as attacking, ambushing, disrupting, besieging, and covering retreats, effectively segmenting and flanking the infantry while coordinating with the iron floating fortress. The other nations, in their attempts to counter the iron floating fortress, can only rely on heavy infantry and archers. This is due to their inability to assemble a cavalry force that could rival the iron floating fortress. Nevertheless, the Tang dynasty, despite suffering defeats on the battlefield, often incurs minimal losses. Other countries struggle to inflict significant damage on the vital forces of the iron floating fortress, primarily due to the remarkable mobility of its cavalry. In the era of cold weapons, it is almost unparalleled. Once, the state of Deng attempted to form an army composed entirely of cultivators to combat the iron floating fortress. However, the cost of such a cultivator army far exceeded that of the iron floating fortress. In fact, the financial resources required to support a cultivator army could easily fund the construction of 2 iron floating fortresses. Moreover, while cultivators might perform adequately in individual combat, they are ill-suited for large-scale battlefield skirmishes. Most crucially, their powerful skills, while posing a significant threat to the enemy, often inflict greater harm upon their own ranks. Ultimately, this plan came to naught. During the era of cold weapons, the combination of the iron floating fortress and light cavalry proved to be an exceptionally versatile pairing. The Jiangsu region, in particular, emerged as an ideal battleground for the iron floating fortress. The army of the Great Zhou, conversely, excelled in siege warfare, primarily relying on infantry. As the great battle commenced, it unfolded exactly as anticipated. Liu Xian led an immense force of 300,000 troops, thousands of iron floating fortresses, and tens of thousands of light cavalry, traversing the land as if it were devoid of opposition. Victorious in every engagement, they encountered no formidable resistance. The army left behind by Su Fan was utterly no match for the heavy cavalry, ultimately compelled to retreat. Liu Xian's forces pressed forward with relentless fervor into the region of Huainan. Just as everyone believed that Liu Xian was poised to conquer the Great Zhou, a devastating report emerged. The Huainan campaign ended in a catastrophic defeat for the Tang. A staggering 90% of the 300,000 troops were lost. This outcome was utterly unforeseen, especially after a string of victorious reports had recently flooded in. How could such a calamitous collapse occur? Not only were the adversaries baffled, but even the Tang soldiers struggled to comprehend the inexplicable nature of their defeat. On the battlefield, a sudden appearance of elite infantry wielding long-handled maza knives targeted the unarmored legs of the cavalry horses. An injured horse would inevitably fall, making this a desperate tactic. It is exceedingly difficult for infantry to strike the horse's legs, and failure to do so would render them the primary targets for the cavalry's arrows and blades, with a high probability of being trampled by the stampede. Even if they managed to strike the horse's legs, the inertia from the charge would cause the horse to crush the infantry beneath it. Yet, those tasked with targeting the horse's legs seemed utterly unafraid of death. Their objectives were clear, their coordination flawless, and their discipline impeccable. Subsequently, during the field battle, the Tang army dispersed, forming formations like constellations. They advanced at the sound of drums and retreated at the sound of gold, sometimes engaging in small unit tactics, and at other times deploying larger formations. As the cavalry of the Great Tang surged forward, they found themselves ensnared within the encirclement of the Great Zhou. Swiftly, the Zhou forces utilized their machetes to sever the legs of their horses and dispatched the fallen heavily armored knights. Subsequently, the Tang army was thrust into a brutal melee. The Great Zhou, with their overwhelming numbers, possessed far superior infantry capabilities compared to the Tang. The battle raged from daylight into the depths of night, and then from night back into daylight. With devastating losses, the Tang forces contemplated a retreat. However, having ventured deep into enemy territory, they were akin to half-submerged in a quagmire, making any hope of withdrawal all but impossible. Li Mu led the Tiger Ben army directly towards Yunting, Taishan, and Luanpo, effortlessly capturing these 3 locations and severing the Tang cavalry's escape routes. Thereafter, Su Fan executed a pincer movement against the Tang forces, ultimately leaving only a scant 100 survivors, led by Liu Xian, to escape. Following this battle, the Tang could no longer muster their famed iron cavalry. The exorbitant cost of equipping such heavy infantry, coupled with the high standards required of the soldiers, rendered them nearly irreplaceable. Both men and horses were treasured assets, not something that could be cultivated overnight. In the aftermath of this conflict, the Tang ceased to organize significant military campaigns, fundamentally losing their capability to oppose the Great Zhou. 3 years later, the Zhou gradually consumed the Tang's territories, leaving only the capital standing. Su Fan mobilized 400,000 troops to besiege the city, culminating in the surrender of the 16th sovereign of the Tang along with his officials and citizens. The Tang, no longer returning to the mountains. A crimson figure stood atop the hill, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, until a voice broke the silence behind her. What do you see? Lu Xian withdrew her gaze, stating coolly, I behold the imminent unification of Zhongzhou. It has never been unified in millennia. You are truly unprecedented, and likely there shall be no successors. Is that a veiled mockery directed at me? Su Fan seated himself beside her. Lu Xian glanced at him, suddenly placing her hand against his chest. I genuinely wish to push you off. Even if you did, I wouldn't perish, Su Fan chuckled. Then I shall disable your cultivation first, and then push you. Lu Xian remarked with a serious demeanor. The heart of a woman can be most venomous. Su Fan shook his head. No venom is more potent than yours. A hint of emotion tinged Lu Xian's tone. Su Fan split the orange he held in half, offering one half to her. Where do you intend to go next? Lu Xian slightly parted her lips, accepting the orange. Me? I plan to return to the Cave of Abundance. With the Tang's fortune destroyed, my cultivation has also waned. I had deliberately delayed my ascension to safeguard the Tang. Now, returning to the Great Ascension stage, I anticipate it will take several millennia, or perhaps even longer. And you? Where else could I go? I shall naturally return to my small town. Return to the town? Lu Xian looked at him in astonishment. You accomplished a feat unparalleled in history. And your conclusion is to return to a small town? After a moment, she seemed to ponder something, smiling. Yet, this does align with your character. Su Fan smiled in return. In the tranquil silence, delicate snowflakes spiraled down from the night sky. It is snowing again. Lu Xian raised her head, recalling that their first meeting had also occurred on such a snowy day. In a fleeting moment, neither of the two uttered a word. It was not that they had nothing to say, but rather that an abundance of words surged within them, rendered insignificant by the exquisite beauty of the snowflakes cascading around them. After what felt like an eternity, she turned around, casting him a gentle smile, and said, I'm leaving. Su Fan opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He pondered that perhaps this would be their final encounter. The mountains are high and the roads are long. Today's farewell may very well mean they shall never meet again in this lifetime. Despite the myriad of things that do not belong to him, he remained unvoiced, unable to find a single flower at the mountain pass to convey blessings. Tomorrow, once again, would separate them by vast distances. For in this world, swept by the winds, the ebb and flow of meeting and parting is beyond our control. He gazed at Lu Xian's figure gradually fading into the horizon, silently wishing, in this bustling world, may you find peace and joy. Lu Xian, who had been soaring across the skies, seemed to have heard something. She momentarily paused, then quickened her pace. Chapter 33. I follow the gentle breeze and floating clouds after the fall of the Great Tang. The Great Zhou spent over a year subduing the surrounding small nations. The newspapers of these nations reported on Su Fan's army as follows. Day 1. The monster of the Great Zhou is landing. Day 2. The man-eating devil advances towards Yangdu. Day 3. Yangdu has fallen into the hands of the vile enemy. Day 4. Most areas have succumbed. Day 5. The murderous demon Su Fan approaches the capital. Day 6. The greatest chancellor in history, the founder of the Great Zhou, the sage of the world, Lord Su Fan, shall arrive today at his loyal capital of Yang. This year, snow graced the imperial city. Fireworks and firecrackers crackled merrily in the air. May the coming year be filled with good fortune and blooming plum blossoms. Su Fan sat on the steps outside, gazing up for a long while. Then he stood, closed the door, and walked slowly through the snow of the 28th day of the 12th month. Clad once more in the white robe symbolizing his position as the leader of the Qingyun sect, he remained that same youthful figure. In this world, aside from life and death, what matters are mere trifles. He had indulged in too many trifles. It was time to return. I follow the gentle breeze and floating clouds. I shall return when the mist disperses. This chancellor of the Great Zhou, who had altered the fate of the entire realm and even the central plains, departed quietly and without fanfare. Selling rice balls. The rice balls from the little brother are round and round. A bowl of rice balls, full and plentiful. For 3 coins, you can buy a bowl. Rice balls, selling rice balls. Little fox Suya placed the prepared dumplings into the pot, humming a cheerful tune. Inside the room, the fire in the stove danced restlessly, while the old turtle, Wang Kai, lay nearby, stretching its head and dozing off. Outside, The world was cold and frozen, yet inside was a warm haven. The aroma of the dumplings soon penetrated the very walls. Suya tasted one, declaring it ready. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. "Is it you, barrier?" Suya said without lifting her head. However, there was no response. Puzzled, she leaned out to look, and barrier, bang! The iron ladle in his hand clattered to the ground. Su Fan smiled warmly. "I'm back." Half a second later, "Sir. This winter has been mild, with only a few snowfalls before the temperature began to rise again." Su Fan reclined in the grand chair as the winter snow gradually melted, and the birds awaited the return of spring. Flowers bloomed and withered, clouds drifted and rolled. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. This year, Su Fan resolved to enter seclusion. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, stagnating at the void refinement stage. Hence he decided that perhaps solitude would inspire him anew. Su Fan was not alone in facing a cultivation impasse. The little fox, Suya, had recently failed in her quest to form a golden core, a secret she had kept from Su Fan. Considering her lifespan in the Foundation establishment stage was merely over 200 years, Suya feared she might not live to see her teacher emerge from his retreat. She felt as though her vitality had been entirely drained. Once brimming with energy, she had spent her days climbing mountains to gather firewood, fetching water, cooking, and teaching the village children. Now, she longed to sleep for 11 of the 12 hours in a day. She recognized this as a sign of her nearing end. Just as the one-eyed wolf had exhibited before his demise 2 months prior, spending his days in slumber until one day he simply did not awaken. Suya penned a heartfelt letter to her teacher, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wrote. She first visited the coffin shop at the village's edge to order a coffin for herself, along with a set of burial garments. After 2 days of selection, finding nothing suitable, she had Lu the tailor customize one, insisting it be as beautiful as possible. She then entrusted her duties at the school to others and bid farewell to her friends one by one, transforming into her little fox form. She affectionately patted the buffalo's head, shook hands with Da Huang, and said her goodbyes to Da Tu. She roused the spring-slumbering python, Zhang San, and shared a drink with him. At last, clad in her beautiful burial garments, she had her portrait painted. That night, she lay down in her coffin and drifted into a deep slumber. A sudden tapping roused Suya from her sleep. Blinking in confusion, she beheld an adorable little creature before her. It was the precious Lingji, Xiao Wu. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Wu bowed slightly and greeted her, "Miss Su. It has been a long time. I come bearing greetings." "Oh, Miss Su, be gentle." Suya swiftly embraced Xiao Wu. Miss Su." After a moment, Xiao Wu rubbed his face and exclaimed, "Miss Su, it has been such a long time." "Xiao Wu, I thought your family generally refrains from appearing in the human realm. What brings you here?" Suya inquired with curiosity. "I came to visit the teacher and you, Miss Su, and to bring you a piece of Lingji flesh." Why would you give me this?" Suya was taken aback. Xiao Wu carefully lifted a teacup, took a sip of hot tea, and stuck out his little tongue. "Ouch. It's hot. I worried you might be nearing the end of your lifespan, so I sneaked out." Xiao Wu's words brought tears to Suya's eyes. "You were so kind to me." Xiao Wu rubbed his face and replied, "Actually, it was a promise made by the teacher before he left." Suya wiped her tears and asked, "The teacher? How could he possibly know I would fail to form a golden core so soon?" "Because you are rather foolish," Xiao Wu said earnestly. Suya's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Wu continued, "It is a well-known fact that Miss Su is rather dim-witted. Surely, a man as astute as you must have realized that by now. Am I truly foolish?" Suya retorted, "Not only are you foolish, but you are also cunning, greedy, and utterly unreasonable, with a penchant for violence. At times, I cannot help but wonder if the left hemisphere of your brain is made of flour and the right of water. Shake it a little, and it would turn to paste." Xiao Wu, counting on his fingers, enumerated Suya's shortcomings, entirely oblivious to the murderous glare she cast upon him. Suddenly, with a swift movement reminiscent of a little fox, Suya pounced. Soon, the room echoed with Xiao Wu's cries. "Oh dear, Miss Su, please do not bite my head. It truly hurts." Xiao Wu had initially intended to deliver the Ganoderma meat to Suya and return, but he had overslept and lost an entire day. The next opening of the family gate, marked by the alignment of the 7 stars, would not occur for another 300 years. Overwhelmed, Xiao Wu sank to the ground, weeping bitterly. Suya comforted him. "Do not fret. When you return next time, you may just find yourself in time for your fiancé's wedding to another." Xiao Wu shot her a glance, his sobs intensifying. "Be good, Xiao Wu. Have a piece of watermelon and stop crying." Xiao Wu took a few bites of the watermelon, pouting, when suddenly he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. "Miss Su, what knife did you use to cut this watermelon?" "Of course, the same kitchen knife that was used to cut your flesh yesterday." Chapter 34. Even the villains have their troubles. The small town remained as tranquil and harmonious as ever. One day, A burly young man meandered into the town. His name was Atai, a disciple of the mountain-moving ape sect. 50 years ago, he had been injured during a sect competition and had remained in seclusion ever since. As Atai stepped into the town, the sight of people brought upon him a surreal sensation, as if he had emerged from a different era. His gaze soon fell upon a passing woman, and his throat constricted. After 50 years of abstaining from the company of women, even the sight of a sow seemed captivating. A strange impulse surged within him. Oh, Suya, did you not claim you were on the brink of death? When shall the feast commence? Have you prepared enough for several at the table? Suya, with a basket in hand, patted her chest, suddenly losing her desire for demise. What? I was looking forward to the feast. She snatched a cucumber and took a hefty bite. As for eating at your feast, forget it. However, if you could offer me a discount, once you are gone, I might just dance on your grave. Why would I want you to dance on my grave? It would be quite the honor, even in the underworld. I could boast to the other spirits. Go away. As Suya turned with her vegetables, she collided with a wall. She genuinely believed she had bumped into a solid surface, nearly breaking her nose. When she looked up, she found herself staring at a towering figure, rugged and imposing. Rubbing her delicate nose, she cast a reproachful look at the man. Atai gazed down at Suya, momentarily stunned. In his eyes, the sow had suddenly lost her allure. Noticing the ill intent in his gaze and the unique aura he exuded, Suya furrowed her brows. Atai opened his mouth, intending to inquire about her name. As a result, after 50 years of seclusion, Atai had tragically lost his ability to articulate. Suya, in a moment of realization, understood that he was but a fool. Frustrated and anxious, Atai struggled to express himself but could only emit incoherent sounds. In a fit of impatience, he reached out to grasp Suya. Startled, her expression shifted as she swiftly evaded his grasp, watching him warily. With a heavy stomp, Atai shook the ground beneath him, causing the earth to tremble violently. Suya, hands on her hips, retorted indignantly, "How dare you act without a word?" Atai roared, a gust of energy swirling around him like a dam bursting, overwhelming the surrounding mortals until they fell unconscious. Suya managed to endure for a fleeting moment before being propelled backward as if a kite severed from its string. Revealing his true form, Atai's stature surged. Towering like a giant, he cradled Suya in his palm and leaped skyward. With a thunderous crash, Atai's massive frame soared above the town, reaching a pinnacle before crashing down on a distant hillside. The impact echoed, nearly flattening the mountainside beneath him, and he continued leaping from one peak to another, the town rapidly receding from view, instilling fear in Suya. Suddenly, with a jolt, Atai lost his balance and began to plummet. Fortunately, he steadied himself just before landing, dragging his feet along the ground and creating a deep trench. Turning to look, he spotted a figure swiftly approaching. "Sir!" Suya exclaimed with excitement. Atai, in a fit of rage, seized a massive boulder and hurled it like a sandbag. Little Five clung tightly to Su Fan's head, eyes wide with fear. "Mr. Su." Su Fan did not flinch as the boulder shattered in midair. A gust of wind sweeping past, Atai felt a sudden weight on his back, realizing that the man had landed on him with a single foot. Su Fan narrowed his eyes, channeling his strength. With a tremendous sound, Atai collapsed to his knees, the ground beneath him cracking open. Blood spilled from his mouth as he let out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a cry that resonated like thunder, a fierce energy erupting forth. His white robe billowed in the wind while the young man stood resolute. From the void, another voice emerged, echoing as if from the depths of an ancient abyss. Akin to a dragon's roar, reverberating in all directions. Atai's eyes widened in disbelief as a phantom black dragon materialized above Su Fan, its golden eyes glaring down. In an instant, Atai found himself defeated, his spine cracking as he sank into the earth. Little Five jumped down, raining blows upon Atai. Hey, huh? Suya, terrified, transformed into a small fox and leapt into Su Fan's embrace. "Oh dear, you scared little ya?" Su Fan gently stroked her trembling fur, reassuring her. "It's all right, I am here. Do not be afraid, Miss Su. Even in the absence of the master, I shall protect you," young Xiao Wu declared, his small foot relentlessly kicking at Atai. However, soon he glanced at his reddened foot and quietly retreated to the side. Su Fan cast a glance at Atai, contemplating that had it been several decades ago, he would have surely brought a group to obliterate you mountain apes. Atai lay sprawled on the ground, entirely devoid of breath, whimpering without the ability to utter a word. Logically, having his spine shattered and insides destroyed, he should have perished by now. Yet, due to the formidable physique of the mountain ape, he clung to life, his eyes slowly turning in terror to gaze at Su Fan. Meanwhile, the fisherman, who usually frequented the outskirts of the town, had suddenly vanished. A letter was hastily dispatched to the capital of Dezhou. Half a month later, "Grandfather, you must avenge me," cried Atai, who had narrowly escaped death, weeping in the embrace of the giant ape as if he were a child weighing over 30,000 pounds. Damn it! How dare he strike my grandson? He must be recklessly wandering the streets with a basket of excrement, seeking his doom. Today, I shall show him a thing or two. Tell me, who is he? Atai, with snot and tears streaming down his face, replied, I do not know his name, but I know what he looks like. He is tall and slender, dressed in a white robe, and resides in that small town to the east. The giant ape furrowed his deeply etched brows. White robe, small town, hiss. These two phrases instantly conjured the image of that infamous man. It was not that his imagination was particularly vivid. Rather, that man was simply too renowned. Could it truly be a coincidence? Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he decided to investigate further. He was far from a mindless villain. One must never provoke those who should not be provoked, and it was imperative to discern the identity of the opponent beforehand. The once powerful Nalan family had incurred the wrath of a certain wasteful scion surnamed Shao due to a broken engagement. And now that same scion had risen to become a formidable figure. In these times, even the wicked faced challenges. The giant ape casually picked up an illustrated book, within which was a portrait of Su Fan. Grandson, is this the person? Atai leaned in to examine the image and subsequently confirmed, indeed, it is him. Oh, grandfather. Boom. It was as if 5 thunderclaps had struck overhead. The giant ape fell from the stone bench, his expression drastically altered. Grandfather, what is wrong? Atai hurried to support the giant ape. The giant ape gasped for air, his chest heaving, trembling as he struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. After a considerable moment, he finally steadied his tongue. You haven't harmed him, have you? Atai stammered, and no. The giant ape swallowed hard. Speak the truth. How did you offend him? Seeing his grandfather's demeanor, Atai dared not lie and recounted the events faithfully. The giant ape closed his eyes in utter despair. You truly are a grandson. Grandfather, who exactly is he? Atai inquired, puzzled, having never witnessed such a countenance from his grandfather throughout his life. Who is he? Su Fan, the former prime minister of Dezhou. Is he merely the chancellor of a small nation? A retired one at that. Why should we fear him? Atai was even more perplexed. The Great Zhou? He seemed to have never heard of it. The Central Plains are teeming with states, and what of a mere chancellor? The giant ape was nearly exasperated. I do not fear him. Who could I possibly fear? With the might to trample 6 nations and unify the Central Plains. Is he someone we can provoke? You truly have a knack for finding trouble, causing such a commotion right after emerging from the mountain. Grandfather, the giant ape said helplessly. Do not call me grandfather. From this moment on, you are my grandfather, my true grandfather. At that moment, a servant rushed in. Lord, it is dire. Someone has breached the mountain gate. Li Muji, commander of the Tiger Ben army, sat outside the mountain ape's gate, a tiger-headed spear planted beside him, with several mountain ape corpses strewn on the ground. The old giant ape stepped out, and upon seeing Li Muji, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. You dare slay my kin. Atai, brimming with indignation, attempted to charge forward, only to be firmly restrained by the old giant ape, who shot him a fierce glare, unaware of General Li's arrival. I beg your forgiveness for my lack of courtesy, the old giant ape said respectfully. You recognize me? Li Muji raised his gaze slightly. The renowned commander of the Tiger Ben army is known by all. Li Muji nodded. Then I shall speak plainly. I am here to seek trouble. Who was the one causing a ruckus in the small town half a month ago? It was my wayward grandson, who has just emerged from seclusion and inadvertently offended the chancellor. I have already reprimanded him and will ensure he comes to apologize to the chancellor in due course. Seeing his grandfather in such a state, Atai clenched his fists, his expression brimming with discontent. Is it merely a matter of seizing a woman? He has done so before, even claiming the princess of a small nation. What of it? Did it not all end in nothing? Li Muji narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next instant, a tremendous pressure descended upon Atai like a torrential downpour. Boom! The giant ape's expression shifted dramatically. You are quite dissatisfied? Li Muji inquired, fixing his gaze on Atai. Atai felt as though his teeth might shatter, struggling to respond. No, but before he could utter another word, he was violently hurled backward, his body forcibly embedded in the wall. Blood poured from his 7 orifices, and soon, his breath ceased. Li Muji remarked indifferently. Send him off to the afterlife, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. With that, he turned and departed. The Tiger Ben army awaited him below, prepared to march towards the human race's Great Wall as commanded. Lord, after a long silence, someone cautiously spoke. The old giant ape's expression darkened as he slowly instructed, collect the bodies and declare to the outside world that he perished due to an unfortunate accident during his cultivation. Understood. Congratulations, host lifespan has reached 100,000 years. Congratulations, host has acquired a top-tier celestial grade skill. Indomitable sleeping automatic cultivation technique. The long-awaited system voice resonated. Su Fan furrowed his brow. The names sounded rather peculiar. First, there was an invincible turtle retreat formation, and now a technique for invincible sleeping automatic cultivation. The names, while rather simplistic and down-to-earth, were quite comprehensible. Su Fan gleaned a general understanding. As long as one sleeps, their cultivation would naturally progress. Moreover, there are additional rewards for achieving certain milestones, such as sleeping for 10 days, 20 days, and even 100 days. However, this sleep is not merely ordinary slumber. For instance, on the first day, one must sleep in a lateral position. Upon awakening, Su Fan indeed discovered a significant enhancement in his cultivation. His thoughts were clear, and he felt extraordinarily refreshed, as if he had reaped the benefits of over half a month's worth of training. With a gentle exhalation of stale air, he savored the transformation of his inner strength, reflecting on the gratifying sensation of achieving results without exertion. Although a fleeting pang of guilt brushed his conscience, it was quickly overshadowed by sheer exhilaration. How delightful it was! This marked his first experience of the privileges befitting a protagonist. However, Su Fan soon grasped an immutable truth. Financial gain is arduous, and unpleasant tasks are inevitable. This principle remains constant across any realm. The preceding days had been relatively normal. For instance, the system required him to sleep on his stomach, upright, or against a wall. Yet, the demands grew increasingly bizarre as time progressed. Today's requirement was to position his head against the ground while supporting his body, with his legs twisted in a spiral above, one hand reaching for his groin and the other for his backside. Was this truly a human sleeping posture? After 3 days of attempts, he still could not succumb to slumber in such an odd position. It was not until the 8th day that he finally succeeded. The rewards were indeed bountiful, granting him not only an abundance of pure cultivation energy, but also an extraordinarily special skill, the sword technique, Heaven's Gate. Understanding level, 01000. Fate cannot be defied. With this sword alone, I shall cleave the gates of heaven. Destiny is mine. All things shall acquiesce. In the ensuing days, Su Fan alternated between sleep and the comprehension of the sword technique in his dreams. With the advent of this invincible sleeping cultivation method, he felt increasingly justified in his idleness. He often brought along his pet turtle, Wong Kai, for his naps, uncertain of how much time had passed. One day he calculated using his fingers. It must have been over 3 years. One day, at mealtime, Xiao Wu gazed forlornly at his bowl of rice. Typically capable of showcasing 6 bowls, but today managing only 3. Su Fan inquired, Xiao Wu, why have you eaten so little today? Xiao Wu rubbed his face. Speaking with a tone of grievance, Miss Su remarked that prices have skyrocketed lately, and both vegetables and meat are exorbitantly expensive. She called me lazy and a little glutton, even threatening to sell me for pork tomorrow, which is why I dared not eat more. As Xiao Wu dejectedly recounted his woes, Suya returned, transforming into a little fox and pouncing toward him. Hey, have you learned to complain now? I might just sell you for pork. Startled, Xiao Wu flailed helplessly. I did not. I was merely stating the facts. Please don't bully me. Seeing this, Su Fan chuckled, recognizing that Suya was merely teasing Xiao Wu, and said, Suya, please do not tease him any further. Suyua's forepaws rested upon Xiao Wu, as she lifted her head and remarked, My dear sir, the cost of basic necessities has indeed surged. A bundle of scallions now fetches 20 coins. Oh, Su Fan raised an eyebrow. What could have caused such a dramatic increase? Xiao replied, I have heard it is due to the outbreak of conflict. Conflict? Yes, Suya nodded, though Xiao was uncertain of the specifics. If prices continue to rise at this rate, we shall soon find ourselves destitute. Thus, I propose selling Xiao Wu to procure some pork. He consumes far too much, Suya suggested. Xiao Wu retorted, I can manage with less, and I am capable of labor. I cannot be bartered for pork. Ouch! Suya playfully swatted his head. What use are you? You clumsy creature? I shall no longer pay heed to Miss Suya. Xiao Wu huffed in annoyance. The conflict Suya mentioned referred to the renewed assault on the human stronghold by the demon clans. Every few decades, or even centuries, the demons would grow restless, testing the fortifications of the Great Wall, attempting to breach its defenses and invade the Central Plains. This had seemingly become a recurrent theme, and the common folk paid little mind to it. Time flowed like a river, and leaves fell in abundance. Outside the window, the sunlight flickered, and the shadows of flowers danced across the table. Before long, 5 years had passed. On this day, news reached the small town. General Limuji of the Tiger Ben army had perished in battle at the human stronghold, and the entire Tiger Ben army had been decimated. The town, isolated and mundane, was only privy to trivial matters. This information was relayed by a wounded cultivator returning from the front lines, who spoke of several formidable demons lying in ambush, along with 30,000 elite warriors. The Tiger Bin army fought valiantly, refusing to retreat until they were utterly annihilated. The body of their leader, Li Muji, a man heralded as the greatest warrior of the Great Zhou, was hung outside the Great Wall as a means of humiliation for the human race. Numerous cultivators attempted to reclaim Li Muji's body, but their efforts were in vain, resulting in either fruitless endeavors or losses without return. Upon hearing the news of the Tiger Bin army's demise and Li Muji's death, Su Fan sat in quiet contemplation beneath the old locust tree for an entire day. As time had passed, many memories had begun to fade. Yet, he still recalled the day of the Tiger Bin army's selection and the day he met Li Muji. Back then, he was merely 12 or 13. Having endured years of hunger, reduced to little more than skin and bones, clad in heavy armor, wielding a weapon far too large for his stature, he stood precariously, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Su Fan had studied him for a moment longer, captivated by the ferocity in his eyes, sharp as a wolf's, as though they could pierce through flesh. What of your family? My father went to war and has been missing for 10 years. He is likely dead. My mother starved. And my sister has gone to a brothel. Why enlist in the army? For sustenance. And what else? The youth hesitated, yearning for a peaceful world. What is your dream? To have a home in a peaceful land, where I can eat my fill. After a day of reflection, Su Fan resolved to journey to the human stronghold and retrieve Li Muji's body. The human stronghold loomed, a majestic wall stretching as if to the edge of the world, lying there like a great beast. This was the Great Wall of humanity, a testament to thousands of years of history. As for the origin of the sword Qi Great Wall, most have long forgotten, and numerous versions abound. The most credible account suggests that the three great sages united to construct it in order to thwart the invasion of the demon race. At this moment, a vast army of demons is encamped outside the wall, their numbers as plentiful as fish crossing a river. This marks the most ferocious assault launched by the demons to date. Scores of formidable demons and a million lesser fiends are embroiled in this conflict. The brutality of the battle far exceeds the expectations of both sides, with one side fighting desperately while the other defends with unwavering resolve. However, once the war is ignited, it cannot be easily quelled. Countless beings are reduced to ashes, their souls drifting amidst the heavens and earth, painting the landscape in a blood-red hue. The lamentations echo everywhere. As a Confucian sword cultivator, wielding his life sword, bravely slays 8 great demons, ultimately falling himself as his sword shatters. A Taoist practitioner perishes alongside the demons using a thunderous technique. Buddhist disciples invoke torrents of rain, while martial artists punch their way through countless foes. With the demise of the Tiger Bin army, a grand and fervent defense of the Great Wall slowly unfolds. Thousands upon thousands of demon soldiers surge towards the Great Wall like an unrelenting tide, initiating an all-out assault. From atop the wall, gazing at the vast army of demons, one can only think of the phrase to die without fear. The venerable sword immortal, Gu Xiu, raises his arm and calls out, "This path leads to the Yellow Springs. A one-way journey. Come, my friends, let us march towards death." Alas, the hero's life is brief, yet fortunate is the succession of valiant souls. The bright moonlight seems to cleave the world in twain. With winter approaching, a new year dawns. A dying soldier, in the final moments of his life, gazes absently into the distance. Across the mountains, myriad lights twinkle in the darkness. Performers express their heartfelt emotions, scholars pen their sentiments, and merchants drunkenly sing. Since ancient times, this has been the way of the world. Some bravely perish on the battlefield while others drink cup after cup, unaware of sorrow's taste. Some wander the rivers and lakes, while others toil and study. Some shine brilliantly, while others are rusted and faded. The page turned casually may encapsulate the essence of countless lives that have pressed onward. Someone steps forth, treading upon moonlight, holding a branch of peach blossoms plucked from a nearby town. As far as the eye can see, there lies a field of corpses. No one notices how he ascended the human Great Wall, nor does anyone care when he arrived. Drawing a deep breath, he is engulfed by the stench of blood. He raises the peach blossom branch high. "Sword, open the celestial gate." With these words, the peach blossom branch descends heavily. Chapter 37. The Human Great Wall Clang. A resounding sword cry reverberates through the heavens and earth. In midair, countless raindrops, which were about to fall, suddenly change direction and surge upwards towards the firmament. As the peach blossom branch descends, a rift forms in the dark clouds above, as if to cleave the sky in two. In an instant, a sharp sword intent ripples across the battlefield, causing innumerable 3-foot-long swords to hum and vibrate. A dazzling beam of pure white sword light appears in the sky, rendering everything around it dim in comparison. The sword light hangs downwards, resembling the resplendent Milky Way, flowing endlessly. Then, The galaxy formed by the sword light crashes down, rapidly descending towards the battlefield. Sword technique. The sword opens the heavenly gate comprehension level, 300-1000. The sharp aura caused ripples to form in the surrounding space. Before it even settled, several demon soldiers could no longer withstand the pressure. Boom. The shockwave exploded, reverberating through the void like a muffled thunderclap. The ferocity capable of obliterating everything swept across the landscape, causing the ground to crack and change color. Such a scene was hard to ignore. In the wake of the sword energy lay severed limbs, and two formidable demons were indiscriminately engulfed by the torrent of sword chi. But who was that youth? It was the Prime Minister. Soon, someone recognized Su Fan. It was the Prime Minister. Since Su Fan, Dezhou had known only one Prime Minister. Although the newly appointed Prime Minister held the title, he was officially a Vice Prime Minister. Su Fan stood atop the wall, quickly spotting a corpse hanging high in the distance. It was indeed Li Muji. With a light tap of his toes, the peach blossom branch snapped after a single stroke of his sword. The exquisite sword was drawn, its chi fracturing into a cascade of radiant light, scattering in all directions. A great demon attempted to intervene. Clang! With a resounding crash, the sword energy soared past him, striking several feet away. With a thud, a massive sword wound appeared on the demon's body, crashing heavily to the ground, its fate uncertain. The fierce sword energy radiated outward, carrying an unparalleled momentum and power. As it sliced through the obstructing demon soldiers like bamboo, Su Fan exhaled a breath of sword chi, the white energy twisting and turning. He severed the shackles binding Li Muji and reached out to support his lifeless form. In memory, this fellow was not one for words, always following orders with a stoic demeanor. Su Fan's assessment was that he resembled a machine for killing. The young man let out a soft sigh. Life ultimately revolves around continuous letting go, yet the most heart-wrenching aspect is not having the chance for a proper farewell. There were no long pavilions or ancient paths, no sunset-drenched skies. Some people departed hastily, and one could never know which words would become their final exchange or which encounter would mark their last meeting. On the battlefield, Su Fan's sudden appearance caught both sides off guard. His exquisite swordplay and the sheer lethality of his sword energy were indeed terrifying. The demon soldiers watched him warily, anticipating his next move. Ultimately, under Su Fan's intimidation and the valiant efforts of the many defenders on the Great Wall, the demon clan abandoned their assault at sunset. The human defenders held a simple funeral for the fallen soldiers, including Li Muji. There was no time for mourning, nor for complaints, as the next battle was imminent. Su Fan sat before Li Muji's grave, sipping from a flask of wine. Suddenly, a figure approached. It was a middle-aged man clad in armor, his face unfamiliar. Yet Su Fan keenly sensed the aura emanating from him. "Sir," the man clasped his hands and bowed. Su Fan paused, then smiled faintly. "Song Yu? So you are still alive." Song Changjing's son, the 8th emperor of the Great Zhou, was subsequently deposed by Su Fan due to various circumstances, with his brother Song Mu being established as the new sovereign. Upon receiving the news that as soon as Song Mu ascended the throne, he ordered the assassination of Song Yu, Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. Looking at the drastically altered Song Yu, he suddenly comprehended the situation. Initially, he had pondered why Song Mu, known for his kind-hearted nature and deep bond with his brother, would suddenly resort to such cruel measures against Song Yu. It appeared that he had executed a clever scheme of evasion. Years had passed, and the truths of the past remained murky. Song Yu recounted that he had spent these years in the south, marrying and starting a family. It was only upon hearing news of the human race's fortifications under siege by the demon clan that he set forth to this place. Su Fan regarded him with a measure of surprise. With a sheepish scratch of his head, Song Yu remarked, as a scion of the Song family, "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have only caused trouble for my teacher and the nation, without offering any meaningful assistance. When I meet my father in the afterlife, he will surely be enraged with me. Hence, I thought it best to contribute in any way I can, so that I might have something to account for." Su Fan smiled. "That is commendable. Your father will undoubtedly be pleased to know." Song Yu continued, "I am currently assisting with logistics and transportation. Previously, many believed the human race was destined to lose. Fortunately, you have arrived, my esteemed teacher." The white-clad chancellor, who had trampled 6 kingdoms and unified the Central Plains, was now adorned with yet another title, the Sword God of Peach Blossom. It was rumored that on the day of the demon clan's grand assault on the Great Wall, countless cultivators fought valiantly, yet the demon's power was overwhelming. As the Great Wall teetered on the brink of collapse and the demons threatened to invade the Central Plains, a scene of bloodshed and chaos loomed. However, at this critical juncture, the white-clad chancellor, the architect of the Great Zhou, the human butcher, the preeminent strategist of the realm, and the sword god of Peach Blossom, descended from the heavens, clutching a peach blossom. As the petals fell, the resonant sound of swordplay echoed through the skies. With a strike, he cleaved open the gates to victory, routing the demon forces. There were also whispers that Su Fan had only reincarnated twice, once to pacify 6 kingdoms and unify the Central Plains, and again to wield his sword against 1,000,000 demons, guarding the Great Wall. Yet, these were merely tales. Though the demon clan had temporarily retreated, it was evident that they were plotting their next assault. Notably, dissent had emerged within their ranks, as the losses incurred far exceeded pre-war expectations. Coupled with Su Fan's unexpected intervention, the demon clan was compelled to reassess their strategy. After several months, the demon clan proposed a compromise. To avert further casualties on both sides, they suggested that each faction dispatch their top combatants for a duel. The rules were straightforward, 5 against 5, with one-on-one challenges determining a victor. The winner would then face the next opponent until one side's 5 members were defeated. Should the demons emerge victorious, they would gain half of the human race's Great Wall. Conversely, if the humans prevailed, the demons would retreat 1,000 miles from the Great Wall and refrain from incursions for 5 centuries. This proposal was neither wholly commendable nor entirely flawed. Within the human race, debates raged incessantly. Some voiced dissent, others expressed agreement, while yet others remained neutral. Chapter 38. Destiny favors me. All things are permitted. We, the human race, are not to be intimidated by them. This is no mere child's play, where promises are made lightly. We lack certainty. My stance is to proceed with caution. This duel is to wager the fate of the world. And we must summon celestial beings and the rulers of the endless sea as witnesses. This is no trivial matter. Should we lose, there would be no time for regret. Looking at your arguments, perhaps we should not engage in this battle at all. The meeting erupted into chaos, with voices raised high. After 3 days and nights of deliberation, no resolution was reached. Ultimately, it was Su Fan's decisive words that concluded the meeting. If we are to fight, then let us do so. As the Chancellor in White, the architect of the Great Zhou, the human butcher, the foremost strategist, and the newly anointed Peach Blossom Sword God, Su Fan's words carried significant weight. Within half a day, the Human Council resolved, let us charge forth. The final battle was scheduled for a fortnight later, and the news spread swiftly across the realms. Many, eager for spectacle, traveled great distances to witness the event. Betting markets opened early, wagering on the victory of either the human or demon races, even detailing the number of survivors on each side and the order of their defeat, each with its own odds. On the eve of the decisive battle, the 5 champions of the human side, including Su Fan, formulated a sequential list for their combatants. The first match was of utmost importance, as it would influence the morale of the remaining fighters. The Elder Sword Immortal, Gu Xiu, unhesitatingly claimed the position of the first combatant. He was acutely aware that the first to engage was almost certain to perish, even if he triumphed over the initial opponent, for more would await him. That night, Su Fan continued his invincible cultivation while sleeping, practicing his automatic cultivation technique. He checked his sleeping posture, knees bent, ankles above the knees, folding forward, hands supporting the ground beneath his shoulders, and simultaneously using his mouth to grip a rope dangling from the beam, his body suspended. When Gu Xiu opened the door, he found Su Fan in an exceedingly peculiar position, knees bent, biting down on a rope, his body spinning. After a brief interlude, the two shared cups at the table, lamenting the missed time of their acquaintance. Gu Xiu expressed that once the battle was over, he would retreat from the world to live with his daughter and wife. Upon hearing this, Su Fan had already contemplated where he would be buried. People often exalt heroes, yet if given the choice, who would willingly embrace the mantle of a so-called hero? Gu Xiu mused. Mount Wutai boasts excellent feng shui, and the graveyard near Langya Pavilion is also commendable. Su Fan thought quietly. Gu Xiu leaned on the table, lamenting his longing to return home, having not seen his daughter for over 20 years. Enough, enough. Do not speak of it. With such declarations, even the combined might of Buddha and the Jade Emperor would not be able to protect you. Gu Xiu chattered on about past events. Su Fan placed a reassuring hand on his, saying, let us simply strive to live well. Gu Xiu forced a bitter smile, remarking that it was the will of the deceased that sustained him thus far. Look, he said, they are all watching from above. I must prevail. Su Fan fell silent for a moment before responding. Victory is not merely defined by triumph in battle. To be alive is already a victory. Life itself is the grandest struggle, and to live well is the greatest triumph. The following day, atop the human race's Great Wall, the scene was bustling with a throng of spectators. Beyond, countless demon hordes loomed. The remaining space was occupied by cultivators who had come from the vast expanse of the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands to witness the spectacle, all of whom were formidable figures in their own right. Among them, the most striking was the descending true immortal, an elderly man wearing a bamboo hat. devoid of any discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary old man. Yet, none dared to underestimate him. Another notable figure was the master of the endless sea, a dragon-like creature on the verge of transformation. These two were to witness the duel, tasked with ensuring both parties honored their agreements. Both sides submitted their lists of combatants. The first to enter the fray for the demon race was a newly crowned monarch, fresh from overcoming the tribulation with significantly enhanced strength, recognized as the most lethal swordsman. On the human side, the old man in the bamboo hat drew forth a token, his eyes narrowing slightly. Gushio, the venerable sword immortal of the Great Wall, gripped his broken sword, poised to step forward in the next moment. Su Fan, announced the old man, reading from the token. Gushio had already placed 1 foot forward, yet the name he heard was not his own. Not only he but the others were equally taken aback. What was happening? This was not what had been agreed upon. Confused, he turned his head. Su Fan patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Go see your daughter. Do not leave any regrets. Since ancient times, beautiful souls have lamented their twilight years, while heroes should not witness the graying of their hair. Regrets are inevitable, yet Su Fan despised them, as well as sentimentality. If you have set your fate sky high, then I shall ensure your demise does not come to pass. The world often speaks of the inevitability of destiny. One must do their utmost, while still heeding the will of heaven. With a sword, one may open the gates of heaven, wielding a 3-foot blade against fate. Heaven's decree is mine, all matters shall comply. Moreover, to place me last, allowing each of you to sacrifice heroically before I emerge to turn the tide. This routine does not sit well with me. One is a newly ascended king of the demon race, and the other is the once revered Chancellor Su Fan. For hundreds of miles, no one else dared to tread. The new king appraised Su Fan, hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. I have heard of you, Chancellor of the Great Zhou. With pen, you bring peace to the realm. With sword, you establish order. Before he could finish his words, Su Fan unsheathed his exquisitely crafted sword. With a gentle flick, the blade emitted a resounding ring. In that instant, an unparalleled and terrifying sword aura surged skyward. Above, the sword's energy traversed the cosmos, enveloping the universe, as though it were shrouding a grand portal in the void. It seemed as if the seas were drawing in myriad rivers, akin to the heavens encompassing all things. The sword opens the gates of heaven. Boom. The sword aura descended abruptly. Just as the new king's pupils constricted in alarm, he was about to speak. Yet the blade's radiance enveloped him, forcing forth a startled cry, which was soon swallowed by the boundless sea of swords. Chapter 39. Apologies, my name is Nung Ao, and my surname is Te. With a single stroke, victory and defeat were swiftly determined. The essence of the sword lingered in the air, stirring up clouds of dust upon the battlefield. The onlookers were left in a state of utter astonishment. Although the demon clan was somewhat prepared for the outcome, they had anticipated a fierce struggle, believing that the worst-case scenario would leave both sides utterly exhausted. However, the result was a triumphant we have won. In stark contrast to the eerie silence of the demon faction, the human side erupted in fervent cheers, as if the entire Great Wall had come alive. This news rapidly disseminated through layers of reports, swiftly reaching various gambling establishments and markets in the central continent. The first battle had been won. The celestial being, the old man with a conical hat, squinted slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Su Fan. Soon after, the second demon king made his appearance. Wordlessly, he fixed his gaze upon Su Fan, cautious after the misfortune of his predecessor. Yet this time, Su Fan did not initiate the attack. Instead, he seated himself, surrounded by what seemed to be an array emitting a faint golden glow. Su Fan began to circulate the spiritual energy within him. Such a large-scale area of effect skill could not be invoked at will. Not only did it demand considerable spiritual energy, but its cooldown period was also extensive. Fortunately, he possessed the invincible tortoise formation, a superior celestial-level technique, a legendary skill known by many yet never witnessed in reality. Up until now, the highest-tier techniques practiced by the cultivators of the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands were merely of the superior earth level. Coupled with the celestial-level sword opening the heavenly gate, it formed an extraordinary synergy. Observing Su Fan's reluctance to act, the demon king cautiously made a probing attack, only to find himself thwarted by the golden barrier. Su Fan remained unmoved. Over the course of the next half-day, the demon king's demeanor shifted from cautiousness to recklessness. Bang! Boom! Alas! This barrier was as impenetrable as a tortoise shell, shattering his fangs in vain. Su Fan still refrained from striking, and thus 3 days elapsed without resolution. The demon king, unable to penetrate his opponent's defenses through sheer might, resorted to verbal insults, his tongue dripping with venom, targeting Su Fan's mother and extending his wrath to her relatives. Yet, in the face of such derision, Su Fan remained unfazed, articulating a profound philosophical reflection. When the world slanders, deceives, insults, mocks, belittles, scorns, maligns, or tricks me, how should I respond? The answer is simple. Endure him, allow him, let him be, evade him, tolerate him, respect him, and pay him no mind. Wait a few years, decades, centuries, or even millennia, and observe him then. The disciples of Buddhism, upon hearing this, exclaimed in admiration. The rules of the duel did not impose time constraints, and a defensive formation like this could not hold indefinitely. Perhaps, indeed, after half a month. Just as the Demon King awaited withering flowers, Su Fan suddenly launched his attack, sword opening the heavenly gate, followed by a barrage of strikes. Thus, the second Demon King fell as well. As the third participant took their turn, Su Fan once again set the formation, eliciting serious protests from the Demon Clan, which were subsequently dismissed. The rationale was that Su Fan had not contravened any regulations. Both parties swore an oath upon their respective destinies, a promise that holds little weight for ordinary individuals but is of paramount importance to practitioners, particularly those of profound cultivation. An oath creates a cause. Failing to fulfill its consequence incurs a corresponding price. Moreover, with the celestial beings and the master of the endless sea as witnesses, the stakes were high. Thus, the third Demon King and subsequently the fourth were defeated by Su Fan using this tactic. In the blink of an eye, winter transitioned into summer. On this day, Su Fan was finally to confront the fifth Demon King. The Demon Clan had never anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. They could accept defeat, but not this kind of failure. With only one Demon King remaining, who was also the most formidable among them, they knew he could not face 5 opponents alone. The outcome of this wager was undeniably in favor of Su Fan. Despite this knowledge, the Demon Clan could not swallow their pride. Even in defeat, they were resolute in their desire to flay Su Fan and reduce him to ashes. The final Demon King, revered as the foremost sword cultivator of the Demon Clan, had slain numerous human powerhouses and had single-handedly challenged nearly half of the Confucian order. He had stormed the human fortifications countless times, each encounter exacting a heavy toll on humanity to repel him. Human cultivators secretly felt anxious for Su Fan. As Su Fan retreated into the formation, the Demon King smirked coldly. Do you know what technique I cultivate? Su Fan raised an eyebrow. The Demon King's aura surpassed that of the previous 4 combined. This would not be an easy match. The Demon King proclaimed, Great Turtle Breathing Technique. The name itself suggested complexity. Very well, let us see who can outlast whom. Thus began a silent duel between the two, staring each other down. The Great Turtle Breathing Technique was indeed formidable. It not only significantly extended the practitioner's lifespan, but could also silently enhance one's cultivation. The Demon King, filled with confidence, entered a meditative trance. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The details of this epic struggle were reported daily in the news. Small updates every 3 days and more substantial reports every 5. The primary focus remained on Su Fan's sleeping posture, which had become a topic of lively discussion among the populace. Today's sleeping position, legs curled around his neck, left thumb propping up his body, and neck bent to allow his nose to touch his back. Su Fan had long since grown accustomed to this peculiar sleeping posture, initially requiring practice to achieve it. Now, regardless of the position he assumed, he could sleep soundly, awakening without altering his pose. This even sparked a trend in Central Continent, with many attempting to mimic Su Fan's stance, claiming it could cure all ailments, grant immortality, or even lead to enlightenment. Numerous classes dedicated to teaching this technique emerged, gaining immense popularity. The voice of the system resonated once more, proclaiming, Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a substantial amount of pure cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of 3 years of sleep. Congratulations to the host for receiving the supreme reward, the ancient divine weapon. The Zhuxian sword embryo 1/3. The Zhuxian sword embryo? Over these past days, Su Fan had relied on slumber to attain not only the Howran sword body, but also a vast reservoir of pure cultivation and sword intent. He even acquired various boxing techniques and a divine body specifically designed for martial cultivators. The sword opened the heavenly gate with a comprehension level of 500-1000. What stage of cultivation was he in now? Mahayana? Tribulation? It mattered not. What was crucial was the exhilarating sensation of effortless gain. Su Fan stretched his limbs and rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the Demon King across from him. The weather was splendid today, perfect for a confrontation. Su Fan exhaled a breath of impure air, dispersing the invincible tortoise formation. Let us proceed with this. This chapter reflects. In this world, there are those who slander, deceive, insult, mock, belittle, scorn, cheat, and malign me. How should one respond? The answer, simply endure, allow, avoid, tolerate, respect, and disregard them. Wait a few years, you shall observe. This wisdom is drawn from the dialogue of Han Shan and Shurda. Han Shan and Shurda, two masters, are renowned poetic monks in the history of Buddhism. I hope all readers can maintain a positive and optimistic mindset. However, it is essential not to completely acquiesce to unreasonable demands from others. When the time comes to speak up and stand firm, one must exhibit courage. Chapter 40. The world is vast. I yearn to explore it. As the golden light dissipated, the invincible tortoise formation retracted. Soon, individuals began to notice this development. 3 years. A full 3 years. Someone shouted excitedly. This exclamation captured the attention of the crowd. In no time, the eminent figures from both sides hurried over. However, the battle had already concluded. According to witnesses, the conflict lasted merely several breaths. Su Fan struck with his sword, delivering a blow to the Demon King's face, shattering his teeth and sending him flying. Su Fan then unleashed another strike. In that instant, the sounds and brilliance within a 100-mile radius seemed to vanish, as though absorbed by the sword's radiance. The Demon King likely could not fathom until his last breath how, after merely biding his time, this young man had suddenly grown so powerful. Before the battle, he was filled with confidence. Bolstered by the great tortoise breathing technique and Su Fan's sword opening the heavenly gate, which had broadened his perspective, akin to a dung beetle falling into a latrine. He had successfully broken through a minor realm and gained a deeper understanding of sword intent. This moment was akin to a dragon soaring through the skies, rendering defeat nearly impossible. Yet, Su Fan demonstrated to him what true speed entailed, showcasing the swift nature of a sharp turn. Life and death are but cycles, and I continue to stack my advantages. Await your demise. Confronted by the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Fan gently exhaled a breath of impure air. Apologies. But with an advantage, one can indeed act with impunity. As long as one lives long enough, no one can rival me. With 5 battles and 5 victories, the human race has achieved a resounding triumph. Following the white-robed chancellor, the architect of the great Zhou, the butcher of men, the preeminent strategist, and the sword god of Peach Blossom, Su Fan has now acquired a new title, the Invincible War God. Subsequently, the demon race, left with no choice, honored their agreement to retreat and seek peace, pledging not to invade the Great Wall for 5 centuries. The celestial immortal, the old man in the bamboo hat, gazed at Su Fan with a smile, remarking that throughout the ages, talented individuals emerged to lead the way, each claiming their own brilliance for centuries. I quite like you. Young man, when you arrive in the realm of immortals, do come find me. With that, his aura surged dramatically, his realm ascended, and he transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring into the heavens as if departing from this mortal realm. After the old man departed, the spectators from across the 9 provinces gradually left in disappointment. The grand battle had not fulfilled their expectations. They had anticipated a clash of titans, but the outcome had been far from thrilling, lacking any entertainment value. News of the demon race's defeat spread swiftly throughout the central continent, and statues of Su Fan began to rise in various locales. He had trampled the 6 kingdoms and unified the central continent, earning the deep-seated animosity of its citizens. Yet, as time passed, the fervor of their hatred gradually dissipated. Having enjoyed the peace of this prosperous era, how could one continue to berate the backbone of their own nation? Su Fan's prestige once again reached its zenith. Amidst the throngs of admirers, he merely smiled serenely. His gaze fell upon a nearby group of soldiers who were carrying bodies. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure and approached swiftly, confirming that it was indeed Song Yu. Song Yu had perished, having met his end while transporting supplies. During the confrontation between the human and demon races, although large-scale conflicts had been avoided, minor skirmishes persisted. On the route for supply transport, Song Yu's team encountered an ambush by demon soldiers. Outnumbered, they fell just before the dawn of victory. It was said that most soldiers, realizing they could not prevail, surrendered. Song Yu could have done the same, yet he fought valiantly until the end. Su Fan smiled softly. Indeed, how could the emperor of the great Zhou surrender? Even in death, he must fall while charging forward. Beside him, the people cheered for their hard-won victory. The flames of triumph illuminated the bright night sky. Standing in the midst of the crowd, Su Fan lifted his gaze, lost in thought. Truly, the chancellor is unparalleled in valor. Indeed, it is thanks to him that peace reigns. With literary prowess to stabilize the realm and martial skill to secure the cosmos, who can outmaneuver him? Throughout history, only he stands as an unparalleled hero. The crowd gazed at Su Fan with fervent admiration, their hearts brimming with longing and reverence. Amidst the clamor, Su Fan appeared to hear nothing. The bright moon hung high, devoid of June's warmth, replaced only by the chill, desolation, and silence. Life is but a fleeting existence, akin to the grass that sprouts in spring. Arrivals are like stormy rains, while departures resemble fine dust. Life is invariably filled with farewells. A notion that truly irks the soul. 5 years have passed since the battle at the Great Wall. The small town is bustling with activity. In truth, it can no longer be called a mere town. Because Su Fan resided here, rumors spread that lingering in the abode of immortals could grant one longevity. Indeed, due to the fallen dragon scales, the inhabitants of the town enjoyed a comparatively long life, which attracted individuals from all corners of the world to settle in this quaint hamlet. Numerous affluent merchants relocated their businesses here, leveraging Su Fan's name to peddle their wares, health supplements, longevity pills, and cultivation elixirs, among others. One day, Su Fan, carrying all his possessions, prepared to embark on a journey to Chang'an. As for the reason behind this journey, Su Fan himself could not articulate it clearly. Perhaps it was merely a whimsical impulse. Ever since the battle at the Great Wall, where he reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, he found himself ensnared in a bottleneck of cultivation. The transition to the tribulation stage required not just abundant cultivation, but more so a test of one's mental state. Su Fan had struggled to grasp this point, and continuing in seclusion seemed futile. Thus, he contemplated that perhaps a change of environment was in order. After all, having lingered here for so long, even a turtle ought to shift its lair. Little 5, the flesh spirit mushroom, was busily transporting one watermelon after another onto the cart. Alas, as he turned, he collided with something and landed unceremoniously on the ground, smashing the watermelon in two. Little 5 exclaimed, "Oh, Miss Fox Suya?" with hands on her hips, blocking his path. "Miss Su, I apologize, I did not see you there." Little 5 rubbed his head and offered his contrition. Suya pointed at the watermelon on the ground, declaring, "You cannot take the watermelon. Put it all down." "Why?" Little 5 asked, puzzled. "The watermelon is too heavy and spoils easily. You are not allowed to bring it." Little 5 wanted to argue but feared Suya's wrath, so he could only lower his head in dismay. "Very well then," Su Fan chuckled. "Little 5. Chang'an is brimming with delectable treats, 1,000 times more delicious than watermelon." "Really?" Little 5's face lit up. "I must hurry to Chang'an." Suya frowned. "Sir, we have yet to harvest the autumn rice. I have heard that the prices in Chang'an are exorbitantly high. Why should we farmers venture into the city?" "There are many exquisite foods in the city," Little 5 exclaimed, leaping up, only to be met with a gentle swat from Suya. Su Fan smiled. "Because the world is vast, and I wish to see it." Chapter 41. Journey to Chang'an. On the official road, a cart sped swiftly, leaving behind other carriages bound for Chang'an. Among a pile of goods, Little 5 jostled about. "Oh, Miss Suya, slow down, slow down. Giddy up." The sound of the wind filled Suya's ears, rendering her oblivious to Little 5's pleas. Glancing at Su Fan, Little 5 observed him sitting with serene composure, embodying an effortless tranquility amidst the chaos. Truly, he was deserving of admiration, Little 5 thought to himself. Suddenly, the sound of Su Fan's snoring broke through the air. It appeared he had drifted off to sleep. Remarkable that he could rest in such an environment. The cart hit a stone, causing a violent jolt. "Oh no, Miss Suya. Wankai has fallen out." "Stop, Wankai has fallen out." Suya halted the cart. Under the exhilarating speed of Suya, a journey that would typically take over a month was accomplished in merely half that time, arriving at the bustling city of Chang'an. Unlike smaller towns, Chang'an stands as one of the premier metropolises of the Central Plains, teeming with the hustle and bustle of merchants from the north and south, a myriad of entertainers, and vibrant streets filled with throngs of people. The city is a tapestry of life, with residential homes and workshops resembling a game of Go, while its 12 streets mimic rows of vegetable patches. The crowd was so dense that even the dust stirred up was scarcely visible. "Oh wow," exclaimed Xiao Wu and Suya, their mouths agape, embodying the wide-eyed innocence of rural folk. Xiao Wu held up a turtle-shaped trinket, calling out, "Wankai, look at this." Wankai, with his eyes closed, feigned indifference. Su Fan disembarked from the carriage, inhaling deeply and stretching lazily. Not bad. A change of scenery indeed brings a refreshing mood." At that moment, Su Fan keenly detected a commotion nearby and, embodying the admirable virtues of his heritage, moved to investigate. He was always eager to get a taste of the excitement. Even if it was just the passing of a sewage cart, he could hardly ignore such a significant event. Meanwhile, the clever Suya pointed at a candied hawthorn skewer in Xiao Wu's hand and inquired of a vendor, "How much for this?" "10 won," replied the vendor. Suya gasped in astonishment. 10 won. Xiao Wu, unable to resist, took a bite of the sweet treat, and Suya, eyes wide, exclaimed, 10 won? Why don't you just steal it? Quick, give the skewer back, we don't want it." Xiao Wu reluctantly retrieved the skewer, still glistening with saliva. Suddenly, a bare-chested burly man executed a spinning kick, concluding a bout with a resounding crash. The audience erupted in applause. This formidable figure, known as Balalu, hailed from the western regions, and had come to Chang'an with his master and fellow disciples to earn a living. Thus far, Balalu had bested numerous challengers. To participate in the challenge required a fee of 10 coins, yet a victory over Balalu promised a reward of 10 taels of silver. The people of Chang'an, renowned for their straightforwardness and valor, were eager to test their mettle, but many had been soundly defeated. Balalu clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I graciously accept your challenges. Who among you is brave enough to face me? Su Fan chose a comfortable spot to sit, ordering a pot of tea from a young attendant while enjoying the spectacle. Balalu's gaze swept across the crowd before it unexpectedly lingered on Su Fan. What had initially been a fleeting glance transformed into a moment of recognition. He had identified the renowned figure before him. The white-clad chancellor, the architect of the Great Zhou, the butcher of the realm, the preeminent strategist, the sword god of the peach blossom, the undefeated war god, Su Fan. Balalu's eyes gleamed with cunning. Sir, do you dare to step forward for a duel? The crowd followed Balalu's gaze, spotting a striking young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Isn't that Su Xianghua? They murmured. Su Xianghua's likeness was etched in statues and portraits across the nation, even recognized by children. Goodness, it truly is Su Xianghua. Is this for real? Don't block my view. The clamor of excitement escalated among the throng. Balalu called out once more, does this gentleman dare to accept the challenge? The crowd turned their gaze toward Balalu, their minds brimming with doubt. Was this fellow in his right mind? Did he not recognize Su Xianghua? In truth, Balalu was not only sane, but quite astute. Firstly, the opportunity to spar with such a top-tier master was a dream he had long cherished. Secondly, even if he were to lose to Su Fan, it would not be a disgrace. Rather, it would elevate their status and attract a larger audience. Su Fan smiled faintly, shaking his head, clearly indicating his disinterest. Observing Su Fan's refusal, Balalu pressed on. Esteemed sir, I see you possess an impressive demeanor and formidable presence. Surely, you are a connoisseur of martial arts. Why not step forward and engage in a contest with me? Hey, you, an outsider, do not even recognize our esteemed Su Xianghua. Someone from the crowd shouted. At the human race's Great Wall, one individual had slain 5 demon kings and repelled a 1,000,000-strong horde with a single peach blossom, earning the title of the Peach Blossom Sword God. Noting the effect of his words, Balalu dismissed the comment, stating, an outsider may be unaware of your esteemed Su Xianghua or the Peach Blossom Sword God. Since this esteemed gentleman is so formidable, why not allow me to experience his prowess firsthand? The crowd scoffed, mocking Balalu for his overconfidence, and began to cheer for Su Fan to teach this presumptuous youth a lesson. Su Fan discerned Balalu's intentions and found the situation amusing. Were he a few decades younger, he might have taken up the challenge. As the crowd grew increasingly rowdy, he decided to leave, transitioning from a mere spectator to part of the commotion and preparing to depart. Brother, are you perhaps afraid? Balalu, sensing Su Fan's intent to leave, grew anxious. Just then, an elderly man rushed onto the stage in a flurry. This man was none other than Balalu's master. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as Balalu was sent flying, blood and 2 teeth scattering through the air. The crowd gasped in shock. Master? Balalu exclaimed, bewildered as to why he had been struck. His master, still seething, delivered 2 more kicks, causing Balalu to see stars. Grabbing Balalu, the old man pulled him before Su Fan and said, my disciple is lacking in understanding and has offended you, sir. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Lowering his gaze, the old man glared at Balalu. You foolish brat. Are you blind as you dare to challenge an elephant with your ant-like stature? Hurry and apologize to the gentleman. The usually gentle master had transformed into a figure of rage. Balalu, taken aback by his master's demeanor, dared not utter a word of defiance and quickly bent down, fervently apologizing to Su Fan. Chapter 42. The path of immortal cultivation is a dead end. Balalu continued to apologize profusely while his master cautiously observed Su Fan's expression. Cursing under his breath about his unfortunate disciple, the old man found himself wishing he could kick Balalu back into his mother's womb. Had he ever seen an ant so oblivious as to attempt to trip an elephant? With the opponent's strength, a mere flick of a finger could obliterate them all. Yet, this fool dared to provoke him. Fortunately, Su Fan did not hold their actions against them. He was not a man of petty grievances. Moreover, it was unnecessary to bicker with a child. Su Fan glanced at Balalu, whose mouth was smeared with blood, his head having been crushed by his master. With a gentle wave of his hand, Balalu felt a surge of spiritual energy brush against his face, and in an instant, his wound began to heal rapidly. The pain that had made him gasp in agony vanished without a trace. Astonished, Balalu touched his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Upon looking around, he realized that Su Fan had already vanished from sight. What is this? The old man let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, now, that is a true immortal. Balalu swallowed hard, about to speak, when he received a heavy slap from his master. "You fool. If you provoke another powerful figure today, we both shall be doomed." Balalu stared blankly in the direction Su Fan had disappeared, his gaze filled with envy and trepidation. When Su Fan located Suya and Xiaowu, he found Xiaowu holding an unfinished candy hawthorn, his head lowered and looking pitiful, clearly having just been scolded by Suya. With her hands on her hips, Suya chastised. "You idiot. Just like that, the money is gone." Xiaowu whimpered. "I didn't realize it was so expensive. Why did you have to speak so quickly?" Tears welled up in Xiaowu's eyes, as if he were on the verge of crying. "Oh well, it's just a candy hawthorn. How expensive could it be?" Xiaowu looked up at Su Fan with gratitude. "It cost a whole 10 won." Su Fan was taken aback. 10 won? Have prices really become this outrageous? He turned to Xiaowu, contemplating selling him instead. Upon hearing Su Fan's words, Xiaowu burst into tears. "I'll work tomorrow to earn the 10 won back. Please don't sell me." After a bit more teasing, Su Fan noticed the day was drawing to a close, so he led everyone to an inn, where they retired for the night. The following day, Su Fan and Suya rose early to stroll through the streets while searching for any available shops. Suya aspired to open a restaurant, given her culinary prowess, even declaring that she would feature Xiaowu's meat as a signature dish, which left Xiaowu sulking for the entire day. After a fruitless search for suitable shops, either too expensive or poorly located, they were on the verge of returning empty-handed when they learned of an old restaurant as curfew approached. It was said that the proprietor had once been a legendary old immortal, though such tales were merely hearsay from the older generations. This old immortal had kept the restaurant closed, seemingly waiting for a fated individual. Upon hearing this, Su Fan became intrigued. He was willing to sample even the most dubious of offerings, and the notion of a destined person waiting seemed to resonate with him deeply. The restaurant was quite ordinary, adorned in an antiquated style that suggested it had been long neglected. Upon entering, a pungent odor assaulted their senses, and they soon discovered that the so-called old immortal had long since passed away. Before them lay a property deed, a key, and an object resembling a diary. "Look, sir. The design on this is quite adorable." Suya picked up the diary, pointing at the illustrations upon its pages. "Sir, what is the matter with you?" she exclaimed, suddenly realizing that her master's expression had become rather terrifying. Suya swallowed hard. She had never witnessed her master in such a state. Tentatively, she called out, "A master?" After a moment, Su Fan regained his composure, gazing incredulously at the patterns in the notebook. "This is Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf," Su Fan exclaimed, lifting the diary to confirm once more. Indeed, it was the beloved characters. Could this fellow also be a traveler from another world? Su Fan cast a dubious glance at the elderly man before him, who appeared to be in a trance, having unexpectedly inherited a restaurant from the old man. Both Suya and Xiaowu were overjoyed. The two busied themselves throughout the night, tirelessly cleaning the establishment. Meanwhile, Su Fan engrossed himself in the diary left behind, which contained notes about Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. The first page bore a haunting line. "By the time you read this sentence, I shall have passed away. To you who, like me, has traversed to this world." From the diary, Su Fan learned that the old man's name was Liming, a fitting name. He too was from the Blue Star, brought to this realm by the accelerator of a truck driver. Initially, everything seemed perfectly normal upon his arrival, battling monsters and collecting treasures, participating in auction events at cave academies. With exceptional talent and innate ability, 1 year of cultivation equated to a decade's worth of progress. He mastered alchemy, weapon crafting, and array formations, becoming a versatile adept. He even possessed a magical beast as a pet contained within a ring. However, as time progressed, Liming began to sense something amiss. With the advancement of his cultivation, he increasingly felt the call from other worlds. He recognized this as a signal for ascension, yet a mysterious force persistently obstructed this signal, attempting to sever his connection to other realms. Liming sought to uncover the nature of this enigmatic force, leading him to wander across the vast lands of Jiuzhou and Bahuang. His diary chronicled his visits to various locations: Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, demonic sects, and beyond. As Su Fan continued to peruse the diary, he grew more perplexed. The entries became increasingly chaotic, with Liming's thoughts fragmented and disordered, rendering his words nearly incomprehensible. Furrowing his brow, Su Fan sensed that Liming had likely stumbled upon something significant or had been influenced by a mysterious force. In the final pages, a chilling repetition of the word death was scrawled in blood, instilling a sense of dread. The last entry read, "The path of immortality leads only to death. There is no solution. They all perished. There are no ascenders. They are all dead. Now the monsters have come to kill me. They are here to slay me. All who aspired to ascend are dead. This is an utter deception." The diary concluded abruptly, and Su Fan's finger lingered over the last line, unable to shake off the gravity of its content. Outside, A cold wind swept by, sending chills down his spine. The path of immortality leads only to death. Chapter 43. The River of Time. Half a month later, the restaurant opened its doors, and the sound of firecrackers filled the air. Suya warmly greeted the guests, while Xiao Wu employed a transformation technique to take on the appearance of a child and assist her. The number of patrons was sparse due to the restaurant's recent opening and its less-than-ideal location, resulting in a rather meager business. However, those who had dined there spoke highly of the experience. Firstly, the culinary skills of the little fox, Suya, were indeed remarkable. Secondly, Su Fan had imparted some modern culinary techniques to her, adding a unique flavor to the dishes. As time passed, and the restaurant garnered a favorable reputation, business began to flourish. Suya resolved to hire a server, as the demands of the restaurant became overwhelming. During these days, Su Fan oscillated between assisting in the kitchen and secluding himself in his room. Ever since he had perused the diary left by Liming, he spent his days attempting to connect with the universe through the exploration of his inner essence, yet he found himself consistently thwarted. Memories of Liming's diary frequently surfaced in his mind, echoing with the urgency of impending doom. Monsters were coming to take his life. The path of cultivation seemed fraught with peril. According to the diary, Liming had reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension phase, much like Su Fan's current state, and had a lifespan exceeding 20,000 years, proficient in his own divine abilities. In the realms of the 9 provinces and 8 desolations, if Liming had wished to flee, he would have been nearly invincible. What manner of monstrosity could have instilled such despair in him? Su Fan sighed softly. If Liming's claims held any truth, it was likely that such creatures would seek him as well. Moreover, how could one explain the elderly man he encountered at the human race's Great Wall, who was said to be a descended immortal? Was he not indeed an immortal? Yet, why did Liming insist that no immortals existed? On this day, Su Fan, as usual, traversed the celestial expanse with his mind. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped him, transporting him to an unknown realm. Surrounding him were countless stars, interconnected by innumerable threads, resembling a river formed by the fates of myriad beings. Su Fan allowed his consciousness to flow within this cosmic tapestry, the colors shifting to a deep crimson. Below him lay a riverbed, littered with countless submerged skeletons, while the banks were piled high with innumerable corpses. Each drop of the river was a manifestation of a life's fate through the ages, and between each droplet, strange black mycelium intertwined, representing the threads of cause and effect. The River of Time was something Su Fan had heard whispers of. It was said that cultivators who reached the Great Ascension phase might have the opportunity to enter this river and glean celestial secrets, a monumental chance for those at such a level. However, not every cultivator of the Great Ascension phase was afforded this privilege. This river existed neither in the past, the present, nor the future. It eluded the depths of the mind and the perception of the eyes. It held no traces in the 4 cardinal directions, nor did it leave footprints through the annals of history. Ethereal and elusive, it seemed both real and illusory. Su Fan did not take the initiative to act. Rather, he followed the enchanting sensation that beckoned him. Before he realized it, he found himself in a daze. The mountain breeze caressed his face, carrying with it the distinctive fragrance of peach blossoms. Petals floated through the air, and upon opening his eyes, Su Fan discovered that he had entered another world. If his previous surroundings constituted the main world, then this place could be regarded as a small world. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, Su Fan became aware of his presence in the primary world, realizing that his current form was merely a fragment of his soul. Startled for a moment, he suddenly heard a voice. "Who goes there?" Immediately following was the sound of a taut bowstring. Turning to investigate, he beheld a girl clad in coarse garments. "Who are you?" she demanded, her gaze fixed upon him with suspicion. "Just a passerby," Su Fan replied with a gentle smile. The youth possessed distinctly defined and profound features. His visage strikingly elegant yet cold, adorned with a subtle smile. The girl's cheeks flushed. She had never encountered such an attractive male. However, his peculiar attire suggested he was not from this realm. After a brief contemplation, Su Fan produced a piece of candy, hoping to forge a friendship. The girl bore an exceedingly simple name, Arya. Her companions had equally unadorned names, Godan, Heiwa, Godan, Ernyo, and Gosheng. They were members of a peasant uprising, currently resisting the tyrannical reign of the Dog Emperor. Arya was the daughter of the rebellion's leader. This world lagged several millennia behind Su Fan's primary realm and was devoid of spiritual energy. It was rumored that a celestial being had once descended, and the Dog Emperor had fortuitously received enlightenment from this immortal. Soon after, he established his dominion over this world, imposing a brutal regime. There were attempts to assassinate the Dog Emperor, yet his cultivation had reached an alarming level, rumored to grant him immortality, allowing him to slay enemy generals from miles away. summon armies with a flick of his wrist, control the winds and rain, and even resurrect the deceased. Su Fan, upon hearing such tales, was astonished and employed his divine sense to investigate, only to discover that the emperor was indeed a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. The rumors proved to be most unreliable. In this world, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage could already wield significant power. It was akin to a nearly max-level player arriving in a novice village. Yet, Su Fan remained undeterred. Fate had led him to this place for a reason, perhaps to unveil something extraordinary. He considered the possibility of triggering hidden storylines, and thus chose to accompany the rebels. During this time, he discerned that the passage of time in this small world differed from that of his primary realm. One day in the primary world equated to roughly a year in this realm. Consequently, Su Fan felt no urgency to return, treating his time here as an experience of rural life. Each day, he would lounge beneath a bridge, covering himself with a thin blanket, shedding tears within its confines. After wiping away his tears, he would nonchalantly affirm whatever others said. In the blink of an eye, 2 years in this small world had elapsed. The rebellion had grown increasingly robust, its small sparks now igniting a vast conflagration. The emperor, leading 1,000 elite soldiers, came to quell the uprising, which had swelled to over 500 members. Wake up! Wake up! You're turning into a turtle, Arya exclaimed as she shook Su Fan awake. Groggily, he opened his eyes. Is it time for dinner? With hands on her hips, Arya retorted, if you keep sleeping, you'll sleep your life away. Get up and move around. And what dinner? It's barely noon. Su Fan stretched lazily and apologized, acknowledging that it was indeed time for lunch, not dinner. Under Arya's insistence, Su Fan reluctantly followed her as they walked through the hopeful fields. The girl hummed an unknown melody, her hands clasped behind her as she skipped ahead, her ponytail bouncing with each joyful leap. Su Fan, trailing behind in a state of lethargy, pondered what delightful morsels they might indulge in later. Is it beautiful? Arya, holding a delicate, nameless flower, turned around, her clear eyes glimmering with mirth. Suddenly, a sharp twang of an arrow pierced the air. Chapter 44. The tedium of longevity. The girl's smile was radiant as she embraced the gentle afternoon breeze, instilling a sense of profound comfort. The crisp sound of the arrow echoed once more. Arya, ever perceptive, instinctively turned to look. A bamboo-tipped wooden arrow was hurtling towards them, her pupils dilating in alarm. In the blink of an eye, however, a hand deftly caught the arrow mid-flight. Arya stared in astonishment at Su Fan. The emperor, leading 1,000-strong army, marched forth with great pomp. The peasant uprising was thrown into disarray, scrambling to respond. To Su Fan, the clash seemed akin to children playing house. The weapons wielded were predominantly wooden, with iron tools being a rarity. Many brandished wooden spears or mere sticks. The emperor's troops fared slightly better, boasting some cavalry, though prior to the battle, a portion had stumbled into mud pits, while others had veered off course. At last, Su Fan comprehended the emperor's motivation for leading the charge personally. The 1,000 soldiers appeared more like cheerleaders than warriors. The true combat prowess lay with the Foundation establishing emperor himself. He descended into the throng, his gaze sharp and commanding. Beneath his feet lay numerous fallen bodies, and the onlookers regarded him with trepidation. Clad in a dragon robe, he seemed a phoenix among crows. Bow down, you wretched peasants. His voice resonated with an intimidating power, compelling obedience from the crowd. Soon, many could no longer withstand the pressure and knelt. Arya's father, the leader of the uprising, sensed the impending doom and urged Arya to flee swiftly. At that moment, the emperor's gaze zeroed in on them. Alone beneath the immortal, invincible, above the immortal. It's 1 for 1, the emperor proclaimed with an imposing demeanor. Su Fan, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. The sound immediately drew the attention of the crowd. The emperor turned his cold gaze upon him. What do you find amusing? I recalled something joyous, Su Fan replied. Oh, the emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A joyous thought. Then I shall make you weep. With that, he raised his fingers, causing the air to tremble subtly. Arya's eyes widened in alarm as she shouted. Little Su Fan. Whoosh. An invisible blade of air surged towards Su Fan. Unfazed, he caught Arya as she rushed to rescue him, while his thumb and middle finger came together and flicked lightly. Clang. A sharp sound resonated through the heavens and earth, akin to the clash of weapons. The noise was piercing. The emperor was engulfed by the overwhelming force, vanishing without a trace. Immediately, the ground began to fracture, extending towards the distant mountains. Boom. With a resounding crash, the mountain split in two under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Su Fan furrowed his brow slightly, having failed to control his strength. The distinction between this small world and the main world extended beyond mere geography. The crowd's attention returned to Su Fan, their expressions now tinged with awe. yet overshadowed by a palpable fear, the fear of the unknown power he wielded. Following the emperor's assassination, the dynasty swiftly crumbled, and the rebel army seized the capital. Before long, the leader proclaimed a new dynasty and ascended the throne. Arya transformed into a princess, while Su Fan was venerated as the national master, a role he accepted without hesitation. One day, while wandering the palace, he noticed a group transporting a damaged statue. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about it. The statue, it turned out, was that of a legendary immortal, whose guidance had bestowed the emperor with extraordinary abilities, allowing him to establish the dynasty. This immortal had resided there for 5 years before mysteriously vanishing one day. Su Fan nodded, pondering that the figure might have been a great cultivator who had wandered into this realm. A glance at the shattered statue caused him to pause abruptly. The likeness was strikingly similar to Liu Xan. Thus, the immortal spoken of was indeed Liu Xan. Confirming her presence here. Was this mere coincidence, or an inevitability? Arya arranged to meet Su Fan in the palace's back garden. Today, she mustered her courage to confess her feelings. In the garden, they swung on a swing set, Arya glancing at Su Fan with shy anticipation. Suddenly, she halted her swinging, bit her lip, and took a deep breath. Little Su Fan, I have something of great importance to share with you. Upon hearing this, Su Fan, suddenly alert, sprang to his feet. I have awaited this moment for so long. Really? Really? Arya's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Indeed, there is but one swing here. You have played for so long, and now it is finally my turn. Su Fan excitedly took his place on the swing, beginning to sway back and forth. After a while, the two found themselves seated amidst a sea of flowers, the moon high in the sky. Arya hesitantly shared a multitude of thoughts, finally culminating in a shy declaration. Little Su Fan, I like you. Before she could finish, her face was as red as a ripe peach, and she lowered her head, anxiously awaiting Su Fan's response. However, after a long pause, no reply came. Arya lifted her gaze, only to discover that Su Fan had fallen fast asleep. With a gentle sigh, she mused, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Under the moon's glow, the girl cautiously leaned closer, planting a delicate kiss upon the young man's face. On another day, Su Fan abruptly inquired, do you wish to cultivate? To attain immortality or learn spells? Ever since Su Fan had effortlessly dispatched the so-called immortal with a mere finger, countless individuals had sought to become his disciples and learn his magical arts. Yet, without exception, Su Fan had declined them all. Arya hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, I do not wish to. Su Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. Why? Do you not desire immortality? Do you not wish to master spells? Arya smiled, acknowledging that it indeed sounded rather captivating. However, all she desired was to lead a life of an ordinary person. Immortality could be exceedingly tedious. She wished simply to live this life well. Her aspiration was to have a husband, and together they would have a child, rising with the sun and resting with its setting. Immersed in the mundane joys of daily life. She paused, gazing directly into the depths of the other's eyes. Can you provide that for me? Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, averting his gaze and offering a faint smile. I'm afraid I must take my leave. Where to? Back. When will you return? Arya inquired anxiously. Perhaps in a few years, or even decades, or possibly not at all. With no substantial leads in this world, Su Fan resolved to return to the main world in search of Liu Xan, or to consult other senior cultivators regarding the situation. Arya bit her lip, at a loss for words, her heart heavy with the urge to weep. Chapter 45. The demon ancestor Suya, holding a pastry, was amusing Xiao Wu when she noticed Su Fan emerging and exclaimed joyfully, Sir, you have awakened. Xiao Wu, small and short, was helplessly jumping, unable to reach anything, and was in a state of distress. Su Fan addressed them, I may be away for a few days. You must remain well behaved at home. If trouble arises, do not engage with it, just wait for my return. Sir, where are you going? Suya asked. To meet some old friends. Seizing the moment while Suya was distracted, Xiao Wu opened his mouth wide and took a bite of the pastry, then scampered away with it in his mouth. Su Fan intended to seek out Liu Xan first, for she had once reached the tribulation stage and was likely to possess considerable knowledge. However, after searching extensively, he could not locate her. In the vastness of the crowd, finding one person felt akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Reluctantly, he decided to head to the human race's Great Wall to consult the elder cultivators guarding it. Old Sword Immortal Gushio scratched his head, an ascendant? It has been ages since anyone has ascended from the central continent. Liu Xan, the princess of the Great Tang, was the only cultivator on the continent to reach the tribulation stage. Alas, with the fall of the Great Tang, the fortune she relied upon has dissipated. Su Fan inquired. What of the immortal in the hat who witnessed our duel? Him? It is said he is not an immortal of this realm, Gushio replied. What happened? Is there a problem? Su Fan remained silent. Gu Xiu was merely an early-stage Great Ascension cultivator, despite sharing the same realm. The disparity between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. What Su Fan could perceive, Gu Xiu might not grasp at all, aside from Lu Xin. Who else approached the Ascension stage? Su Fan pressed on. Gu Xiu took a sip of wine, reminiscing before shaking his head. I cannot recall. It seems there was no one. Su Fan consulted several others, but unearthed no significant clues. In the vastness of the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands, the pinnacle of Great Ascension cultivators could be counted on one hand. Presently, it seemed that only the demon ancestor of the demon race remained alive. Su Fan delivered a message to the demon ancestor, reminding them of the time years ago when he had slain 5 demon kings at the Great Wall, thereby establishing a feud with the demon race. He had anticipated a refusal, yet to his surprise, the demon ancestor quickly replied, inviting him to meet. With the invincible retractable turtle formation and his own cultivation, Su Fan felt unperturbed by the prospect of an ambush. Traversing vast distances, he swiftly arrived at the demon domain. Following the guidance bestowed upon him by the demon ancestor, he located the ancestral abode within 3 days. It was a rather secluded palace, unworthy of the illustrious title of the demon ancestor. Yet, as the adage goes, a mountain need not be high. It is the presence of an immortal that renders it renowned. A river need not be deep. It is the presence of a dragon that bestows it with spirit. Within the palace, a preordained maid led him to the inner sanctum. Su Fan pushed open the grand door of the royal chamber and stepped inside. The demon ancestor sat upon the throne, propping his head with one hand, eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in slumber. Su Fan suddenly furrowed his brow. Where was the aura? He felt no trace of the demon ancestor's presence. Something was amiss. In the next instant, Su Fan found himself directly before the demon ancestor. Dead. The pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage had perished. His divine consciousness had completely vanished, yet remnants of his soul lingered, indicating he had died not long ago. The perpetrator was still present. Su Fan spun around, a surge of danger coursing through him. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his expression shifted abruptly. After years of cultivation, he had never experienced such a sensation, an immense dread in the face of the unknown. Darkness seemed to engulf all. The once faint glimmer of light from the inner chamber's door was now entirely obscured. Unrivaled tortoise formation, activate. The exterminating, immortal sword emerged. His aura surged. The realm he had long suppressed instantaneously ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. After a considerable time, the surroundings returned to tranquility, the oppressive feeling that had enveloped him dissipating as if it had never existed. Thus, the once great demon ancestor had met his end, shrouded in mystery. To everyone else, Su Fan unequivocally became the prime suspect in the demon ancestor's demise. After all, he was the last individual to have met with the ancestor before his death. The demon clan harbored both fear and hatred towards him. Their animosity stemmed from his thwarting their kind at the Great Wall, where he had slain 5 demon kings. Now, even the demon ancestor had fallen to his blade. The fear lay in the terrifying extent of his burgeoning strength. In the wake of the demon ancestor's death and the slaying of the 5 demon kings, the demon clan was soon embroiled in internal conflict. Meanwhile, Su Fan's reputation among the human race soared once more. He had stealthily penetrated the demon domain and dispatched the demon ancestor. Storytellers found new material to weave tales, their narratives flowing like a torrent, accompanied by fervent gestures. The crowd was animated, a sea of people with banners waving and drums resounding. Countless cultivators began to idolize Su Fan. The human race's Great Wall erected 12 colossal statues of him, their grandeur far surpassing that of the 3 teachings founders. Throughout history, only he had received such an honor. Su Fan lamented, I truly wish to disassociate from this. Please do not heap such a colossal blame upon my shoulders. He attempted to defend himself, but it was futile. What business do you have alone in the demon domain at such an hour? Seeking camaraderie? What kind of bond could 2 grown men forge in the dead of night? It must surely have been a clash of blades. The outcome was evident. Su Fan emerged victorious. He returned to the Chang'an restaurant. Suya and Xiaowu donned matching attire, gracefully dancing beneath a banner that proclaimed, Welcome home, hero. The news of Su Fan's vanquishing the demon sovereign had reverberated across the vast lands of Jiuzhou and Bahuang. Both Suya and Xiaowu had learned of this remarkable feat master. You are truly formidable, exclaimed Suya. My master is unparalleled. That so-called demon sovereign is hardly a match. Xiaowu added, Master, to celebrate your monumental victory, I have prepared your favorite pastries. Su Fan glanced over, chuckling. These are all your favorites, are they not? Xiaowu bashfully covered his face. Oh no, I've been discovered. That evening, as Su Fan meditated, he once again felt the call of the small world. Leaving a fragment of his consciousness there, he gently nudged his thoughts. In an instant, he found himself back in the small world. Over 2 decades had passed, and the small world had undergone a dramatic transformation. If it was once a mere toilet, it could now be likened to a public restroom, far more luxurious. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a small boy suddenly poked his head into the chamber, looking at him with curiosity. Then, he quickly turned and dashed away, shouting, "Mother, mother, the immortal has awakened." Su Fan stretched lazily and exited the chamber, only to collide with a hurried woman. She wore an apron and had her hair tied back in a ponytail. With a few strands of gray, she was quite attractive, and one could easily discern that she must have been a stunning young woman in her youth. The woman paused, gazing up at Su Fan, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. She opened her mouth, seemingly at a loss for words, and finally managed to utter a single, profound statement. "You have returned." Just then, an autumn breeze rustled, lifting her ponytail, reminiscent of days gone by. Chapter 46. Eternal night. Over 20 years had elapsed. And Arya had become a mother of 2 children. Yet for Su Fan, it felt like merely a few days had passed. He smiled, remarking, "Your children bear a striking resemblance to the youthful you." Arya gently caressed her children's heads, her face radiating a warm smile, the innate joy of a mother for her offspring. Su Fan pinched the small faces of the children, bestowing each with a piece of candy. Arya gazed at the candy, lost in memories. "Here, this is for you." Arya was momentarily taken aback before accepting the candy from his hand. As they walked through the palace, Su Fan noticed that his statue had been replaced by another. Arya shyly explained, "Many years ago, another immortal arrived, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Naturally, he supplanted Su Fan, even ordering the destruction of your statue." She cautiously glanced at Su Fan, relieved to find him unperturbed. In truth, he had given it little thought. "Recently, a rather peculiar object sought you out. It resembled an urn. It even spoke. I told it you were not here, and it said you would return soon." Arya continued, "Initially, I did not take it seriously, but I never expected you would truly come back." Su Fan furrowed his brow. "An urn?" At that moment, a multitude of officials suddenly appeared in the corridor ahead, arranged in a formal line. At the center sat a strikingly handsome man, reclined in a palanquin. His smooth, fair visage exuded an air of sharp severity, complemented by thick brows and a prominent nose, all proclaiming nobility and elegance. This was Tang Chun, the scion of the illustrious Tang family. From a young age, he had shown no inclination towards learning or cultivation, preferring instead a life of leisure and indulgence. For causing trouble, his family had relegated him to this minor world. Little did he know that upon arrival, he would discover that this nation revered a statue of Su Fan, prompting him to order its immediate destruction. Just moments ago, he had keenly sensed the presence of this interloper. In Tang Chen's view, since he had arrived, this was his domain. Would anyone agree to an unexpected guest intruding upon their home with intentions towards their spouse? Tang Chun resolved to teach this outsider a lesson, particularly relishing the opportunity to assert his superiority. Having spent considerable time in this world without encountering a worthy opponent had left him quite dissatisfied. Finally, he saw potential in this newcomer, who appeared formidable. Arya tugged at Su Fan's sleeve, whispering, "Little Su Fan, this guy is no pushover." "Not a concern." Su Fan replied with a gentle smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze, causing Arya to hastily release her grip. Must he possess such an irresistible charm? Tang Chun, brimming with eager anticipation, fixed his gaze upon Su Fan. His grandfather had once told him that one could glean fascinating insights through another's eyes. Yet, in Su Fan's gaze, he found only a placid stillness, akin to stagnant water. How dull! With a slight huff, Tang Chun suddenly felt a chilling wave wash over him, as if the most fearsome specter were observing him intently. This sensation had only occurred a few times in his life, moments when he was perilously close to death. Like a tiger transforming from a languid feline into a lethal predator upon the intrusion of an outsider, Tang Chun felt a cold sweat break out across his back, his eyes widening in alarm. It was then he realized that the source of his unease was merely a fleeting glance from Su Fan. His chest felt constricted, and he could not suppress a gulp. Su Fan approached slowly, his footsteps resonating not as mere sounds, but as the ominous tolling of a death knell. Was he to be slain? Although he had lived a life of indulgence, he had never committed any heinous acts. He had once kindly opened a window for a young lady taking a bath, and had even selflessly cared for a neighbor's wife in their absence. He particularly enjoyed listening to the sorrowful tales of unfortunate women who recounted their tragic experiences. To summarize their stories in a few phrases, they were often variations of the same lament: a father who gambled, a mother who was ill, and a brother who studied. They were recently acquainted, yet still unfamiliar. Siblings depended on him, and failed businesses left debts to repay. Ex-husbands were abusive and addicted to gambling, while single mothers struggled without income. Thus, They found themselves on an irreversible path. Tang Chen opened his mouth to speak, but found himself voiceless. As Su Fan's figure brushed past him, it was as if he were inconsequential, a wildflower by the roadside, receiving neither attention nor acknowledgement. Tang Chen stared blankly ahead, unable to snap out of his daze. His chest heaved heavily, and he was on the verge of tears. How terrifying. Immortal Master? One of his followers inquired skeptically. Weren't we supposed to make our move? We even rehearsed some lines about how to mock the enemy, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Why the sudden halt? Return. Quickly, fetch me a clean pair of trousers. Tang Chen stammered. Upon arriving at a secluded chamber, Su Fan pushed the door open and was met with the sight of an urn standing before him. The urn shifted slightly, confirming its vitality. Brother, I have finally found you. The urn exclaimed excitedly as it lunged forward. Su Fan gazed at the urn in confusion. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? A full 100,000 years. I finally awaited your arrival. The urn cried, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. Take your time, no need to rush. We have all the time in the world, Su Fan replied, as Arya summoned a palace maid to serve them tea. The maid placed the tea before the urn, creating an awkward ambience. Do not serve me tea, I cannot drink it. Do you have any ashes? The urn declared. Arya could not contain herself and spat out her tea. Well, this is hardly the time for dining, the urn remarked, turning its attention to Su Fan. You are now at the pinnacle of the ascendant stage. You must have sensed the peculiarities of that world, yes? Su Fan nodded in affirmation. The urn sighed softly, confessing. To be honest, I was once a significant figure 100,000 years ago, but now I exist in this ghostly form, neither human nor spirit. Su Fan silently sipped his tea, awaiting further revelations. The urn wasted no time and delved directly into the matter at hand. That world is unlike any other cultivation realm. Through years of exploration and personal experience, I have arrived at a conclusion. There are no ascenders. Once a cultivator reaches a certain level of cultivation, they are inexplicably eradicated by sinister entities. Even if one manages to survive, ascension remains utterly impossible. Why? Su Fan inquired, narrowing his eyes. Because of the eternal night. The urn declared with a grave tone. Eternal night devours everything in that world, it continued. Su Fan pondered. What if one escapes to another world? Your karmic ties are anchored in that realm. No matter where you flee, you will be consumed by the eternal night, unless you transcend the tribulations and ascend. The urn explained. And you? Su Fan asked, looking at the urn. The urn sighed once more. I evaded the heavenly secrets using some ancient mysterious technique. Yet I became like this. Moreover, I cannot linger in a single world for too long. I must migrate to another realm every few years to avoid detection. 100,000 years ago, upon discovering the secret of the eternal night with a few friends, we sought ways to combat it. The last practitioner of Yin-Yang, defying the heavens, calculated that you would be the key to breaking the eternal night 100,000 years hence. Su Fan quickly processed the information relayed by the urn, stating, I encountered those beings not long ago. They have found you. The urn exclaimed in astonishment. Su Fan remarked, I did not come here to find you, but rather to eliminate another individual. I have arrived a moment too late. The old man had been meticulously calculating the time until the next eternal night, which was still over 10,000 years away. The urn spoke, to seek a path to resolution, one must return to that world. After a brief preparation, Su Fan resolved to depart once more. This time, it seemed he would not return. Arya gazed at him in silence for an extended period. Suddenly, Su Fan lifted his head and smiled. He uttered no farewell, for there would be no future meeting. Arya also smiled, ultimately saying, safe travels. Indeed, he remained the same youthful figure, whose sudden smile could rival the beauty of the four seasons and the grandeur of mountains and rivers, far surpassing the simple joy of his smile directed towards her. Arya glanced down at the piece of candy Su Fan had given her, unwrapped it, and savored its sweetness. Yet, it dawned upon her that this was no longer 20 years ago. Back in the main world-S restaurant, Suya entered, carrying dim sum and tea, her face alight with joy, when she unexpectedly spotted the urn beside Su Fan. Oh sir, why have you brought back a box? Suya inquired with curiosity, leaning closer to the urn and pinching the white powder inside. What is this? Is it for steeping in water? She extended her delicate finger to taste the powder, finding it rather bland and lacking flavor. Sir, what is this? Su Fan, still not fully present, was momentarily taken aback by the scene, unable to intervene in time. If you wish to eat, I have plenty more, the urn spoke mournfully. Oh my, Suya gasped, retreating behind Su Fan. Sir, how can this box talk? The urn retorted, how rude. Not only can I speak, but I can also sing. Suya shouted, Little Wu. Little Wu. Soon, a small, plump creature hurried over. What's wrong? What's wrong? Suya scooped up Little Wu and playfully pinched his cheek. Ow, that hurts, he exclaimed. Suya pondered aloud. If it can feel pain, this isn't a dream. Little Wu, frustrated, responded, Miss Su, can't you pinch yourself? I am made of flesh, not stone. Suya covered her face, as she feared pain. But I also fear pain. Little Wu protested. Do not impose upon others what you yourself do not wish to endure. Su Fan observed the playful exchange between the two, inhaling deeply while gazing into the distance. A storm was brewing, and a great battle was inevitable. According to the narrative's nature, he should now embark on a journey, gathering 7 Dragon Balls. Along the way, he would face numerous challenges, forge friendships, or encounter romantic interests, ultimately confronting the main antagonist. Following that, he would either retreat into the depths of the forest or ascend to a higher realm. Su Fan exhaled softly, feeling utterly powerless against such a storyline. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Nothing transpired during this period. Su Fan's journal described the thrilling yet uneventful life of these 2 years succinctly. In the first year, he summarized his days with only a few phrases. Today, nothing happened, fished by the river. Today, nothing happened, listened to music at the tavern. Today, nothing happened, slept at home. Today, nothing happened, turned over in my sleep. Today, nothing happened, dozed off while fishing. In the second year, the repetition rate soared to an astounding 99%. Su Fan accurately predicted the beginning, yet could not fathom the ending. But in truth, nothing transpired. Everything remained as it had always been. The vast expanse of Jiuzhou and Bihuang yielded no clues regarding the eternal night or any peculiar entities. After much fruitless searching, Su Fan realized that the only course of action was to enhance his own strength while awaiting the arrival of the eternal night or the moment when the enigmatic being would seek him out. Thus, he resolved to adopt a completely laid-back approach. Though not reality, life often unfolds in a manner far more dramatic than fiction. At times, it is as if when one anticipates a grand undertaking, nothing occurs at all. Conversely, when one believes all is tranquil and favorable, unexpected events invariably arise. The urn imparted a profoundly philosophical insight. Not every occurrence awaits your readiness. Rather, it unfolds at its destined moment, neither early nor late, but in a fleeting instant. One must learn to confront the sudden surprises and unforeseen twists of life. Su Fan, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He took each day as it came. His current mindset was simply to live, awaiting the day he might no longer wish to. Perhaps he might find a gnarled tree and hang himself from its branches. He had taken a liking to fishing, not out of extreme boredom, but rather due to the very essence of monotony. Most often, he would doze off while fishing, subsequently engaging in meditation within his dreams. Ding! Congratulations, host has slept for 80 years. Congratulations, host has received a grand gift, one of the 4 swords of extermination. The exquisite sword. Congratulations, host has obtained a divine gift pack, one of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, the great and small Rui. Congratulations, host has acquired an immaculate body. The system's voice roused Su Fan from his slumber. 80 years. He felt disoriented, as if awakening from a dream. Winter had arrived. Outside, snow fell in thick, feathery flakes, blanketing the streets and the ravines of time. The world was enveloped in a white haze, and the cold was biting. People outside shivered, their noses stinging and heads aching, their feet feeling like blocks of ice. Yet inside the restaurant, it was surprisingly warm. Patrons huddled around a copper-hot pot, perspiring from their meals. They dipped meat into the broth while engaging in light-hearted conversation, occasionally glancing at the snowy scenery outside. Little Wu transformed into a child, resting his head on the counter, seemingly asleep, a half-eaten pastry clutched in his mouth. He appeared to be lost in a delightful dream, with a smile stretching across his face. The turtle, Fortune, remained immobile like a stone, while Suya had gone out to procure food for the urn. Su Fan propped his head on his hand, gazing out the window, observing the snowfall and the people alike. Chapter 48. Hibernation. There remained a full 10,000 years until the arrival of the eternal night. And the timeline for the enigmatic being's approach was uncertain, perhaps thousands of years away, perhaps tomorrow, or even at this very moment. For instance, at this late hour, Su Fan and the others were dining in the main hall. Little Wu was engrossed in his food, cradling the bowl in his arms to avoid the hassle of washing dishes. The turtle, Fortune, remained motionless like a rock. Suya, having acquired new ashes, poured them into the urn. The urn bore an expression of anguish. Oh dear, I feel as though I have been scorched to death. Is this freshly baked? Suya replied, Indeed, I ran for quite a while to procure it at a hefty price from someone else. So, let us savor it sparingly. Xiao Wu, mistakenly believing Suya was referring to him, raised his head from the bowl and rubbed his face. Miss Su, we have earned quite a bit these days. Indulging a little is no issue. All you think about is eating. Suya shot him a fierce glare. Fearing her wrath, Xiao Wu quickly ducked behind Su Fan. After a moment's thought, he scampered over to retrieve the bowl. The urn sighed. I too desire a meal. This ash is enough to make anyone retch. As he spoke, he took a small sip of the tea infused with ash. Why aren't you eating, sir? Su Ya's gaze fell upon Su Fan, who stood upright, one hand clutching chopsticks and the other a bowl, his eyes closed, likely asleep. The others had long since grown accustomed to Su Fan's occasional slumber and paid little heed. Su Fan gradually opened his eyes in the depths of his mind. Among his recent acquisitions were the Great and Small Rui, one of the 4 swords of Zhejian, and the Immaculate Body. The Great and Small Rui represented the path of transformation, capable of manipulating the heavens and concealing one's form. With the addition of the Absolute Immortal Sword, he had gathered all 4 swords of Zhejian. Although they were mere replicas, Su Fan had whimsically dubbed them the Putian series. As for the Immaculate Body, Su Fan felt a swift absorption of spiritual energy, invigorating his being. His sleep had become more restful. Yet he had not discerned any significant changes beyond that. Su Fan gently exhaled a breath of sword energy, summoning the 4 swords of Zhejian. Recently, he had been endeavoring to arrange the Zhejian sword array, rumored to be the supreme formation governing heavenly killings. It was said to be the foremost killing formation of heaven. Once established, it could not be breached without the presence of 4 saints. Within the array, danger was boundless, and any who entered without the strength of a heavenly saint would be reduced to ashes. Despite several attempts, he had met with failure, even narrowly escaping backlash. He understood that great endeavors require patience, thus he was in no hurry. One day, Su Fan accompanied the little fox, Su Ya, on a leisurely stroll through the streets. They encountered 2 elderly ladies embroiled in a heated argument, and as was his custom, Su Fan found a prime spot to observe the spectacle. As the saying goes, what meaning does life hold if one does not relish the spectacle? Just as he was engrossed, Su Fan suddenly felt a shift. As if time had come to a standstill, the surroundings silent, leaving only the 2 ladies exchanging familial genealogies. In that instant, Su Fan felt as though he had just emerged from a profound film, stepping into a sage-like state. He exhaled softly. Is this a sign of breaking through? It is often said that some achieve breakthroughs by gazing at fish, the sea, or snow. What does this signify for me? In future conversations, I shall boast that I gleaned insight from watching 2 elderly women argue and subsequently achieved my breakthrough. Thus, Su Fan committed himself to his meditative practices with renewed diligence. No, it was not merely sleep. It was a deepening of his cultivation. After all, sleep itself was a form of practice, often lost in contemplation. I frequently immerse myself in the melodies of the mundane world, savoring the essence of life. The winds stir beneath the bright sun, as time flows swiftly westward. Unbeknownst to me, the quaint eatery has been in operation for over 2 centuries. Su Fan surmises that in a few thousand years, he shall transcend boundaries and reach the tribulation stage. Notably, with the augmentation of his prowess, his 2 techniques have also evolved. The invincible withdrawn turtle formation has transformed into the golden invincible withdrawn turtle formation. Similarly, the invincible sleeping automatic cultivation method has ascended to the golden invincible sleeping automatic cultivation method. The distinctions lie, perhaps, in the bountiful cultivation and rewards garnered during slumber. As for the golden invincible withdrawn turtle formation, it seems to have fortified its defensive resilience. The precise differences have yet to be fully realized, as neither the invincible withdrawn turtle formation nor its enhanced golden counterpart appears to be breakable by anyone. As winter descends once more, Su Fan feels it is time for his hibernation. After all, creatures such as bears and snakes have already succumbed to their slumber. It would be rather unreasonable for him to remain awake. As night falls, darkness envelopes the city of Chang'an. In an obscure corner, a mysterious entity moves swiftly. It traverses the silent streets, arriving at the securely locked eatery. Silently, it slips through the door, heading straight for the source of a peculiar aura. On the bed lies a being in an odd assortment of postures, barely resembling a human. Suddenly, the encroaching darkness halts its advance. A thin veil of golden light envelopes Su Fan's entire being. As the darkness gradually recedes, it patiently waits in the shadows. The following day, sunlight streams through the window. The figure remains as still as death. Sir, calls out Xiao Wu as he enters. It's time for breakfast. Upon noticing Su Fan asleep, he quietly retreats. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, while the mysterious presence continues its patient vigil. Cold follows the night's departure, and spring arrives with the dawn. Outside the city of Chang'an, the branches have begun to bud anew. Business at the eatery remains bustling, teeming with patrons. In stark contrast to the lively ground floor, the bedroom on the 2nd floor feels considerably desolate. The hidden mystery persists in its unwavering watch. As spring transitions into summer, the nightingale and blossoms shift, heralding the onset of summer's warmth. The sun blazes fiercely, and the trees outside flourish in vibrant green. The air is devoid of a breeze, making it feel as though one might melt away. At this moment, the ice blocks preserved by magic during winter come into play. The eatery has begun selling cold beverages, thriving in business. Meanwhile, Su Fan continues to slumber in the second-floor bedroom, accompanied only by the steadfast mystery. As the winds whisper softly, autumn gives way to winter's return. In the blink of an eye, Chang'an is once again cloaked in silver. In a corner of the bedroom, the enigmatic presence lies in the shadows, devoid of desire. Suddenly, the person on the bed stirs. Chapter 49. The spring breeze transforms into rain at that moment. The figure on the bed moves, igniting a spark of excitement within the mysterious entity for the first time. Yet, Su Fan merely shifts his posture. The mystery reflects. 5 years have flown by like a shuttle, and once again, spring fills the garden. As the lanterns flicker in the night and the roosters crow at dawn, it is indeed the time for a young man to pursue his studies. The diligence of youth surpasses the allure of dark tresses. Only with the graying of hair does one regret the tardiness of their studies. Within the confines of the dining establishment, the melodious recitation of poetry resonates as Xiao Wu immerses himself in the verses left by Su Fan. "Ah, what exquisite poetry!" he exclaims. "Dinner is served." Suya calls out. Xiao Wu immediately discards his book, hastening to the dining table with remarkable speed. However, Suya only ladles a modest portion onto his plate. Pouting, Xiao Wu inquires, "Miss Su, why is my meal merely this scant amount?" Suya replies, "Just look at your physique. You ought to consider shedding some weight, lest you transform into a little chubby pig by tomorrow." Xiao Wu rubs his face and retorts, "I am not a chubby pig. I am a plump and cherished spirit. Our family prides itself on being well fed. My mother has said that those who are plump find companionship more easily. That may be so, but you won't be able to move tomorrow," she remarks, playfully striking his head. Xiao Wu, puffing up his cheeks, directs his gaze toward the urn beside him. "Bone brother," he calls. The urn clears its throat, admonishing, "Xiaoya, speak with a bit more courtesy toward Xiao Wu. He is my brother." Xiao Wu nods in agreement. "When did you two become brothers?" Suya inquires, puzzled. "We swore brotherhood just yesterday," the urn responds. "Striking Xiao Wu is akin to striking me." Suya contemplates this for a moment and then nods. "Well, then, let us strike together." Soon, the hall is filled with the urn's cries of distress. Suya, clutching the urn, threatens, "Shall I scatter your ashes to the wind? Do you dare me? Please, I concede. Do not scatter my ashes." It pleads. "Humph. If you continue to be so arrogant, I shall burn you for firewood tomorrow." Xiao Wu quivers in a corner, while Suya stands before him with hands on her hips. With a blink, Xiao Wu suddenly feels his hunger dissipate. This meager portion seems sufficient. Listening to the lively commotion around him, I realize that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. All I perceive is the clamor. In the shadows, a mysterious figure gazes despondently at Su Fan, who appears lifeless. The hour of dusk has arrived once more. The mysterious entity gazes at the moon, reminiscing about its lost youth. Its existence teeters on the brink of conclusion, possessing formidable power, yet only the fleeting life of a summer cicada. Soon, another mysterious being emerges, mercilessly consuming it. The figure then twists and writhes in what seems to be a celebration, assuming the former's place as it awaits Su Fan's awakening. Thus, the tale unfolds anew. One after another, mysteries are devoured, and new mysteries arrive. By the 60th year, a new arrival consumes the old, acquiring all the memories of its predecessor, and then hastily departs under the cover of night. At this moment, the turtle Wong Kai on the table can no longer endure the chaos. It slowly extends its head and ambles away. "I've had enough rest." By the 70th year, Su Fan awakens. "Where's my bucket?" The reason for his awakening is not merely the fulfillment of rest, but rather that Xiao Wu is preparing to depart. Having missed the last celestial alignment, Xiao Wu calculates the days, knowing that the next convergence of stars occurs tomorrow. Thus, he must return home. "Brother, return soon. I shall miss you," the urn expresses. Little Five, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, nodded and embraced the urn warmly. Su Fan gently ruffled his hair, assuring him that he was always welcome to return. This place would forever be his home. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Little Five struggled to suppress his emotions. "Where's Miss Su?" he inquired, glancing around but finding no sign of Suya. Su Fan replied, "She is hiding in her room." Weeping, Little Five rubbed his face, letting out a soft sigh as he gazed into the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it was time for farewells. "Goodbye, everyone. I shall return to see you all again." He waved to them from afar. With a soft thud, Su Fan pushed the door open, entering a dimly lit room. Suya was curled up in the corner, her eyes red from recent tears. "Xiaoya, it's time to eat," Su Fan called gently. Suya lifted her head. her sobs barely audible. Sir, she murmured. Su Fan smiled and tousled her hair, saying, You're all grown up now. Why are you still crying? Suya, reluctant to part from little five, added, And you, sir, in the stinky urn. I want to be with you all forever. Su Fan replied, Silly girl. Where in this world do people stay together forever? Why? Why can't we be together forever? She asked. Life is but a solitary journey, and no one accompanies another for a lifetime. Some paths must be traversed alone. Do you remember the stories I once told you? Suya shook her head. Su Fan continued. Life is akin to a train bound for the grave, making many stops along the way. It is rare for someone to accompany you throughout the entire journey. When those who travel with you must disembark, even if it is difficult, one must cherish the memories and bid farewell. Suya bit her lip, blinking in disbelief. Life is long. We will meet many people and experience countless events. Sometimes, when someone departs, they take not only their luggage but also our fond memories. Yet, ahead of us lie innumerable encounters. Thus, there is no need to dwell on losses. What truly matters is to cherish the relationships we have at present. Suya wiped her tears, understanding all too well, but the pain of parting was indeed overwhelming. With little five gone, Suya resolved to seek another temporary worker. After all, the inn was thriving and needed assistance. However, after hiring a few individuals, she found herself dissatisfied. Alas, today's youth are so restless, clumsy in their tasks, Suya lamented. This summer is unbearably hot. The air is stifling, making it hard to breathe. Even the urn has spilled its ashes, lying on the rooftop to cool off. Su Fan yawned lazily, gazing out the window. With his right hand forming a sword shape, he gently sliced through the air. A breeze stirred, causing the willow branches to sway. In the next moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, as if pouring a bucket of cool water over the furnace-like city of Chang'an. It's raining, exclaimed the passers-by, letting out long sighs of relief, not rushing home, but savoring the refreshing coolness. With the essence of the seasons, the spring rain fell. Suddenly, a startled cry erupted from the rooftop. My ashes! The urn exclaimed. Oh no, the ashes are blowing away. Who cursed my ashes? I shall confront them. Su Fan silently intensified his efforts, and in an instant, a fierce wind arose. My ashes. Chapter 50. Acquaintances as winter descended. Bringing forth the arrival of ice and snow, the parched earth gradually became moist once more. It was the season of hibernation. Days passed one after another. Although Su Fan had retreated from the world, tales of his exploits continued to circulate throughout the realm. Fame, as they say, can be both a blessing and a curse. Numerous aspirants sought to vanquish him to achieve glory, while an overwhelming multitude yearned to become his disciples. It was unclear who had divulged the news of Su Fan's restaurant in Chang'an, yet cultivators from all corners of the land flocked to the city in search of it. Alongside them, a considerable number of young women, enamored by Su Fan's legend since childhood, flooded the streets of Chang'an, where his statues adorned every corner. The allure of his striking appearance was undeniable. Since learning of his presence in the city, the young women had grown increasingly fervent, even forming dedicated teams to seek him out, idolizing him fervently. Perhaps this was the genesis of a fan culture, after all. Who could resist a man of such remarkable looks, reputation, and prowess? Some girls, merely 17 or 18 years of age, even declared that should they fail to become Su Fan's apprentices, they would resort to drastic measures, leaving him forever burdened by guilt. Yet, regardless of the fervor displayed by these cultivators and fervent admirers, Su Fan maintained an indifferent demeanor. One day, a piece of news rippled through the cultivation community. The East Lake ancestor, who had been practicing in the 10,000 Great Mountains, had met with failure during his tribulation and perished. Upon hearing this, Su Fan paused momentarily. The urn spoke to him, suggesting that the East Lake ancestor had likely been influenced by those enigmatic forces. Su Fan took a sip of tea, remaining silent. The urn continued. What realm do you find yourself in now? You seem to be on the brink of transcending tribulation. Su Fan nodded slightly, uncertain of the specifics. Even for himself, you are our sole means of contending against the eternal night. Our lives depend on you, the urn stated. Do you truly place such faith in me? Su Fan replied with a hint of detachment. I have no other choice, the urn confessed, and having spent this time together, I have come to realize that you possess an intriguing nature, managing to enhance your cultivation daily despite your slumber, and inexplicably acquiring rare treasures. Su Fan smiled lightly. The urn recited an incantation, summoning a diagram of a sword formation from thin air. What is this? Su Fan inquired. This is the diagram of the extermination of immortals. The urn explained. You already possess the 4 swords of extermination. When combined with this diagram, you will be able to activate the extermination sword formation. It may increase your odds of success. Don't tell me why you didn't present it sooner, Su Fan remarked. I must preserve my resources, after all. Then why unveil it now? Su Fan pressed. Through careful observation, I deem you a trustworthy individual. You must understand. Acquiring this diagram of the extermination of immortals required considerable effort on my part. Su Fan gazed into the distance. What do you suppose will happen if the eternal night consumes us? Death, I presume, the urn replied. But what is the sensation of death? How would I know? I have never died myself. By the way, I noticed that hairpin you left on your bedside, the urn added. Hairpin? Su Fan recalled. Recognizing it as a token from his first encounter with Lu Xian, who had mentioned it was a keepsake from her mother. He mentioned that she could exchange 3 wishes for the hairpin. What makes the hairpin so special? The urn replied, this hairpin is quite extraordinary. Although it lacks any aura of spiritual energy, it is indeed crafted from the bones of a true dragon. It can break through all defenses in this world and even slay immortals. Su Fan furrowed his brows, having sensed the hairpin's uniqueness earlier. However, considering Lu Xian's background, he dismissed it, knowing that a gift from her mother would undoubtedly be of immense value, far from ordinary. Yet, he was taken aback to learn it was made from dragon bones. The urn nodded. I only discovered this yesterday. It has been sealed by a certain enchantment. You mentioned that this was a gift from a friend of yours. Sir, please tend to the shop. I must attend to some matters outside. As they conversed, a voice suddenly echoed from below. It was Suya. Su Fan sat at the counter, manipulating the abacus to calculate the day's accounts. Inside the restaurant, a group of patrons dined and chatted. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation drifted to the legendary figure, the white-clad chancellor, the founder of the Great Zhou, the butcher of men. The foremost strategist, the sword god of peach blossoms, the undefeated war deity, Su Fan, the true invincible of the realm. Some of the details shared were even unknown to Su Fan himself, recounted with clarity and coherence. He found himself doubting whether he had truly accomplished such feats. He chuckled and shook his head, as his appearance had been altered by magical means, rendering him unrecognizable to others. At that moment, the very embodiment of the legendary figure they spoke of was right before them. Waiter, please add some water to the tea. After a lengthy recounting of Su Fan's exploits, one patron grew thirsty. Su Fan hurriedly approached with a long spout teapot. Enjoy your drink. The patron didn't even glance at him, clearing his throat to continue the tale. Where was I? Ah, yes. The love-hate entanglement between Chancellor Su and Princess Lu Xian of the Tang dynasty. They frolicked together for 3 days and nights, after which Lu Xian bore Su Fan 3 sons. Su Fan spat his tea in surprise, and all eyes turned to him. He offered an apologetic smile. My apologies. The tea is too hot. Such a rumor was utterly absurd. Just then, a figure entered. Esteemed guest, what would you like? Su Fan turned to look. The conversation abruptly halted. A familiar yet slightly unfamiliar figure in red appeared. Lu Xian smiled, her lips red and teeth white. Long time no see. Su Fan stood momentarily stunned, then returned her smile warmly. Indeed, it has been a while. Since their last parting, it truly felt like an eternity. So long that Su Fan struggled to recall just how long it had been. He had been concerned about Lu Xian regarding the mysterious object, but after much inquiry, he had found no trace of her. Lu Xian remarked, it has been years. You have gained quite a reputation. I wonder if I still have the privilege to sit down and chat with you. Su Fan recognized her playful teasing and chuckled. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Lu Xian nodded. Su Fan instructed, Xiao Bai, please escort this young lady to the back courtyard. Xiao Bai, the new assistant at the shop, led Lu Xian away. Su Fan intended to finish his final calculations before seeking out Lu Xian. At this moment, the urn unexpectedly emerged. Typically, the urn would not reveal itself in the presence of outsiders, yet it rushed forth with urgency. Su Fan cast an illusion to conceal its form. What is it? That woman, that woman. The urn's voice trembled with fear. Do you know her? The woman in red from earlier? Su Fan inquired. Indeed, that is her. Su Fan replied. I am acquainted with her. She is the one who gifted me the hairpin, the grand princess of the Tang dynasty. You didn't have any issues with her, did you? What exactly are you trying to convey? Su Fan's tone grew grave, as an ominous premonition stirred within him. That woman, I recognize her. The urn exclaimed. Su Fan, momentarily taken aback, pondered. So what if you know her? What matters is that you met her over 100,000 years ago. The urn quivered as it spoke. Chapter 51. So you have already discovered it. I encountered her over 100,000 years ago. The urn reiterated. Su Fan furrowed his brow. 100,000 years. Was it not said that apart from ascenders, no one could escape the eternal night? That is precisely the issue. It is impossible for anyone to have escaped the eternal night. I had to transform into this ghastly form to escape back then. But the urn hesitated. Yet Su Fan already surmised the implication. Given the impossibility of anyone escaping the eternal night, the only explanation would be that Lu Xian was either its creator or one of its conspirators. We must leave. We must leave. This is terrifying. urged the urn. Leave? Where to? The urn replied. Of course, we must flee. Just the thought of that entity sends shivers down my spine. She must have sensed something amiss. Perhaps she has come to kill us, to reduce us to ashes and place us in the urn. Su Fan cast a sidelong glance at it. You are already an urn. I do not wish to become a true urn. The urn retorted. Su Fan stated, we must face it sooner or later. Evasion is futile. The urn pondered for a moment, seemingly finding reason in Su Fan's words, yet it did not forget to caution. You should be careful. Do not fall for the beauty's ploy. Rest assured, Su Fan replied, placing the ledger aside and heading to the backyard. His mood was not particularly good. Yet it wasn't one of despair either. Just as the urn had said, not every occurrence waits for one to be prepared. They transpire when the moment is ripe. Neither early nor late, but in an instant. One must learn to confront unexpected surprises and twists of fate. Lu Xin was delicately cradling a cup of tea, sipping cautiously. Upon noticing his arrival, she lifted her gaze. Her features were exquisite, with enchanting eyes enveloped in a misty allure, and her petite lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of crimson. She was breathtakingly beautiful. You have gained weight, Lu Xin remarked. You have also put on weight, Su Fan countered. Not at all. Lu Xin retorted immediately. The two sat across from each other, momentarily at a loss for words. What is your current cultivation level? Lu Xin was the first to break the silence. I am not entirely certain, Su Fan confessed. Lu Xin could not help but exclaim. It has only been a few years, yet your progress is astounding. In the vast realms of the 9 provinces and 8 desolations, you are truly one of a kind. Possessing the bearing of a great emperor. After a brief pause, she continued, you have been quite the sensation lately. As I journeyed here, your portraits and statues adorned every corner. Among 10 storytellers, 9 recounted your tales. The remaining 1 spoke of your past life, depicting you as the reincarnation of the true martial emperor. Su Fan chuckled softly, having grown accustomed to the whimsical imaginations of these storytellers. I also heard that you vanquished the demon ancestor. That old fellow had battled me for ages, only settling down once I ascended to the early stages of tribulation. It seemed that after many years apart, Lu Xin had much to say. Su Fan listened quietly, occasionally interjecting. Lu Xin recounted the events and individuals she had encountered over the years, sharing her journey of cultivation. After a considerable time, she appeared somewhat fatigued from speaking and gestured for Su Fan to share his own experiences. Su Fan then narrated the myriad dreams he had experienced. As dusk approached, thick clouds loomed overhead, with the setting sun filtering through, casting shimmering reflections akin to fish gliding through the depths of a tranquil sea. The evening breeze rustled the willow trees, carrying a hint of coolness. Lu Xin raised her gaze, her exquisite features illuminated by the dying light. So, you have already realized. She whispered. A fleeting glimmer passed through Su Fan's eyes as he remained silent, slowly opening his palm. Truly beautiful, she remarked. Indeed, their conversation was sparse yet familiar, reminiscent of 2 old friends reconnecting after a long separation. Suddenly, the ground beneath them fractured instantaneously, and the entire courtyard disintegrated in an instant. From beneath a crimson veil, a pair of pristine white hands hovered mere inches from Su Fan's neck, yet a barrier of golden light held them at bay. Lu Xion's other wrist flicked lightly, summoning a blood-red sword into her grasp. The sharp ringing of the blade echoed like thunder across the skies of Chang'an. Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as a dragon's roar reverberated. In an instant, radiant light enveloped him, revealing a shadowy dragon materializing in the void. Lu Xian ascended into the air, forming a seal with her hands, commanding, "Go." As her words fell, a droplet of water shot forth, rapidly expanding into ice. Swift and relentless, it suppressed the brilliance behind Su Fan. Countless ice crystals entwined him, forming an impenetrable barrier. With a resounding crash, the ice nearly filled the entire courtyard, ensnaring Su Fan for merely 3 seconds. Lu Xian's expression shifted subtly. Su Fan sighed silently, his figure darting forward with extraordinary speed. Lu Xian, perceiving his ghostly presence, immediately enveloped herself in a protective glow of her sword. This blade, known as exorcising evil, ranked first among the 13 swords of the 9 provinces. Its blade, as green as water, was forged from celestial meteorite over the span of a century. Yet, just as the sword's light enveloped her, Lu Xian was momentarily dazzled. That elusive figure had appeared before her in an instant, and the sword's brilliance could not touch him, as if a roaring fire met a surging ocean. With hands clasped behind his back, he stepped closer. Lu Xian pivoted on the tips of her toes, swiftly retreating. The exorcising evil sword followed suit, yet midair, a swift hand grasped its hilt. The evil-slaying sword recognized its master, continuously emitting brilliant red sword light to fend off Su Fan's assault. Yet, Su Fan forcefully subdued it. grasping the sword in his hand as it struggled fiercely. Suddenly, Su Fan's aura surged violently, and in an instant, the evil-slaying sword seemed tamed like a docile maid. No longer daring to resist, Lu Xian's expression darkened as she retreated several dozen yards. Su Fan, sword in hand, swung downwards with a mighty strike. The sword cleaved the heavens. The clouds suspended in midair shattered with a thunderous crash. A cold gleam pierced the sky, and the sword energy surged forth with an ear-piercing shriek. Lu Xian gritted her teeth, her hands forming intricate seals. With a swift motion, she conjured several defensive formations before her. A torrent of sword energy cascaded down from the clouds, vast and powerful like a river descending from the heavens. Boom! The first formation shattered instantly. Following closely were the second and third. Lu Xian's countenance grew grim. She had never anticipated Su Fan's strength to have escalated to such formidable heights. The sword energy showed no sign of abating, and Lu Xian exerted her utmost effort to defend the final formation. Su Fan wielded the sword energy with remarkable precision, ensuring that not a single blade of grass or tree within the courtyard was harmed. The energy swept past without touching a leaf, revealing its terrifying might in the minutiae. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the formation crumbled. Lu Xian's face turned pale. The sword energy loomed before her, akin to a ferocious beast revealing its sharp fangs. Chapter 52. I shall return. The sword energy was upon her, like a fierce predator ready to devour, yet it halted just before consuming Lu Xian. Her heart raced, her chest heaving heavily. Su Fan stood before her, wielding the evil-slaying sword. Beside him lay an ash urn. Quickly bind her, commanded the urn. She must know the secrets of the eternal night. Lu Xian's gaze fell upon the urn, momentarily stunned. Qingqing Mountain? She could hardly believe it. He was still alive. A gentle smile graced her lips as she murmured, "So it was you. No wonder, no wonder." Then she looked at Su Fan, a smile blossoming on her face. "It seems I have underestimated you. I should have realized sooner." It was as if she spoke to Su Fan, yet also to herself. Though they were both at the great ascension stage, Su Fan's current prowess was sufficient to contend with 5 of her. Su Fan's index finger twitched slightly, and a colossal hand of spiritual energy materialized, seizing Lu Xian. Within its grasp lay a spell of confinement, capable of severing spiritual energy. Lu Xian did not resist, seemingly aware that she was no match for Su Fan. There existed a distinction even among those at the great ascension stage. A minute difference that could lead to a colossal gap. Lu Xian gazed into the familiar eyes of the youth, still as serene as a still pond. Occasionally, ripples would emerge, yet tranquility would swiftly return. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Xian's lips. "We shall meet again. This body is yours to take." No sooner had she spoken than a torrent of fresh blood began to pour from her 7 orifices, and her aura waned at a visible pace. The light in her eyes diminishing rapidly. In but a few breaths, she succumbed to death. Alas, that was not her true self. How troublesome. Why had I not realized this sooner? She truly excelled at acting. I should have noticed earlier that something was amiss with her. The urn murmured incessantly. Su Fan gently cradled Lu Xian's lifeless body, remaining silent, seemingly burdened with discomfort. "Hey, what is the matter with you?" the urn queried, having approached unnoticed. "Nothing," Su Fan replied coolly. "Since it's already here, we might as well make use of it. Let's hasten the cremation. I desire it fresh." Su Fan disregarded the urn and buried Lu Xian in the southern part of the city. The funeral was markedly simple. He erected a modest gravestone and picked a few flowers. Sitting before the grave, he pondered deeply, though the nature of his thoughts eluded him. Perhaps he was merely reminiscing about the stunning Lu Xian, the beauty that evoked jealousy in other girls. He seldom indulged, yet drank half a jug of wine, pouring the remainder onto the ground. "May you travel smoothly," he mused, "or perhaps I should wish you the ability to turn peril into safety." The echoes of her voice lingered in his mind. Another dawn broke. The sun gradually ascended, painting the sky in vibrant hues. Su Fan, bathed in the nascent light, departed slowly. At Mount Shu, the old headmaster passed away. The newly appointed headmaster, Ru Qingyuan, officially assumed leadership for the realms of Jiuzhou and Bahuang. This was hardly significant news. The day as headlines were dominated by trivial gossip regarding Su Fan, while the passing of the old headmaster and the new appointment were relegated to a mere corner of the newspaper, easily overlooked by the unobservant. Lu Xian would return. This was her promise before leaving. Whether Su Fan could stand against her true self remained uncertain to him. Since that fateful day, he had plunged into a prolonged slumber. Ugh, not slumber, but cultivation. Xuanzang once told him that cultivation is not about gaining or acquiring, but rather about letting go. Had he truly let go? Who knows? The urn, out of sheer boredom, began to mentor the little fox in her cultivation. The urn's theoretical knowledge surpassed Su Fan's by countless degrees. If Su Fan were akin to a college graduate living at home, the urn would be a top-tier student from Tsinghua University. However, Suya's stubbornness was alarmingly absurd, and it was not uncommon for the restaurant to echo with the urn's furious roars. In moments of utter frustration, the urn even threatened to take its own life. Ultimately, through the urn's relentless efforts, Suya's cultivation reached the golden core stage. Elated by the changes within her, Suya jumped 3 feet high, exclaiming, "Little Ya is truly clever." The urn, bearing a face of disillusionment, muttered, "Indeed, what a little genius you are. 300 years. You are truly remarkable." On that very day, Xiao Wu returned, noticeably thinner, hands on hips, wearing an innocent smile. "Little one has returned." Suya was even more delighted, lifting Xiao Wu and playfully pinching its cheeks. "Ouch, that hurts. Miss Su, I am not a child. Please do not pinch my face." The urn chimed in, "So, brother, what delicious treats have you brought back for me?" Little Five broke free, rubbed his face, and pulled out a box from his bag. "Bone brother. This contains the ashes of an elder from the Shaoxing clan. I had to plead for quite a while before they agreed to give me a bit." The urn responded, "I have yet to try the ashes of the flesh Lingji. Let me savor it." Xiao interjected, "What about my gift? Where's my gift?" Little Five rummaged through his bag again and produced a box of rouge. "This is the rouge I brought back from home, used by my mother and sister. They look lovely when adorned with it." "Rouge for the flesh Lingji?" Suya examined it closely. "Sir, I also prepared a gift for you," Little Five added. "Sir, sir." Suya called out twice. Su Fan staggered down the stairs, his gait peculiar, eyes closed. He was snoring, clearly in slumber. Little Five was startled. "What happened to the sir?" Suya explained, "He is asleep. After years of cultivation, he has mastered the art of deep slumber. If you look closely, you can see thin, transparent waves of energy surrounding him." This was the golden, invincible, shrinking turtle formation. After Su Fan's upgrades, it had transitioned from an active skill to a passive one. Always present and capable of identifying any aggressive entities nearby. Non-aggressive actions would feel no influence from the formation, while hostile actions would be repelled. Little Five's mouth gaped in awe. "Sir is truly remarkable. And he can even eat." As she spoke, Xia held a piece of pastry to Su Fan's lips. As if sensing it, Su Fan opened his mouth and took a bite. Xia pinched his cheek and chuckled, "Isn't this amusing? Little Five, would you like to try?" Little Five rubbed his face. "Don't tease the sir. I am not as mischievous as Miss Su." Suya retorted, "Oh, are you feeling cheeky? Say that again if you dare." Little Five said nothing. Suya transformed into a little fox, grinning as she pounced. "Hee hee, Little Five, come here and let your sister have some fun." "Oh no. Don't come over. Bone brother, help." Chapter 53. Has she always been so brave? More than 200 years later, when the leader of Mount Shu found Su Fan, he declared that the entire Mount Shu would wholeheartedly assist Su Fan in achieving immortality to combat the eternal night. The leader of Mount Shu, named Ruqing Yuan, had once traveled across the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands in his youth, aspiring to uphold justice and protect the common people. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he eventually succeeded the previous leader of Mount Shu. This was not due to his formidable strength, unparalleled charisma, or imperial demeanor. Rather, the sole reason was that his betrothed was the daughter of the former leader. Mount Shu possessed an ancient secret technique. Upon the death of each leader, the succeeding one would inherit all of their memories, even amidst the eternal night. The lineage of Mount Shu has eternally upheld a singular, unwavering mission to prevent the onset of perpetual night. However, it is evident that previous attempts have met with failure. Ruqing Yuan, inheriting the memories of his predecessors, has unearthed the secrets of the eternal night. Consequently, he located Su Fan through the celestial mechanism. Ruqing Yuan arrived alongside his junior sister and future wife, Yuan. To Yuan, he remarked, "This individual, in his youth, trampled 6 nations and vanquished the Demon King, earning considerable renown. While we must treat him with respect, we must also ensure that he does not underestimate the might of Mount Shu." Yuan nodded solemnly, replying, "Indeed, senior brother, I shall heed your words. Please, follow me." Suya urged as she guided them inside. Upon reaching the bedroom on the 2nd floor, they chanced upon Xiao Wu, who was carrying a dish and heading outside. "Meet spirit mushroom." Ruqing Yuan and Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Wu courteously bowed, saying, "I am honored to meet you." Suya playfully nudged him. "What honor? Get back to work." Xiao Wu replied, "Well, given Su Fan's identity, possessing a meat spirit mushroom is quite ordinary, not at all surprising." "Xiao Wu, wait a moment." Ruqing Yuan called as a talking urn passed by. Both were momentarily dumbfounded by the sight of a seemingly animated urn. As it halted mid-stride, it exclaimed, "Oh dear, my ashes have spilled." Given Su Fan's identity, a talking urn seemed entirely plausible. The living room was cluttered with an array of weapons, scrolls, and various elixirs, rewards amassed by Su Fan over the years of slumber. The storage ring was overflowing, and the warehouse was brimming with treasures. A mere glimpse of a larger trove. As they beheld the dazzling array of treasures haphazardly strewn about, Ru Qingyin and Yunran instinctively swallowed hard. Indeed, in the context of Su Fan's identity, all this is quite reasonable. Sir, Suya announced as she opened the door, revealing Su Fan peacefully asleep. The two were nearly left speechless. After years of wandering and encountering all manner of beings, they could hardly believe their eyes. Was this truly a human in slumber? Suya explained, "This is how my master sleeps. You may converse for now." With that, she exited the room. Ru Qingyuan and Yunran stared at Su Fan in astonishment. It seemed he sensed their presence, rising from his bed to sit opposite them. His head tilted slightly as he emitted soft snores. Is he truly asleep, or merely pretending? Suddenly, Su Fan's fingers twitched, tracing patterns in the air. Spiritual energy danced in response, forming a message. Please do not disturb. If you wish to eat, press 1. For urgent matters, press 2 to summon the AI wake-up service. If there is a commotion or something entertaining, kindly douse me with a basin of cold water. Ru Qingyun stood agape, struggling to comprehend the absurdity before him. Press 2. Yunran suggested cautiously. Soon, footsteps echoed, and Xiao Wu hurried over, a small light on his chest emitting a dim glow. Subsequently, a small hand gently patted Su Fan's face. Sir, it's time to rise. Ru Qingyuan was somewhat skeptical of life. Was this truly the so-called artificial intelligence wake-up service? Sir. Xiao Wu's tiny hands continued to rub Su Fan's cheeks until he slowly began to awaken. Xiao Wu then bowed respectfully to Ru Qingyuan and Yunran before retreating. Senior brother, Yunran tugged at Ru Qingyuan's sleeve, whispering, "Why do I find this person so unreliable?" Ru Qingyuan cleared his throat and explained their purpose. Su Fan appeared still somewhat disoriented, rubbing his forehead as he inquired, "What can you assist me with?" "There are 3,000 disciples in Mount Shu," Ru Qingyuan asserted. "Yet, numbers alone cannot resolve issues." Yunran frowned disapprovingly, feeling that Su Fan was belittling Mount Shu. "What do you mean, sir? Mount Shu boasts a long and illustrious history, renowned far and wide. Do you look down upon us? That was not my intent. Beyond those 3,000 disciples, do you possess any other means to combat the eternal night or assist me?" Yunran and Ru Qingyuan exchanged glances. Mount Shu. Su Fan gazed down at the Mount Shu sword formation, questioning whether this was truly the assistance they spoke of. Ru Qingyuan spoke confidently. The 3,000 disciples of Mount Shu can form a sword formation capable of withstanding several great Ascension cultivators. Su Fan could not help but display a hint of disappointment. He had hoped the leaders of Mount Shu would possess insights into the eternal night secrets, offering some form of countermeasure. Was this truly all they had? What else? Unable to contain her frustration, Yunran pressed on. "Sir, why not experience the might of our Mount Shu sword formation firsthand? There's no need for that." Yu Yin's eyelids twitched. "Sir, perhaps you should personally experience the Mount Shu sword formation before passing judgment. Let's forego that." "Sir." Yunran stepped forward, blocking Su Fan's path. Su Fan formed his fingers into the shape of a sword and pointed it forward. His finger hovered a mere inches from her brow, when suddenly, a sharp whistle erupted in his ears. The sword intent surged forth powerfully, buzzing ominously. The disciples within the formation felt as though their swords were beyond their control. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, 3-foot-long swords slipped from their grasp and ascended into the air, akin to subjects bowing before their sovereign. Su Fan retracted his hand and continued walking, turning to Ru Qingyuan to ask, "Has she always been this courageous?" Ru Qingyuan responded, and Yunran stood rooted in place, unable to regain her composure, as if that last surge of sword intent had stolen her very soul. The sound of weapons clattering echoed as countless 3-foot-long swords fell from the sky. Chapter 54. The arrival of eternal night. The sight of Mount Shu was so dismal that Su Fan could scarcely bear to look. Apart from the Mount Shu sword formation, it was as if they were utterly destitute. Su Fan sighed softly, finally understanding why successive leaders of Mount Shu, despite being aware of the eternal night's looming threat, had consistently failed. Success seemed implausible. Nonetheless, the urn had stated that the land of Mount Shu was the optimal location to set up the extermination formation. Moreover, the sword intent of Mount Shu was profound, and the 3,000 disciples could indeed bolster the extermination sword formation. Most crucially, it was likely that Su Fan alone could not withstand the backlash of the extermination sword formation. Although Su Fan acquired 4 swords from the Putian lineage, they are, after all, part of the supreme formation that governs the celestial path of slaughter, the foremost killing array of the heavenly way. However, it is likely that but 1 in 10 disciples of Shushan shall remain unscathed. Su Fan entrusted the choice to Shushan, and then entered seclusion to prepare for the impending eternal night. Yet, as the western wind beckons. One cannot help but ponder how swiftly the years pass, with time stealthily changing all. In the blink of an eye, over 3 centuries have elapsed. The humble eatery has transformed into one of the most esteemed chain restaurants in all of Chang'an, a century-old establishment. Suya has taken on the role of proprietress. Her figure having filled out considerably, draped in a pink silk garment, she moves gracefully, revealing her delicate wrists through sheer fabric. Her hair, as dark as a spring, is elegantly styled into an updo, adorned with a loosely pinned jade hairpin. With no cosmetic enhancements, her natural beauty is striking. Her days are spent wandering the streets, purchasing garments, and engaging in games of chance. Little Five has returned home, declaring that he shall not return again, for his fiancée is now pregnant with her 3rd child. Though not by him, Little Five is deeply saddened, and Suya, along with the urn, takes turns urging him to accept it. Where in life is there not fragrant grass? Why cling to a single flower? You have relinquished a gnarled tree, yet gained an entire forest. Little Five remained melancholic for over half a year before gradually recovering. Time, indeed, has a way of healing all wounds. The urn reassures him that he will encounter better fortunes in the future. The Shushan sect leader, Ru Qingyuan, has also fallen into a prolonged seclusion. With all sect affairs entrusted to Yuyin, it is only after 30 years that Ru Qingyuan emerges from his retreat. As dawn breaks, the sun rises majestically, casting its golden hues upon the verdant mountains. Yuyin has awaited this moment for quite some time. Ru Qingyuan wears a gentle smile as Yuyin tenderly drapes a robe over his shoulders. Their hands clasp together. Master, Ru Qingyuan surveys the remaining 7 peaks of Shushan, noting that only 2 other leaders have come to greet him. By all accounts, when the master emerges from seclusion, the leaders of the 7 peaks should collectively pay their respects. Yet, Ru Qingyuan's influence and capabilities seem insufficient to command such gathering. Master, the other 5 peaks brethren are currently leading their disciples in diligent cultivation, hence they entrusted us to convey their congratulations to you. A flicker of embarrassment crosses Ru Qingyuan's eyes, yet he refrains from elaborating further. Upon returning home after many years, Ru Qingyuan holds Yu Yin's hand, recalling the saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder, especially after being apart for over 30 years. Junior sister, it is getting late. Let us rest, he suggests. Yu Yin, shyly smoothing her hair, replies, Senior brother, please wash your feet first. After the foot washing, Ru Qingyuan reiterates, Junior sister, it is getting late. Let us rest. Senior brother, let us have some tea first. Moments pass, and he again says, Junior sister, it is getting late. Let us rest. Senior brother, let us have a bit of supper first. More time elapses, and he insists once more, Junior sister, it is getting late. Let us rest. Senior brother, allow me to massage your shoulders. Junior sister, it is indeed late. Ru Qingyuan gazes out the window, where daylight has fully arrived. Junior sister, it is getting late. We should rest now, Yuyin softly urges. Ru Qingyuan cast another glance at the sun hanging high in the sky and nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed time to rest. After a moment of warmth, Yuyin nestled in Ru Qingyuan's embrace, saying, Brother, you need not concern yourself with that. Ru Qingyuan understood that Yuyin referred to the other sect leaders who did not regard him as the rightful master. He replied, Indeed, my position as sect leader lacks legitimacy. Who says that? In my heart, you are the most formidable of all. With a wry smile, Ru Qingyuan asked, Do you believe I am a competent leader? Of course. Yuyin answered without hesitation. Time slipped away swiftly, as if propelled by an arrow, and before long, the eternal night descended much sooner than anticipated. Without warning, on what had begun as a bright sunny day, darkness surged in from the east, quickly engulfing the sky. Within mere hours, the vast expanse of the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands was shrouded in shadows. People gazed skyward in confusion, questioning the phenomenon. What is happening? Is it a celestial eclipse? Some practitioners of Yin-Yang attempted to discern the hidden truths of the heavens, but were met with failure. At that moment, Suya was engaged in a game of mahjong with friends, glancing at the changing sky. Recalling her mentor's words, she hurriedly returned home. Little Wu was munching on a watermelon when Suya kicked it away, seized Little Wu, and grabbed the drowsy Wang Kai, swiftly retreating to the basement. The darkness continued to spread ominously. At the human race's great wall, many cultivators hovered in the air, casting puzzled looks at the sky, their hearts filled with doubt. Could this be a scheme devised by the demon race? Hundreds of miles away, formidable demon beings revealed themselves, instructing their subordinates to be on high alert. In just one day, the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands felt as if they were encased within a giant hand. The great powers of the human race sensed a disturbance and gathered at the Great Wall, their first suspicion directed towards the demon race. With the 500-year truce having elapsed, could the demons be preparing to return? The demons shared similar thoughts, After years of internal strife, they were in a weakened state. Yet soon, both sides realized that this darkness was not conjured by the other. An air of death enveloped the shadows, exuding a chilling stillness that was profoundly unsettling. Silence reigned, as if all sound and light had been devoured. Cultivators appeared in midair, and even the most oblivious could sense that something was amiss. Eternal night had descended. Chapter 55. The disciples of Mount Shu draw their swords. What is happening? What is this situation? Is it possible that the immortals seek to annihilate the world? Panic, unease, and a myriad of emotions stirred within people's hearts. Then, apart from the cultivators, all ordinary individuals suddenly froze as if time had stopped. Their consciousness remained intact, yet their bodies were unresponsive. The sight was bizarre. The entirety of humanity in the 9 provinces and 8 wastelands stood motionless, resembling a frozen tableau. Above, an even more terrifying presence loomed, as if it sought to rend the sky asunder. Boom. All the mighty cultivators felt their hearts race with fear, their scalps prickling. What kind of terrifying existence was this? In the next moment, the void of darkness seemed to be violently torn apart, revealing a visage. A colossal and terrifying face, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit that had escaped from the depths of the abyss. It let out a thunderous roar, and a chilling, tyrannical aura instantly enveloped the vast expanse of the world. Countless formidable cultivators, who had once ruled their domains, found themselves frozen in time, their blood running cold. The grand human fortress appeared as nothing more than a mere toy in comparison to this entity. This was a creature whose likeness had never been found in any tome. Lying in wait like a patient hunter, anticipating the maturation of its prey. Dynasties rose and fell, sects flourished. In its gaze, everything was but insignificant insects. Suddenly, a torrent of black light erupted from a rift in the sky, each ray seemingly a fragment of a soul. These were the spirits of the cultivators it had devoured, who, despite their demise, persisted with formidable willpower, becoming its accomplices. The black light emitted a mournful wail as it surged toward the mortal realm. The first to bear the brunt of this assault were the cultivators, who cried out in anguish, their physical forms untouched, as though their very souls were being siphoned away. Subsequently, the absorbed black light returned to the monster before it, offering up the souls it had consumed. In mere moments, the entire world transformed into a banquet for this dreadful creature. Desist in your arrogance, fiend, a Confucian sword cultivator proclaimed, drawing his sword in an attempt to cleave the demon. A brilliant display of sword light erupted, with surging sword energy filling the air. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was wholly consumed. Some powerful beings sought to defend against the onslaught of the black light with formations, but the dark essence ignored these barriers, sweeping through and leaving nothing in its wake. Flee. Some cultivators, realizing the dire situation, began to scatter in all directions, while others stubbornly resisted. Their efforts, though not entirely futile, proved woefully inadequate. The black light descended upon them with indiscriminate brutality. Upon Mount Shu, a figure emerged, stepping into the realm of great Ascension, then into the tribulation. With no heavenly tribulation in sight, the eternal night indeed obscured the celestial mechanisms. Yet, Su Fan awaited this very moment. Though devoid of heavenly tribulation, his advancement still attracted the attention of the heavens, but no one noticed, for the most fearsome celestial phenomenon loomed directly overhead, the beast intent on annihilating the world. Su Fan gazed upward at the terrifying creature, which seemed to take note of him, its head turning slightly. In the next instant, a multitude of eerie black lights surged toward Mount Shu like a relentless tide, emitting chilling cries that sent shivers down the spine. Boom. Just as the black light was about to engulf the entire mountain, a piercing sword light suddenly illuminated the scene, akin to the sun breaking through the night. The sword energy soared like a rainbow, stirring a tempest of fallen leaves. Mount Shu transformed into a sharp, whirling blender of steel and fury. Around the 4 points of Shushan, the 4 swords of Zhuxian were embedded into the ground, their radiant light piercing outward incessantly. 3,000 disciples of Shushan maintained the formation, while the esteemed leader, Ru Qingyuan, along with his fellow masters, displayed unwavering resolve in the face of death. An increasing surge of black light abandoned its original target, rushing towards Shushan. The central formation of the Zhuxian sword array emitted a blinding brilliance. The air was filled with anguished cries, echoing throughout Shushan. Amidst the frantic escape and fierce battles, the cultivators suddenly froze, gazing in shock at the black light that was wildly converging towards a single direction. Shushan. Boom. Su Fan took a deep breath and stepped forward, but his foot halted abruptly in midair. Third step, little junior brother, a familiar yet distant voice called out. It was Yunran. Little junior brother, what exactly is gravity? It is the elder brother, another voice chimed in. Disciple, where is your master Swine? It is the master. came the reply. Su, how vast is the world outside? It is Xuanzang. Sir, I can no longer accompany you. It was Song Changjing. Sir, I have failed to live up to your expectations. It was Song Yu. I, Li Mu, wish to follow you. It was the townsfolk. Sir, it was the little fox, Suya, along with Xiao Wu and Wang Kai. Lu Xian offered him a gentle smile, saying, farewell, sir. Goodbye, sir. Sir, return soon. Figures flickered before him, memories swirling. Sir, familiar silhouettes gathered, standing afar, waving at him. Su Fan. A commanding voice resonated, as if emanating from the heavens or the depths of his soul. Su Fan, why have you ascended to immortality? Su Fan closed his eyes, feeling the stirrings of inner demons. The surroundings dimmed, and countless voices clamored. Little junior brother, I do not wish to die. Sir, save me. Su Fan, how many lives have you taken? The entire central continent is engulfed in flames because of you. How many families have been torn apart? Do you not harbor the slightest remorse? Boom. A colossal monster extended a finger from the firmament, attempting to obliterate the sword formation of Shushan with unparalleled force. Seated at the heart of the formation, Ru Qingyuan gazed upward at that world-destroying digit. Today, the 84th generation leader of Shushan, Ru Qingyuan, leads all disciples to face death. The skies echoed with their resolute cries, the heavens are vast, and our path shall flourish. The 3,000 disciples of Shushan raised their swords in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds. The heavens are vast, and our path shall flourish. The power of the Zhuxian sword array surged, leveling the land for over 300 miles around Shushan. As the immense finger descended, it brought with it a world of unyielding might, vast and boundless. Boom! The surrounding space quivered under this overwhelming force, warping as if it would shatter into dust in the next instant, souls extinguished. The disciples of Shushan were prepared to face their demise. Catastrophe could be endured, yet inner demons were harder to quell. Su Fan. Su Fan. At this moment, though Su Fan kept his eyes closed, he sensed a cataclysmic shift in his world. Golden light filled the sky as 12 golden figures materialized in midair. They resembled neither man nor beast, their faces concealed by masks, akin to performers in a theatrical play. Su Fan. The 12 figures spoke in unison, their voices reverberating like thunder. Su Fan, why have you ascended to immortality? Those familiar silhouettes reappeared before him, hauntingly persistent, visible even with his eyes closed. A ladder connecting the earth to the heavens descended before him. Su Fan, why have you ascended to immortality? Because I desire to. Su Fan's eyes opened, their golden hue ablaze like fire. To hell with your questions, incessant prattle. I shall do as I please. With a single step, the ladder began to collapse. The once familiar figures quickly dissipated, and the 12 golden beings vanished as well. The world returned to its former state. 3 steps, and he would transcend to immortality. The tribulation phase shattered. Suddenly, a rift tore through the black mist, and a dazzling golden beam of light descended from the heavens. That brilliant radiance illuminated the 9 provinces, momentarily leading many to believe the sun had risen. Where the golden light reached, the darkness dissolved into nothingness. Is that an immortal? Someone gazed at the figure on Mount Shu and remarked, no, it is Su Fan. It is Su Fan. It is Su Fan. In an instant, the hearts of the once despairing cultivators reignited with hope. Who is Su Fan? The Prime Minister in white, the architect of the Great Zhou, a slayer of men. The world's foremost strategist, the sword god of the peach blossom, the undefeated war god. The titles, when listed, could leave one tongue-tied. Even a 3-year-old would know of his exploits. His first emergence quelled the 6 nations, sweeping through the central plains, unifying the middle continent. His second emergence saw him open the gates of heaven with his sword, repelling millions of demons, safeguarding the Great Wall. Now, in his third emergence, he would ascend to divinity in 3 steps, slaying demons and saving humanity. Su Fan ascended slowly with that golden beam of light, embarking on the path to divinity. His garments began to fall away, enveloped in flames. Ear-piercing screams erupted as countless dark energies surged toward the beam, yet all were consumed by the inferno. Su Fan advanced towards the colossal finger, his hand poised like a sword. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed across the sky. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry shattered the heavens, followed by blinding sword light. The space within thousands of feet trembled, as if ready to shatter. The sword light surged with the wind, swiftly enveloping the entire sky. Terrifying. The enormous creature pressed its finger down gently, and with that pressure, it felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Witnessing this scene, countless powerful beings trembled in fear. This was a battle far beyond their reach. Boom! The shockwave erupted, an endless cascade of light and heat bursting forth. Above the clouds, the youth traversed dimensions, stepping forth to shatter this dim world. The 36 heavenly constellations aligned like a cosmic wish. Law of heaven and earth. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Fan transformed into an immensely fearsome entity. The body of a martial deity, a fist that could shake the heavens. With one punch, he struck out. There are no extravagant techniques, merely a simple and unadorned punch. Yet, the power encapsulated within this single strike is ineffable. When unleashed, it appears utterly unremarkable. There are no ominous skies or obscured suns and moons. Only a muffled sound as the air transforms into visible black dots. Where the fist travels, a straight path is carved. Brimming with energy, the colossal creature shudders violently and then retreats swiftly. Boom. Su Fan expels a breath of sword energy, his hand aligned with the sword. His voice resounding like thunder. The sword arrives. The incessant humming of the sword reverberates throughout the cosmos. In an instant, every 3-foot-long sword across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces trembles violently, emitting a resonant buzz. Subsequently, they all release from their grips, converging in midair to form a river of sword energy, cascading like the Milky Way, stretching over 3,000 miles. Su Fan grasps one end of this sword river, and the countless swords do not fall apart. Instead, they bizarrely merge into one. With this sword, I shall open the heavenly gate. As his voice fades, the sword river strikes down heavily. The gate to the heavens opens. The comprehension level is 10001000. Roar. The creature senses the impending threat and emits a thunderous roar. The surrounding formations whirl rapidly, and a terrifying power coalesces instantaneously. Beneath Mount Shu, over 3,000 miles plummet by 100 meters, and the nearby citizens and cultivators fall lifeless, without even the chance for pain. This, perhaps, is the greatest mercy of the heavenly Tao. Run. Flee quickly. Countless powerful cultivators hasten away from the epicenter of the battle. This cataclysmic shock would obliterate them as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Little Five, however, feels no fear. Not in the slightest. Hiding in the basement, he senses the tremors outside, trembling uncontrollably. Suya sticks out her tongue and makes a face at him. Little Five protests. Don't frighten me. The urn remarks, indeed, I did not misjudge that lad. Today, either he perishes or we do. The urn stands atop a high stool, peering through a gap to observe the outside world. Boom. The residual force disperses, and the entirety of the 9 provinces seems to tremble. The urn tumbles down, its lid flying off, ashes scattering everywhere. Oh dear, that hurts. My head. My ashes. Little Five rushes over. Bone brother, fear not. I shall fix it with glue. Su Fan exhales a breath of stagnant air, coldly gazing at the towering beast. Compared to its initial state, it appears significantly weakened, a massive gash etched across its shoulder. Stained with blood, clearly the work of Su Fan. The two exchange a glance, words unspoken. What follows is a brutal clash. With golden goblets raised, they drink together. Yet the blades show no mercy. The giant beast suddenly alters its posture, inexplicably sitting down. Crossing its legs, the right foot rests upon the left, and the left upon the right, a seated position akin to the Buddhist demon-subduing seat. A radiant golden light erupts behind it, as an ancient formation rapidly spins. It seems as though a golden statue, overlooking the world, materializes behind it, rendering Su Fan and Lu Xen as insignificant as mere ants before its grandeur. Behind the golden statue spins a law wheel, wherein a cataclysmic energy brews. This is the soul power absorbed every 100,000 years. Chapter 57, The Throne of Causality. Comprised of billions of sentient beings, this soul power is drawn forth every 100,000 years. The Throne of Causality. The immense golden form begins to coalesce its strength, gazing down upon this diminutive world, a golden energy gathering in its brow from the law wheel. Su Fan's form trembles, his pupils constricting, and he bellows. The sword array of extermination. In the next moment, countless swords surged forth. The dense and overwhelming sword aura akin to a locust plague, inundating the skies with frenzied might. Brother. The 3,000 disciples of Mount Shu valiantly bore the residual might of the sword array for Su Fan. Ru Qingyuan grasped his junior sister's hand tightly. Yuan, her face pale and devoid of color, gazed at Ru Qingyuan. Ru Qingyuan forced a smile. Boom. The Throne of Causality unleashed its most formidable attack in history, and the sword array of extermination was nearly dissipated in an instant. The golden, indomitable tortoise formation. For the first time, Su Fan felt the formation was on the verge of being breached. That thin layer of golden energy was compressed to its utmost limit, as if it would shatter in the next moment. Su Fan nearly ground his teeth to dust. Bang! The surrounding energy surged, and the cataclysmic power ultimately broke through the protective barrier, mere millimeters from Su Fan. He wished to utter some witty retort, but in the next instant, he was engulfed. The residual force swept across the heavens, crashing down upon Mount Shu. The disciples of Mount Shu had long prepared for death. The myriad heavens resonated, "Our path flourishes." The 3,000 disciples shouted in unison, and amidst the celestial expanse, a cold laugh echoed. This phrase had been heard time and again. Boring. Su Fan has fallen. The distant powerful beings had already lost the courage to resist, entrusting all their hopes to Su Fan. Yet now Su Fan in the next moment. A dark figure appeared once more, standing before the throne of causality. Su Fan. His entire form was shrouded in darkness, as if scorched. With a golden scale emerging on his forehead, radiating a dazzling light, akin to gold amidst filth. Su Benefactor, this scale is destined for you. The gentle voice of Xuanzang resonated in his ears. Hey, the poor monk is right beside you. The sudden voice startled Su Fan, and turning to look, he saw the long-lost Xuanzang, yet it seemed merely a wisp of his essence. Ba, Su Benefactor, it has been a long time since we last met. The poor monk has traveled far and wide, unwilling to witness the eternal night devouring sentient beings. However, the one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it. The power of causality will trigger the great path technique I inscribed upon the scale years ago. The nirvana of the saint. Your ability to see me proves that the throne of causality has been activated, with a gap of thousands of years. So, Su Benefactor, do your best. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. Xuanzang continued. Su Benefactor, the great path is merciless. My ability to assist you here is already a violation of my master's teachings. I can only aid you to this extent. The poor monk departs now. With that, Xuanzang formed a trumpet shape with his hands at his mouth, his figure slowly fading away. Begone. Su Fan cast a fleeting glance at him, then silently withdrew his gaze. Su Benefactor, the saint's nirvana may only be employed twice. Do not forget, once you arrive in the celestial realm, feel free to seek this humble monk for some amusement. Su Fan. It is indeed Su Fan, he yet lives. At this moment, the onlookers were more jubilant upon seeing Su Fan than they would have been had their deceased fathers risen from their graves. Some cultivators even knelt down, silently praying. Su Fan took a deep breath and raised his head. The monstrous entity regarded him with eyes filled with terror and confusion. The throne of causality has become ineffective? The sword array of annihilation. In an instant, the four celestial swords trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of dreadful sword intent. The four blades aligned their aim. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of sword energy surged toward the adversary. Roar! The wailing echoed through the heavens and the earth. This time, Su Fan held nothing back. The backlash from the sword array of annihilation consumed him entirely. However, with the aid of the great techniques left by Xuanzang, his body and soul swiftly reassembled. Su Fan bellowed, "Get out of my way. Goodness, this lad has gone mad. Employing the sword array of annihilation in such a manner could cost him his life," exclaimed the urn in the basement. "What shall we do?" Suya asked anxiously. 3 words. Just watch helplessly. "We are of no assistance here," came the reply. "My husband will surely triumph," Suya asserted firmly. "Indeed, I concur," Xiaowu added. "I swear that if my master prevails, I shall never indulge in sweet treats again. Brother, you should follow my lead and switch to ashes. It's healthier." Su Fan retorted. Suya countered, "Could you kindly postpone your discussions about healthy eating until later?" Upon opening his eyes, Su Fan found himself seemingly trapped in an unknown place. This was Lu Xian's final gambit, the illusion of mirror flowers and water moon. It ensnares the enemy within the realm of the mind, leading to the demise of their souls. The same fate awaited the host. Just as Su Fan stood up, he received a powerful blow that sent him sprawling. As he glanced up, he realized it was Lu Xian who had struck him. Lu Xian in her human form? Here. He seemed to have reverted to that of a mere mortal. Su Fan felt somewhat disoriented, and naturally, he was met with 2 more punches and a kick from Lu Xian. However, he soon adapted, although he primarily practiced swordsmanship after so many years. His body had merged with the innate sword body, the physique of a martial god, the pure body, and the pure yang body, accumulating countless martial arts techniques, so many buffs that he could scarcely remember them. His martial prowess was exceptionally high. As Lu Xian prepared to deliver a kick to his head, Su Fan swiftly evaded, countering with an elbow strike. The two engaged in fierce combat. Compared to their previous cataclysmic battles, they were now reduced to primal hand-to-hand combat. Utterly exhausted, neither showed mercy. It was a struggle for survival. As the saying goes, the golden cup is shared between us, yet the blade knows no mercy. Su Fan seized the opportunity to land a punch on Lu Xian, but she retaliated with a kick that nearly dislocated his jaw. The two exchanged blows, each delivering and receiving strikes in a relentless back and forth. Su Fan could no longer recall the duration of their violent clash, nor the number of blows he had endured. His mind was in a haze. Had they fought for 3 days, 6 days, or perhaps even longer? The details eluded him, yet in the end, it was Liu Xin who emerged victorious. Just as defeat loomed, her strength surged anew. This was, after all, an inherently unequal contest. A swift kick concluded this life-and-death duel, and Su Fan collapsed onto the ground, his consciousness fading. As she approached, she did not rush to deliver the final blow. The battle had lost all potential for reversal. It was over. Yes, it was over. Liu Xin gently caressed his cheek, her gaze tinged with reluctance, though it passed swiftly. Is there anything you wish to say? Your approach was part of your plan all along. After a moment of silence, she replied, not quite. I was injured by an outsider monk. Upon hearing this, Su Fan, through his blurred vision, looked at her. Liu Xin had regained her former beauty. Why didn't you kill me sooner? Honestly, I don't know. Someone of your caliber should have been erased long ago, but I chose to feign forgetfulness. As your power grew, I found myself helpless, ultimately resorting to sending peculiar entities to deal with you. Yet, for some reason, they all vanished without a trace. I suspect you might have erased them. Liu Xin fixed her gaze on Su Fan's eyes and softly asked, do you have any more questions? What is your true identity? And what about that immortal who descended at the Great Wall? Are you allied? Liu Xin hesitated briefly. Sort of. We share a cooperative relationship. As for my identity, she smiled, that is a secret. Su Fan forced a bitter smile and suddenly posed an inexplicable question. What does death feel like? Liu Xin was momentarily taken aback before gently responding, you will not die. You will merge with my body, becoming a part of me. Then, we can be together forever. Chapter 58. The weather is quite pleasant. You will not die. You will merge with my body, becoming a part of me. Her tender voice resonated in his ears. Su Fan closed his eyes, reflecting, yes, the weather is quite pleasant today. Her slender, ivory fingers brushed against his neck. It won't hurt much. It will be over quickly. I will miss you. He replied, I will miss you too. She leaned in, seemingly intending to kiss his forehead. Suddenly, a golden hairpin pierced through her heart. This was the very pin she had left with Su Fan during their first parting, telling him he could summon her with 3 wishes at any time. The urn had mentioned that this pin, crafted from dragon bone, could shatter all worldly defenses and even slay immortals. Liu Xion's body jolted, her pupils dilating in shock. As she struggled violently, Su Fan embraced her soft form, driving the pin deep into her heart. The aura of death spread around her, an irreversible demise. The dragon bone seemed to carry a curse of its own, almost instantaneously severing Liu Xion's path to survival. She opened her mouth, perhaps intending to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her lips. The illusion swiftly dissipated, and Su Fan fell helplessly from the sky. Everything within his sight began to shrink continuously, and the dark mist enveloping the realms of Jojo and Baja was rapidly vanishing. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the void, as if a great maw had opened wide. Upon looking again, Liu Xion's corpse had vanished. Su Fan allowed his body to plummet downward. The surrounding space appeared to distort into a phantasm. Had he fallen through a rift in time and space? Alongside him descended a familiar little town. The town fell first, and then a figure emerged from the ruins. This figure seemed to have been trapped for a long while, opening its eyes in a daze as it surveyed its surroundings. Su Fan recognized the figure. It was himself. He was momentarily taken aback, then a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. Indeed, in this world, every cause begets an effect. He then plunged into another shroud of darkness. When he awoke again, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. A large yellow dog was licking his cheek, seemingly confirming his existence. Su Fan initially intended to give it a good scolding, but upon noticing its bulging belly, he realized it must be pregnant. The night had erased the last vestiges of daylight, and the nightfall descended like a theater curtain. In the distance, he could hear the jubilant cheers of people celebrating their survival. Enthusiastic shouts filled the air, and numerous cultivators soared into the sky, conjuring beautiful scenes with their spells. Su Immortal! Su Immortal! The crowd roared in unison, their voices seeming to pierce the night. Goodness, yet another nickname had emerged. Su Fan closed his eyes. The path of immortality is long and arduous. Wishing you a smooth journey may be a tall order, so instead, may you always transform peril into safety. Suddenly, Liu Xion's voice echoed in his mind. Su Fan opened his eyes abruptly, yet no one was in sight. Nevertheless, that voice was undeniably present. He stood in a daze for a long moment before slowly rising and walking into the distance. Silently, he traversed the city, returning to the restaurant. Sir. The little fox Suya was the first to rush over, while little Wu, who had run the fastest, was knocked over by Suya and crashed headfirst into a wall. I won. Finally won. Among the crowd, the urn was the most ecstatic. The turtle Wonkai poked its head out, curiously inquiring, what on earth happened? Su Fan returned the hairpin to Liu Xian, placing it on her grave in the southern part of the city. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. Just after Su Fan departed, the hairpin mysteriously vanished. Sometimes, a story does not need to have a perfect ending to be a story. Regarding them, the tale is brief, arising from the heart and concluding at the lips. With a sense of regret, it comes to a close. After the great battle, the land of Jojo returned to tranquility once more. Unbeknownst to him, several years slipped by. The restaurant flourished, thriving beyond measure. Xiao Wu has finally emerged from the shadow of being ridiculed, as his mother has arranged a matchmaking date for him. The prospective partner, also a meat spirit, resides in Chang'an. On the day of the meeting, to bolster Xiao Wu's confidence, the entire family participated. Su Fan donned an exquisitely elegant white robe, while Suyu adorned herself beautifully. The urn was given a fresh coat of paint, as it has recently been undergoing transformation, and it is estimated that in approximately 700 or 800 years, it will regain human form. The turtle, Wang Kai, was left behind to guard the house. The group set off grandly towards the rendezvous. Is there a carriage? Do you have a home? What is your occupation? The meat spirit named Fong Fong immediately launched a barrage of probing questions. Xiao Wu hesitantly counted on his fingers, responding, I do not possess a carriage, and I am currently residing in an inn. As for my work, I am a menial laborer. Fong Fong scoffed disdainfully. A menial laborer? How much do you earn in a month? 8 coins of silver. 8 coins. Is that a substantial amount? Her disdain grew. At that moment, the urn interjected, exclaiming, Your father swings a scythe until it smokes, yet earns less than 8 coins a month. Fong Fong proudly retorted, Forgive me, but my father earns 100,000 taels monthly. What does your income signify? The urn fell silent for a moment, conceding, I suppose your father is quite adept. Ultimately, the matchmaking endeavor ended in failure. Su Fan consoled Xiao Wu, saying, This woman, no, this female meatball, would only be with you for your wealth. Winning her affection would not bring you happiness. Xiao Wu rubbed his face in frustration, lamenting, But if I do not marry soon, I shall become a single man of advanced age, and my family will surely gossip. The urn replied, Brother, do not fret, your kind, the meat spirits, have long lifespans. After bearing children, however, their lives diminish rapidly. I would not wish to witness your early demise, for it would sadden me greatly. Xiao Wu replied, Thank you, Brother Gu. But I truly must marry. My ex-girlfriend wrote to me yesterday, inviting me to her child's full moon celebration and requesting a monetary gift. Suya slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, This is utterly outrageous. Xiao Wu sighed heavily. Yet soon, his spirits lifted upon tasting the new pastries from the Moon Festival purchased by Su Fan. Sometimes, one should be like Xiao Wu, not overthinking matters. Pondering endlessly only leads to frustration. It suffices to live well today, for tomorrow may never come. In the winter, as snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky, the restaurant remained warm and inviting. Xiao Wu was engaged in a game of Go with the Urn, while Suya was applying the latest beauty makeup on Wang Kai. The turtle, fearing her artistic skills, she decided to practice on Wang Kai first. Su Fan hummed a tune. The world is filled with absurdity, and infatuation is the most tiresome. To disregard all is fine. This life is yet unfinished. My heart, however, is untroubled, yearning only for a carefree existence. Love and hate are but a stroke of the pen. Let us raise our cups and sing. I wish only to find joy in old age, regardless of the cold winds. I do not wish to flee, nor do I desire the most beautiful flowers. Let me drift, as the sky rises higher. My heart grows smaller, unperturbed by the consequences. Alone, I may fall into intoxication, crying today and laughing tomorrow, seeking no one who understands. I dance, and the long night passes unnoticed, searching for happiness. Note, the final song, titled Laughing at the World, was composed by Li Zongxing, with lyrics by Li Manting, and performed by Chen Shuhua. A beautifully melodious song, the author often finds solace in listening to music while indulging in various activities. Chapter 59, Farewell. As the new year approaches, the restaurant has shuttered its doors. This winter has been particularly frigid, with snow falling throughout the night. At this moment, the northern wind howls ferociously, akin to a wild stallion rampaging through the air, striking the face like a whip. Xia has gone to purchase firecrackers. Xiao Wu, bundled in a thick cotton coat, huddles by the stove, diligently cracking sunflower seeds, the kernels before him forming a small mountain. He plans to devour them all in one go. Su Fan is preparing dough, intent on making dumplings for dinner. Grandfather's snowman is complete. The urn exclaims from outside. It can now manifest 2 hands. The sight of the urn with hands is somewhat disconcerting. Upon hearing that the urn has finished building the snowman, Xiao Wu sets down his sunflower seeds and rushes outside. Just then, Suya returns with the firecrackers, noticing the sunflower seeds on the table. She grabs a handful and pops them into her mouth. Delicious, she remarks. Su Fan, having silently coveted some himself, also takes a handful. Suya grabs another handful, and Su Fan follows suit. After a while, Xiao Wu, cheeks flushed, returns. Hey, he looks left and right, his gaze landing on Su Fan and Suya. Sir, Miss Suya, have you seen my sunflower seeds? Suya replies, is it that fragrant pile, slightly sweet, with plump kernels? Yes, Xiao Wu nods. Suya responds, I haven't seen them. Then where could they be? Xiao Wu muses aloud. After a moment, realization dawns on him. Miss Suya has stolen my sunflower seeds. Suya laughs, I did not steal. I am eating them quite openly. Xiao Wu, frustrated, stamps his foot. Those are the seeds I painstakingly shelled. Seeing Suya's unreasonable demeanor, Xiao Wu turns to seek Su Fan's assistance. Su Fan, slightly embarrassed, covers his face and admits, the flavor of the sunflower seeds is indeed delightful. All right, Xiao Wu. Do not be upset. I saved some seeds for you, Su Fan assures. Xiao Wu gratefully accepts the seeds. Thank you, Miss Suya. You're welcome, Suya replies, ruffling Xiao Wu's fluffy little head. Suddenly, Xiao Wu realizes, wait, those were originally my sunflower seeds. Oh no, I've been discovered, he thinks. Su Fan chuckles softly. Such days are more beautiful than any thrilling tale. He is aware that his time is limited. Ever since the tribulation period began, he has increasingly felt a powerful sensation. It seems as though something beyond the veil is forcibly summoning him. He no longer belongs here. After the new year, preparations will commence for the Lantern Festival. On the 15th day, the nighttime curfew in Chang'an will be lifted. Men and women will emerge to admire the lanterns. And the streets will be bustling with a sea of humanity. Su Fan and his companions are all adorned in red garments crafted by Suya. Even the turtle, Wang Kai, is dressed, symbolizing prosperity and smooth sailing in the coming year. The streets are aglow with lanterns, and the sky is a tapestry of fireworks, merging into a vast ocean of light. Xiao Wu, clutching two sparklers, is utterly thrilled. Not long ago, the urn unexpectedly sprouted a mouth, and now it is savoring a sugary treat with delight. Suya, on the other hand, is engrossed in deciphering lantern riddles, but her mind seems somewhat sluggish, rendering her unable to arrive at any answers. Nevertheless, her beauty ensures that even in her failure, the proprietor is inclined to bestow upon her a small token of appreciation. Suddenly, a myriad of lanterns illuminates the scene, heightening the revelry among the crowd. Countless elegantly dressed dancers twirl gracefully, seemingly organized by a wealthy patron. The harmonious sounds of song and dance ascend to the heavens, as myriad lights shine brightly. The fiery trees and silver blossoms intertwine, while the starry bridges and iron locks open. The shadows of dust follow the steeds, while the bright moon pursues the people. Su Fan strolls leisurely behind, hands clasped behind his back. What beauty! It is enchanting enough to make one forget all worries. As he brushes past the throngs, Su Fan suddenly turns back. Who could it be? Yunran, his senior brother, his master, Song Changjing, or perhaps every acquaintance from the past. He once believed that the most beautiful aspect of life was in encounters, only to realize later that it is the rare reunions that truly matter. If one could reunite after a long separation, may it be without misfortune. Sir, please hurry. Suya calls out ahead, as the crowd threatens to sweep him away. Su Fan smiles gently and quickens his pace. It is time to depart. After a day of exploration, the group returned home and retired early for the night. As usual, Su Fan sat in his bedroom, lost in thought. He prepared ink and paper, intending to compose a farewell letter, but found himself at a loss for words. After a while, he heard a commotion outside, likely the result of Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li quarreling over trivial matters. How tiresome. To argue every day without a hint of boredom. Su Fan fetched a stool and stepped outside. Half an hour later, the two finally ceased their bickering. Su Fan returned to his room, pondering for a long time before quietly making his way to Suya's chamber. Suya, when asleep, preferred to revert to her original form, curling up into a white ball, her face slightly trembling. Su Fan gently pinched her somewhat plump cheek. He feared that after his departure, this little one would weep bitterly. Were it not for the urn and Xiao Wu, he would indeed be more concerned for Suya. After sitting for a while, Su Fan silently exited and proceeded to the rooms of the urn and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, with malt candy on his lips, seemed to be lost in a delightful dream. Unexpectedly, the turtle, Wang Kai, was awake, stretching its neck. Safe travels, Su Fan remarked. Wang Kai smiled in response. On this day, Chang'an is devoid of snow. The lanterns from the previous night still linger, their warmth remaining. Su Fan is in no rush. He strolls leisurely, exiting the city gates. He traverses the mountains. Sir, a voice calls out as the sun rises gently. Su Fan turns to see Suya at the mountain's peak, waving her hand and questioning. Why didn't you say goodbye? It feels like an eternal farewell. Indeed, Xiao Wu chimed in, jumping up to shout, Sir. When you've had enough of the outside world, do return. I will miss you. The urn spoke. Rest assured, my brother, I shall take care of these little ones. Once I transform into a human form, I shall venture into the celestial realm to seek you out. Although Suya desperately stifled her tears, they flowed unbidden, cascading down her cheeks. She forced a smile, saying, Sir, the mountains are high and the roads are long. Take good care of yourself. Xiaoyu will no longer be by your side. The most exquisite beauty in the world lies in the smile that emerges from tears. Su Fan gazed at them, a smile gracing his lips, as memories wafted away like smoke. The evening breeze carried the remnants of the flute's melody, while the setting sun painted the mountains beyond. The sorrow of parting enveloped the skies in crimson hues. For this journey, I am grateful to have had your companionship. Note, the text references a line from the poem The Night of the Lantern Festival by Su Wei Dao from the Tang Dynasty, Fire Trees and Silver Flowers. Iron locks open the star bridge. The dark dust follows the horse, while the bright moon chases the person. This poem depicts the scenery of the Lantern Festival in Chang'an, and those interested may wish to explore it. I have not read much of the poet's work, but I clearly remember this particular piece. Later, I learned that Su Wei Dao was once a chancellor during the reign of Wu Zetian. I often feel that his official duties influenced his poetic creations. Interestingly, the phrase ambiguous originated from his writings. Further details can be explored independently. Chapter 60. Ascension. After spending half a day, Su Fan visited several departed friends. Subsequently, he returned to the familiar little town, which had long since transformed into a sprawling metropolis. It was so grand that Su Fan scarcely recognized it. The people he once knew had long vanished, and the small creatures he had nurtured in their youth had also departed this world. The dwelling where he had previously resided remained unchanged, save for the statue erected in his honor within the courtyard. Su Fan stood outside the yard, hesitating to enter when suddenly a voice rang out. Are you here to enjoy the sights as well? It was a young child. Perhaps, he replied. This is the residence of the renowned white-clad chancellor, the founder of the great Zhou, the butcher of the world, the foremost strategist, the sword god of peach blossoms, the invincible god of war, and the savior, Su Fan. Su Fan smiled gently. Is that so? I want to become someone like him when I grow up. The child declared earnestly. Who is he? A great hero. Su Fan chuckled softly and ruffled the child's hair. Do not aspire to be anyone else. Strive to be your true self. To purchase osmanthus flowers while sharing wine, it is never like the youthful wanderings. He returned to the original Qingyun Gate. At this moment, Qingyun Gate had undergone a remarkable transformation. Compared to its previous modest state, it could now only be described as magnificent. The redwood imported from the south adorned the entrance, with the plaque crafted from pure gold. The three characters of Qingyun Gate were centered around Su Fan's statue. The incense burned continuously, with a multitude of visitors, making it impossible to count them all. Truly, one ascends, and even the chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Officials were present to oversee the sight. Su Fan stood momentarily taken aback by the drastically altered Qingyun Gate. As he entered the ancestral hall, two young attendants blocked his path, extending their hands. Their intentions were unmistakable. Su Fan had altered his appearance with illusions, rendering him unrecognizable to mortals. Su Fan fished out a few coins, and only then did the two attendants allow him entry, remarking, a poor cup indeed. In these times, who would dare to cross the threshold of poverty? What use is worshipping anything? Indeed, Su Fan gazed at the newly unveiled statue, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Staring for a long while, he inhaled deeply and declared aloud, Su Fan, the sixth-generation master of the Qingyun sect, ascends today. What is that fellow doing? One attendant inquired. I don't know. They've been kneeling for so long. I think I heard him mention something about ascending, replied the chubby attendant on the left. The other attendant leaned against a stone lion, taking a bite of a pastry. I've seen many like him, forever dreaming of transcending and cultivating immortality, lost in daydreams. He certainly looks serious about it, the plump attendant remarked. Is he joking? Does he think he is Su Fan or something? What's next? A beam of golden light shining down to carry him away? Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Immediately, a blinding beam of sword light descended from the firmament. What the hell? The chubby attendant shielded his eyes, bewildered. Brother, what is happening? My Jade Emperor, Guanyin, and Tathagata Buddha. The two attendants widened their eyes in astonishment as a figure gradually ascended beneath the golden light. At that moment, Su Fan embarked on the path to divinity, revealing his true visage. It is indeed Su Fan. What the hell? Quickly call someone. The first to notice Su Fan's ascension were the inhabitants of several cities surrounding the Qingyun sect. They gazed skyward at the resplendent golden light, kneeling involuntarily. May the immortal bless us. May the immortal bless us. Soon, the entire central continent became aware of this spectacle, with countless cultivators soaring into the air, dumbfounded by the scene. For thousands of years, when had anyone from the central continent ever undergone ascension? Many reclusive powerhouses also sensed the unusual stirrings in the heavens and the earth. On the Great Wall, the old sword immortal Guxiu gazed up at that familiar silhouette. Taking a swig of strong liquor, he bellowed, "Excellent. At last, our human race has a being who has ascended." Countless cultivators' eyes flashed with envy, admiration, and jealousy, among other complex emotions. In Mount Shu, "Sister, it's getting late. We should rest," the senior brother suggested. "Brother, what is happening outside?" The junior sister, Ruqing Yuan, craned her neck to glimpse the dazzling Su Fan in midair and paused momentarily. She then withdrew her head, feigning calm, and said, "It's nothing. Someone is just putting on a show. Let us rest for now." In Chang'an City, at a restaurant, what is happening outside? It seems an immortal is ascending. It's Su the immortal ascending. Upon hearing Su Fan's name, Suya and Xiao Wu rushed outside, leaving their ashes behind. The turtle, Wang Kai, closed its eyes and murmured, "What a fuss over nothing." "It truly is the master," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "So this is what ascension looks like," the ashes remarked. "If it weren't for the eternal night, I suppose the master would have ascended long ago." Suya gazed blankly at the fading silhouette, wondering if the master would return. "He will surely come back," Xiao Wu assured her. Su Fan cast one last gaze upon the mortal realm. "Su Fan, will you regret this?" Above the vast firmament, a voice of authority resounded. Su Fan paused for a moment before slowly speaking. "I, though facing countless deaths, harbor no regrets." Chapter 61. Life in the Celestial Realm. Name: Su Fan. Age: I cannot quite recall. Su Fan gazed at the elderly Bidding before him. Bidding glanced at Su Fan's information and remarked, "Hailing from the lesser heavens, your records seem inaccurate. There is no world corresponding to your identification number in the lesser heavens. Please hold on." With a casual wave of his hand, a multitude of tomes materialized in the air, sweeping across before him like a grand screen. In the Celestial Realm, there exist 4 esteemed academies, where newly ascended practitioners must undergo training. They are classified into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D, with A being the highest. After an extensive search, Bidding finally lifted his head from the pile of documents. "You are assigned to the A Academy." The crowd, who had been waiting in line, stretched their necks, casting curious and bewildered glances at Su Fan. After a considerable time, Bidding continued, "It is quite rare to see someone assigned to the A rank after such a long wait. Those from their own worlds are often the elite." At that moment, all eyes were filled with envy and jealousy directed towards Su Fan. Su Fan smiled faintly, already anticipating such a scenario. "You will be stationed at the entrance of the A Academy," Bidding stated. The crowd exclaimed, while Su Fan responded, "What? What do you mean what?" For someone graduating from a lesser world, being assigned to guard the entrance of the A Academy is commendable. If it weren't for your spirited appearance, you would have been relegated to guarding the entrance of the C Academy. "What do you mean by a lesser world?" Su Fan inquired. "It refers to a world that has not undergone scrutiny, one that is not documented, and has previously never produced a celestial being. It seems that due to the eternal night, your world has never seen a celestial being." Thus, Su Fan became a proud gatekeeper. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, Su Fan began to grasp some of the established rules. Mortal beings from the lesser heavens, once they successfully weather the tribulations, are destined to remain in the mortal realm for no more than a century before being forcibly summoned to the celestial realm. This is to prevent an imbalance of spiritual energy between the realms, and celestial beings are not permitted to descend into other worlds at will. In essence, the regulations are numerous, far removed from the idyllic portrayals seen in dramas where Ascension grants one boundless freedom. Those mortals who arrive in the celestial realm are akin to high school graduates. Though they have entered university, disparities still exist among the institutions. A mortal like Su Fan, having graduated from a lesser world, is only fit to watch the door. Su Fan brewed himself a cup of goji berry tea. While others attained the role of security personnel after millennia, he found himself in this position at a mere youthful age. How many detours had he avoided? The future appeared bleak. Fear not the mockery of the earthly realm. True talent will eventually shine. Should one aspire to soar like a dragon or phoenix, why dread the trials along the way? As it was his first day as a security guard, Su Fan remained unfamiliar with many aspects of the role. For instance, he now observed a swordsman approaching from a distance, a large box strapped to his back, his attire emblazoned with the bold words, "Celestial Delivery." The delivery personnel were halted at the entrance by a guard, leading to an intense exchange of heated words, each hurling familial insults at the other. Su Fan settled onto a small stool, crossing his legs in a familiar manner. The celestial realm bore little distinction from the mortal world. As night fell, the security shift changed. The delivery man returned, adeptly donning the security uniform, and skillfully intercepting another delivery person attempting to breach the premises. By day, he was thwarted by security while delivering. By night, he assumed the role of security to halt deliveries. Is this what they call karma? The man, Mazariri, boasted of his past as a once aloof and handsome figure, now transformed by the passage of time into a jovial fool. Do you know the reason I have maintained my dominance in the martial world for so long? Su Fan hesitated, pondering his unrivaled status. Incorrect. It is my possession of 18 part-time jobs, Mazariri proclaimed with pride. Su Fan, skeptical, inquired, with so much work each day, do you have time to cultivate? Mazariri replied, cultivation pales in comparison to the necessity of survival. Su Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. Mazariri continued, as a newcomer. You cannot truly believe this world is as idyllic as you envision, can you? What do you mean? Mazariri elucidated. Consider how many realms exist within the small multiverse. The number is beyond counting. Each year, multitudes ascend, and soon they will overcrowd the celestial realm. Thus, every century, the deities harvest lifespans, taking a toll of 10,000 years at a time. Many with lesser talents find their lives extinguished. If you attend an academy, it is somewhat better, as they provide monthly lifespan subsidies. However, for individuals like us, we must toil incessantly to accrue our lifespans. With a heavy sigh, Mazariri lamented, had I known, I would never have ascended. Living for tens of thousands of years in my own world would have sufficed. Now, having ascended to the higher realm, I have become mere fodder. Anyone can take their cut. Su Fan nodded, contemplative. The deduction of lifespans. Well, that does not concern me. Mazariri merely chuckled at Su Fan's indifference. He had encountered many newcomers like him, brimming with arrogance, believing themselves the protagonists of their own narratives. Before graduation, 3,000 a month? If you offered me 30,000, I wouldn't even glance at it. My future is bright, and my dream is to transform this world. Mere money cannot confine a free spirit. After graduation, what, 2,000 a month? Damn it, Mazariri concluded. Individuals like you are already buried under 3 feet of grass. Su Fan shot him a glance, silently reflecting that the last person who uttered such words had their lineage extinguished by his hand. Being a security guard suited Su Fan perfectly. His days were filled with sipping tea, napping, and occasionally witnessing a brawl. The academy's students were all proud and arrogant, making confrontations inevitable. Sometimes, disputes between academies would escalate into fights. It was in such moments that Su Fan's role as a gatekeeper proved invaluable. On this particular day, as he observed a group of imposing cultivators from another academy approaching, he sensed trouble brewing and promptly fled through the door. It is well known that the duty of a gatekeeper is to safeguard the entrance. Su Fan, burdened by the gate, ran tirelessly for over 10 kilometers before finally stopping. Subsequently, Su Fan approached the supervisor to seek recognition for his efforts. The supervisor glanced at him and could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "A remarkable talent. Truly remarkable." However, the supervisor swiftly deducted a month's salary from Su Fan and instructed him to return the gate to its rightful place with alacrity. Chapter 62. The Supreme Golden Invincible Sleeping Automatic Cultivation Method. Su Fan, due to his propensity for slumber while on duty, combined with his idiosyncratic nature, found himself in a predicament. In essence, he was the type who would be served food by his superiors yet remained seated, who would engage in self-play while others partook in card games, and who would indiscriminately discuss the private matters of his leaders. As a result of 2 months of employment, he was penalized a total of 4 months' wages. Furthermore, he was no longer permitted to reside in the security dormitory, a decision easily justified by the sheer terror of his sleeping posture, which had led many to believe he might undergo a ghastly transformation at any moment. Consequently, the other security personnel resolutely refused to share living quarters with him. Every evening after work, Su Fan would curl up with his small blanket beneath the bridge for a refreshing respite. It must be said that sleeping in the open beneath the bridge was genuinely delightful, offering a cool winter and warm summer. The Golden Invincible Sleeping Automatic Cultivation Method had now evolved into the Supreme Golden Invincible Sleeping Automatic Cultivation Method. The name may be somewhat tongue-twisting, yet the rewards were unequivocally substantial. Each day, he would receive a substantial infusion of pure cultivation energy, and at times, even special rewards. Life passed in this manner, tranquil to the point that even a mere fart could be deemed a significant event. Suddenly, one day, Mazariri was brutally beaten, suffering greatly. It was said that the previous evening, he had clashed with 2 students from a local academy. The conflict arose as those 2 students were attempting to deceive a newly ascended female, harboring ill intentions. Ordinarily, someone as seasoned as Mazariri would never involve himself in such matters. However, coincidentally, the young woman hailed from the same small world as he did, and seeing a fellow countryman brought tears to his eyes. The 2 students were locals, and in the celestial realm, There existed a distinction between natives and outsiders. Outsiders were those who had ascended from other small worlds, while natives were children born and raised in the celestial realm. Natives prided themselves on being superior to outsiders. Thus they held Ma Zhou in contempt. According to witnesses, Ma Zhou received 2 resounding slaps. Later that evening, he sought out Su Fan for a drink. Weeping profusely, "Why have I toiled so hard all these years? What is it all for? I merely wish to make something of myself. I have painstakingly walked step by step from a small mountain village to this point. Was it easy for me?" His sorrow was palpable, as though he were shedding all the grievances of his life. He declared his intent to avenge himself upon those 2 individuals, and Su Fan, having consumed a bit of alcohol, echoed his sentiments. "We must certainly take action against them." Su Fan was not merely speaking out of turn. Perhaps life had become too leisurely, or perhaps he yearned to test his current strength. He even conceived a plan for the following day, envisioning their confrontation to demand justice. The other party not only refused to apologize, but also resorted to verbal provocation, disparaging my father and belittling 2 security guards, claiming they were hardly worthy opponents. A large crowd around them echoed the sentiment, mocking the guards as mere lowly figures, daring to challenge someone from our esteemed academy. Subsequently, they took matters into their own hands, striking with reckless abandon, leaving the onlookers in shock. Then, the father of the instigator sought confrontation, only to be subdued and beaten down. Following this, the grandfather arrived to escalate the conflict, yet ultimately, I caught the eye of a prominent figure, leading to my exceptional admission into the academy, thereby embarking on an extraordinary journey. However, the very next day, Ma Zhou appeared to have forgotten everything, wearing that same insipid smile as if nothing had transpired. Upon encountering the very individuals who had assaulted him the day before, he even greeted them cheerfully. Su Fan merely cast a silent glance before shifting his position to continue his slumber. Never mind, this insipid author could hardly weave a compelling narrative. Ma Zhou had a wife, both of them practitioners of the arcane arts. However, he broke through his limitations before her, and after achieving enlightenment, he could no longer remain in the mortal realm. Reluctantly, he parted from his wife and ascended to the celestial realm. Upon arrival, he discovered he was among the most inept of beings. Even those who crafted keys would ask if he qualified. To avoid the depletion of his lifespan, he toiled relentlessly, accumulating wealth to extend his existence. Reality shattered all his illusions, and he remained there for over 10,000 years. Su Fan remarked, after such a long time. Would his wife still come for him? Ma Zhou confessed he did not know. He harbored a dream, to amass 100,000 spirit stones. With this sum, he could descend into a lower world for a few hundred years to seek out his wife. Ma Zhou was fortunate, for he possessed a goal. Daily, he meticulously gathered spirit stones, laboring diligently for that modest aspiration. Many like him existed in the celestial realm, as numerous as ants on the streets. Humble yet resilient, they persevered. Such is life in the mortal realm, and what of the celestial realm? Self-proclaimed nobility, yet resigned to mediocrity. Aspirations soaring high, yet fates as fragile as paper. People swirl like sand in the wind, their circumstances beyond their control. Su Fan sipped his wine, reciting a small verse. Some seek enlightenment through arduous journeys, while others revel in carefree leisure. I drift with the wind, longing for the tender connection between the celestial and mortal worlds. Chapter 63. A kick that shatters the summer. It was yet another ordinary night. Su Fan found himself lost in thought, deciding to linger in that reverie a while longer. At that moment, several sword-wielding practitioners approached from a distance. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be students of the academy, having indulged in considerable amounts of celestial wine. They halted before the spiritual gate, demanding entrance. Ordinarily, the time for entry had long passed, and even if students returned, the door would remain shut. Yet, rules are often made to be broken. Navigating the undercurrents of society relies not merely on violence, but on human connections. Moreover, my responsibility was solely to guard the gate behind me, with everything else beyond my concern. Thus, Su Fan dutifully opened the door. Among them, there was a teacher from the academy who cast a lingering glance at Su Fan and instructed him to come to the school the following morning. Su Fan did not refuse. In fact, he felt he had no right to decline. The teachers at the academy often sought assistance from wandering cultivators or security guards. It was said that they generally offered generous remuneration, along with some fine wine. The next day, the mere thought of wine made Su Fan perceive the day as exceptionally delightful. In an open area, numerous students had already gathered. Truly, they were all exceptional talents. With handsome young men clad in flowing blue robes, while the young women donned exquisite purple garments, each adorned uniquely. The teacher from the previous night, holding a fishing rod and facing away from them, was leisurely engaged in fishing. After a considerable time, He finally set down his rod and began to deliver a lengthy discourse filled with complex, esoteric, and unintelligible ramblings. Su Fan, with wide-open eyes, remained motionless and dozed off. The teacher, with his hands clasped behind his back, seemed oblivious to where he had left off until he suddenly made a move. "Behold this technique of mine," he exclaimed, pointing directly at Su Fan. A gust of energy surged forth, and a thin layer of golden, translucent, unknown gas shielded him from the attack. "What the hell?" Su Fan blurted out, and the teacher stumbled back a few steps, astonished as he regarded Su Fan. In an instant, his air of sophistication dissipated. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat, muttering about the slippery ground. Then, with a swift motion, he channeled his inner energy. "Here I go." Bang. This time, the teacher was catapulted backward, his feet dragging along the ground and leaving a trail several dozen meters long. The onlookers stared in disbelief. The teacher took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth twitching. "I merely demonstrated an incorrect example," he declared, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Su Fan inexplicably shivered and awoke. Glancing around, though baffled, he began to clap enthusiastically. "Bravo!" The teacher's explanation was superb. The applause seemed to strike the teacher's face directly. The world of martial arts is not merely about fighting, but rather about the nuances of human relationships. Due to this very social dynamic, Su Fan found himself having an entire month's wages deducted. Remarkably, after 2 months of employment, he owed his employer 3 months' worth of wages. Even capitalists would weep at such a fate. "I seek your assistance in avenging me." A young scholar stood before Su Fan. Su Fan lazily turned over, questioning why he would seek revenge from him. "Because someone like you, akin to a monk sweeping the floor, is the most formidable. I have read such assertions." The young man's keen eyes conveyed his intelligence. Su Fan regarded him and replied, "I apologize, but I am not one for conflict, especially not in violent matters. Here is a bottle of exquisite wine and a roasted chicken. Should you succeed, I shall add 2 more chickens to the offer." Su Fan's eyes sparkled at this proposition. "What is the rarest treasure in the celestial realm? Is it precious artifacts? No, it is the sustenance of the mortal world. In the celestial realm, where all beings have transcended the need for sustenance, the act of eating is deemed merely a fulfillment of base desires. Thus it is discouraged as it interferes with one's cultivation. Consequently, delectable delights are scarce within this ethereal domain." Su Fan pressed his lips together and resolutely declared, "Who shall I confront? Lin Dong. He brazenly bullies us ascendants from the outside. Just last time, he seized my scholarship funds." Su Fan sighed, pondering the immaturity of such behavior despite their age. The individual responded, "It is precisely because the path of cultivation can be rather dull that some seek amusement in other ways. Certain practitioners exhibit twisted tendencies, deriving pleasure from the torment of creatures or even reveling in the brutality of human conflict. However, Lin Dong is a local. I see no reason to provoke him over trivialities like roast chicken and wine." The person's eyes glinted with realization. "By the way, the manager who deducted your wages is Lin Dong's uncle." Su Fan sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This task I shall undertake." The earth lay in slumber, a gentle breeze caressing the air. The garden was enveloped in silence, as Lin Dong strolled amidst fragrant blooms, gazing skyward. "Ah, such a scene inspires one to compose poetry," he mused. Yet, before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped him as a sack was thrust over his head. The most adept of practitioners often resort to the simplest of tactics, as evidenced now. Lin Dong's screams reverberated through the garden, for his assailant struck swiftly and decisively, vanishing without affording him a moment to react. Rising, Lin Dong furiously removed the bag from his head, only to find no trace of his attacker. Not even a breath to detect. A true master. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. "Who is it? What has transpired? Who are you?" Lin Dong glared wide-eyed at the figure before him. "I am Security Officer Su Fan. I heard cries for help. What has happened? I was assaulted." "What? In broad daylight, is there no law remaining? Which direction did this scoundrel flee?" "I'm not certain," Su Fan replied, scanning the surroundings and pointing in a direction. "Over there." He then dashed off in pursuit. Chapter 64. A contest of status and life or death. Lin Dong had been beaten, his face bruised and battered. This incident swiftly spread throughout the academy like wildfire, for Lin Dong was no ordinary individual. An elder had proclaimed him a candidate for greatness. Su Fan had not anticipated that Lin Dong would seek him out so soon. Watching the scene unfold on the shadowy wall, he recalled placing a sack over Lin Dong's head, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, and then making a hasty retreat before feigning concern as he returned to assist Lin Dong, embodying a righteous security figure. Su Fan rubbed his chin, an awkward expression crossing his face. He had been careless. "My apologies," he offered. Lin Dong coldly retorted, "Do you think a mere apology will suffice to resolve this matter? I must reiterate my regret. I shall learn from this encounter and strive for improvement in the future. To which Lindong replied, I believe you are akin to an ancient tortoise, hanging from a noose, wishing for prolonged existence. Lindong pointed into the void, and a sharp sword was thrust into the ground just a few centimeters before Su Fan's feet. This was a declaration of intent for a duel, an invitation to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He was aware that Su Fan was also a swordsman. Tomorrow at the flying sword platform, we shall determine our fates and establish who is superior. With that, he turned and departed. The following day, the flying sword platform was bustling with disciples eager to witness the impending clash between two swordsmen. The elders of the Lin family, upon hearing of the duel, did not intervene. Only through trials of life and death can cultivators truly grow. Lindong, as the eldest son of the Lin family, had always been gifted, enjoying the favor of the family's ancestors. He had entered a prestigious academy and was hailed as the most likely candidate to ascend to the status of an emperor. In contrast, Su Fan's reputation was considerably lesser. Most only knew he hailed from a lesser-known world and was now a security guard. On the day of the duel, Lindong arrived riding his sword. Dressed in white, his phoenix-like eyes glimmered with confidence, his dark pupils sparkling with brilliance. A multitude of white birds trailed behind him, soaring in a V formation before he gracefully descended onto the flying sword platform, exuding charm, elegance, and self-assuredness as he awaited his opponent. Half an hour passed, then an hour, and finally 2 hours, until news arrived from Su Fan's side. His resolve had been shaken, and he could not engage in the duel. The date was postponed to 50 years hence. The crowd responded with disdainful murmurs. It was clear he was backing down, and a swordsman unwilling to fight would soon find his heart clouded in doubt. Lindong snorted dismissively. Then I shall wait for him for 50 years. The winds of the South Mountains scattered the valleys. The waters of the Northern Sea drowned the tombstones. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had elapsed. News came from Su Fan's side again, stating that due to various reasons, the duel would be postponed another 50 years. I, Lindong, shall never take advantage of another's misfortune. Thus, I will grant him another 50 years. Time continued its relentless march. Lindong repeated, I will give him another 50 years. The seasons turned, yet the days rolled by swiftly. Su Fan stood before Lindong's tombstone, pouring out a libation of wine. Brother, may you rest in peace. Lindong had perished at the southern heavenly gate while defending against the demonic forces' assault. He had set out for an assignment and had never returned. Frankly, after all these years, the notion that their bond was devoid of feeling was implausible. Su Fan had seemingly grown accustomed to it. Each morning, he would awaken to see Lindong standing at the foot of his bed, inquiring, May we duel today? Indeed, Lindong had never taken advantage of Su Fan's plight. Though he understood Su Fan merely sought excuses. A proud nobleman might bully others, yet he would never exploit someone in distress. Su Fan shook his head and let out a soft sigh, then turned away with a leisurely stride. As the demonic forces attacked the southern heavenly gate, the front lines faced a dire shortage of soldiers. Su Fan lost what had once been a promising and bright future. He transitioned from a security guard to a soldier at the southern heavenly gate. Mazwari accompanied him as well. During the drawing of lots, he drew a black slip and nearly lost his breath. According to regulations, a red slip exempts one from military service, while a black slip mandates immediate deployment to the front lines. The two became privates in the same trench. Their commander, a man named Feng Yunji, was remarkably astute. Though he oversaw only a small squad of 5, he offered insights on broader military strategies. This is not how battles should be fought, Feng Yunji said with a grave expression, making one wonder if he were the supreme commander of the Southern Gate. At this moment, Su Fan would eagerly interject with a question, then how should we engage? According to my strategy, we should divide the 100,000 troops into 99,999 paths to confront the enemy's main force. Meanwhile, I shall lead a single battalion directly to their main camp, ensuring our triumph in every engagement. Su Fan silently regarded him, pondering how such clever ideas came to his mind. Feng Yunji replied candidly, to be honest, it was the knight's move of a chess piece that inspired me. Su Fan nodded, finding this to be quite logical. Su Fan was not fond of fighting. Almost no one had witnessed him in action. He possessed a sword, named Ling Long, which had been wielded by the successive masters of the Qingyun sect. It was not particularly exceptional. Having traversed many realms, he had encountered innumerable swords, many of which were extraordinary. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to use this one. It was akin to a person who, after journeying through myriad landscapes and residing in grand palaces, still finds the thatched cottage of their hometown the most comforting. Su Fan often remarked, "It is not the sword that matters, but the one who wields it." At such moments, Feng Yunji and Ma Zuru would tease him. But Su Fan never felt the need to defend himself. He seemed devoid of worries, perpetually cheerful. Sometimes with a cup of wine, Sometimes with a jest, he often stated, "Throughout my life, I have forged few good connections and performed only a handful of commendable deeds. Yet, I consistently managed to turn misfortune into fortune. Is that not the greatest happiness?" However, the wretched war incessantly disturbed his sleep. It was said that the demon race was brewing a large-scale offensive. Either it would be their demise or his. Chapter 65. Are you stacking bricks here? The war had recommenced. Su Fan detested warfare, for once it began, he found it exceedingly difficult to sleep. The cultivators of the celestial realm are categorized into Ascension, loose immortals, earth immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, great Luo golden immortals, immortal lords, immortal kings, and immortal emperors. It is said that the highest deity in the celestial realm is a golden immortal. As for the great Luo golden immortals, immortal lords, immortal kings, and immortal emperors, it has been countless years since any have appeared. Each advancement in rank takes no less than 10,000 years and, at times, several million years. Rumor has it that 3 true immortals from the demon realm have just emerged from seclusion, suggesting that this battle will not be easily won. The epicenter of the conflict lay at Tianling Mountain. A throng of ascended beings surged toward it like a swarm of ants, an unending tide converging upon Tianling Mountain. According to reports from the wounded, the area had transformed into a veritable meat grinder, with corpses strewn everywhere, and the scene was profoundly harrowing. Su Fan's squad was tasked with transporting the injured. Some of the wounded had fallen from Tianling Mountain, still clinging to life. They lifted the injured and made their way to the medical team stationed at the rear. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of demonic cultivators soaring overhead, unleashing aerial assaults upon the ground. "Damn it!" Ma Zariri exclaimed as he rose from the ground, shaking off the dust that had settled on his face. The group called out to one another, while a few unfortunate souls were completely obliterated. "Move it!" Captain Feng Yunj seasoned shouted, directing the team. At that moment, he noticed Su Fan standing not far off, gazing upward, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Hey you!" Feng Yunj kicked at him, but was thwarted by an invisible barrier. "What the hell? Stop daydreaming and get moving." Su Fan's expression was grave. In the distance, a sound akin to a bird's call echoed, followed by an enormous shadow enveloping them. It was an immense white bird, its wings spanning several tens of feet. Its eyes glowed with an ominous darkness, and upon its back stood a towering demonic cultivator wielding a spear, adorned with horns. In an instant, everyone was frozen in shock, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Among them were few combatants, having spent years merely striving for survival, rendering them akin to toothless lions. "I am fortunate." The demonic cultivator smirked lightly. "Run, run." After a brief moment of hesitation, Captain Feng Yunj bellowed. He was 1,000% certain that engaging the foe would yield no victory. Before Feng Yunj even uttered a warning, Ma Zariri had already turned to flee. Without hesitation, the others followed suit. Yet, Feng Yunj brandished his club and charged forward alone, shouting, "This is Captain Feng Yunj of Team 3. However, just as he was about to pass Su Fan, a hand suddenly blocked his path. Feng Yunj could not halt in time, nearly tumbling to the ground. "What are you doing? Step back," Su Fan commanded in a low voice. "Huh." Feng Yunj frowned and reached out to grab him. "Don't play the hero now." Yet an invisible force separated them, as if an unbridgeable chasm lay between Su Fan and himself. The demonic cultivator scrutinized Su Fan with a knowing gaze. "Step back." Su Fan grasped the delicate sword at his waist and advanced a step. The demonic cultivator raised his spear, a fierce glint in his eyes, seemingly aware that Su Fan was not to be trifled with. The two locked eyes in a silent standoff, the tension palpable. The very air around them seemed to grow sharper, and Feng Yunj found himself momentarily bewildered. It felt reminiscent of a confrontation between martial arts masters. The two were likely engaged in a battle of wills within their minds, and a fierce clash was imminent. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyelids twitched, and he furrowed his brow as his gaze shifted behind the demonic cultivator. "Who goes there?" The demonic cultivator instinctively turned his head. With a swift motion, Su Fan drew his sword. Heaven's Gate. In an instant, the blade gleamed like lightning, soaring forth with a deafening rush. In the realm of demonic practitioners, such underhanded tactics are scarcely witnessed. The sword light arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving no time for him to react. The last flicker of the sword light dissipated into the distance, followed by a resounding boom. Upon further inspection, the once formidable demonic practitioner had met his demise. Feng Yunzi gaped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation for quite some time. Su Fan, too, felt a twinge of surprise since his ascension. He had yet to engage in combat. Had he truly grown this formidable? Su Fan sheathed his sword, glanced at Feng Yunzi, and said, "Let us depart." Feng Yunzi, still dazed, nodded slowly, pondering Su Fan's retreating figure. The war concluded more swiftly than anticipated, reportedly due to a monk from another celestial realm mediating the conflict between the two factions. This monk bore a resemblance to Xuanzang. Yet someone of Su Fan's caliber lacked the privilege to investigate the underlying truths. He contemplated returning to the academy in a few days to resume his promising career as a security guard, with a future that gleamed with potential. However, one day, two elders from the academy sought him out, inquiring about the incident where Su Fan had swiftly eliminated the demonic practitioner. "Pray tell, how did you achieve such a feat?" asked the elder in azure robes. Su Fan hesitated before responding. "That demonic practitioner sought conflict, challenging me to a duel." Upon his words, I sprang to my feet without delay. I struck with a sword, and then followed with a right kick and a left jab. He was caught off guard and failed to evade. He remarked on my lack of martial ethics, and then he perished. The elder in white narrowed his eyes slightly, chuckling. "You needn't embellish your tale with absurdity." The azure-robed elder rose and approached Su Fan, intending to assess his cultivation. "Oh, so you have reached the stage of a scattered immortal?" The elder's surprise was evident. Typically, ascendants required hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, to break through the ascension phase and attain scattered cultivation. According to records, this individual had only been in the celestial realm for a mere few hundred years. Could it be that he is a gem concealed within refuse? With this thought, the azure-robed elder continued his examination. "Ah, an innate sword body, quite impressive." The innate sword body is a rare physique, and even among ascendants, few possess such a trait. Then, he pondered, a martial divinity physique? What in the world? How can one possess both an innate sword body and a martial divinity physique? Following this, he discovered the pure body, the tyrannical body of the heavens, the kingly body, the Tao body, and the five elements body. The azure-robed elder was nearly left speechless, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Are you stacking bricks here?" After a thorough examination, both elders confirmed their findings. Ultimately, they left Su Fan with a single command: report to the A-class academy tomorrow. Alas, the joy of recent days had been fleeting. Once again, he found himself bereft of the esteemed profession of security guard. Su Fan returned to the military camp, carrying with him his sole possessions, a set of bedding and a pillow. Upon noticing his departure, Ma Zhori inquired about his destination. With a sigh, Su Fan replied that he was reporting to the prestigious academy. "What? You're going back to be a security guard?" Ma Zhori questioned, perplexed. "No. They've summoned me for enrollment." At that, Ma Zhori inadvertently sprayed a mouthful of drink, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you uttering in broad daylight?" Su Fan merely sighed softly, offering no further explanation. Days later, Ma Zhori returned to the school to resume his role as a security guard. Su Fan, where have you been these past few days?" he asked. Su Fan cast a glance and replied, "Didn't I mention? I am cultivating at the academy." With that, he strode directly inside. Cultivation is an exceedingly dull endeavor, Ma Zhori mused. Typically, a teacher mentors several disciples. Initially, Elder Qingyi and Elder Bai had intended to secretly take Su Fan under their wing, as he is indeed a rare talent. Nurturing a promising student not only elevates one's own status, but also secures a favorable allocation of resources from the celestial realm. Thus, everyone sought to claim this exceptional seedling. Unfortunately, their negotiations faltered. Both desired Su Fan exclusively, nearly resulting in a public uproar. Many instructors, including elders from various academies, became aware of Su Fan's extraordinary condition. To articulate it in contemporary terms, Su Fan simultaneously bore congenital heart disease, cancer, leukemia, tumors, renal failure, paralysis, stroke, polio, and congenital blindness, yet he survived unscathed. Truly, he was a marvel in the annals of medical history. "Follow me, and I can exempt you from half of your lifespan deductions," an elder proclaimed earnestly to Su Fan. Su Fan merely shook his head nonchalantly. "Lifespan? What is that? It's beneath me. I wouldn't even bend down to pick it up if it fell." A portly elder grandly waved his hand, boasting, "Don't listen to him. Come with me. Within 300,000 years, I assure you will become a true celestial being." Su Fan continued to shake his head. "I can provide you with celestial stones, this amount," a lanky elder asserted. For 2 consecutive days, every teacher attempting to take Su Fan as their disciple faced rejection. The terms they offered were enough to make many envious, yet Su Fan remained unfazed. This only deepened the curiosity of those around him. What could he possibly be thinking? He rejected celestial stones, disregarded lifespan, and even declined the opportunity to cultivate in the Sword Tomb. Elder Tai Air received notice from the academy that if he failed to secure a disciple, he would be stripped of his title as elder. At that point, he would lose his lifespan subsidies, his salary, and most importantly, his access to celestial wine. With a sigh, Elder Tai Air ambled out, his belly protruding, a tuft of hair swaying beneath his navel. Each elder at the academy typically had at least 3 disciples, yet Elder Taier had none. And the reason was simple. He was exceedingly lazy. While the other elders tirelessly sought qualified ascendants, he preferred to indulge in drink and slumber. Another reason is that his cultivation is rather lackluster. Although he bears the title of elder, his actual prowess merely equates to that of a scattered immortal. The esteemed Yunran scratched his head, ultimately deciding to return home for a nap. When faced with indecision, he resolved to sleep it off. As he passed beneath the bridge of the academy, he fortuitously encountered Su Fan, who was wrapped in a small quilt. Having not chosen a mentor, Su Fan found himself without a place to go, thus continuing to embody his intermittent tranquility and persistent neglect. Nestled beneath the bridge, he lay covered by his quilt. Yunran regarded him with a puzzled gaze. Su Fan, in turn, observed him as well. In that fleeting moment, it was as if a turtle and a mung bean had found a mutual understanding. What brings you here? Yunran inquired first. Su Fan replied languidly. I have come from the deep mountains where I lay among the white clouds, and I find myself here, seeking a place to rest. Yunran's belly shifted, and he asked again, are you new here? Su Fan nodded in affirmation. While others toiled diligently in their cultivation, why do you choose to lie here? Su Fan responded. I prefer to rest quietly and observe their relentless efforts. Excellent. A true talent indeed. Yunran could not help but applaud in admiration. What do you say? Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? He proposed. It would be my honor, Su Fan replied as he stood up. Yunran, somewhat puzzled, wondered aloud. Do you not wish to inquire about my circumstances? For instance, what benefits I could bestow upon you? No need, Su Fan replied. For your face tells a myriad of stories. Yunran grasped Su Fan's hand, exclaiming, I never expected to find such a remarkable talent at my age. Master, disciple. Thus, Su Fan became a disciple of one of the most unreliable teachers in the celestial realm. Taier, this is where I practice, he declared, gesturing toward a thatched cottage nestled by a small stream, winding through distant fields. The surroundings were quite pleasant. Taier reclined in a hammock and casually remarked, Disciple, feel free to explore while I take a brief nap. Su Fan glanced at the sky. The weather was splendid, perfect for slumber. Then I shall also take a short rest, he decided. Just a little while. Yunran grew increasingly pleased with his disciple. Previously, he had taken on several students, all of whom bombarded him with questions, resembling a barrage of incessant inquiries. The master and disciple prepared to take a short nap beneath the sky. Using the earth as their bed, the sun rose in the east while rain fell in the west. Though it seemed overcast, the sun still shone. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Taier awoke first, casting a glance at the unmoving Su Fan. It appeared he had indeed chosen the right person. A month slipped by in a flash. Taier, well rested, observed the still motionless Su Fan, unable to contain his curiosity. Previously, he had been the one to chase students away, yet today, he found one who could endure. Another 3 months elapsed. Were it not for Su Fan's steady breathing, Taier would have suspected the fellow had perished. This individual truly could sleep. 2 years passed, during which Su Fan remained entirely unmoved. Each day, Taier strolled about, gazing at Su Fan, who slept like a log, and fell into deep contemplation. Had he unwittingly taken in a turtle? Another 2 years went by. Taier had no choice but to awaken Su Fan, for the grand competition in the celestial realm was imminent. Chapter 67, Dragonbone. The celestial competition was a significant event, drawing participants from various academies, teachers, and disciples of elders to engage in friendly combat. The top 8 contenders would not only receive generous prizes, but also be exempt from a millennium of life tax. Every century, the celestial deities would harvest a millennium of lifespan, translating to a windfall of 1,000,000 years of life. Disciple, shouldn't I impart some knowledge to you? At that moment, Taier recalled his responsibilities and duties as a master. The crux of the matter is, what do you actually know, master? Su Fan's words struck a nerve. Disciple, I possess a wealth of knowledge, Taier remarked, caressing his round belly. Now, allow me to teach you a surefire technique. Oh, Su Fan raised an eyebrow. When you step onto the stage, if you find yourself unable to defeat your opponent, simply kneel and exclaim, I was wrong, I was wrong. People have kindness in their hearts. I am confident they will not strike you down mercilessly. Su Fan was taken aback. Is that really appropriate, master? I have no qualms, but what about your reputation? Taier flashed a devilish grin. Disciple, it seems you are yet to grasp the thickness of my skin. Do not ponder too much. You may end up hurt. But it's merely a competition. Surely they won't go for the kill? Su Fan questioned. You are mistaken, disciple. As the saying goes, one who wanders in the martial world must expect to endure wounds. After all these years, I cannot claim to have numerous friends. Rather, I have countless enemies. Do you see that elder in the purple robe? Taier continued. Yes, I once tied a bow on him. What of it? With his own intestines. And what about that woman in white? Su Fan followed his gaze. The one with the ample bosom? Indeed, in my youth, I treated her for hemorrhoids. And then one thing led to another. Furthermore, Tai Er added, there is a significant reason why no one has ever taken me as their master. My disciples in the celestial competition often end up either dead or severely wounded. Su Fan pressed his lips together, realizing why he had sensed the peculiar looks directed at him earlier. When you take the stage, just follow my lead. Perhaps you may salvage your life. Tai Er spoke earnestly. At that moment, a series of figures flickered in the sky. Leading them was a strikingly beautiful woman. Standing atop a flying sword, her demeanor cold and proud. Behind her trailed several female disciples, each more formidable than the last. This woman was named Jingbai, known for her profound cultivation and fiery temper, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Master, do you have a grudge against her? Su Fan inquired. Tai Er shook his head. Su Fan contemplated, suspecting that Tai Er might have exaggerated earlier. Countless enemies? It seemed implausible. It cannot be said that we are enemies. It is more a matter of life and death, an unending rivalry. Even if the world were to crumble into dust, she would find a way to reduce me to nothing. Tai Er explained, she is my ex-wife. We once shared a profound love, but many tales unfolded thereafter. Su Fan glanced around and noticed numerous elders and teachers whispering to their disciples, their gazes subtly fixated on Su Fan and Tai Er. With a resigned shrug, Su Fan lamented, Master, you have truly put me in a predicament. Fear not, for I have gathered intelligence on your opponent for the initial battle. He is known as Chi Hu. His strength is mediocre, and I harbor no deep-seated enmity with his master, though I did pluck some of his feathers in our youth. He should not hold a grudge against me. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Pluck feathers? You mean hair? Tai Er shook his head, regardless. It is of no concern to you. Just remember to plead for mercy when the time comes. May I knock him down? Tai Er paused momentarily, then replied, yes, if you are capable of doing so. By the way, I have heard whispers of an additional reward. It is said to be the dragon bone of a true dragon. Dragon bone? Su Fan's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled the hairpin gifted to him by Lu Xian, which was fashioned from dragon bone. What is the matter? Do you desire it? Tai Er noticed the peculiar expression on Su Fan's face. Su Fan inquired further, Master, what does the dragon bone look like? Is it merely a white bone? Certainly not. Where would one find pristine dragon bones today? The dragon race has been extinct for countless years. What remains are exquisite artifacts crafted from dragon bones. It seems that this item might be. Su Fan could not help but interject a hairpin. Ah, yes. How did you know? Su Fan maintained a calm demeanor, yet within, tumultuous waves stirred. Master, could there possibly be two identical hairpins made from dragon bone? Tai Er shook his head without hesitation. Impossible. An item crafted from dragon bone is singular. This is an immutable truth. If a sword is forged from dragon bone, no second sword can ever be made from another dragon bone. The same applies to hairpins. Su Fan rubbed his forehead, distinctly recalling that the hairpin gifted by Lu Xian was buried in the grave located in the southern region of the human world. If what Tai Er said is true, that an item made from dragon bone can only exist once. In a moment of disorientation, Su Fan felt as though he had returned to that small world, sensing that fate was being manipulated by unseen hands. Disciple, disciple, Tai Er called repeatedly until Su Fan regained his senses. Believing his previous remarks had startled Su Fan, Tai Er hurriedly offered words of reassurance. Yet, at this moment, Su Fan could not absorb any of it. He gazed into the distance, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Fate is truly a cruel joke. Chapter 68. The Great Competition of the Immortal Realm Fan. Turning at the sound, Su Fan encountered the mischievous faces of Ma Zuriri and Feng Yunji. What brings you two here? Ma Zuriri exclaimed. We are here to cheer you on. The security brothers heard of this significant event and are overjoyed, claiming that you have brought us honor. Look, we even brought equipment. Feng Yunji displayed the suona in his hands. Before the battle commences, I shall perform a melody that will undoubtedly elevate our stature, ensuring that you walk with your head held high within the academy from this day forth. In this grand competition of the celestial realm, 3 individuals have captured the spotlight. The first is Lu Yao, the esteemed disciple of Elder Jingbai, who possesses peak cultivation at the level of a scattered immortal and wields the divine sword, Bu Hui. She embodies the ethereal beauty that many men envision, exuding an aura of aloofness. The second is Zhao Chongkong, a recently initiated disciple of the first-rank academy, having spent millennia in seclusion. Lastly, there is Su Fan, who was fiercely sought after by various elders and mentors, ultimately choosing the eccentric Yunran. According to reliable intelligence, Su Fan has spent the past few years merely slumbering in Tyre's thatched cottage. Upon hearing this, Su Fan swiftly dispelled the rumors, declaring them to be entirely false. I merely rest outside the cottage, not within its confines. Ridiculous. The first match pits him against a fellow known as Chi Hu. As they ascend the flying sword platform, they exchange formal greetings. Given that this is the inaugural battle, a considerable crowd has gathered to witness, yet no taunts or jeers arise. For these participants have lived for tens of thousands of years. Such childishness is beneath them. Ma Zeriri and Feng Yunj seasons hastily arrive. Feng Yunj brandishes his swana, while Ma Zeriri lifts a banner emblazoned with the words Su Fan will prevail. The onlookers regard them with curiosity, pondering their intentions. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yunj prepares to sound his swana. Bang! Su Fan, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely descends. Feng Yunj gazes at him. Fan, has the match begun? Su Fan responds. It has already concluded. The elder responsible for adjudicating the outcome, holding a teacup, stares in astonishment at the fallen Chi Hu, momentarily lost in thought. Concluded? Elder Jingbai observes Su Fan's departing figure with a disdainful huff, remarking on his arrogance reminiscent of his youth. Behind him, Lu Yao casts a lingering glance. That young man possesses some prowess. I doubt any of the others can rival him. If they encounter him, they must incapacitate him. Understood. The celestial competition unfolds with fervor, and Su Fan's daily routine now includes participation in matches alongside his habitual slumber. Upholding a steadfast refusal to work overtime, he consistently concludes his battles swiftly, returning to his thatched abode to diligently cultivate and sleep. A diligent worker never succumbs to overtime. Without further ado, half a month swiftly passes. On this day, Su Fan is scheduled to compete. He awakens leisurely, consumes a jug of fine wine, and nibbles on a handful of peanuts before grasping the exquisite sword and strolling forth amidst the gentle breeze and drifting clouds. He arrives punctually at the flying sword platform, now teeming with spectators. Today marks a significant confrontation as Su Fan faces Lu Yao. Armed with the experience from previous matches, Ma Zeriri and Feng Yunj arrive early. Unfurling the banner and sounding the swana, Ma Zeriri even improvises a delightful performance of flower gestures. This is a lesson imparted by Su Fan, who remarked that those capable of executing such movements in his hometown are the trendsetters of the fashion world. Upon Su Fan's arrival, the crowd parted, creating a path for him. He ascended the flying sword platform, where Lu Yao, clad in white garments, maintained a serene demeanor. The elder in pure white sat at one end, professing indifference, yet feeling a twinge of anxiety within. After all, Su Fan's performance in the preceding matches had been exceedingly remarkable. The two exchanged formal greetings, eschewing any superfluous dialogue, and commenced their duel. Lu Yao proved to be exceptionally formidable, surpassing Su Fan's expectations. The sword named Regretless moved with astonishing swiftness. It took Su Fan 4 techniques to finally subdue her. As the sword fell to the ground, it emitted a crisp sound. True to form, Lu Yao bowed and departed without lingering. The combat commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly, perfectly aligning with Su Fan's style, concise and rapid. Lu Yao sat outside the flying sword platform, lost in thought, seemingly still processing the recent encounter. The elder in white wore a solemn expression but chose not to voice his thoughts, sweeping away with a flick of his robe. 3 days later, the grand tournament of the immortal realm officially concluded, during which a lamentable event transpired. The prodigy Zhao Chongkong suffered a blow to his Dao heart after being defeated by Su Fan in 5 moves, resulting in a swift decline in his cultivation. According to his disciples, Zhao Chongkong had sequestered himself in his chamber, wallowing in despair. As has always been the case, where one person revels in triumph, another finds themselves in desolation. However, the onlookers failed to discern any exuberance from Su Fan. He appeared unchanged. Victory in the grand tournament of the immortal realm afforded him the opportunity to meet the sovereign of the realm, the golden immortal who harvests the lifespans of many. The interminable staircase stretched endlessly before him, leading to a grand aerial palace that housed but a solitary immortal. The gathered disciples gazed enviously as Su Fan ascended the steps. As the grand doors opened automatically, darkness greeted Su Fan. He stepped forward. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously in the silence. Before him lay a solitary table adorned with the prizes from the tournament. Su Fan instinctively disregarded everything else, his gaze fixating on a pin resting at the center. Just then, a muffled noise erupted from the darkness, reminiscent of a beast being unleashed. Su Fan's eyes narrowed, an involuntary tension coursing through him. The fabled sovereign of the immortal realm had been in seclusion for so long that he had never witnessed the spectacle of lifespan harvesting, which had been postponed for centuries. As Ma Zeriri had mentioned, such delays were not uncommon, sometimes extending for millennia, only to have all accrued lifespans collected at once. Some newcomers, harboring a sense of invincibility, neglected their lifespans, only to be swept away in a single devastating wave. A powerful gust of air surged toward him, followed by a torrent of black light. Su Fan's eyelids twitched. This scene felt vaguely familiar. The black light, however, paid him no heed, surging forth into the outside world. In a fleeting moment, the entire celestial realm was enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, Su Fan felt a resounding thrum in his head, as if some entity were gnawing at his very essence. His expression shifted dramatically. The inhabitants of the celestial realm began to emerge, seemingly entranced, as a dark light swept through, devouring something intangible. When Su Fan regained consciousness, he found himself in a thatched cottage. Tyre stood amidst a pile of spoils, marveling at his findings. Su Fan cast a glance at the pin in his hand, rubbing his temples. This scene of immortals harvesting lifespans bore a striking resemblance to the cataclysmic arrival of eternal night. Both scenarios involved fish farming. The former required a complete clearing of the pond every 100,000 years, while the latter allowed for continuous, sustainable development. Master, when did the ruler of the celestial realm appear? Tyre turned to Su Fan, uncertainty etched on his face. When did they appear? Who knows? It is said that the ruler of the celestial realm shares its lifespan with heaven and earth and exists alongside the sun and moon, likely several million years old. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Su Fan, contemplating the pin in his grasp, sensed an underlying secret. Thus, he resolved to take a nap. It seemed that the other party was merely harvesting lifespans. If that were the case, he could accept it. A good rest would allow him to cultivate. And with cultivation came the extension of life. There was no reason to fear. After a few million years of slumber, he could confront them again. The notion of sleeping while other protagonists toiled tirelessly in dungeons for experience left him with a bittersweet feeling, prompting him to turn over. After his defeat at the flying sword platform, Zhao Chongkong succumbed to inner demons, drinking daily, drifting into drunken slumber, only to awaken and drink again. His master, weary of his behavior, allowed him to spiral into ruin. Talented individuals often possess fragile psyches, as they rarely, if ever, encounter failure. Zhao Chongkong's defeat was especially catastrophic, having been vanquished in an instant. Similarly, Lu Yao of the Pure White sect faced her own struggles, though her situation was considerably better than Zhao's. Yet, her inner demons remained a persistent threat. The Pure White sect devised a plan. The best way to conquer one's inner demons was to confront them directly. Thus, every morning, Lu Yao would carry her unwavering sword to the thatched cottage, undeterred by wind or rain. Su Fan protested vehemently, as this territory belonged to his master. Tyre. Rumors had already spread in the celestial realm regarding his ambiguous relationship with Lu Yao, which Su Fan felt tarnished his reputation. Though Tyre held a humble position, he still bore the title of elder and possessed the authority to forbid Lu Yao from visiting the cottage. One day, the Pure White sect dispatched a sword-wielding envoy, who proceeded to deliver a sound thrashing to Tyre, berating him with tales of old grievances. Tyre appeared guilt-ridden, unable to retort. The following day, Lu Yao reappeared at the thatched cottage. This time, Tyre refrained from protest. Fortunately, Lu Yao was not loquacious. She simply stood quietly in a corner or sat in silence. Su Fan chose not to dwell on the matter. In the gentle breeze of catkins and the delicate rain of pear blossoms, the changing seasons of the celestial realm seemed to lack much of the flavor found in the mortal world. Lu Yao sat before a thatched cottage, with Wu Hui floating in midair. Su Fan reclined in a grand armchair, unusually awake, savoring the enchanting rain scene of the fairyland. Rainfall always evoked a multitude of beautiful memories for him. Today is suitable for sword practice, Lu Yao remarked. Today is suitable for sleeping, Su Fan replied. Why do you always sleep? Since arriving at the thatched cottage 3 years ago, Lu Yao had never witnessed Su Fan practicing his skills. Do you know why my grandfather enjoys malt candy? Su Fan inquired. Lu Yao paused. Why? Because he wishes to. Su Fan turned over and covered himself with a blanket. Lu Yao was momentarily stunned, before finally reacting. Gripping her sword, she stepped into the rain. Today is indeed suitable for sword practice. Time wove swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed once more. Why have I never seen you cultivate? Lu Yao repeated the question she had asked countless times. Because I grow stronger while I sleep, Su Fan replied. Years passed again, and Lu Yao stood before Su Fan, sword in hand. I believe I am now capable of challenging you. Her tone remained unchanged, as if she were discussing something trivial. Su Fan took a sip of wine, pondering why she suddenly harbored such unrealistic thoughts. You spend your days in complacency, numbing yourself with sleep, and are thus arrogant. Meanwhile, I diligently practice every day. Su Fan, you are no longer my inner demon. Wu Hui was aimed at Su Fan. Su Fan smiled faintly. How delightful. You finally realized that I am not your rival. You may leave now. Before I go, I must first defeat you. Su Fan sighed helplessly. Why are you so stubborn, determined to defeat me? Lu Yao nodded resolutely. Su Fan glanced at the dusty Linglong sword beside him and asked, how many moves did I use to defeat you last time? For moves, Lu Yao recalled vividly. What if I use just one move this time? Lu Yao replied, did you eat dumplings filled with chives today? Why do you say that? Such a bold claim. Lu Yao mimicked Su Fan's tone. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lu Yao could speak such words. It seemed he had inadvertently influenced her over the past few days. Su Fan drew his sword, its blade as delicate as water, reflecting the clear waters and bright moon. Please enlighten me. With a single downward stroke, a brilliant white light enveloped the sun and moon, while purple aura surged forth. Lu Yao's expression shifted slightly as she quickly raised her sword to defend herself, forming a barrier of sword energy before her. The sword energy surged like a torrential sea. With her as a small boat caught in the eye of the storm, Lu Yao continued to retreat, her feet dragging long marks in the ground. Beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. The sword energy seemed to possess a will of its own. It matched her strength when she was strong, but diminished in force when she faltered. Lu Yao was propelled back several hundred meters, ultimately unable to maintain her stance, and was sent flying. The sword energy halted before her, and a gentle breeze swept in, effortlessly dispersing it into a mist that vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Yao's chest heaved as she gasped for breath, raising her gaze. Su Fan lay reclined in a grand armchair, fast asleep. This time, it was indeed just a single move. On this day, the monk who had quelled the war between the demon and celestial realms had arrived once more. Hearing of the recent discord between the two factions, he sought to mediate a friendly discourse between their leaders, swiftly transforming them into brothers of different mothers. Upon learning that the monk had come and was present in the celestial realm, Su Fan seized an opportunity to meet him. Unlike before, Su Fan had long since become a well-known figure in the celestial realm, holding a prominent position among his disciples. Rumors circulated that even the newly accepted disciple of the pure white master, Lu Yao, had become Su Fan's personal attendant. Thus, arranging a meeting with the monk was hardly a challenge. The monk, indeed, was Xuanzang. Chapter 70. The tides rise on the Qiantang River. Today I realize who I am, Su, my disciple. I trust you are well, Xuanzang greeted with a smile. Su Fan returned a faint smile, momentarily transported back to a quaint town thousands of years ago, as if their separation had been but a fleeting dream. Su Fan flipped a grilled fish, sprinkling it with chili powder. Xuanzang recited Ba, gently admonishing Su Fan against taking life. He then tearfully consumed 5 fish. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this was a recollection from millennia past. Su Fan discreetly produced a bottle of celestial wine, cherished for many years. Xuanzang, noting the presence of outsiders, opted for tea instead. I appreciate your assistance with the matter of eternal night, he said. Xuanzang, aware of the reference, replied, there is no need for gratitude, my disciple. It is my duty. Su Fan inquired, surely, there must be more than just this realm? Indeed. It is but one of many realms, Xuanzang replied nonchalantly. Recently, I witnessed the master of this celestial realm harvesting lifespans, reminiscent of eternal night. The master of the celestial realm possesses the right to harvest lifespans, as decreed by the sages of the 3 teachings. As long as it is not excessive, intervention is rarely warranted. After all, each ascendant lives for a considerable duration. Without warfare or the harvesting of lifespans, would we not risk bursting the very fabric of existence? Su Fan nodded in understanding. The two engaged in conversation and imbibed until dusk descended. The potent celestial wine began to take its toll, reddening Su Fan's complexion, rendering him somewhat intoxicated. Xuanzang, unable to resist Su Fan's persuasion, partook of several cups as well. With the wine flowing, their discourse became more whimsical. Xuanzang spoke of the heavenly court and the western paradise, lamenting his own unfulfilled aspirations. Su Fan patted him on the shoulder. My brother, I believe it is time to shift your perspective. Oh, in what way? Seize the scriptures, slay the Buddha, and let the West be yours to command. With that, Su Fan took another sip, his consciousness beginning to blur. Yet, his offhand remark seemed to spark a contemplative glimmer in Xuanzang's eyes. The following day, as Xuanzang prepared to depart, he shared a thought with Su Fan. My disciple, do you remember Lu Xian? Su Fan was taken aback. What was the matter? The monk could sense that the body before him was not her true self, merely a puppet. Her genuine identity was beyond his discernment. Su, you must exercise utmost caution in your daily affairs. I fear that the demon may seek revenge upon you again. Upon hearing the news that Lu Xian was alive, Su Fan felt little astonishment. He was merely lost in thought after bidding farewell to Xuanzang. Upon returning to his thatched cottage, Su Fan sat as usual in the armchair, lost in reverie, clutching a hairpin in his hand. Do you believe in fate? Su Fan suddenly inquired. Lu Yao, who was in the midst of her cultivation, paused momentarily before responding. Those who cultivate are inherently defying the heavens and altering their destinies. Thus, I have never held such beliefs. Su Fan replied, I too once dismissed the notion, yet numerous events have unfolded that render one unable to escape, evade, or forget. Lu Yao cast a glance at him. It was the first time she had heard Su Fan express himself in such a manner. Previously, he always wore an air of indifference, seemingly enlightened to the essence of the world, characterized by a serene acceptance of both gain and loss, an unperturbed approach to both arrival and departure. As Su Fan toyed with the hairpin, he mused for a while on the capriciousness of fate before returning to slumber. In the grand scheme of existence, sleep reigns supreme. Dreams, whether brief or lengthy, are but dreams. The passage of years remains an enigma. On one such day, Ma Zuriri sought out Su Fan, announcing his intention to venture to the small world. In the celestial realm, there exists a decree that deities may not traverse to the small world without substantial payment. After years of frugality, and with the aid of Su Fan's loans, Ma Zuriri had finally accumulated enough funds. He yearned to find his wife, who had yet to ascend to the celestial realm. His broad face radiated a rather lewd yet sincere smile. Coincidentally, Su Fan also planned to return to the small world to visit Su Ya and others. Having won considerable rewards from the celestial competition, he had sufficient resources for 2 trips to the small world. Thus, Su Fan resolved to accompany Ma Zuriri in search of his wife, treating it as an opportunity for a leisurely journey before returning to his own small world. The following morning, as per her usual routine, Lu Yao arrived at the thatched cottage, only to find Su Fan's absence. A letter was left on the table, its message succinct, gone to unwind. Lu Yao read it attentively twice, sitting in her usual spot, overwhelmed by a sense of loss. In the small world, prior to Ma Zuriri's ascension, he gazed upon the familiar landscapes, lost in thought for an extended period. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground, weeping like a child. I have finally returned. I have finally returned. He resembled a wayward traveler returning home after a long absence. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to remain in this small world, living freely and joyously, rather than ascend to the celestial realm. Yet, life offers no path for retreat. Regardless of the depth of his regrets, he could only forge ahead step by step. Ma Zuriri, accompanied by Su Fan, explored the mountains and waters, savoring the culinary delights of various locales. Yet he refrained from mentioning his intent to seek his wife. Until one day, 2 months later, Ma Zuriri inhaled deeply, as if he had made a significant decision. Homeward, they set sail from Lingnan and, in less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, arrived at the hometown of Ma Zuriri before his ascension. It was a city of considerable scale, a stark contrast to the impoverished village it once was, as Ma Zuriri remarked. However, there was no pride in his tone, only a poignant sense of nostalgia for what had been lost. A year ago, at this very gate, the faces of people mingled with the blush of peach blossoms. Now, those faces are nowhere to be found, yet the peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze. Finally, they arrived at the ancestral home, standing before the residence. Ma Zuriri gazed at it for a long time before speaking to Su Fan. Sometimes, one knows that the outcome will not be satisfactory, yet still makes futile efforts. It is merely the last fantasy of a worthless existence, a fantasy of oneself and of her. Ma Zuriri's wife had passed away long ago, having succumbed to old age after failing to transcend the tribulation thousands of years prior. Due to Ma Zuriri's status as an immortal, she had not suffered, and in essence, had enjoyed a peaceful twilight of life. Perhaps Ma Zuriri had known this all along, but had been deceiving himself. Calmly, he displayed little emotional change. Within half a month, he and Su Fan returned to the immortal realm. After striving for over 10,000 years, he had only achieved this outcome. Upon returning, Su Fan intended to spend more time with him, alongside Feng Yunji. To his surprise, Ma Zuriri behaved as if nothing had transpired, returning to his usual demeanor. One day, Ma Zuriri took a day off from his part-time job, a rare occurrence in over 10,000 years. He repaid all his debts and purchased a new garment for himself, even treating Su Fan and Feng Yunji to a meal, given that he had always been the one to mooch off others. His act of generosity was akin to the sun rising in the west. Ma Zuriri asked Su Fan what the meaning of life was. Su Fan replied that living is simply living, but Ma Zuriri countered, asserting that it is the sense of being needed that imbues life with value and significance. Noticing something amiss in Ma Zuriri's demeanor, Su Fan hesitated, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. 3 days later, Ma Zuriri passed away quietly, like a leaf gently falling to the ground. His lifespan had not yet expired, nor had he sustained any injuries. The tides of the Qiantang River surged, and today he realized who he truly was. Chapter 71, IMFW. Time does not stand still. Seasons flow like water. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being lazy and idle, earning the title, Social Parasite. Title effect. Activate the active effect, I am worthless. Enemies will look down on you, belittle you, and conceal their true strength. Obtain special item, Dragon Scale X1, a scale, emanating a chilling aura. Appeared in the palm of his hand, its patterns distinct and colors vibrant. Attribute. Water. Previously, he had acquired the ability to manipulate dragon flames with a fire attribute. Now, it was water. Had he transformed into a mage? He was clearly an assassin. Su Fan stroked his chin and turned over. The next day, he packed his belongings. There was little of value to take back from the immortal realm, so most of the items were those he had purchased from Mazariri's world. Delicious pastries and exquisite garments adorned with jewelry await, which I am certain Suya and her companions will greatly appreciate. As Lu Yao observed him packing his belongings, she realized he was preparing to depart once more. When will you return? Su Fan, without turning his head, replied, in 200 years. As it is stipulated that one can remain no longer than that. Lu Yao furrowed her brows, pondering why he needed to stay in the small world for such an extended period. The lack of spiritual energy in that realm could hinder your cultivation. She intended to express that it might adversely affect Su Fan's practice, but then recalled that he did not engage in cultivation at all. I'm going back to visit an old friend, Su Fan stated. An old friend? Indeed. Do you not have any friends in the small world? None. Lu Yao replied without hesitation. There is nothing there worth reminiscing about, nor are there any unforgettable memories. Su Fan cast her a glance, asking, then what do you spend most of your time doing? Cultivating. Continuously cultivating? Yes, from the age of 3 until I ascended at 15,000. Lu Yao responded. There are no unforgettable experiences, no so-called moments that last for an eternity, nor any promised companions for ascension. Only the scent of elixirs pervading the cultivation chamber, rolls of scripture on techniques, and the relentless teachings of my master. Sometimes, glancing at my fellow disciples, it is merely a nod of acknowledgement. Not everyone has encountered as much as the protagonist Su Fan, with a myriad of unforgettable experiences and numerous remarkable encounters. Most live mundane lives, focused solely on cultivation. Reality is devoid of such thrilling tales. Lu Yao gazed pensively at the phoenix tree outside the thatched cottage, lost in thought. Su Fan questioned, bewildered by his surroundings. Where am I? He had intended to descend, but was unexpectedly caught in turbulence midway. Eventually, Su Fan learned that there had been disturbances in the west, affecting countless realms below. It was said that Xuanzang had rebelled. Upon hearing this news, Su Fan was momentarily stunned, recalling his previous words to Xuanzang. Seize the scriptures, slay the Buddha, from henceforth you shall rule the West. Truly, every cause has its effect. Had Su Fan not awakened Xuanzang, the latter would not have rebelled. If Xuanzang had not rebelled, Su Fan would not have been affected by the turbulence. If he had not been affected, he would not have arrived in this world. Had he not arrived, many subsequent events would not have transpired. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Rising to his feet, Su Fan resolved to make the best of his circumstances. I shall take a leisurely stroll for now. In the deep mountains, a massive lion lay peacefully among the underbrush. Its back and sides were a brilliant orange, its coat gleaming as if coated in honey. Clearly, it had no rivals in this forest, otherwise it would not be so heedlessly slumbering. A figure cautiously approached, a monkey, wielding a sturdy stick. This monkey struck with tremendous force, delivering a hefty blow to the lioness' head. The lion, momentarily stunned, leaped up in surprise. Bang! The stick snapped with a sharp crack, and the monkey leaped several meters away, skillfully climbing a tree with both hands and feet. Who would have imagined that the lion could also ascend trees, albeit limited by its size? It was not until darkness fell that the lion, filled with resentment, departed. The monkey, trembling in fear, exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." It seemed that an extra meal was not in the cards for today. Despite the monkey's ability to articulate human speech, it possessed no supernatural powers. In its quest for immortality, it sought out an immortal being to learn the secrets of eternal life. However, after years of searching, it had achieved little success, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Descending from the tree, the monkey prepared to venture towards human settlements to gather information. 3 days later, it indeed encountered an immortal. This immortal, surnamed Su, had arrived in the area several years prior, bringing with him an array of novel food seeds and teaching the local populace practical skills, such as grain storage and crop cultivation. During times of drought, he would occasionally perform magic to summon rain. Most crucially, 2 years ago, a formidable demon had passed through, intending to devour the entire village. At that critical juncture, the immortal intervened, effortlessly subduing the demon with a mere gesture. Now, that once menacing demon wore a red scarf, its face adorned with a smile, eager to assist others without seeking reward. It tilled fields and watered crops. Recently, upon learning of Widow Lu's husband's demise, the demon had provided her with comfort, helping her emerge from the shadow of her loss. Upon hearing this, the monkey resolved to seek out the revered immortal. The immortal resided at the city god temple on the eastern side of the village. Eagerly, the monkey made its way to the temple. Chapter 72. The Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain Cheers. Su Fan raised his cup, clinking it with the local city god. It had been over 3 years since Su Fan had settled here. Initially intending to return to his small world with his remaining savings to reunite with Su Ya and the others, he had inadvertently been swept into this place due to turbulent currents. Embracing the philosophy of making the best of his situation, he decided to remain, safeguarding the area and performing many good deeds. Come, drink, he invited. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the temple. Is the old immortal present? I have come to pay my respects. Another wishmaker? Su Fan thought, not giving it much attention. In these times, wishmakers were plentiful, scholars seeking fame, merchants desiring wealth, actors longing for love, and beauties yearning for youth. They were not here to worship the immortal, but rather their own desires. Yet, in this instance, as the supplicant bowed, the city god unexpectedly spat a mouthful of blood. What the? Blood sprayed directly towards Su Fan's face, but was deflected by an invisible barrier. The legendary super golden invincible retreating turtle formation was no mere myth. The idol enshrined in the temple was not Su Fan's likeness, but that of the city god. Dumbfounded, the city god wondered, what is happening? Am I being punished by heaven? Su Fan, suspecting an ambush, swiftly moved outside, only to find a monkey kneeling before the statue of the city god. Upon seeing Su Fan materialize out of thin air, the monkey immediately concluded that he was the fabled immortal. In reverence, I bow before you, O immortal. Yet Su Fan exhibited little response, merely surveying the monkey before him. Clearly, this creature was a demon monkey, having attained the ability to speak through diligent cultivation. Have you come to seek a master and learn the arts? Over the years, many beings, both human and spirit, had sought Su Fan as their mentor. Numerous visitors included a small grasshopper, a tiny tiger, a weasel, and several monkeys. The monkey nodded vigorously in affirmation. Su Fan casually picked up a peach from the offering plate and said, "Take this and go, do not return." The monkey, momentarily taken aback, accepted the peach, bowed, and truly departed, unlike other spirits who clung stubbornly in pursuit of his tutelage. This was a trivial matter, and Su Fan did not dwell on it. However, he did not anticipate that the monkey would establish a home in the small town. The monkey possessed a keen business acumen, deftly gathering peaches from the mountains to sell at the foot of the hill. As a monkey, its endeavors were akin to a dung beetle peddling its dung ball, or old ape promoting his burgers, undeniably absurd. With newfound wealth, the monkey constructed a modest dwelling near the city god temple. Rising with the sun and resting at dusk, it lived a life of ease. In its spare time, it became a ferryman by the river, offering free rides to those in need. Thus, the townsfolk could traverse westward without the need for a long detour around the mountains. As the sun set, casting lingering rays of light, Su Fan sat by the riverbank, savoring a peach while observing the monkey ferrying passengers, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Master." The monkey smiled and nodded at him. "You are quite persistent. It has been a decade, yet you remain," Su Fan remarked, though his tone bore no trace of annoyance. Ever since he had initially declined the monkey's request for mentorship, it had not broached the subject again, instead dedicating itself to the development of its rural enterprise. Scratching its head, the monkey confessed, "I desire to learn the immortal arts. Be it 10 years or 100, I shall wait." Su Fan tossed the monkey another peach, motioning for it to sit beside him. "Tell me why you wish to learn the immortal arts." The monkey's eyes darted thoughtfully. "Why must there be a reason? If I wish to learn, I shall learn." If one pondered the rationale behind every endeavor, how exhausting that would be. A monkey's life is fleeting. Thus, one should pursue their desires, act upon their wishes, and seize the moment when encountering a beautiful female monkey. Even in sudden death, there shall be no regrets. Su Fan smiled gently. "Then let us begin with body refinement, for one must first strengthen the body to embark upon the path of cultivation." The monkey's eyes brightened, eagerly nodding in agreement. The monkey's aptitude for cultivation far exceeded Su Fan's expectations. It grasped the methods and principles with remarkable ease. Whatever Su Fan taught, the monkey learned, akin to teaching a child basic arithmetic. The monkey was insatiably eager to learn, shadowing Su Fan throughout the day. At times, Su Fan would casually mention something, and the monkey would experience a moment of enlightenment. The ability to traverse distances with ease typically required a century of practice. Yet the monkey achieved proficiency in merely 10 days, facilitating its peach-gathering expeditions. Occasionally, it would even soar through the clouds, reminded of the last reward of celestial arts. The cloud somersaulting technique. Su Fan thought of the legendary Sun Wukong, realizing his own monkey should also learn such skills, and thus imparted the knowledge to it as well. Time flows swiftly, and 3 years have slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Su Fan let out a yawn and gazed up at the sky, contemplating his return. After having breakfast as usual, the monkey seemed to sense something. "Master, are you leaving?" Su Fan nodded in affirmation. The monkey added, "Master, I will miss you." Su Fan replied, "Destiny will bring us together again." He then cautioned the monkey not to engage in mischief. The monkey took note and said, "Since Master is leaving, I too must return. My little monkey kin are likely waiting anxiously for me." Su Fan casually inquired, "Where's your home?" "The water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain," came the reply. Su Fan blinked and took a sip of porridge, saying softly, "In the future, do not tell others that I am your master." "Why?" the monkey asked, puzzled. "Because I prefer to remain low-key. Remember, do not mention my matters to anyone." The monkey nodded, comprehension dawning. Su Fan glanced at the monkey again and remarked, "By the way, you still lack a name. Let us call you Sun Wukong." "Thank you for the bestowed name, master." Before departing, Su Fan cast one last look at the monkey, aware of the long journey that lay ahead for him. He pondered whether he had altered the course of history or if he was merely a part of it. "Ah, destiny," he mused. Beside the thatched cottage, under the parasol tree, Lu Yao opened her eyes, observing the familiar figure. "You're back?" Su Fan nodded, casually tossing her an object. Lu Yao caught it and asked, "What is this?" "Your gift," Su Fan replied. "Where's my master?" "I brought him some unique books from that place, along with the seasonal winds." "Unique books? What are they?" "Just unique." Lu Yao, puzzled, looked at the fan adorned with charming little figures in her hand and quietly tucked it away. Chapter 73. The Attack on the Celestial Realm. In the Celestial Realm, Zhao Chongkong consumed cup after cup of wine, subsequently collapsing in a drunken stupor. Ever since his defeat at the flying sword platform by Su Fan, he had been plagued by inner demons, reduced from a once promising talent to a mere shadow of himself. In the shadows, a figure cloaked in black observed the list in his hands and glanced at the current state of Zhao Chongkong, shaking his head in resignation. He then struck Zhao Chongkong's name from the list, setting his sights on a new target. As night fell, Gu Qifeng, a disciple of the Zhongshan school, concluded a day of cultivation and soared through the air, reveling in the scenery. The moon reflects upon the vast sea, and the sky stretches endlessly. Suddenly, Gu Qifeng's expression shifted, and he scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Turning back, a silhouette abruptly appeared before him. "Who goes there?" Gu Qifeng demanded coldly. "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no malice," the black-cloaked figure chuckled. "I merely wish to either kill you or be killed by you." Gu Qifeng frowned. Moments later, a severed arm fell from the sky. The cloaked figure glanced at it coolly. "What a pity. Killing him would only earn me 20 points. With that, he turned and departed. Under the shade of the Wutong tree, the second disciple of the Lu Bai sect, Lu Yu, had just shed her garments, preparing to indulge in a soothing bath. The moment she stepped into the tub, she was abruptly plunged into an abyss. The surroundings no longer resembled her quarters. Lu Yu hastily summoned the protective spiritual energy enveloping her body, reciting incantations in silence. Her eyes glimmered with a fierce golden light, capable of discerning all illusions. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens. Lu Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Who goes there?" Another crushing blow followed swiftly. In a brief moment, a shadow silently struck Lu Yu's name from a list, and another shadow emerged. The shadow on the left, brimming with pride, declared 80 points, displaying their card. It boldly bore the score of 120. "What? How did you achieve such a high score? This is unacceptable. You are far too competitive. My next target is her. You shall not compete with me." The shadow's finger traced to the name Lu Yao, along with Su Fan's name nearby, the top scorer among the new generation of ascendants. "Quite impressive. I shall check his score, a solid 60 points. Victory is assured." Beneath the Wudong tree, the master and disciple were engaged in a game of chess. Su Fan cast a deep glance at Tai Er. "Master, do you know how to play chess?" Tai Er raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you doubt my chess skills?" Su Fan replied. Then aside from moving handsomely, "Can you make any other moves? After 8 steps, you've only made flashy ones." Tai Er pondered for a moment and shifted his piece. Su Fan could not help but applaud. "Master, that move was simply brilliant." Tai Er chuckled. Low profile, low profile." Just then, an inner disciple approached. "By the Emperor's decree, Elder Tai Er is requested in the conference hall for an important matter." Tai Er scratched his head. "An important matter? What could it possibly be?" Su Fan echoed. "Yes, Master, you haven't been peeping at other female cultivators again, have you? As an elder of the celestial realm, my character is upright, and I abhor wickedness. I have not engaged in such lewd activities for 2 to 3 days." With a puzzled expression, Tai Er followed the inner disciple. Su Fan recalled his appointment with Feng Yunji for drinks and departed with his hands clasped behind his back. Once the two had left, Lu Yao returned to the shade of the wutong tree and seated herself cross-legged. The leaves of the wutong stirred without wind, indicating her mind had not yet found complete tranquility. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. "Come forth." A man wearing a mask with red fangs appeared, waving at Lu Yao. "Greetings." Beside him stood another man adorned with a blue fang mask. Lu Yao surveyed the two, remaining unhurried to act. Intruders in the celestial realm shall meet their demise. The man with the red mask chuckled darkly, his gaze fixating on Lu Yao's chest. A glint of cold light flashed as the sword sheath of no regrets surged forward. The red-masked man raised his hand to block, a deep crimson aura colliding with the cold brilliance. The blue-masked man crossed his arms, showing no intention of intervening. The red-masked man warned, "Hey, this woman is mine. Do not think to contest with me." The azure-masked figure smiled faintly, assuring, "Rest assured. I shall not contest you for this. However, Su Fan belongs to me." In disbelief, the red-masked individual cursed under his breath. Feeling his aura surge as he repelled the unyielding, Lu Yao reached out, firmly grasping the unyielding in her palm. "Then I must resolve this swiftly." No sooner had the words left his lips than the red mask darted forward to strike. Tai Er furrowed his brow, surveying the lifeless bodies before him. These individuals were the new generation of luminaries from the celestial realm, yet they had been silently slain. Who could be responsible? The answer remained elusive. Although reluctant to converse with this individual, as an elder law enforcer of the celestial realm, Jingbai felt compelled to address the inquiry. "Has the celestial formation detected any intruders?" "The formation has shown no signs of disturbance," came the reply. Tai Er's frown deepened. It was unprecedented for disciples within the celestial realm to be murdered without cause. The existence of the grand celestial formation ensured that outsiders could not infiltrate unnoticed, unless "I sense the presence of the soul master among them," Tai Er stated gravely. The expressions of the elders present shifted dramatically. The soul master, a manifestation of the Emperor Immortal's heart demon, had wreaked havoc in the celestial realm thousands of years prior. Ultimately, a coalition of immortals had vanquished him. However, as he was a manifestation of a heart demon, he could not be outright obliterated but rather contained within the demon lock tower. Initially, the tower had been profoundly influenced by the soul master's formidable power. Yet, as time passed, his strength waned, rendering this ignoble chapter of history largely forgotten. Due to its association with the Emperor Immortal, this matter had long been a taboo within the celestial realm. The assembly exchanged glances. Tai Er inquired, "Is the Emperor Immortal still in seclusion? I wish to discuss this matter with him." The Emperor Immortal instructed that no one disturb him during his meditation. "I am entrusted with all affairs of the celestial realm," replied Mei Shan, the Grand Elder. Tai Er regarded him with concern, aware that this issue could not be resolved solely by their hands. If even the slightest rumor necessitated the Emperor Immortal's involvement, what purpose did their presence serve? Mei Shan retorted with a harsh tone, "It is already a privilege for you to attend this meeting. Do not attempt to sway the sentiments of others here." Tai Er, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, unwilling to engage further, and turned to leave. However, Jingbai, suppressing her ire, interjected, "What do you mean by your words, Elder Mei Shan? What do you imply by swaying sentiments? And when did the Elder Tai Er lose his standing? Why is it that he cannot appear here? Is it your prerogative to bar him from this meeting? Is he not allowed to voice his opinions? How dare you accuse him of swaying sentiments?" Jingbai unleashed a torrent of words, drawing curious glances from the assembly. The tale of Jingbai and Tai Er could be recounted for a day and a night, with no clear resolution as to who was right or wrong. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Jingbai harbored disdain for Tai Er, particularly in public settings. Today, it seemed she recognized her own agitation, clearing her throat awkwardly. A sudden jolt caused Tai Er's navel to spring forth, and he leapt with joy, exclaiming that Jingbai was speaking on his behalf. How delightful! In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed as Tai Er's form shot forth at a speed of thousands of meters per second. The red mask exhaled heavily, unable to contain his applause. "To my astonishment, I must apologize for my earlier underestimation. Your combat prowess far exceeds your score." Lu Yao stood with her sword, her azure attire stained with vivid blood. The surrounding dark aura enveloped her, seemingly isolating her in a space unknown. Typically, such a scale of battle would surely attract the attention of the celestial realm's guardians. Yet, this dark energy appeared capable of concealing all traces. The red mask sighed softly, lamenting the time wasted. "That fellow named Su Fan has likely been dealt with." "Oh, my precious score. Dealt with? Are you referring to me?" Chapter 74. This is the feeling a sudden voice interrupted. The red mask whirled around, astonished to see this unexpected guest. Where's Qing Feng? Your companion? I have him suspended. He will likely be captured shortly. You defeated Qing Feng? The other party queried skeptically. This time, Su Fan remained silent, instead assisting Lu Yao to her feet. Are you all right? Lu Yao shook her head. Though her injuries appeared grave, fortunately, they did not threaten her very essence. Excellent. Then your score shall belong to me. I never imagined that fellow could falter. The red mask twisted his wrist, relishing the thought of mocking that individual later. The surrounding dark energy intensified. The red mask leapt forward, propelled by a ferocious aura. Su Fan stepped back, evading his punch. The red mask grasped the air, summoning a long blade that cleaved through the space with a chilling glint aimed at Su Fan. Lu Yao's expression shifted, and she anxiously shouted, "Be careful." Boom. The immense force stirred the dust behind Su Fan, sending it soaring several feet high. A torrent of white energy erupted forth. Yet, the red mask's expression froze. The long blade was firmly grasped in a single hand. Su Fan seized the blade with one hand, while gripping the red mask's head with the other. With a sharp crack, the ground was violently smashed, creating a pit over half a meter deep. The mask shattered into fragments. The red mask, momentarily dazed, sprang back up. A terrifying crimson glow erupting from his body as a savage punch launched towards Su Fan once more. Lu Yao staggered back from the force. Boom. In the next moment, the red mask was again pinned to the ground by Su Fan. What the hell? This time, it took several seconds for the red mask to rise again. His gaze filled with terror as he regarded Su Fan. Lu Yao, observing from the side. Couldn't he help but recall the moment she had been effortlessly dispatched by Su Fan. Now, as an observer, this feeling was truly delightful, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Lu Yao's thoughts turned mischievously. Yes, just like that. Dispatch him with a single blow. Let him question his very existence. That is the essence of this feeling. The crimson-masked figure suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. This adversary was not someone to be easily dismissed. The formation activated. Surrounding energies swirling, with itself as the core, the blood essence serving as roots, and the vital energies of heaven and earth, along with meridians, forming branches and leaves, enveloping a designated area into a domain. This was a formation woven from divine consciousness, a binding spell. Its power was formidable, difficult to unravel, and operated at will. However, the drawback was that its existence consumed the spiritual burden of the practitioner and could not be arranged endlessly. The temperature rapidly soared, and 3 massive fiery pits materialized behind the crimson mask. Binding spell, infernal sea of flames. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in a sea of fire. Countless flames surrounded Su Fan and Lu Yao. The infernal sea of flames was derived from the true Samadhi fire. Although its potency paled in comparison to the true Samadhi fire, it was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut against ordinary immortals. Lu Yao's body trembled slightly, the intense heat making her exceedingly uncomfortable. At that moment, a thin layer of golden aura began to swirl around them, quickly enveloping the two. The tension dissipated immediately, and Lu Yao exhaled softly. She glanced at Su Fan's sturdy silhouette and whispered, "Be careful." The crimson mask spread its palm and growled, "I accept your score." As the words left its mouth, 3 enormous skulls behind it unleashed 3 columns of fire. A surging wave of flames swept across the horizon, its speed suddenly increasing, devouring everything in sight. My score is not so easily obtained. Su Fan smiled faintly, raising his finger as a faint cold light swirled at his fingertips. Subsequently, the chill spread outward. Dragon scales, imbued with innate abilities. Su Fan named it, the devouring abyss of 8,000 gaping maws. The name was undeniably spectacular. The white cold light dazzled the eyes, forcing the crimson mask to grit its teeth. It could not afford to lose within its own binding spell. Absolutely not. Die. The crimson mask bellowed in a frenzied roar, a powerful force seemingly distorting space itself as an overwhelming flow of energy erupted forth. Flames surged, and fierce winds howled. Lu Yao stood transfixed, allowing the tempest to tousle her hair. Not far from her, Su Fan stepped forward slowly. He walked unhurriedly, as if taking a casual stroll. His figure exuded an ethereal quality, with an oddly peculiar force echoing around him. A dragon could be faintly seen spiraling behind Su Fan, exuding an imperial aura that commanded respect. Lu Yao bit her lip. In that moment, she suddenly felt devoid of inner demons. For the first time, having been defeated by 4 of the opponent's moves seemed almost honorable. After all, even Zhao Chongkong, hailed as a prodigy of his generation, had only managed to endure 5 moves. The crimson mask stared blankly at Su Fan, who was drawing ever closer. Su Fan reached out and patted its shoulder, face reality. Brother. The force behind that hand was substantial, causing the crimson mask to kneel on the ground. By the time elders Mei Shan, Jing Bai, and others arrived, they discovered that the two intruders had already been hung from a tree. Su Fan reclined in the grand armchair, appearing to be in slumber. Lu Yao sat beside him, having just received aid from Su Fan to stabilize her injuries, and was now engaged in the practice of healing. Master, Lu Yao rose upon seeing Jingbai's arrival. What has transpired? Jingbai glanced at the two unfortunate souls suspended from the tree. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon Su Fan, and without the need for further words, she comprehended the situation. Tai, with a raised brow and a triumphant smile, clasped his hands behind his back and stamped his foot. Ah, my disciple. Oh, my disciple. TSK, my disciple. He deliberately stamped his foot to make a resounding noise. The elders present cast envious and resentful glances in his direction. Indeed, Tai had struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. One elder gazed intently at Su Fan and remarked, "This young man possesses remarkable potential. Should he become my disciple, his future would be boundless." Another elder shot him a dismissive look and retorted, "Elder Chong, your face remains as grand as ever. Why should another's disciple be yours?" At this juncture, he shifted his tone and proposed to Tai, "How about this? I shall take a slight loss and assist you in mentoring this young man. And in due time, we shall split the benefits 37 to 63. Tai counted on his fingers. "How is it only 70% for me? 70% is mine. And you shall have 30. The Grand Elder, Mei Shan, cast a cold glance over the assembly, asserting that this was not the time for such discussions. The feuding elders promptly fell silent. It was indeed Mei Shan who understood the importance of propriety. As Mei Shan passed by Tai, he whispered, "Come to my home for tea tomorrow. Let us deliberate on the future development of our disciples." Chapter 75. Congratulations to the host for gaining additional lifespan. It has been over a month since the new generation of disciples in the celestial realm faced an attack. The elders had yet to provide a definitive statement regarding the incident, yet all disciples could discern the somber demeanor of their respective elders and mentors in recent days. It seemed the celestial realm was brewing something ominous, with rumors swirling about. However, none of this impacted Su Fan's tranquil existence. His days consisted solely of meditation and slumber, interspersed with sipping wolfberry tea while gazing into the distance. Occasionally, he tended to the leeks he had planted in the fields. This plot of land was originally intended for strawberries, but a whimsical desire for dumplings filled with leeks had prompted him to make the switch. The freshly sprouted leeks surely exuded a delightful fragrance. Lu Yao remained noncommittal. One day, Su Fan inquired of Lu Yao whether there were any opportunities in the celestial realm for earning money. Lu Yao looked at him with curiosity, genuinely believing Su Fan to be devoid of desires, only interested in sleeping. "There are indeed options, but what do you intend to do?" "Just looking to earn some money," Su Fan replied. Last time, due to turbulent circumstances, he had expended his last savings, resulting in a total loss. He had intended to visit Suya and others, but was unable to do so. And now he sought to acquire some funds to make another journey to the small world. Lu Yao introduced Su Fan to a local merchant in the celestial realm, Ruan Shan. It is said in the celestial realm that Ruan Shan possesses everything one might desire. However, Su Fan was taken aback to discover that this renowned merchant was, in fact, a golden toad. Ruan Shan lounged lazily in a chair, his legs elevated, while two alluring female golden toads attended to his back with massages. "What do you wish to purchase?" Yuan Shan languidly inquired. "I wish to exchange some currency for descending to the lower realms." Su Fan responded. "What will you offer in exchange? Can lifespan suffice?" Of course. Yuan Shan was no longer surprised. In the immortal realm, the most prevalent currency was indeed lifespan. This was the most genuine form of wealth. As long as one possessed lifespan, one could acquire anything desired. Yuan Shan picked up a smoking pipe, and immediately, someone lit it for him, while tea was served. Two alluring maidens entered through the doorway. Yuan Shan unceremoniously stated, "Let it be clear. I am doing this for Lu Yao, the immortal lady. There is a decree from above forbidding trade for the next few days." How long Yuan Shan had lived was a mystery to all, yet one thing was certain: no one dared to provoke him. What of the new generation of prodigies? Yuan Shan had seen them all before. As the saying goes, the royal family is ever-changing, yet the aristocracy remains steadfast. Without a doubt, Yuan Shan epitomized the latter. Su Fan took a sip of tea, smiled faintly, and refrained from elaborating. "So, how much lifespan can you offer?" Su Fan pondered momentarily. "Let us start with 500,000 years. Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Shan spat out his tea. 500,000 years. Is this lad out of his mind? Generally, the lifespan of a loose immortal hovered around 100,000 years. Thus, without the Academy's support, and through personal endeavors to acquire lifespan, a loose immortal could only survive in the immortal realm for a millennium, given a harvest of 10,000 years every century. Yet this fellow was audaciously proposing to part with 500,000 years of lifespan. Lu Yao too frowned at Su Fan, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Yuan Shan, having encountered many facets of life, cleared his throat. 500,000 years. Young man, have you truly considered this? Su Fan hesitated briefly, stroking his chin. Yuan Shan inwardly scoffed, having nearly deciphered the situation. Likely. This lad was desperate to break through and urgently required materials for cultivation, willing to wager everything. Gambling seldom leads to a favorable outcome, Su Fan remarked. 500,000 years is indeed a tad insufficient. Let us make it 1,000,000 years. Yuan Shan strategically sipped his tea, raising his gaze slightly to maintain an appearance of composure. 1,000,000 years. Su Fan nodded. Yuan Shan's expression shifted as he signaled to his subordinate. The subordinate promptly produced a lifespan pearl capable of detecting another's lifespan, infusing it with spiritual energy. Yuan Shan now harbored doubts, suspecting this lad might be seeking to benefit without cost. Su Fan complied, as he too was eager to ascertain the extent of his own lifespan. Yuan Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the golden bump behind him stirred. The next moment, bang! The lifespan pearl shattered into fragments. What the? A hush fell over the room. Yuan Shan leapt to his feet, exclaiming, what in the world? My lifespan pearl. The golden toad, with wide, startled eyes, quickly regained composure, realizing it might be a malfunction with the lifespan pearl. Yuan Shan, with her hands clasped behind her back, paced back and forth within the confines of the chamber, her large eyes darting restlessly. Subsequently, she led Su Fan and Lu Yao into an opulent palace of extraordinary grandeur. Before Su Fan's eyes lay an immense magical formation, a temporal array. Under the influence of this temporal array, the user could willingly offer their lifespan according to their desires. Conversely, if it were a reverse temporal array, the user would be able to absorb the lifespan stored within the formation. Following Yuan Shan's instructions, Su Fan prepared himself, focusing his thoughts to donate his lifespan. However, it felt akin to a secret incantation. He was unable to exert any control. Furthermore, as the array spun rapidly, Su Fan found himself in a daze, his internal energy spiraling out of control. Yuan Shan was the first to sense something amiss. Oh no, she exclaimed, as the lifespan stored within the array surged into Su Fan's being. She collapsed onto the ground, wailing, what the hell? Lu Yao stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Su Fan wore a similarly perplexed expression. Congratulations, host, for seizing a substantial amount of lifespan. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, sleep meditation. One may comprehend Buddhist mysticism during slumber, contingent upon the duration and quality of the host's sleep. Could there truly be a reward? Yuan Shan, in despair, clutched Su Fan's collar, her expression one of rage that seemed as if she wished to consume him whole. Yet, upon gazing into Su Fan's eyes, she abruptly froze, as if a realization struck her regarding the earlier scene. Subsequently, she released Su Fan. Yunran, see them out. The nearby maidservants, who were poised for confrontation, paused at their mistress's command to escort Su Fan and Lu Yao away. After confirming they had not misheard, they complied and led the two out. As night fell, Yuan Shan repeatedly scrutinized the images stored within the Shadow Stone. The footage depicted Su Fan absorbing lifespan. Yuan Shan froze the image, noticing a subtle, inconspicuous black aura entering the array, seemingly altering its nature. Her breathing grew heavy, and her complexion shifted visibly. Yunran, Yunran, she called out several times. Only then did Yunran's voice respond from outside. What is it, my lord? Pack your belongings. Quickly, Yuan Shan urged, her voice laced with urgency. Yunran replied, confusion evident in her tone. Why are we packing? Now. Hurry, prepare to leave. Yuan Shan's voice trembled with fear. My lord, please. Yuan Shan growled. Move swiftly. Having never witnessed such a demeanor from her master, Yunran dared not question further and hurried to gather their belongings. Yuan Shan wiped the sweat from her brow, recalling the words of an elder from her family as she departed. Lifespan is the most terrifying thing in this world. After a brief interval, Yunran completed the packing. My lord, she called repeatedly, but received no response. Pushing open the door, she called out, my lord. My lord. Yuan Shan lay on the ground, devoid of breath, her once proud golden skin now withered like a wilting flower, her entire being appearing as if drained of life. Congratulations to the host for once again gaining longevity. Su Fan, in a state of drowsiness, turned over. Chapter 76. Combat Operations. Since the ambush of the new generation disciples in the immortal realm, the infamous black market merchant Yuan Shan has also met a mysterious demise. This account has fallen squarely on the shoulders of the Soul Master. The two young men who had infiltrated the immortal realm and were captured alive by Su Fan could not withstand the torture and have confessed. The Soul Master's avatar, along with a host of followers, is currently hiding in the mortal realm. The Grand Elder Mei Shan, along with several elders, convened to deliberate and resolved to eradicate the demons. However, this news was known only to a select few core elders. Even on the day of departure, the disciples were unaware of their destination, only knowing they were to accompany their fellow disciples into the secret realm for training. The exact location of the mortal realm remained unclear. Nonetheless, this expedition to the secret realm was to include primarily the elite disciples of the immortal realm, along with some of the guardians, and only a handful of the most exceptional new generation disciples. Su Fan joined the expedition for a straightforward reason. Having failed to acquire funds from Wan Shan, he had no choice but to participate in this secret realm training. Tai'er revealed to him that if he performed well, substantial rewards awaited. With money, he could return to see Su Ye and Xiao Wu. Elder Mei Shan stood atop the towering cloud platform, casting a glance over the throng below. The assembly was vast, akin to a battalion of soldiers poised for the command of their general. Departure. The crowd boarded the flying vessels. Hundreds of flying ships soared into the sky, each manned by at least one Earth Immortal cultivator. Zhao Chong Kong, inebriated, watched the vessels sailing into the distance, letting out a disdainful snort. May they all perish. Yet, an overwhelming sense of desolation filled his heart since his defeat at Su Fan's hands, leaving him in his current state. In the moonlit sky, the vessels lined up in succession, stars twinkling like lanterns against the deep night. On the foremost ship, Grand Elder Mei Shan stood resolutely at the bow, wielding the sacred sword representing the immortal realm, his expression unwavering. Behind him stood a few elders privy to the truth, each bearing an expression of fearless determination. Even Tai'er wore an unusually serious demeanor. Descend. The first flying vessel vanished into the sea of clouds, followed closely by the second and third. Brace yourselves. With a commanding shout from the elder aboard Su Fan's ship, the disciples took a deep breath, a wave of tension washing over them. Such a grand spectacle undoubtedly signified an important mission. It was akin to a nation assembling its troops, 300,000 soldiers setting forth by water, only to proclaim that a man-eating tiger lurked in the mountains. Now they were to exterminate this tiger. Who could possibly believe it? Lu Yao gazed at the remorse sword in her hand and turned to Su Fan beside her. Su Fan, I can't shake this ominous feeling about this trip. I feel it too, Su Fan replied. It just seems something will go awry. My master advised me to proceed with caution. Indeed, Lu Yao nodded. After a moment of silence, she added, be careful. While you are formidable, there are always greater forces beyond. Yes, I shall tread carefully. Add more soy sauce. Soy sauce. Lu Yao turned her head to see that Su Fan had already fallen asleep, his earlier words mere ramblings of a dream. With a resigned roll of her beautiful eyes, she withdrew her gaze, suspecting that the fellow was yearning for chive dumplings, continuously murmuring about the freshly released first batch of chives. Congratulations, host. You have activated the Sleepy Zen, acquired Buddhist mind principle, compassion, acquired bone cleansing technique, acquired tranquility spell. The flying boat descended into the lower realm. Hundreds of flying boats materialized in the sky, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Elder Mei Shan concealed the flying boats from the perception of the inhabitants of this small world. Subsequently, the celestial beings embarking on this expedition learned of their mission. It was not a secret realm, but rather an endeavor to vanquish the Soul Master. Reliable intelligence indicated that the Soul Master's disciples had swelled to a formidable number exceeding 100,000. The celestial realm's stance was ruthlessly decisive. None shall be spared. Better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to let one escape. The Soul Master was the manifestation of the Emperor's heart demon. Though his true form was imprisoned within the demon sealing tower, he had nonetheless sent an avatar to lurk in the lower realm. This matter had long been a taboo in the celestial realm, seldom discussed in public. The mention of the Soul Master elicited frowns and bewildered expressions from the new generation. Lu Yao seemed to be aware of the Soul Master's circumstances. She tightened her grip on her 3-foot-long sword, her expression solemn. She then turned to awaken Su Fan, who rubbed his eyes and asked, are the chive-filled dumplings ready? The others around him cast him incredulous glances. Lu Yao replied earnestly, the chives won't be right for another 10 days. The flying boats split into several small teams, descending from different directions into the small world, with the foremost boat seemingly having already reached the battlefield. Most of those aboard Su Fan's vessel were new ascenders, thus they were assigned to the rear, following orders. The elder controlling the vessel slowed its speed to avoid any unforeseen incidents ahead or potential close encounters that might lead to large-scale attacks. As they approached a mountain range, a thunderous roar erupted in the sky. The already tense group looked up, the dense dark clouds obscuring the heavens, with fierce lightning flashing within. The elder furrowed his brow, fixated on the sky. Suddenly, the flying boat began to shake violently, a tremendous pressure descending from above. The elder stationed on the boat swiftly sent out a distress signal. Flight 318, is under attack. Flight 318 is under attack. In the next instant, a dazzling beam of light descended like a blade, traversing the distance between heaven and earth in the blink of an eye, carrying an overwhelmingly terrifying force. The intensity of the assault left even the Elder with no time to react, let alone the new ascenders. Su Fan hastily spread the super golden invincible tortoise formation. But the opponent's speed was astonishing. In a rushed moment, he could only shield those few around him. Boom! In an instant, the flying boat shattered like a watermelon struck by a hammer, splintering into pieces. Chapter 77. The Celestial Slays the Dragon. Boom! The flying boat was torn asunder. Along with all aboard, the celestial beings were instantly torn to shreds, plummeting heavily towards the forest below. In the face of death, they resembled mere mortals, devoid of any distinction. Some wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, while others became acutely aware of the impending doom, yet still sought to resist. The flash of the blade was overwhelmingly swift and ruthless, leaving no time for reaction. The highest combatant of the flying vessel, the Soul Elder, lay in a pool of blood, having lost an arm. However, compared to his students surrounding him, his fate was relatively more favorable. Who? A voice echoed disdainfully from the air. Is this what the celestial realm amounts to? What heroism is there in a sneak attack? If you possess the courage, step forth and face me in battle. As the last syllable fell, another flash of the blade descended. The Elder roared, his aura surging as the ground beneath him fractured instantly. He charged towards the blade's trajectory, like an ant attempting to shake a tree. In the next moment, the blade pierced the ground, creating a chasm. The Elder met his demise. And what of that individual? Lu Yao asked. Presumably departed, Su Fan replied. The disparity in combat strength was far too great. Fortunately, they had landed a distance away upon their descent, and their assailant showed no intention of lingering. This small realm harbors such formidable figures. How do you perceive him in comparison to yourself? Lu Yao inquired. Without turning back, Su Fan remarked, a 3 to 7 chance. Confused, Lu Yao asked, is it 3 for him or 7 for you? Su Fan clarified, he can kill me 7 times in 3 seconds. Then I shall be no more. Ah, Lu Yao gasped. Su Fan offered no further elaboration and continued on their path. The situation is even more intricate than we anticipated. By the way, who is this Soul Master? Lu Yao pondered. I have heard my master say he is the manifestation of the Emperor Immortal's inner demons, Lu Yao explained. Oh, Su Fan smiled faintly, finding the matter increasingly intriguing. Celestials entering this small realm would have their powers suppressed, and it appeared this realm exerted an even stronger restraint upon them. What shall we do now? For the time being, we should seek refuge, Su Fan suggested. Why not regroup with the elders? Lu Yao questioned. The adversary has long been scheming. It must have been their plan from the outset. If we venture out now, we are likely to encounter unknown powerful foes. Let us wait until the elders stabilize the situation before we emerge. With our capabilities, we cannot alter the outcome. Merely avoiding chaos will suffice. The two found a secluded cave. Just then, a gentle rain began to fall outside, corroborating Su Fan's earlier assertions. Occasionally, they could sense a terrifying presence swiftly passing overhead in the forest. Lu Yao furrowed her brow, visibly troubled. Meanwhile, Su Fan appeared indifferent. Unable to contain herself, Lu Yao asked, why are you not worried? Su Fan countered. Does worrying resolve anything? The current circumstances are far more complicated than we envisioned. As mere individuals, all we can do is ensure our own safety. After the new rain on the empty mountain, autumn descends late. The rain ceased without notice, and Su Fan sat in the cave, observing a rabbit darting past. What a pure, adorable, and fragrant little creature, Su Fan mused, nodding in satisfaction. Delightful. He kindled a fire in the palm of his hand, roasting a succulent rabbit that sizzled with grease. Here, Su Fan offered a rabbit leg, and after a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao accepted it. A single bite revealed a crispy exterior and tender interior, enhanced further by Su Fan's special seasoning. Exquisite beyond measure. Outside, the wind howled. Yet the cave remained warm and fragrant with the aroma of meat, as if the very rock walls were being rendered to crispness. Su Fan hummed a little tune, recounting the tale of Song Lao San, a couple involved in the opium trade, who lived their lives without offspring, save for a daughter named Chan Wan. Lu Yao listened patiently until, suddenly struck by a wave of melancholy, she asked, why did they all have to die in the end? It is, after all, a tragedy. There are no answers to such matters, he replied. Lu Yao fell silent for a moment before softly stating, I do not enjoy tragedies. Su Fan smiled gently. In this world, there are countless events. Not every one can unfold to our satisfaction. Lu Yao chose not to respond further. Suddenly, Su Fan remarked, there is something below. Instinctively, Lu Yao tightened her grip on her sword, her body tensing. Su Fan sensed a peculiar force emanating from his being, resonating with whatever lay beneath, piquing his curiosity. Let us go and investigate. Deep within the cave, they discovered a concealed passage leading downward. Following it, they were captivated by a fruit entwined in vines. Lu Yao, knowledgeable and erudite, recognized it as a dragon's spittle fruit, a sign of the presence of true dragon remnants. She cautioned, "Be careful. The aura of a true dragon may cause the local fauna to undergo unexpected transformations." No sooner had she spoken than a roar echoed from the depths of the cave. In the darkness, a colossal figure materialized, an immense azure serpent, seemingly on the verge of transformation into a dragon. The azure serpent, sensing intruders in its territory, charged at them with an aura of terror and ferocity. Behind Su Fan, the shadow of a black dragon emerged, emitting a resonant roar. The terrifying sound waves caused the surrounding rock walls to tremble. Dragon's might. The azure serpent, not halting its advance, transformed into human form, kneeling before Su Fan midair. "I did not anticipate the arrival of such esteemed immortals. I humbly apologize for my earlier behavior." This transformation elicited a look of astonishment from Lu Yao. It truly displayed a remarkable adaptability. Su Fan walked past the serpent, approaching a corner of the cave to examine the ground. Below this, before he could finish, the azure serpent interjected, "It is said that below lies the remnants of a true dragon. I was once a small snake thousands of years ago. By chance, I witnessed an immortal slaying a dragon and have since devoted myself to cultivation here." Lu Yao countered, "True dragons have been extinct since ancient times. There is no tale of immortals slaying dragons." The azure serpent insisted, "But I indeed witnessed it with my own eyes." Su Fan inquired, "The immortal? Was she a woman?" The serpent nodded, confirming, "Indeed, she was a female immortal, though I did not clearly see her features." Lu Yao glanced at Su Fan, who seemed to be deep in thought, pacing as if weighing something. Then, with a decisive motion, he forcefully unearthed the ground, revealing a dragon bone, albeit sealed by some form of enchantment. The average monk may remain oblivious to the peculiarities of this place. Only by delving deep underground can one truly perceive its extraordinary nature. Lu Yao attempted to unravel the seal, yet her fingers felt as though pricked by needles. Simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloped her entirely. In a moment of daze, she beheld a terrifying creature materialize before her. At that instant, a hand suddenly reached out. The seal appeared to possess an automatic recognition function. Upon sensing Su Fan's presence, its previously unapproachable demeanor transformed, akin to a courtesan in a brothel. As Lu Yao regained her senses, she witnessed Su Fan examining the dragon bone with meticulous attention. The nearby green serpent quivered in fear, cowering in the shadows. It had previously attempted to seize the dragon bone, and the outcome was too grim to recount. Such an experience would haunt it for a lifetime. Had it not been for that, it might have already transformed into a flood dragon by now. Yet, this individual before her had managed to dismantle the seal and grasp the dragon bone in hand. The dragon scales within resonated with the dragon bone. System notification: the host may undergo a process of marrow cleansing and bone replacement, substituting all body bones with dragon bones. Acquired effect: gained an ancient secret method, alongside benefits such as healing injuries and enhancing physical constitution. Significantly boosts dragon transformation power and prolongs the duration of transformation. Su Fan addressed Lu Yao. "Those who witness shall share. We shall divide it equally." "I refuse," she retorted. "Why?" "Because it is too unsightly," Lu Yao replied, her pride evident, yet undeniably intrigued by it for the first time. It is apparent to all that the author has referenced this melody across numerous works. Subsequently, exploring the clear water river gained popularity online. Several youthful acquaintances remarked that this tune belonged to the crosstalk performer Zhang Maolei, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Later, she visited a forum where some fervently asserted that exploring the clear water river was composed by Zhang Maolei's master, Mr. Guo, and transmitted to him. It is not that their singing lacked merit. However, witnessing such commentary stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. Chapter 78. Attack on Dragon Sea Island. Dragon Sea Island, situated in the western seas of the small world, is a vast yet mountainous isle, rarely trodden by human feet. Moreover, piracy runs rampant, deterring fishermen from approaching. At an unknown time, a sect named Dark Soul emerged here, boasting over 100,000 disciples, deeply intertwined with the continent and wielding significant influence. Legends claim that if one sells their soul, Dark Soul Island can fulfill all desires. Those who have faced annihilation may arrive here in desperation, and within 3 days, their enemies' families would meet untimely ends in the streets. Those seeking wealth might come here and rise to become prosperous merchants. Even a disregarded prince could ascend to the exalted throne of the realm. Yet not all regard it favorably. Reputable sects deem it nefarious. having attempted to eradicate it on several occasions. The best outcome of such endeavors resulted in a disastrous retreat, nearly annihilating their forces. However, the typically eerie and desolate Dragon Sea Island was bustling at this moment. The battle had ignited a day prior, with hundreds of flying vessels launching a surprise assault on Dragon Sea Island. Although the hidden disciples of the Soul Master had long been prepared, they were still caught off guard by the onslaught. Countless beings from the celestial realm surged onto Dragon Sea Island, where an intense battle ensued. However, within merely half an hour, the outermost defenses of the island were breached. The denizens of the celestial realm appeared from all directions, beginning their hunt for the fleeing disciples of the Soul Master. Among the ranks of the Dark Soul sect, there were also formidable individuals, leading to casualties on both sides. The aftermath was such that several mountain peaks were inadvertently flattened by the residual force of the conflict. The disciples on Dark Soul Island relied upon the island's mystical formations, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain to entangle the celestial beings, thus preventing them from gaining any significant advantage. Within the inner sanctum of the Dark Soul sect, deep in the abyss, a group of fervent followers encircled a peculiar ancient tree, incessantly chanting incantations. A messenger, adorned with a ghostly mask, ventured deeper into the abyss. Oh, ha ha ha. An emaciated old man sat in a vast pit, emitting maniacal laughter. Ah, little Yun. I never imagined we would engage in such activities one day. He was naked, having dug a hole in the ground, now facing it while muttering incoherently, presenting a truly deranged sight. The red-clad messenger observed him, seemingly accustomed to the spectacle. Once the old man ceased his antics, he spoke. Mr. Yinshuan, the celestial beings have launched their assault. The elder named Yinshuan plucked one of his own eyeballs from its socket, holding it in his hand. Celestial beings? Does that imply they are formidable? He queried with a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha. A madman, thought the red-clad messenger. The tide of battle shifted on the evening of the fourth day. The earlier reconnaissance was conducted to ascertain the strength of Dragon Sea Island. Subsequently, the celestial realm initiated a comprehensive offensive. At this juncture, the Dark Soul sect, still desperately resisting in hope, realized the folly of their earlier assumptions. In the days leading up to the conflict, they had not regarded the situation with due seriousness, believing that the strength of the celestial beings was exaggerated and not as formidable as rumored. However, they soon comprehended the grave error of their judgment. Today might indeed herald the end of the Dark Soul sect. A half-stick of incense before the commencement of battle, the heavens transformed. Thunderclouds enveloped the entire island. Thunder rolled down like cascading waterfalls, directly obliterating 80% of the formations set by the Dark Soul sect. Subsequently, fierce flames ignited from all directions around the island. Flames that were far from ordinary. They resisted extinguishment by water and surged higher in the wind, soaring to heights of over 10 zhang in an instant. Surrounding the island were mystical formations laid by Elder Meishan. 132 disciples maintained these formations, effectively sealing off the entirety of Dragon Sea Island. The inferno raged for a full day and night. Once the flames had sufficiently diminished, the disciples of the celestial realm, led by Elder Jingbai, launched their full-scale assault. Tai'er insisted on joining them. Jingbai cast a scornful glance his way, remarking, "You are so weak. What will happen if you encounter an unforeseen event?" Tai'er insisted that he was resilient and not easily perished. Jingbai derided him coldly, yet Tai'er remained resolute in his decision. Frustrated, Jingbai sought out Elder Meishan directly. "If he wishes to go, let him. It is not necessarily a bad thing," Meishan remarked. Jingbai remarked, "Elder Tai'er's cultivation has been compromised. He is now merely at the level of a scattered immortal. Should any misfortune befall him, let it be known that my concern is not for his life. His fate holds no significance for me. My sole apprehension lies in the potential tarnishing of the celestial realm's reputation, given that he still holds the title of Elder." Meishan cast a glance at her, asserting, "I trust that Elder Tai'er has his own considerations for this course of action. Moreover, as an elder, he must venture to the battlefield. I cannot simply prevent him from doing so." Jingbai, growing agitated, retorted, "What sort of elder is he? He should remain behind to assist. He is fit only to serve as a mere mascot." Meishan, puzzled, responded, "Just days ago, you claimed that Tai'er was a legitimate elder. The Emperor Immortal has not revoked his title. He retains equal rights as an elder." Jingbai's cheeks flushed crimson. Her words caught in her throat as she struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Meishan offered reassurance. "Jingbai, I understand your worries for Elder Tai'er's safety. Yet the battlefield is now under our control. No unforeseen events shall occur. Who is worried about him?" Jingbai exclaimed, and with that, she turned and stormed off. Meishan watched her graceful silhouette depart, shaking his head in bemusement. The dynamics between these two were truly perplexing. Activating the societal parasite of the aura. The active skill, "I am useless." functions to conceal one's true capabilities, causing adversaries to underestimate and scorn you. Su Fan now comprehended that this skill was not bestowed in vain. Its effectiveness for stealth or retreat proved unexpectedly remarkable. Lu Yao inquired, "Why is it that whenever I see you toying with that dragon bone hairpin, or whenever the topic of dragon bones arises, your demeanor seems to shift?" "Oh, does it?" Su Fan replied nonchalantly. Lu Yao observed his retreating figure, pondering if there was a story behind it. "When did you become so flamboyant?" "What does flamboyant mean?" she asked, puzzled. "It means to be like me." "That cannot be a compliment," Lu Yao asserted without hesitation. Su Fan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. After trekking a while longer, they estimated that they would reach the heart of the battlefield within a day. Su Fan deliberately slowed his pace, sensing that the forthcoming events were far from simple. "Can you recount it to me?" Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, then realized Lu Yao referred to the earlier incident. She quickly added, "This is strictly confidential." Su Fan smiled faintly, hesitating for a moment before deciding it was not a matter requiring secrecy, and began to narrate his experiences with Lu Exine. Chapter 79, The Madman Regret. "Have you ever felt it?" Lu Yao asked after hearing the tale. "Never," he answered without hesitation. "A friend once told me that once a choice is made, one should not dwell on regret. Once a decision is reached, one should not waver. Time can dull all wounds." "Do you harbor feelings for her?" This question seemed somewhat juvenile, especially for those who had ascended like them. Su Fan paused. Uncertain of his emotions toward Lu Exine, he found it difficult to articulate. Beneath their feet lay a stone bridge, surrounded by a hazy fog. In an instant, both sensed a chilling coldness. Before the two stood what seemed to be an entirely different realm. The inky black sky loomed, engulfed by an encroaching darkness. Countless dim flames hovered in the air, struggling to morph into human faces. Eerie laughter echoed from all directions. Lu Yao's expression was one of vigilance. The old man, Su Fan, furrowed his brows slightly, his fingers touching the ground. A white light enveloped him, and initially, a faint crack appeared in the earth. Then, the fissure rapidly widened, advancing with the force of a battering ram, as if it sought to cleave the very ground in two. Boom! In the next instant, a figure was forced to emerge from the earth, only to be engulfed beneath a blinding beam of sword light. The surroundings reverted to their former state. Su Fan inquired, "Where did we leave off?" Lu Yao blinked, having forgotten. "Let us continue our journey then." "Oh." The two disciples of the Soul Master fled in panic. Yet they soon realized they were cornered from all sides by foes. A colossal fist, forged from spiritual energy, descended, obliterating the two. "Brother Shao, this area has been cleared." Clad in white, Xiao Yun floated in midair, nodding slightly. "Advance towards the southwest. Our mission is to encircle and eliminate the fleeing enemies. None shall escape." "Yes." Xiao Yun led his team onward, suddenly sensing a skirmish near the edge of the forest. Assuming it to be an encounter between allies and enemies, they hurried to assist. However, upon arrival, the reality was far from what they envisioned. On an open ground lay numerous corpses, haphazardly strewn about, evidently the fallen disciples of the Soul Master. An old man, resembling a beggar, was gnawing on the face of a living person, all the while emitting a chilling laughter. Xiao Yun's brow furrowed. Despite this man having slain the disciples, he appeared anything but benevolent. "Who are you?" The elder, named Yunchuan, lifted his head, licking his lips. "I am but a man." "Ahaha, I am the little bird that flies." One disciple remarked to Xiao Yun, "Brother Xiao, this man must be out of his mind." "Who the hell says I'm out of my mind?" Yunchuan bellowed. "I am clearly a fool. How dare you claim I'm mad?" No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered. In an instant, he appeared before the disciple. The disciple's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he threw a punch. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. His arm immediately went limp, akin to a noodle. Yunchuan, spitting blood-soaked saliva onto the disciple's face, retaliated with a punch. Boom! Dust swirled through the forest, and the disciple was sent flying like a cannonball. Though all were taken aback, they were not ordinary individuals and quickly regained their composure. Poised to strike. "Do not move." Yunchuan's countenance turned icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, his aura surging. A palpable killing intent enveloped everyone present. Should anyone dare to flee, only death awaited them. Beads of sweat trickled down Xiao Yun's spine. Yunchuan's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. His hand slowly delved into Xiao Yun's body, and before the eyes of the onlookers, he gruesomely excavated her insides. Yunchuan, in a state of boredom, crushed her heart. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted. The crowd present stiffened, and then, in unison, collapsed to the ground. Bored. Yunchuan crouched down, suddenly bursting into tears, sobbing melodically for a moment before emitting an odd laugh. At that instant, he abruptly lifted his head. A white crane soared overhead, with Tai Air standing on its back, wielding a peculiar artifact, seemingly in search of something. Just then, a dazzling beam of sword light shot up from the ground. Fortunately, the crane was swift in its evasion. Otherwise, it would have been skewered like a candied hawthorn. Yunran floated through the air, greedily licking his lips. This crane would surely be delectable when roasted. Tai Air frowned, scrutinizing this individual. Is the disciple of the soul master reduced to such a pitiful state? He resembled a beggar. Yunran pointed forward with 2 fingers, causing the air to tremble violently, sending forth a wave of force. Tai Air waved his hand, forming a Taiji diagram before him, silently dissolving the sword energy, which he casually tossed back at Yunran. Yunran neither dodged nor flinched, spreading his arms wide to embrace the sword energy as it passed through his body, even emitting a pleasurable sound. Delightful. It is decided. I shall tear you apart piece by piece. No sooner had he spoken than the air trembled violently. His speed left only afterimages in its wake. Upon reappearing, his arm had already pierced through Tai Air's body. Chapter 80. Are you Su Fan? Before Yunran could even chuckle, Tai Air's form transformed into a pool of water. The true Tai Air had materialized 100 meters away in midair. Tai Air squinted slightly, refusing to underestimate his opponent. Yunran laughed maniacally, gesturing with his hand in a sword-like motion towards the diagonal sky, though the movement was unhurried. The sword energy was astonishingly swift. Tai Air's storage ring glimmered, and a mask appeared before him. Bang! The mask effortlessly blocked the sword energy. Tai Air displayed a hint of pride, but in the next moment, the mask cracked down the middle. TSK. Haha, let us see how many moves you can withstand. Yunran frantically channeled sword energy throughout his body. Tai Air first summoned a Jade Rui, then utilized Shadow Escape, followed by Aerial Evasion and the Moonlight Pearl. Relying on his treasures, Tai Air successfully countered Yunran's assaults. Yunran summoned a rusty iron sword from the void, grinning maliciously. Come. Let me see how many treasures you truly possess. His hand brushed against the iron sword, as if bestowing upon it some esoteric power. Black talismans writhed along the blade. The two engaged in a relentless chase through the air, attacking and defending in turn. Tai Air, with the aid of his artifacts, managed to hold his ground. However, it was not long before the storage ring emitted a sharp sound, and the light above it dimmed. This signified that the treasures within had been depleted. Witnessing this, Yunran let out a mocking laugh. You're doomed. Tai Air silently retrieved a necklace. Upon closer inspection, the necklace was densely adorned with storage rings. To everyone's astonishment, Tai Air produced a flag, summoning 2 formidable demons, one black and one white, to momentarily restrain Yunran. Subsequently, Tai Air unveiled a demon-slaying staff, placing it firmly upon the ground. Yunran swiftly leaped backward, evading the black demon's assault, while simultaneously severing the white demon's arm with a swift stroke of his sword. The 2 demons emitted a fierce roar, unleashing a powerful sound wave that barely hindered Yunran's movements, before they lunged forward together. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, and with a thunderous crash, the 2 demons were instantly reduced to nothingness. Grasping the black sword, Yunran charged toward Tai Air, demanding, "Let me through." Unfazed, Tai Air remained still, forming a hand seal. Suddenly, a golden radiance surged before Yunran, dissipating all his force and sending him crashing to the ground. The golden light then coalesced into a square formation, ensnaring Yunran within its bounds. With a long exhale, Tai Air wiped the sweat from his brow. Feeling the toll of the prolonged absence from combat, Yunran roared in fury, a violent aura clashing all around him. This formation can only hold me for half a stick of incense. After that, I will tear you to shreds. Prepare for your demise. Tai Air smiled lightly, pointing behind Yunran. I am not awaiting death. I am waiting for her. Turning his gaze, Yunran beheld a voluptuous woman approaching in the distance. Her slightly oversized robe failed to conceal her alluring figure. Though her face may not be deemed breathtaking, she possessed a unique charisma, particularly accentuated by her splendid legs, fair and round like beautiful lotus roots. Yunran greedily licked his lips, contemplating the woman's ample figure and her potential for bearing children. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "You little wretch." Clenching her delicate hand into a fist, she launched a powerful strike. Tai Air hastily retreated. Known as the foremost warrior of the celestial realm, Junbai typically wielded a sword, but those familiar with her understood that it was merely a decorative trinket. She was a true martial woman. With a resounding crash, her punch shattered the formation Tai Air had conjured. Sensing the impending threat, Yunran hastily conjured a barrier of sword energy before him, yet it shattered upon contact. The skies flickered ominously, as if the very fabric of space was being affected by this overwhelming aura, obliterating everything in its wake into mere dust. Tai Air, filled with trepidation, acknowledged the woman's ferocity. Under such an onslaught, one could scarcely discern life from death. Junbai turned her gaze toward Tai'er. He forced a smile, grateful for her timely arrival. Originally intending to mock him, Junbai's eyes fell upon his injured shoulder, compelling her to merely glare at him in silence. Lu Yao withdrew her regrets, and a disciple from the Soul Master sect promptly collapsed. It appeared that the battle was nearing its conclusion, with only a few minions remaining. Lu Yao and her companion had arrived at Longhai Island 2 hours prior, tasked solely with hunting down any remaining stragglers. As they were part of the new generation of ascendants, Su Fan exhaled a sigh, realizing that he would return just in time for the harvest of chives. Lu Yao remarked, "You truly cannot forget your chive dumplings. You will see how delectable they are when you finally indulge." Lu Yao remained unconvinced. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a chill. Lu Yao turned her head, and at that moment, a glimmer of cold light appeared. The sword approached silently, and it was only when it was nearly upon her that she sensed any presence. By then, it was too late to react. With a sharp clang, Su Fan summoned a flying sword, intercepting the deadly strike. The explosive surge of sword energy forced both parties to stagger back slightly. Yin Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, half of his body obliterated by a pure white punch. Otherwise, this young man before him would hardly be a match. Just as Yin Xuan prepared to eliminate these two foes in one breath, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Su Fan. Su Fan, too, looked at him with a hint of confusion. "This person, Su Fan," Yin Xuan exclaimed, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Su Fan, you are Su Fan," he shouted excitedly. "You have come to take me home? After all these years, you finally returned for me. Do you have any idea how I've endured?" Su Fan furrowed his brow. "Who is this person? Do you know him?" Lu Yao inquired, glancing at Su Fan. Su Fan shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Yin Xuan, amidst his tears, lunged forward but stumbled and fell clumsily. "Woo, please take me home. I cannot bear to stay here a moment longer. Do you know how long I've been trapped?" "A full 200,000 years, and you finally came." Su Fan looked at him in bewilderment. "Brother, do we know each other? I am your father. How can you not recognize me?" Su Fan replied, "Son, come and let me embrace you." Suddenly, Yin Xuan clutched his head, erupting into a fit of strange laughter. "Hee, it's all your fault for bringing me here." Stepping forward, Yin Xuan unleashed a full-force punch towards Su Fan. With half of his body destroyed, his movements were far from swift. Whoosh! Yin Xuan's fist halted mere inches from Su Fan, blocked by a barrier of air that prevented any further advance. In a frenzy, Yin Xuan pounded against the air barrier before shifting his target to Lu Yao. She deftly evaded his palm, but his other hand shot forward like an arrow, poised to pierce her body. Suddenly, a sharp sensation coursed through his chest as a gleaming long sword effortlessly penetrated him. Lu Yao, expressionless, retracted her sword. Yin Xuan collapsed heavily to the ground. With a divine weapon impaling his heart, survival was utterly impossible. In truth, even without that sword, the injuries inflicted by the pure white punch would have ensured his demise without timely treatment. Gasping heavily, Yin Xuan whimpered, uttering incomprehensible words. "This fellow appears to have some issues," remarked Lu Yao. "Yet he seems to be acquainted with me." Lu Yao recounted, "The last time I encountered a madman, he claimed that we were spouses in a past life." Yin Xuan soon breathed his last. Su Fan and Lu Yao did not linger. After dealing with Yin Xuan, they departed. After walking for a while, Su Fan turned back to glance at the deranged individual once more. Shortly after their departure, a voice resonated within Yin Xuan's mind. "System has detected the host's demise. Commencing system detachment." Elder Meishan stood upon a flying sword, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down from a height. Behind him were countless cultivators from the celestial realm, along with an enormous flying vessel. Before them loomed an impregnable barrier, the last resort of the disciples of the Soul Master sect. A torrent of sword energies surged forth, as if releasing a deluge. Upon its eruption, it threatened to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The assault on the barrier persisted for a full 2 hours, yet yielded little success. According to one elder's estimation, dismantling the ancient array would require at least 3 days. However, the reality extended the time frame by an additional 2 days. Ultimately, when the celestial forces breached the barrier, the disciples of the Soul Master sect had already sustained catastrophic losses. All that remained was an ancient tree standing in the abyss. This campaign of retribution should have concluded here, but a transformation occurred on the second day after breaching Longhai Island. The ancient tree morphed into a human. More precisely, it took the form of a towering elder with a fearsome visage. The first 2 elders who engaged with him were swiftly dispatched within mere moments. A fierce battle ensued with the celestial forces, lasting until sunset, inflicting grievous losses upon them. A total of 21 elders perished, and countless artifacts were destroyed. Subsequently, The ancient tree elder set a formation to repel the crowd. Renowned as the first war god of the celestial realm, Jingbai entered the formation, supported by 6 elders. The two sides clashed for 3 days and nights. In the end, 3 elders fell, and both Jingbai and the remaining 3 elders were gravely injured. The following day, Grand Elder Meishan, wielding a holy sword alongside 7 elders, sought to activate the Annihilation Sword formation at the summit of the Western Sea. Yet, news suddenly emerged from the ancient tree elder, expressing his willingness to negotiate with the celestial forces, specifically naming Su Fan. No one understood the sudden shift in his stance, nor why he specifically chose to negotiate with a newly ascended disciple named Su Fan. After discussions among Elder Meishan and the other elders, it was decided that Su Fan should venture forth to probe the opponent's intentions. Perhaps it is best not to go. Even Master was defeated, and it could be perilous, Lu Yao whispered. Su Fan gazed skyward at the dark pillar of light. I have an instinct. What instinct? That fellow has been waiting for me. Lu Yao turned to him, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Do not worry. I shall be fine. Su Fan smiled at her, adding, should anything befall me, do not forget to hastily wrap the first batch of chives into dumplings. For once the season passes, they will no longer be delectable. Lu Yao averted her gaze, her head lowered in a semblance of melancholy. In order to ensure Su Fan's safety, Tai Er bestowed upon him a treasured artifact of utmost significance. It is rumored to be a fragment of the Kunlun mirror, inscribed with the profound patterns of Tai E, possessing the divine power to bridge the celestial realm and the mortal world, reflecting all existence and tearing asunder the fabric of time and space. In critical moments, it serves as a means of escape, impervious even to the mightiest of immortal beings. Additionally, Elder Meishan stands ready to activate the Annihilation Sword array at any moment. Su Fan approached the edge of the formation laid out by the ancient tree elder. Within the formation, a colossal elder awaited his arrival. Clad in a flowing white robe, the elder bore an eccentric visage, reminiscent of a face sprouting from the tree itself. With his eyes slightly narrowed, the elder remarked, I have been anticipating your arrival for quite some time. Su Fan replied, Oh, I am not one to be tardy. I arrived precisely at the hour of the dog. The elder chuckled and shook his head. I have been here waiting for you for countless millennia. A sense of bewilderment washed over Su Fan. If my conjecture is accurate, it seems you are not of this world, but hail from another realm. Though Su Fan's expression remained composed, a ripple of intrigue stirred within him. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? The ancient tree elder responded with a smile. There is no need for vigilance. I harbor no ill intentions. As for my knowledge of your origins, it stems from prior encounters with others akin to yourself. Chapter 82. Return to your world, others akin to me? Traversers? The ancient tree elder sighed softly, pondering where to commence his tale. It has been so long that I have nearly forgotten. I am the manifestation of the heart's demon of the Emperor Immortal from the celestial realm. More precisely, I am Bai Gu of the 3 corpses. The 3 corpses, Bai Gu, Qing Gu, and the blood corpse, are the manifestations of one's inner demons. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, they must sever these 3 corpses to transcend. They develop their own consciousness, detached from the original self, ever poised to devour the core identity. Since my inception, I have roamed the realms, evading the relentless pursuit of my original self. Once separated, the 3 corpses gradually acquire fragments of the original's memories. Through these memories, I glean that the celestial realm is merely a grand breeding ground. In my quest for liberation, I befriended a companion in a lesser world, forming a bond of life and death. From him, I learned of his origins from an entirely different world, one that does not belong to any known realm. I contemplated the possibility of reaching that world, believing it might hold the key to my survival. Alas, when I narrowly escaped a previous pursuit and returned to seek him out, I discovered he had perished. I intended to bury him, yet stumbled upon a mysterious object upon his remains. At this juncture, the ancient tree elder paused, and a mechanical female voice resonated through the air. Ding. The system has issued a task. Annihilate the numerous lesser worlds, including the celestial realm. Reward: a return to your original world. A translucent screen materialized in midair, showcasing familiar streets, automobiles, airplanes, and towering skyscrapers. I do not know the nature of this entity, but should I fulfill the task it has set forth, I may attain the corresponding reward. Su Fan gazed in astonishment at the images displayed on the screen. Return? For millennia, I had contemplated the annihilation of the celestial realm, only to be thwarted and ultimately sealed within the demon suppression tower by the combined efforts of its denizens. I am but a remnant of my former self, a mere wisp of soul transformed into a withered tree, granted a semblance of life through this entity claiming to be a system. Overwhelmed by this deluge of revelations, Su Fan hesitated before voicing his inquiry. Why have you sought me? The ancient tree spirit replied. To be candid, I am uncertain. By mere chance, I encountered an individual named Yunran. Through the system, I sense that he possesses a similar essence to mine. Yet, he is quite deranged, claiming to have been trapped for over 200,000 years, muttering about a person named Su Fan, asserting that it was this individual who brought him here. He further insisted that no one could leave this place save for Su Fan. Recalling his earlier encounter with that lunatic, Su Fan pondered whether that man truly recognized him. The ancient tree spirit continued. Subsequently, I utilized the system to ascertain your identity and predict your forthcoming actions, awaiting your arrival here. I have no means to facilitate your return. Su Fan replied, I cannot return. The ancient tree spirit countered, I can escort you back. This realm is not as idyllic as you may envision. Complete the task with me, and we shall return together. The sincerity in the ancient tree spirit's words was palpable. Yet, Su Fan understood that the spirit's intention to include him was merely a precaution. The crux lay in the madman's declaration. Aside from Su Fan, no one could depart from this realm. The ancient tree spirit regarded Su Fan. In your original world, you must have parents and dear friends. My companion mentioned that his world possesses computers, electronics, high-speed trains, and airplanes. I yearn to behold it. I can no longer endure this realm. Su Fan was well aware that other traversers existed in this world. The ancient tree spirit opined that the celestial realm was merely an extensive breeding ground. He could empathize, having endured the endless night. Yet, why did the madman Yunchuan assert that Su Fan was responsible for his arrival in this world? Su Fan found himself perplexed. As for the ancient tree spirit's proposal to collaborate in the destruction of the celestial realm and various minor worlds, Su Fan lifted his gaze, hesitated for a prolonged moment, and finally said, Could you grant me some time to contemplate? The ancient tree spirit's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Certainly, but you have only 3 days. On the night of the full moon in 3 days' time, I shall breach the demon suppression tower. That will be the optimal moment for my fusion with my true self. Rest assured, I will provide you with a response then. Indeed, Su Fan recalled the man's words about refusing to cooperate. He spoke gravely to Mei Shan and the elders. He even threatened to exterminate us all. My counsel is to eliminate him post-haste and scatter his ashes in 8 parts. Arrogant, Mei Shan exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table. The assembly immediately resolved to activate the Annihilation Sword Array to vanquish him. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, only a fool would ally with that man. Setting aside Su Ya and Xiao Wu, even if the celestial realm and its myriad worlds were obliterated, the possibility of returning remains uncertain. Chapter 83, The Destruction of Demons, A Sword to Slay the Hordes. The ancient tree elder awaited news from Su Fan with quiet anticipation. Yet, what greeted him was the devastating sword array of oblivion. The very formation that had severely wounded him and sealed him within the demon lock tower thousands of years ago. The Meishan sect and several elders manipulated the array, and in an instant, the inhabitants of the small world felt as though the end was nigh. Suddenly, the ancient tree elder realized the gravity of the situation and lifted his gaze to the heavens. Sword energy rent the night sky, plummeting directly toward him. A brilliant light of swords cascaded down upon Longhai Island, enveloping the entire isle. Before the light even reached its destination, the gusts of air it created nearly obliterated half the island. With a furious roar, the ancient tree elder summoned forth tumultuous waves, and Longhai Island was utterly devastated, sending forth surging tides. Time became indistinct as the sea began to churn violently. Dark, humanoid figures emerged from the depths, scattering like dandelion seeds in the wind. Stop them, Elder Meishan commanded swiftly. Although uncertain of the nature of these entities, a profound sense of foreboding gripped him. Numerous disciples obeyed, rushing forth to intercept. In the moment one disciple felled a humanoid figure, a dark mist pierced through his body. Instantly, he froze, turning to attack his comrades. Soon, many disciples fell victim to the same fate, and chaos erupted into a fratricidal conflict. It is the goo of the southern wilderness, Tyre shouted, concealed in the most hidden corner of the flying vessel, burdened by a hefty sword case. A dead friend is better than a living foe. Boom. A colossal tree burst forth from the surface of the water, rapidly growing to over 100 feet in height. Simultaneously, vibrant red flags erupted from cities across the small world, for grand banners marking the cardinal directions, the largest among them most conspicuous. The moon overhead transformed into a blood moon, as if stained with crimson. The blood demon formation. A chorus of anguished cries filled the air, merging into a cacophony of despair. Countless civilians emitted helpless wails as the formation drained their very lifeblood in an instant. The ancient tree expanded massively, blocking out the sun with its overwhelming presence. Roar! Elder Meishan brandished the sacred sword of the celestial realm, his expression resolute. Thunder roared across the sky. The ground trembled violently beneath his feet, splitting apart. Veins bulged on Meishan's forehead as radiant light shimmered upon the blade, casting brilliance all around, subtly suppressing the ominous blood energy. "Everyone fall back," Elder Meishan bellowed. Yet, the battlefield had descended into utter chaos, with those affected by the turmoil entangled with their companions. Seizing the opportunity, the ancient tree elder lunged at Meishan, wielding a massive branch. Meishan raised the sacred sword and brought it down with tremendous force. A blinding white light surged to great heights, colliding with the elder. The nearest flying vessel was nearly torn apart in an instant by the residual force. Tyre, standing upon a gigantic flying sword, was propelled away by the sudden rush of air. As the imminent collision with the distant stone wall drew near, a hand grasped the collar and yanked him back. Jingbai exclaimed, "Quickly return to the celestial realm and summon reinforcements. This is not a place for you to linger." Tyre steadied himself slightly, realizing there were no reinforcements to be found. This was nearly the entirety of the celestial realm's combat strength already deployed. "Seek out the Emperor Immortal. Whatever distance you must cover, flee far away and do not create further chaos here." With that, Jingbai vanished before Tyre's eyes. Boom. The terrifying aftershock reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Meishan's body stiffened momentarily, and soon after, it was riddled with numerous holes as the power within him was rapidly siphoned away by his adversary. Meishan did not anticipate such a swift defeat. The strength of the ancient tree elder far exceeded anyone's expectations. The annihilating sword formation from millennia ago had dealt a catastrophic blow to him. Yet now he could withstand a full-force strike from it. The ancient tree elder's arms pierced Meishan's chest once more. "Elder Meishan, elder!" Blood spewed from Meishan's mouth. Yet he did not retreat, devoid of hesitation. He opened his arms wide, embracing his opponent, letting forth a wild laugh. A sound so exuberant that it seemed to echo with unparalleled joy. "With unbridled strength, I shall vanquish the demonic horde with a single sword." The celestial realm's sacred sword erupted in resplendent brilliance, transforming into myriad sword entities. As it pierced through Meishan's body, it simultaneously struck the ancient tree elder. Enduring years of arduous cultivation along the path of immortality, his spirit shook the heavens. "With unyielding force, I shall conquer the demonic horde with a single sword." The expression of the ancient tree elder shifted. The blade piercing his being was forged from the meteoric iron of the celestial realm. A cry of agony escaped the ancient tree elder as he opened his massive jaws, attempting to consume Meishan whole. "Retreat! Retreat!" Meishan, the Grand Elder, issued his final command. This Grand Elder, who had effectively ruled the celestial realm for millennia, was destined to perish. He was never as prodigious as Tyre in youth. Nor was he an exceptional leader. He showed favoritism to his disciples, suppressed Tyre, and engaged in self-serving practices. Yet, at this critical juncture, he resolutely chose death. In his final moments, he cast a glance at Tyre, at the individual who had left the most profound impression on his life. "I should have said sorry much earlier." There was no time for sorrow. Their only option now was to retreat to the celestial realm. Perhaps there remained a chance to fight back. Upon hearing the command, the denizens of the celestial realm scattered in haste. However, the ancient tree elder had no intention of allowing their escape. He carelessly swung his many branches, crushing the lofty immortals as one would squash ants. Those impaled by the branches would swiftly lose both strength and life, further augmenting the ancient tree elder's power. At that moment, a golden figure began to coalesce in the air. With a single punch, an overwhelming force surged forth, carrying with it the might of a cataclysm. Crashing down with a resounding boom, it was as if the very heavens had erupted. Jingbai floated in the air, relentlessly swinging his fists. Each strike summoned a flurry of illusory images, their blinding radiance illuminating a radius of 500 miles. The battle between the two sides reached a frenzied climax. Bang! With a jolt, Jingbai's chest heaved, and a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, soaring into the heavens. Yet, the ancient tree elder gained no advantage, as the onslaught from the surrounding individuals evidently diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the crowd made their escape. Jingbai steadied himself, ready for another assault. The spirit of martial arts surged within him. A warrior either thrives in battle or perishes therein. With renewed vigor, Jingbai leaped back into the fray, his strength reaching a zenith. The ancient tree elder stood unyielding, massive hands materializing around him, reminiscent of a resurrected Buddha. The thousand-handed bodhisattva. Boom, boom, boom. Jingbai braved several punches, but ultimately was sent flying, blood spewing forth. The ancient tree elder pressed the advantage, his colossal hands enveloping Jingbai, then crashing down. In that moment, Jingbai could only muster a bitter smile. Chapter 84. Stunningly handsome giant fists carved from wood rained down. Whoosh! With a thunderous roar, a massive streak of white, sword light sliced through the air. The terrifying sword energy pierced the sky like a rainbow, erupting in the void. A figure descended from the night sky, a fierce gust of wind tousling his slightly disheveled hair, revealing a plump profile. One could faintly discern that he must have been a dashing youth in his prime. Yet, the ravages of time had transformed him into his current state. The once amiable face now radiated an overwhelming murderous intent from his eyes. Grasping the colossal sword, awakening, a gigantic sword sheath fell from his back, firmly caught by his other hand. The action was strikingly elegant. "Are you well, junior sister?" After many years, he once again used this address. Jingbai was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Tai Er's silhouette. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as another long sword flew from the sheath. The twin swords intertwined in midair before slicing forward. The blades reflected the blood-red moonlight, unleashing a muffled sword energy. Boom! The foremost giant fist was cleaved in two. Immediately, Tai Er continued to wield the twin swords, his azure attire bursting apart, revealing his rotund form. In a fleeting moment, two beams of sword light soared into the sky. Tai Er and Jingbai stood back to back, breaking free from the encirclement. The ancient tree elder let out a mighty roar, countless branches surging towards the two like a tidal wave. Legendary swords, capable of shaking the world, were drawn by Tai Er, their light repeatedly devouring the multitude of branches. If these branches brought darkness and death, then at this moment, Tai Er resembled a sun rising majestically, radiating light powerful enough to obliterate all obstacles in his path. "Why have you returned again?" Jingbai shouted in anger. Tai Er chuckled. "Such a classic scene of hero rescuing beauty. How could I possibly miss it?" Jingbai wished to tear this rascal apart on the spot, utterly bewildered by the thoughts that seemed to occupy his mind incessantly. "By the way, could you refrain from shouting at me all the time? I was once your man." Tai Er's tone raised doubts, as if they were not at the gates of the netherworld, but rather strolling in the celestial garden. Just as Jingbai intended to retort, Tai Er coughed up a mouthful of blood. The individual forcibly elevated his cultivation to its peak, yet it was evident that he could not sustain it for long. "I shall remain here to confront him. With Meishan and several esteemed elders deceased, the celestial realm requires your leadership. I have become a mere remnant of my former self. But you still possess the potential for breakthrough." It was a brief yet urgent statement, for time did not permit further discourse. This was also the sole avenue of retreat. Otherwise, the denizens of the celestial realm would likely face utter annihilation today. Clang! Another sound of a sword resonated. Tai Er wielded the blazing divine sword, severing the retreat behind him. In the face of parting, he spoke little. "In this lifetime, I have wronged you. Perhaps in the next, I shall have the opportunity to serve you like a devoted beast of burden." He cast the sacred sword, emblematic of the celestial realm, to Jingbai. "Go." Without hesitation, Jingbai swiftly darted away. Tai Er, with his back to her, exhaled a deep breath. Suddenly turning back, he called out, "Hey, does my grandeur not rival that of yesteryears?" Receiving no response, he chuckled softly, murmuring, "I must have looked exceptionally handsome." The sword box opened entirely, facing the assault of the ancient tree elder, with the crimson moonlight behind him, amidst the throngs of fleeing individuals. Tai Er stepped forward, unleashing a fierce roar. Only such an ending could befit the tumultuous journey he had endured. To protect the woman he cherished and his disciples, he fought valiantly, sacrificing himself. It sounded undeniably heroic. Jingbai dared not look back, her figure soaring skyward. She feared that a glance backward would strip her of the courage to advance. The fierce winds disheveled her hair. Her heart filled with the image of Tai Er. Suddenly, she recalled the time she was a princess in the mortal realm, where that man arrived riding a crane, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he longed for the attention of the entire world. Celestial realm, locking demon tower. Remember, this jade pendant, if shattered, signifies that your master has encountered misfortune. Should you fail to locate the Emperor Immortal, you must venture to the locking demon tower and eliminate the embodiment of the Emperor Immortal's inner demons. Remember, only you can accomplish this. The words of Master Tai Er echoed in Su Fan's ears from 2 days prior. Staring at the broken jade pendant, he paused for a moment, then grasped the Linglong sword and strode toward the locking demon tower. Liu Yao gazed at his retreating silhouette, and just as Su Fan was about to enter the locking demon tower, she called out, "Be careful, I await your return for dumplings." Su Fan smiled faintly before stepping into the tower. Chapter 85, Sword in Hand Against the Foe. In the celestial realm, the ancient tree elder roared as he surged forth, a vast wave of celestial guards assembling at the heavenly gate. Swish, swish, swish. A deluge of sharp wooden spikes surged forth, tearing through the seemingly impenetrable defenses in an instant. Celestial generals were pierced one after another, yet none retreated. Those struck by the spikes swiftly lost their vitality. becoming mere sustenance for the ancient tree elder. No one could halt his advance now. In the wake of Meishan and the elder's deaths, the entire celestial realm descended into chaos. Although Jingbai hurried to organize a counterattack, the disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Throughout the celestial realm, individuals were preoccupied with fleeing for their lives. Someone sought to descend to the lower realm, only to discover, at that moment, a disconnection from the pathway linking the celestial realm and the mortal world. As chaos erupted, Zhao Chongkong was initially indulging in drink at an inn when he noticed a frantic crowd fleeing outside. Upon inquiry, he learned that calamity had struck, and even the Grand Elder, Mei Shan, had met his demise. The news of this loss left Zhao Chongkong in a state of bewilderment. His master was dead? Ever since Zhao Chongkong was defeated by Su Fan and fell prey to inner demons, his master, Mei Shan, had scarcely taken notice of him. Initially, Zhao Chongkong harbored resentment towards this master, yet upon hearing of Mei Shan's death, an unexpected sorrow enveloped him. In haste, Zhao Chongkong returned to his lodgings. Gathering all valuable possessions, he resolved to flee first and think later. However, as he attempted to descend into the lower world, he found himself unable to sense the passageway. It was not only he. All celestial beings attempting to escape the small world discovered the same disconnection. Cursing under his breath, Zhao Chongkong prepared to escape the celestial realm first. Since returning to the small world was futile, he would seek refuge elsewhere. The ancient tree elder was already sweeping towards this direction, and the air was filled with a flurry of panicked figures. The celestial guard struggled to maintain order, but their voices fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, a figure running against the tide of the crowd caught Zhao Chongkong's attention. He reached out and seized the boy. The child, around 11 or 12 years old, donned a robe that seemed somewhat fitting, wielding a celestial sword that was comically disproportionate to his stature. Zhao Chongkong recognized him as the son of a neighbor who had followed him closely during his days of glory, declaring his ambition to become as formidable as Zhao Chongkong. Even after Zhao Chongkong's fall from grace, the boy remained steadfast, trailing behind him like a devoted follower, incessantly calling him big brother. Where are you headed? Zhao Chongkong inquired. The boy looked up, exclaiming, to vanquish demons. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Chongkong retorted, delivering a playful tap to the boy's head. Hurry and run. Rubbing his head, the boy protested, Big brother, why must we flee? Zhao Chongkong, pulling him along, did not look back as they joined the panicked throng. Running away is so cowardly, the boy exclaimed, kicking his legs in frustration. Big brother, you used to say that a man should die charging forward, not fleeing. Yes, I'm the coward here. Is that satisfactory? Suddenly, a tumult erupted ahead as trees violently uprooted themselves. Countless thick branches extended towards the fleeing crowd, inciting screams of terror. Zhao Chongkong swiftly dodged to the side as a massive branch crashed down, spreading destruction around them. Big brother, the boy cried as Zhao Chongkong shielded him. Brandishing his sword, the sturdy branch snapped with a resounding crack, only to regenerate moments later. Thud, thud, branches surged from all directions. The boy, paralyzed with fear, clutched Zhao Chongkong's garment tightly, witnessing the tragic fate of his fallen fellow disciples scattered amidst the chaos. Zhao Chongkong exhaled heavily, the trunks from all directions crashing down. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted. Zhao Chongkong glanced down at the boy and urged, let us go. Big brother, your sole mission now is to survive. Do you see that flag over there? If you reach it, you win. The boy stood on tiptoe for a fleeting look, then nodded resolutely. The dense trunks launched another wave of attacks. Zhao Chongkong, observing the fallen comrades around him, felt a surge of regret. Curse it, I shouldn't have tried to be a hero. Yet, escape was no longer an option. He merely sought to impress his young admirer. Hey, big brother, you're incredibly cool. I will always support you, echoed the boy's slightly childish voice from afar. A faint smile curved Zhao Chongkong's lips. Curse it, just for that remark, it was worth it. The long-dormant heart of the sword regained its dazzling brilliance at that moment. Zhao Chongkong gazed at the oncoming trunks, his previously murky eyes now brimming with unwavering determination. The prodigious Zhao Chongkong faced the enemy with his sword. Chapter 86. The Realm of Time in the Locking Demon Tower. Su Fan had envisioned a place teeming with demons and suffused with malevolence. Yet, everything was starkly different from his imagination. As he advanced, not a single shadow of a demon could be seen. Upon stepping inside, the surroundings transformed dramatically, stars glimmered abundantly, and the cosmos appeared orderly, as if he had entered the universe itself. Within this cosmic expanse emerged several figures, all motionless, seemingly frozen in time. Among them were demons and beings from the celestial realm. Some had half their forms consumed by the void, devoured by time. At the end stood the ancient tree elder in his true form. You have made a grave mistake. The ancient tree elder spoke slowly. I beg to differ. Do you understand why they have all become like this? He gestured towards the figures seemingly trapped in stasis. Su Fan had no time for his ramblings and stepped into the realm. Time here seemed to have come to a halt. The ancient tree elder continued his languid explanation. In my travels, I fortuitously acquired ancient techniques, grasping the laws of time. This place is the time realm I established, and I am its center. Do not be deceived by these few steps. Once you enter the formation, every step closer to me equates to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years for the intruder. The nearer one approaches, the more time stretches to the infinite. Thus, those who sought to slay me, both man and demon, are all ensnared here. You still have time to regret. Boom. The locking demon tower was rapidly crumbling. The locking demon tower is destroyed. Someone shouted. The crowd looked up in alarm as the ancient tree elder unleashed his attack on the tower. The surrounding barriers merely delayed him for a few seconds. Several guards attempted to intervene, but they were no match for him. With a resounding crash, the scene unfolded. The once mighty demon-suppressing tower, which had stood in the celestial realm for countless eons, now lay in ruins. At the very moment of its collapse, the ethereal forms of Su Fan and the ancient tree elder materialized in midair. The throngs of onlookers who had been fleeing in panic suddenly noticed that the relentless assaults of the ancient tree had come to an abrupt halt. All of the ancient trees surged towards the sky, prompting the crowd to gaze upwards in awe, where two figures were locked in a tense standoff. Su Fan took a deep breath and descended slowly, each step representing the passage of a millennium. Yet, to the celestial observers, it appeared as though he had merely taken a single step. The trunks of the trees were thwarted by a golden wave of energy, as the super golden invincible turtle formation ensnared both the ancient tree elder and Su Fan. What on earth is happening? The celestial beings looked on in confusion at this bizarre tableau. The ancient tree elder proclaimed, within the realm of time, you cannot approach me. Hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, even tens of millions of years will drive your spirit to despair. Even if you do not succumb to madness, your lifespan will be utterly depleted. How much time do you possess? Hundreds of thousands of years? Or perhaps millions? Su Fan merely smiled faintly. Apologies, but I am not one to lack in longevity. The ancient tree elder narrowed his eyes slightly. You cannot endure such solitude. Millions of years. Tens of millions of years spent in the void is a burden no one can bear. Su Fan closed his eyes, contemplating, perhaps. Soon, he slipped into a state of slumber, the sound of his gentle snoring filling the air. The ancient tree elder gazed on in bewilderment. He is asleep? And yet still capable of movement. Time flowed languidly around Su Fan. For the outside world, mere seconds passed, but for him, it stretched into an eternity, 1 year. 10 years, even 100 years. His cultivation soared from a mere celestial being to unprecedented heights. The super golden invincible sleeping technique allowed him to cultivate automatically during his rest, and as his power surged, so too did his lifespan multiply. Liu Yao watched Su Fan with bated breath, completely unaware of the unfolding events. To the observers, Su Fan appeared to be slowly advancing towards the ancient tree elder's true form. The expression of the ancient tree elder shifted gradually from confidence to apprehension. He is truly approaching step by step. The ancient tree elder found himself immobilized, while the external trees launched an even more ferocious assault. Time raced by for Su Fan, and concurrently, his strength escalated rapidly. The super golden invincible turtle formation reinforced itself, effectively repelling the tree's attacks. In that final moment, he stood before the ancient tree elder's true form. Impossible! Impossible! The ancient tree elder exclaimed in disbelief. It cannot be. How could he possibly breach my realm of time? After a prolonged silence, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting a blend of confusion and the weight of ages. Countless moments had passed for him, and maintaining a rhythm of awakening every century, he had repeated this motion innumerable times. This time, however, as he opened his eyes, he found himself in close proximity to the ancient tree elder, mere inches apart. The ancient tree elder stared wide-eyed at Su Fan. Chapter 87. What must come I do not push away, what must depart I do not pursue. Su Fan slowly raised his hand, an action that consumed an eternity. The ancient tree elder's eyes widened in disbelief. A golden hairpin materialized in his grasp, and, amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers, the pin advanced with a pace so leisurely it seemed as if a tortoise had possessed it. No, no. The ancient tree elder screamed frantically from beyond the golden barrier. Your Excellency, do you not wish to return? Remaining in this world, you too shall meet your demise. No one can survive. The hairpin continued its deliberate advance, piercing through the flesh of the ancient tree elder's neck, and then delving deeper. Its slow speed belied an inexorable sense that it would penetrate whatever lay ahead. Your Excellency, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. The ancient tree elder pleaded, but Su Fan remained indifferent. The pin emerged from the back of the elder's neck, and in an instant, the once menacing ancient trees began to wither and decay. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing the abrupt conclusion. For the denizens of the celestial realm, from the moment the adversary breached their domain until now, scarcely half a day had elapsed. Yet for Su Fan, it felt as if countless ages had passed, akin to a specter adrift in the river of time. You will come to regret this, were the ancient tree elder's last words. Su Fan exhaled softly, his mind in a haze. He descended from the air as the crowd gathered around him. Lu Yao rushed forth from the throng, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Su Fan shook his head, his gaze fixed quizzically on the palace in the sky. That was the sanctuary of the Celestial Emperor, a place no one could approach without permission. Once more, Su Fan entered the palace, recalling his previous visit when he had claimed victory in the Celestial Tournament. Inside the palace, the chambers were deserted, shrouded in dust, bearing no signs of habitation. Not even a whisper of presence lingered. As he surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly remembered what Tai Er had said. No one had ever seen the Celestial Emperor's visage. In truth, the entire celestial realm was governed by the Grand Elder. The only known fact was that the Emperor harvested the lifespans of celestial beings every century. Who indeed was the Celestial Emperor? Did he even exist? Such thoughts inexplicably crossed Su Fan's mind. Turning suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar face reflected in a copper mirror in the corner, his own visage. Su Fan furrowed his brow. Who, then, was the Celestial Emperor? The aroma of the first batch of dumplings was utterly delightful. Su Fan carried a plate to Tai Er's grave. 1, 2, 3. He arranged the dumplings before the memorial, then poured a small measure of wine over them. The losses in this celestial conflict were immense, with countless lives extinguished. Though Su Fan did not recognize many, he was acutely aware of the absence of numerous familiar faces. A few names lingered in his mind, though their faces had faded. Even Zhao Chongkong had perished. Su Fan remembered him well, as this young man had been defeated by his hand. Bound by the demons of his heart, he spent his days inebriated, his temperament transformed. Following the trope often seen in cinematic narratives, it was plausible that this individual, influenced by nefarious characters, could evolve into a formidable antagonist. Thus, Su Fan remained ever watchful of him, both consciously and subconsciously. Rumors circulated that he perished while charging forth, achieving a breakthrough against his inner demons in his final moments. Su Fan stood before Tai Er's gravestone, contemplating words to express, yet finding himself at a loss. In that instant, he realized how little he truly understood his master. He had only heard tales that Tai Er was once a figure of considerable renown in his youth. If the beings of the celestial realm were likened to stars, then Tai Er undoubtedly shone the brightest among them. His stories were plentiful, particularly those from his past with Jing Bai, which could fill 3 days and nights with narration. Yet, Tai Er seldom spoke of his past. When Su Fan occasionally inquired, Tai Er would respond, "Do not dwell on the past, nor speak of future matters," before drifting into a deep slumber. Truth be told, Su Fan could not discern any sorrow within Tai Er. On the contrary, he often proclaimed the joys of existence. Whether savoring a chicken leg accompanied by liquor or gazing appreciatively at Jing Bai as she passed by, he found life's worth in those fleeting moments, relieved that he had not succumbed the day prior. Yet, ultimately, he met his demise without ever tasting the first batch of dumplings filled with leeks. In his youth, he brimmed with ambition and vigor. In middle age, he lost everything, attaining profound enlightenment. And in his later years, he grew cautious and fearful of death. The pinnacle of his brilliance coincided with the moment of his passing. Su Fan stretched languidly, allowing the sun's rays to envelop him. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to bask in the sunlight for his master. Gradually, Su Fan walked away, singing into the wind. What is meant to come, I shall not resist. What is destined to leave, I shall not pursue. As a man, I traverse the world, unafraid of worldly tribulations and the passage of time. Chapter 88. The Master. As the twilight of the year hastened the fleeting daylight, frost and snow graced the cold nights at the world's edge. The restaurant buzzed with activity. Suya busily manipulated the abacus while urging on the staff. Xiaowu was drenched in sweat from the hustle. Where's my fish? It has been over half an hour, grumbled a customer with a bushy beard. Xiaowu hurried over, consulting his notes. Please hold on. I seem to be struggling to decipher my own handwriting. After scrutinizing the notes for a moment, he assured, rest assured, your fish will be served shortly. The bearded patron retorted, I have never heard of fresh catches taking this long. Suddenly, a handsome young man rushed in, breathless. Xiaowu looked up. What troubles you, Gu? Gu Hui, he gasped. Damn it, my fishing rod has been stolen. What misfortune is this? Queried Xiaowu. Gu Hui, he recounted. I was fishing when I encountered that foul fox from Tsuwei Mountain. It insisted that the area was its territory and forbade me from fishing. In a fit of rage, I confronted it, but it fled when it realized it could not overpower me. Upon my return, however, I discovered that both my rod and the fish I had just caught were gone. Xiao Wu scratched his head and turned to the bearded patron. Sir, it seems there has been an unfortunate incident with your fish. Would you prefer to order a different dish? The bearded patron sighed in resignation. Very well. Then I shall have a plate of scrambled eggs. Guhuwei he dashed to the back courtyard, calling out, Xiaohua, 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 the most prolific hen in the establishment, has consistently maintained the highest egg-laying record throughout the year. However, it is evident that Xiaohua is not in her prime today. The urn, unable to procure any eggs, rolled up its sleeves, preparing to retrieve one manually. To its dismay, Xiaohua's husband, Xiaowei, took flight and pecked at it, sending the urn scurrying around the yard in a frenzy. Infuriated, the urn declared its intent to stew Xiaowei for dinner. Ultimately, it had no choice but to take away the sleeping turtle, Wankai, nearby. Wankai was placed into the pot, resulting in a delectable turtle soup. Afterward, Wankai was removed, being a sacred creature, and the broth turned out exceptionally flavorful. Wankai cast a resentful glance at the urn. The urn finally presented the turtle soup, managing to satisfy the situation. Suya yawned lazily, stretching her limbs. At that moment, a dapper young gentleman, donned in splendid attire, strolled in, elegantly fanning himself. Ya, he called. Suya, rolling her beautiful eyes in exasperation, thought to herself, here we go again. This young gentleman, named Li Yuan, is the son of the current chancellor. Ever since his accidental visit to the eatery, he has taken a liking to Suya and frequently returns to pursue her. With a grin, Li Yuan approached, Miss Su. It has been a while. I have missed you dearly. Without lifting her gaze, Suya replied, Young Master Li, we met just the other day. How can you claim it has been so long? As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 seasons, Li Yuan countered. I heard that you have been tasked with overseeing the palace construction for the emperor. How is it that you still find time to visit my humble establishment? Upon mentioning this, Li Yuan's expression shifted to one of dismay. Do not mention it. The construction requires timber, and we initially selected a site at Tsuwei Mountain. Everything was going smoothly until recently, when many of the ancient laborers began to fall ill, claiming they had seen ghosts. It has caused quite a stir, and work has halted for 2 to 3 days. Li Yuan vented his grievances for quite a while before taking his leave. Before departing, Suya took advantage of the situation, selling him 3 jars of fine wine at 3 times the market price, knowing well that he was not short on funds. As night fell, the stillness enveloped the surroundings, and the faint glow of light flickered. Wankai had a light supper before retreating to slumber. Xiao Wu was indulging in a bowl of food. The urn remarked, Tomorrow, I shall take a day off. What are you planning to do, Bone Brother? Xiao Wu inquired. I intend to confront that fox at Suiwei Mountain. It is responsible for the loss of my fishing rod. Xiao Wu cautioned, perhaps it would be wise to let it go. Avoiding trouble is often preferable. The urn retorted. To endure in silence only breeds more resentment. Retreating merely leads to greater losses. I must reclaim my honor. Suya gazed dreamily out the window. Xiao Wu, aware that she was lost in thought about her beloved, said, Miss Su, do not dwell on it. Otherwise, I shall finish all the food myself. Your beloved is surely thriving in the celestial realm. You need not worry. Longing for him will not bring him back. Suya shot him a sideways glance, defiantly asserting, What is remembered will surely resonate. I will bring him back. Xiao Wu shook his head, jesting, If you truly manage to return him, I shall never seek a wife again. Just as the words left his mouth, a figure plummeted from the rooftop, crashing onto the dining table with a resounding thud. The delectable beef soup splattered across Xiao Wu's face. Oh dear, my elbow, my poor head. A familiar voice echoed. The trio paused momentarily. As the dust settled, Suya's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir. Chapter 89. Lengthy years, sir. Sir. A series of exclamations ensued, followed closely by the playful pounce of a small fox and a rotund figure. Su Fan exclaimed, Oh my poor head. Sir, you have finally returned. While one hand rubbed his lumbar region, the other affectionately stroked the little fox's head. Is everyone well? Xiao Wu, rubbing his own head, expressed a hint of discontent. Sir, why don't you pet me? Su Fan rose to his feet and glanced at the handsome youth nearby. Who is this? The figure, resembling a coffin, replied with a bravado. It's me. How long will you stay this time, sir? I should be able to stay quite a while. With Jingbai assuming the position of the Grand Elder, and as a distinguished contributor to the celestial realm, Su Fan's sole request was to return to the small world for a visit. Suya personally prepared a sumptuous feast for Su Fan. As he ate, he regaled the others with tales from the celestial realm, subsequently unveiling the gifts he had brought for them. Suya received a unique set of rouge and powder. The figure resembling a coffin received a fresh batch of ashes. which Su Fan had forgotten could take form. Unfazed, the coffin figure remarked that he had grown accustomed to it and planned to save it for brewing tea later. Xiaowu was gifted a beautiful hat. He had persistently conveyed his desire for a lovely hat to Su Fan, lamenting that otherwise, Suya would incessantly ruffle his hair, nearly wearing it down to the skin. As dawn approached, the group reluctantly returned to their respective rooms to prepare for sleep. Su Fan surveyed the familiar dining establishment. Stretching languidly, a tortoise named Wang Kai peeked out. Su Fan chuckled and patted its little head. "Welcome back," Wang Kai said, "I know." Once Su Fan returned to his room, Wang Kai slowly added, "I meant welcome home," returning to the comforting confines of his familiar chamber. Su Fan appreciated the immaculate cleanliness maintained by Su Ya's daily tidying. Gazing at the dimly lit candle, he squinted slightly. Though the moon may shine brightly in foreign lands, it cannot compare to the light of home. The next day, "Sir, it's time to rise." The little fox's tiny paws rubbed against Su Fan's cheeks. Groggily, he turned over, realizing the sun had already risen high. As he looked at Su Ya's visage, a fleeting sense of familiarity washed over him, as though he had never truly left. The restaurant bustled with activity, and the patrons noted the usually stern proprietress now beaming with joy, nearly enchanting all who beheld her. Additionally, a young man stood by the counter, possibly a new addition to the staff. Su Fan fiddled with the abacus, observing the ebb and flow of customers. A woman clad in green paused outside the restaurant, glancing up at the sign. She was tasked by her master to pursue studies in the Panlai celestial realm, perhaps for tens of thousands of years, or maybe even hundreds of thousands. There was a chance she may never return. In the celestial realm of Panlai, one can aspire to ascend to the heavenly palace. After much contemplation, Lu Yao decided to bid farewell to Su Fan in person. She cast a glance at Su Fan, who was leaning against the counter. Perhaps she harbored feelings for him, but she was uncertain when these emotions had taken root. It was akin to the fleeting exhilaration of sliding down a slide in childhood, a swift descent that culminated in an abrupt end. Yet, as time stretches on, she would likely forget this sentiment. The path of cultivation is long and the Tao is merciless. A gentle breeze swept by, and the figure of the young woman in blue had already vanished from the street. Inside the restaurant, Suya was playfully clinging to Su Fan, as if fearing he might flee at any moment. Little Five was bustling about, serving dishes. The urn had disappeared, seemingly off to Tsuewe Mountain to confront the foul fox from the previous day. As evening fell, the urn returned, fuming and bruised, clearly having been bested in a skirmish. "This is utterly outrageous." That vile fox resorted to underhanded tactics. The urn exclaimed, seething with indignation. "I shall not rest until this grievance is avenged." Little Five attempted to reason. "Brother Bone, perhaps it would be wise to let it go. One should show mercy when possible." "No, I cannot swallow this indignation," retorted the urn. The following day, the urn insisted on dragging Su Fan to Tsuewe Mountain for retribution. At Tsuewe Mountain, Su Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings. "Where is it? I had an appointment under this peach tree," he mused. After a while, a rustling in the thicket was heard, and a fox's head emerged. "You dare to return, you wretched creature," the urn shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. "Next year on this day shall mark your demise." With that, he nudged Su Fan. Su Fan straightened his chest, ready to confront the foe. The fox scanned Su Fan, scoffing. "You think I fear you just because you've brought a companion?" The urn instructed Su Fan, "Brother, handle this matter." Stepping forward, Su Fan stood his ground as the fox transformed into a towering beast, claws poised to strike. Just as the fox's lethal talons were about to pierce Su Fan, it hesitated, fearing the fatal consequences of its actions. In an instant, the fox felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon it, as if a tempest had struck, rendering it immobile. The fox quickly reverted to its original form, drenched in cold sweat. "Go, give it 2 good slaps," Su Fan commanded the urn. The urn, with a swagger, approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "Will you dare to flaunt yourself again?" The fox, wide-eyed, glared at the urn in fury. As the urn rolled up its sleeves to continue its assault, the fox's large, glistening eyes suddenly welled with tears, looking utterly pitiful. "Is it really necessary? You are a grown male, and yet a single strike brings you to tears? You are the true man here," it lamented, wiping its tears. The urn leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's a female fox." The fox shot a furious glare at the urn before dashing away in haste. The urn turned to Su Fan, who shrugged helplessly. "What do you expect of me? I came to assist in the fight, not to provide comfort." Chapter 90. The little fox Ronger. The little fox crouched amidst the thicket, wiping away her tears before gradually making her way back home. Her abode lay within a hollow tree. "Grandmother, I have returned," the little fox cheerfully proclaimed, as if the earlier incident of being bullied had never transpired. Her grandmother was not a fox, but rather a towering tree. Long ago, during the decisive battle between Su Fan and Lu Xian, the earth trembled, and this ancient tree was imbued with intelligence, subsequently cultivating into a sentient being. The little fox had been saved from a hunter's grasp by the tree, and had since been raised with care. Ronger, the tree grandmother said with a kind expression. The little fox nodded. Grandmother, I have brought back some food. The tree grandmother sighed gently. I am too old to eat. Do not worry, grandmother. I have chased away all those woodcutters. They dare not return, the little fox reassured. The tree grandmother replied, I worry for your safety. They are agents of the court. Having been driven away, they will surely seek to cause you trouble. Ronger patted her chest confidently. I am not afraid. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Beyond mankind, there are more men. We are so close to the capital. What if they seek out a Taoist from Longhu Mountain? You should go and hide for a while. I have lived long enough and am weary of life. Grandmother, do not speak like that. Try this new pastry from Luo Fuji. It is truly delicious. Meanwhile, a horse departed from Shiliang Pass, disguised, and returned to Chang'an. The couple, strangers to one another, met at Wujia Slope, where the urn hummed a little tune taught by Su Fan, casting a fishing line into the water. Then, wearing a green hat borrowed from Xiao Wu, he patiently waited for a catch. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed through the darkness. The urn turned sharply, seeing a golden light flickering in the shadows. A talisman? The urn scratched its head in confusion. Demon, do not flee. The golden rope, agile as a python, coiled around little fox Ronger. Two young Taoists, one elder and one younger, blocked her path. Ronger bared her teeth, revealing her fierce demeanor. The elder Taoist scoffed. So, it is merely a fox demon. No wonder I detected a foul stench from afar. Disciple, slay this fox demon. The young Taoist inhaled deeply, brandishing his sword, advancing step by step toward Ronger. The grass and trees trembled with murderous intent, and the stars dimmed in fear. Su Fan fiddled with his abacus, calculating today as earnings of 10 taels. Subtracting labor costs, Su girl still owed him. Suya snatched a floral wreath from Xiao Wu, transforming into a white fox that darted around the hall with the wreath in her mouth. She then gently landed on Su Fan's back, placing the floral crown atop his head. This beautiful wreath is a gift for you, sir. Xiao Wu protested. That was my wreath. How could Su girl give it away so casually? Suya replied. Are you unwilling to give it to the sir? Xiao Wu stammered, unable to find his words. It's not that I don't want to. Xiao Wu is so stingy. Suya teased. I am not stingy. Xiao Wu lamented, nearly on the verge of tears. Su Fan removed the floral wreath, urging, all right, Xiaoya, stop teasing Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu darted over, seized the wreath, and triumphantly stuck out his tongue at Suya. Suya pretended to strike him, prompting Xiao Wu to scamper away in haste. With a huff, Suya leapt onto Su Fan's shoulder. Sir! Bang! Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. A cinerary urn burst in, cradling an injured little fox, exclaiming, someone come quickly. A life is at stake. No, it was the life of a fox in peril. The urn had initially intended to go fishing at Sui Mountain, but unexpectedly encountered the little fox, who was being pursued by 2 Taoist priests. Considering their previous acquaintance and believing the little fox to be innocuous, the urn intervened, rescuing her and sprinting back to the shop. Curiously, Suya inquired, is this the fox you mentioned from Tsuiwei Mountain? The urn nodded. Su Fan approached to examine the injuries on Ronger, which were grievous. With such a breath, she had not crossed the threshold of the underworld. Su Fan enveloped her meridians with spiritual energy and administered a pill. Soon, ethereal wisps began to emerge from Ronger, and her breathing steadied. The urn exhaled in relief. That nearly scared me to death. Swish! 2 dark figures descended upon the street. Master, where did those 2 fellows run off to? The old Taoist waved his Buddhist staff, quickly pinpointing the direction of the urn's escape, his gaze landing on a nearby vegetable restaurant. There is not just one source of demonic energy. My disciple, let us capture the demons. Yes. A total of 13 performances were involved when I took the elective Peking opera class. There were 8 classes in total, during which the teacher sang for us, dedicating 6 full classes to it. The remaining 2 classes featured Ding Junshan, yet it was left unfinished, an indelible memory. Chapter 91. The Taoist Principles. The old Taoist lightly tapped his toes, silently landing atop the restaurant's roof. The young Taoist admired his master. His mastery of the art of walking without leaving a trace was unparalleled, if not the best in the world, certainly rare among peers. As the old Taoist prepared to strike, a flash of white light zipped past. Upon closer inspection, it was a short white sword, only a few inches in length. Darting straight toward him, furrowing his brow, the old Taoist waved his staff to deflect the sword. Yet, in the next instant, the sword rose again. The old Taoist swiftly sidestepped. The sword, seemingly alive, altered its course and launched another attack. The old Taoist's expression shifted. Swish! Swish, swish. In mere moments, the sword had struck dozens of times. The old Taoist was drenched in sweat, feeling as if he were beset by mosquitoes buzzing incessantly around his ears, while he found himself utterly powerless against it. Master, the young Taoist cried out in panic. The old Taoist swung his sleeve, conjuring a gust of wind to barely intercept the flying sword. He then seized the young Taoist and urged, "Run. There are formidable beings here." Su Fan observed the retreating figures, taking a delicate sip of tea. The next day, the little fox, Ronger, gradually awakened, and the first thing she did was to give the urn a kick. One cannot fault her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the large face of the urn. It was a reflexive action. Upon realizing her actions, she felt a bit shy and offered an apology to the urn. "Thank you for saving me." The urn merely shot her a glance, uninterested in holding a grudge. Ronger expressed her gratitude to a few others and insisted on returning home by nightfall. Su Fan calmly remarked, "You should remain here for a few more days. Those two Taoists will come looking for you again. If you continue to obstruct the court's timber operations on Suiwei Mountain, next time you may not be so fortunate." At this, Xia suddenly recalled that a few days prior, Li Yuan had mentioned that workers cutting wood on Suiwei Mountain reported sightings of monsters, and several had fallen ill from fright. Ronger lowered her head and sighed softly. She appreciated Su Gongzi's good intentions, but she had to prevent these individuals from cutting down trees. Otherwise, her grandmother and the second and third uncles would be in peril. Little Five counted on his fingers. So many relatives, the second uncle, the third uncle, and the maternal uncle. It turned out the emperor intended to construct a palace. Li Yuan had received the imperial edict and had chosen wood from Suiwei Mountain as the primary material. However, as large numbers of trees were felled, the vitality of the tree grandmother and other sentient trees began to wane rapidly. If they did not complete their work soon, the entire family of trees would perish. Ronger narrated her plight tearfully, and Suya listened, her tears flowing freely. Both were foxes by nature, born with an innate affinity. Little Five wiped his eyes, lamenting, "Ronger is truly too pitiful." The urn interjected, "Survival of the fittest is merely the law of nature. There is no need for tears." Before he could finish, Suya delivered a sharp reprimand. The urn rubbed its head. "Why did you hit me?" Little Five replied, "Brother Urn, you cannot say such things." Suya clung to Su Fan's arm, pleading, "Sir, please help Ronger." "Yes, please." Little Five chimed in, climbing alongside. The two tugged at Su Fan's arm from either side. Su Fan sighed. "How can I assist her?" Suya suggested, "Sir, speak to the emperor and ask him to halt the palace construction." Ronger cast a glance at Suya, thinking that while the girl had a kind heart, she was somewhat naive. Speaking to the emperor? It was akin to losing 10 yuan today and being told to report the situation to the United Nations. Su Fan stroked his chin, pondering. "But I do not know the current emperor." Ronger replied, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I do not wish to burden anyone." Suya reassured her, "Do not worry. My sir is quite formidable." "Indeed." Little Five nodded in agreement. Su Fan yawned and said to Ronger, "You should rest here for now. I will take care of the rest." Ronger's eyes lit up. "Really? Is that true?" The next day, two guests arrived at the tavern. Precisely the two Taoists from the previous evening, one old and one young. "Master, why have we returned here?" Inquiring into the enemy's situation. The master estimates that there is a formidable demon presiding over this restaurant. If it is not eradicated soon, it may pose a significant threat to the safety of the populace. What are the principles of the Taoists of Longhu Mountain? The young Taoist hesitated for a moment before responding. Cowardly, unfaithful, seducing the elder sister, betraying brothers. The old Taoist replied, "Excellent. One day, you shall become a scoundrel just like your master." "Thank you, master." The two Taoists entered the restaurant. Little Five approached enthusiastically. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" The old Taoist cast a sidelong glance at him. "Heavenly Eye, activate. Let me see the true form of this demon." "Hiss." The old Taoist gasped. The meatball has become sentient. Chapter 92, Sleeping Soundly. The old Taoist furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. This cannot possibly be the legendary meat spirit. He swallowed hard, unable to conceal his excitement. Obtaining the meat spirit is akin to acquiring the elixir of immortality. Esteemed guest, esteemed guest." Little Five called several times before the old Taoist regained his composure and smiled kindly. "Child, here is a piece of candy for you. What would you like to order?" "Esteemed guest?" After casually requesting a few dishes, the old Taoist's gaze swept across the other patrons in the establishment. A woman dressed in a pale pink gown, adorned with a pristine white veil, glided past him. With graceful steps and delicate hands, she fanned herself, her eyebrows akin to emerald feathers, her teeth like pearls. The young Taoist could not help but swallow hard, his eyes widening. Suya noticed the gaze upon her and frowned slightly. "A vixen," the old Taoist whispered. His gaze slowly traversed the room, ultimately resting on a young man at the counter, who leaned on his head with a smirk. There was no discernible aura of spiritual energy. He appeared to be an ordinary person. The old Taoist paid him little mind, as the demons in this establishment did not seem particularly powerful. But who was the one who struck last night? The old Taoist discreetly released a paper crane. Yet he sensed no other presence. Could it have been a passerby? He glanced at the meat spirit scurrying about, which to him appeared as alluring as a beautiful maiden. Then I shall not be blamed for seizing the opportunity. If this meat spirit were discovered by someone else, it would be too late. Thus, the master and apprentice remained seated until the restaurant closed, leaving only the two of them behind. A beautiful fox demon, a meat spirit, a sentient turtle, and an unremarkable young man. The old Taoist snorted, slamming his hand on the table. Su Fan was engrossed in reviewing the skills of the principal and teacher by paying little attention. Suya was preening herself, not even turning her head. Little Five, having finished a day's toil, leaned against the wall, dozing off. No one seemed to notice the old Taoist. He stood there, feeling inexplicably awkward. Bang! With another strike, the table split in two. Suya turned in shock. My beautiful ash tree. Humph, demon. A murderous glint flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. You shall pay for this ash tree, Suya declared. The old Taoist withdrew his peachwood sword, declaring, Demon, prepare yourself. Suya, baring her teeth, lunged forward, exclaiming, I shall fight you. Su Fan took a sip of tea, showing no inclination to intervene. Suya had never been fond of cultivation, and her inability to have him by her side perpetually meant that honing her combat skills would not be detrimental. Thus, the old Taoist and Suya engaged in a fierce struggle. Lacking any martial prowess, Suya fought purely on instinct, relying on her resilience to withstand blows. The old Taoist, employing an array of mystical techniques, initially held the upper hand. The duel was intense, each exchanging blows with fervor. Xiao Wu, trembling, hid behind Su Fan. Pleading, Sir, please assist Miss Suya. Su Fan recalled the debts of the day, reassuring, Do not worry, all shall be well. The old Taoist indeed possessed remarkable abilities, his incantations shifting continuously. Suya, accustomed to leisurely pursuits like card games and shopping, stood no chance against her opponent. Before long, she found herself overwhelmed, retreating in tears, clutching her singed posterior. Sir, you must avenge me. This old wretch played with fire and burned my rear. Suya lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at her once pristine and silky fur, now marred by a singed patch. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, retorted, You foul Taoist, playing with fire indiscriminately. Just then, a small fox named Ronger dashed down from the second floor. Ronger will accompany you. Do not harm them, she implored. Ronger. Suya's eyes brimmed with tears. Miss Su, called Ronger, as Xiao Wu wiped her eyes. The two little foxes and a chubby ball of fluff embraced, sobbing together. Su Fan mused, Is this truly turning into a tragic drama? The old Taoist scoffed, Demon, surrender willingly, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Suya, pointing an accusatory finger at the old man, retorted, You forced me into this. Oh, do you possess any hidden skills? The old Taoist raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. The young disciple cheered from the sidelines, Master, go for it. Suya, summoning all her strength, shouted, Behold, the ultimate summoning spell, sir. Su Fan, at that moment, drew the old Taoist's gaze. Mortal, this matter does not concern you. Go somewhere cool and mind your own business. Having just completed his final accounting, Su Fan casually flicked away the ink droplets. The old Taoist's pupils constricted as the Buddhist dust swirled, creating an invisible whirlwind. Yet the ink droplet expanded with increasing intensity. The old Taoist's expression shifted as he began to retreat hastily. He forcefully pressed his heel against the threshold, forming a golden light in front of him, attempting to counter the impending attack. However, the ink droplet split into four, ensnaring the old Taoist from all directions like ropes, rendering him unable to escape. Master. The old Taoist's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, the ink droplet carrying him out through the door. Su Fan closed the ledger and turned to the little fox Ronger, saying, Rest easy. Tomorrow I shall speak with the Emperor of Dezhou. Ronger gazed at his retreating figure, her expression dazed, as if his words were as casual as announcing a trip to the market for groceries. Chapter 93. The Great Zhou Palace. Su Fan arose early, taking Ronger along as they set forth to the capital in search of the Great Zhou Emperor. Suya, eager for excitement, insisted on accompanying them. Ronger, initially believing this was a jest, was taken aback to discover that Su Fan was indeed leading her towards the capital. The little fox, Ronger, clung to Su Fan's shoulder, mesmerized by the swiftly passing scenery and the magnificent imperial palace. Could this be a dream? Young Master Su. There's the palace. We must stop, she exclaimed. No one is permitted to fly over the palace without royal consent. To do so is to invite execution without mercy. Moreover, The capital lay adjacent to Longhu Mountain, where the esteemed Astronomical Bureau's chief was stationed. What a sight! Suya exclaimed, her eyes wandering as the view from above was undeniably extraordinary. Su Fan gazed upon the familiar palace, noting that it had not changed too drastically from his memories. The most prominent features were undoubtedly the two colossal statues, one of the 7th Emperor of Great Zhou, Song Chongjing, and the other of the white-clad Chancellor, Su Fan himself. Staring at Song Chongjing's statue, Su Fan was momentarily lost in thought, memories flooding back. I long to unify the 6 kingdoms under Great Zhou. I beseech you, master, to assist me. How swiftly time has passed. How many years had it been? He could scarcely remember. Master. Huh. Su Fan snapped back to reality, landing outside the palace with the 2 little foxes. He contemplated whether to enter directly or to send someone to announce their arrival. Entering unannounced would be quite the breach, given that he had a hand in establishing some of the palace's regulations. Just then, he encountered Li Yuan, the son of the left chancellor, who was on his way into the palace. Li Yuan, having once dined at a restaurant, had taken a liking to the little fox, Suya. He was also one of the primary overseers of the palace renovations, visiting the emperor to report on the progress. Miss Suya, what brings you here? Li Yuan inquired. By chance, would you be so kind as to escort us into the palace? Suya replied. Li Yuan frowned in confusion. Do you think the palace is my home, allowing me to bring whomever I please? However, if you wish to visit my residence, I can take you there after my audience with the emperor. Suya turned to Su Fan, suggesting, Master, why don't you simply take us in by flying? Li Yuan nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. To ascend within the palace unbidden is a capital offense. Miss Suya, do not entertain such thoughts. Su Fan smiled gently. Might I trouble you, young Master Li, to deliver a message? A message? What sort of message? Li Yuan asked, perplexed. Surely you will encounter the chief eunuch Zhang Fong upon your entry. I would appreciate it if you could deliver this to him. Su Fan produced a cloth bag from his storage ring. Li Yuan took the bag, feeling its weight, and looked at Su Fan with curiosity. Do you know eunuch Zhang? He is no ordinary man. He wields considerable influence and has thwarted numerous assassins intent on harming the emperor. Su Fan explained, he is my maternal uncle. Li Yuan hesitated. This is against protocol. How could I possibly hand something to the chief eunuch without due cause? As the conversation unfolded, a ceremonial procession passed by. Following closely was a striking crimson carriage, drawn by equally resplendent horses. The horses donned ornate copper masks, adorned with feathers, presenting a remarkably splendid appearance. The guards surrounding the carriage were clad in purple garments and war-pointed hats. Li Yuan, a voice called out as a lady peered from the carriage. Your Highness. Li Yuan responded, his expression shifting as he hastily bowed. What brings you here? Li Yuan explained. A distant relative of eunuch Zhang has entrusted me with some items for him, though it seems somewhat contrary to palace regulations. Zhang Fong, she inquired. Indeed. The lady cast a glance at Su Fan and his companions from afar. Hand it to me. I shall take it inside. Thank you, Your Highness. Do not be so formal with me. Let us enter the palace together. Princess Song Jia of the Great Zhou regarded the weighty cloth bag in her hands. Feeling its heft. What is this? She curiously glanced inside. It appears to be some sort of seal, akin to the military tokens of my royal brother. Within the imperial palace, the remnants of summer clouds gathered, and the new rain brought autumn's mist. The elderly director of the Astronomical Bureau was engaged in a game of chess with the headmaster of Longhu Mountain, while the current emperor of Great Zhou, Song Yuan, observed the contest. The 3 men, holding nearly all the power of Zhongzhou, relished the coolness of the palace during the warm afternoon, with a chilled watermelon nearby. After 2 hours of intense competition, the director squinted slightly, his face set in seriousness. The Longhu Mountain headmaster, Qi Yuntai, confidently declared, this game is as good as won. Such bravado may lead to your downfall, the director retorted coldly. At that moment, a lady rushed in. Brother, dressed in a flowing white gown that trailed to the floor. Embroidered with exquisite patterns, her dark hair was lightly swept up, and though her face bore no cosmetics, her natural beauty was enchanting. With a slender waist and an ethereal aura, she was none other than Princess Song Jia of Great Zhou. Brother, what joy is there in watching these 2 old men play chess? Come accompany me to fly kites. In all of Zhongzhou, it was likely only Princess Song Jia who would dare refer to these 2 gentlemen as old men. Song Yuan admonished, such disrespect is not to be tolerated. Song Jia leaned closer. Who will win? I shall. Both Qi Yuntai and the director replied in unison. Your humble servant, Li Yuan, pays his respects to your majesty. Emperor Song Yuan glanced towards Li Yuan at the door. Enter. Li Yuan cautiously stepped inside. Meanwhile, Princess Song Jia approached the head eunuch, Zhang Fong, who had been standing at the entrance. Zhang Fong slightly inclined his body. Your Highness, Song Jia produced the cloth bag. Here, this is from your distant relative. Distant relative? Zhang Fong furrowed his brow as he took the bag and examined its contents. Upon closer inspection of the seal, his expression abruptly changed, eyes widening in shock. Princess Song Jia was taken aback by his reaction, as she had always known him to be composed and unflappable. Zhang Fong disregarded all formalities and hurriedly stepped towards Emperor Song Yuan. Your Majesty. Chapter 94. Is this it? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Zhang Fong hurriedly approached. An unmistakable look of astonishment etched upon his face. What is the matter? Song Yuan inquired, raising his head in surprise. How could this esteemed Grand Eunuch, who was of an age to be his great-grandfather's great-grandfather, suddenly lose his composure today? Zhang Fong respectfully handed over the seal. Your Majesty, this. Song Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. What is it? Zhang Fong glanced towards the two individuals engrossed in their chess game. The old eunuch, noticing Zhang Fong's gaze, casually glanced over, only to furrow his brow sharply. It is the imperial seal. The old eunuch suddenly stood up. Qi Yuantai, the headmaster of Longhu Mountain, was deep in thought, contemplating a solution to the chessboard conundrum. Assuming the sudden movement indicated a confrontation, he questioned, the imperial seal? What imperial seal? In the next moment, Qi Yuantai's expression darkened. The old eunuch spoke tremulously. Master Zhang, this seal was given to our family by the Grand Princess. Zhang Fong replied. All eyes fell upon the Grand Princess, Song Jia. Feeling uneasy, she stammered, I merely brought it for someone else. That person claimed to be a relative of Master Zhang. You can ask Li Yuan if you don't believe me. Li Yuan's heart sank, silently pondering. Could something have gone awry? Where is that person now? The old eunuch inquired anxiously, looking towards Song Jia. Outside the palace, she replied. Beneath the midday sun, shadows danced on the ground, and a dreamlike song of a nightingale echoed. Sir. Suya shook Su Fan's shoulder. Su Fan smacked his lips, opened his eyes, and yawned. What is it? Suya said, why haven't they come out yet? Is it possible they have lost interest in you? Rong Air cast a cautious glance at Su Fan and timidly suggested. Perhaps we should just forget about it. She felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they were in the grand palace of the Great Zhou, the highest seat of power in the Central Plains. Just as they spoke, the palace doors were suddenly pushed open. Emperor Song Yuan of the Great Zhou, Qi Yuantai, the headmaster of Longhu Mountain, the old eunuch of the Astronomical Bureau, and Princess Song Jia entered. Among them, only Qi Yuantai, the old eunuch, and Zhang Fong recognized Su Fan. They stood momentarily in stunned silence, gazing at the familiar young man before them, before finally reacting. We pay our respects to the Prime Minister. Su Fan smiled faintly, noting how much older these three appeared. Prime Minister? Song Jia shot a glance at Qi Yuantai and the others, aware that these three did not even need to kneel before her royal brother. Emperor Song Yuan regarded Su Fan, unable to discern the latter's disguise due to his lack of cultivation. He merely felt that Su Fan's appearance was a stark contrast to that of the statue, as if they were entirely different individuals. Observing both of his masters kneeling, he was about to do the same when Su Fan gently raised him. Song Yuan? Song Yuan nodded stiffly. I have come specifically to discuss a matter with you today. Watching Su Fan's retreating figure, Grand Princess Song Jia curiously tugged at Zhang Fong's sleeve. Master Zhang, is that person truly the legendary white-clad Prime Minister? Zhang Fong nodded. He appears remarkably youthful. Zhang Fong remarked. The Prime Minister is akin to an immortal, naturally untouched by the ravages of time. Song Jia touched her own face and blinked her eyes in wonder. Zhang Fong sighed, reminiscing about the days of his youth when he was unexpectedly elevated by his master, allowing him to serve at his side. Under his master's guidance, he embarked on the path of cultivation. All these memories seemed to unfold before his eyes. In the imperial palace, the emperor of the Great Zhou, Song Yuan, had never felt such tension as he did at this very moment. The last time he experienced such emotions was on the day he ascended the throne. Before him stood a legendary figure, one who existed only in historical texts and folklore. Adorned with titles such as the Prime Minister in White, the creator of the Great Zhou, the Human Slayer, the world's foremost strategist, and the sword god of Peach Blossom. I have come to ask of you a favor, Su Fan said, sipping his tea leisurely. Song Yuan instinctively swallowed hard, his anxiety intensifying. What matter could compel this transcendent immortal to descend and seek him out? Was it concerning the fate of the Great Zhou? Could it be an impending celestial attack or a demonic invasion? Observing Su Fan's expression, Song Yuan's heart sank. Perhaps this figure found him displeasing or was dissatisfied with his reign, contemplating his removal. Su Fan was not unfamiliar with such actions, having previously deposed Song Yu in favor of his brother. Otherwise, the throne would not have fallen to him. Little fox, you may convey this to the emperor. Su Fan instructed. Beside him, Ronger nodded timidly and spoke. Could you please refrain from cutting down the trees on Quivi Mountain? That is the home of the little fox. Song Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Ah, he quickly nodded. No problem. I shall order them to cease the deforestation at once. Ronger's face instantly brightened with joy. Su Fan took another sip of his tea. Very well. We shall take our leave now. I apologize for the disturbance. With that, Su Fan departed, accompanied by the two little foxes. Song Yuan stood in a daze, watching them vanish from sight. Is this truly the matter at hand? What was that saying? After all the fuss, this is what I get to see. What happened to the esteemed Principal Gao and Teacher Bai? Master. As Su Fan stepped outside, he encountered Zhang Fong, the chief eunuch, who wielded considerable power within the palace and was known as the inner minister. In a rare display, Zhang Fong knelt before him. Su Fan patted his shoulder, remarking on the passage of time and how it spares no one. Tears welled in Zhang Fong's eyes. I never imagined I would reunite with my master one day. Even if I were to die now, it would be worth it. Do not speak such words. Live well. I have few old friends left, Su Fan replied. Chapter 95. A grand confrontation in the restaurant. The little fox Ronger prepared to return to Quivi Mountain the following day. I am immensely grateful for your care over these past few days. I shall never forget your kindness. Ronger bowed to the group. Is the next line about to be serving as a beast of burden? The ashen urn interjected. Ronger shot him a fierce glare. Mind your own business, you foul urn. Hey, you ungrateful fox, who saved you? None of your concern. Suya was busy applying her makeup in front of the mirror, while Xiao Wu played peacemaker between Ronger and the ashen urn. The moon hung hazily, and the stars twinkled sparsely. Tomorrow would herald a new day. At Longhu Mountain, the master exclaimed, there is a malevolent cultivator stationed at that restaurant, employing exceedingly ruthless methods. The disciple nearly fell victim to his nefarious scheme. The old Taoist was recounting his harrowing experience at the restaurant to his master, Yu Wuzi. Beside him, the young monk nodded in agreement. Yu Wuzi, stroking his beard, seemed disinterested in such trivial matters. Disciple, how have I taught you? One must not compete or quarrel with others. Why engage in such strife? The old Taoist pressed his lips together and replied, Master, in my view, it would be best to let this matter rest. Better to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, that wicked cultivator possesses a spirit herb. Yu Wuzi suddenly stood up, his expression shifting dramatically. What? How dare he bully my most beloved disciple? Such audacity. Today he may strike a man. Tomorrow he may commit murder and arson, and the day after he may seek to destroy the world. On the following day, he will aim to shatter the celestial realm and overturn the heavenly palace. I shall not tolerate this. Leading the way, he declared, I must go and vanquish him, so they may witness the might of Longhu Mountain. Outside the restaurant, beneath the old locust tree, Su Fan observed the ongoing chess game, unable to suppress a sound of approval. Very good, your skills have indeed improved. Qi Yuantai, the headmaster of Longhu Mountain, smiled warmly, akin to a student standing before his teacher. However, one could argue that Su Fan was indeed half a teacher to Qi Yuantai. The two players engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, their black and white pieces intermingling. In a match between masters, it was rare to see the slaughter of the dragon. The pieces were meticulously advanced, each step calculated. Yet Qi Yuantai ultimately fell short in strategy. With a wry smile, he conceded, I have lost. Su Fan replied with a faint smile, next time, I shall grant you 5 pieces. Thus, they commenced another game. Qi Yuantai furrowed his brow in deep thought. Each move executed with caution. He advanced step by step, carefully grinding against his opponent. Meanwhile, Su Fan exhibited boundless variation, playing with an exhilarating intensity, one moment favoring aggression, the next adopting a more grounded approach. This left his opponent utterly confounded. As the chess game reached a critical juncture, Qi Yuantai was drenched in sweat. At that moment, Yu Wuzi, accompanied by the old Taoist and the young monk, approached with great fervor. Su Fan lifted his gaze slightly to regard them. Master, it is he. The old Taoist spoke softly to Yu Wuzi. With a dismissive scoff, Yu Wuzi strode forward confidently, though Qi Yuantai had his back to them. He sensed the presence of the trio. Nevertheless, his focus remained solely on the chessboard. Yu Wuzi approached Qi Yuantai and delivered a powerful shove. You old rascal. Qi Yuantai was taken aback for a moment, seemingly unable to shake off the surprise of the sudden confrontation. So you are the one who harmed my disciple, is it? Master, that's a mistake. It was him. The old Taoist hurriedly interjected, pointing at Su Fan. Yu Wuzi raised his head and delivered another kick to Qi Yuantai. Then this fellow is no good either. Slowly, Qi Yuantai turned his head. Yu Wuzi frowned slightly, as if the face before him seemed somewhat familiar. In the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed. It was as if lightning had struck. Yu Wuzi nearly fainted from shock. The young monk, being a novice disciple, had never encountered the headmaster before and, eager to showcase himself, stepped forward. He extended his hand and gave Qi Yuantai a hefty shove. imitating the tone of Yu Wuzi as he scolded, "You old fool, go away." Su Fan silently tidied up the chessboard before returning to the restaurant, shutting the door behind him, unable to bear witnessing such a cruel scene any longer. Time advanced slightly, and in the evening courtyard, a delicate fragrance lingered. The wind was gentle, and snowflakes fell softly in the restaurant's rear garden. Princess Songjia placed a piece of roasted meat into her mouth, savoring its delightful flavor. Ever since Su Fan entered the palace several months ago, Songjia had discovered his whereabouts and frequently visited, cherishing the rare opportunity to interact with historical figures. Gradually, she became friends with everyone, particularly forming a close bond with Suya. At that moment, a deep crimson figure darted past the courtyard. It was the little fox, Ronger. Suya inquired, "Ronger, what brings you here today?" The little fox replied, "I came to deliver frozen pears." Ronger carried a large basket in her mouth. "Then you should have some roasted meat," suggested Rong. Shaking her head, she explained, "I came out to buy things, and will be heading back soon." Looking around, she asked, "Where's that annoying Bone Box?" Xiao Wu replied, "Bone Brother went outside to build a snowman. You came specifically to see him, didn't you?" Ronger's face flushed crimson. "Who would want to see him?" Su Fan chuckled, "Ah, the youth of today. Go see the snowman your elder is making." The Bone Box cheerfully ran in, noticing Ronger and approaching her. "Hey, little fox, what did you bring for me today? What is this dark thing? Can we eat it?" Ronger proudly lifted her chin. "This is a frozen pear." The Bone Box frowned. "Frozen pear? Don't tell me you brought us spoiled pears." Ronger playfully bit the back of his hand, exclaiming, "Annoying Bone Box, go die." After scolding him, she swiftly dashed away. Chapter 96. Xiao Wu's cousin. On a night where the moon shone brightly and stars twinkled sparsely, the autumn breeze swept through. Su Fan leisurely strolled through the streets before returning to the restaurant, where an old hen approached him. "What the?" Su Fan exclaimed, grabbing the hen. "Little flower?" It was then that he noticed the restaurant was piled high with food, pastries from Luo Fuji, roasted duck from Wang Erya's family, almond tea, lotus flower pastries, osmanthus-flavored lotus powder cake, steamed sweet osmanthus, and even various fowl and beasts. Su Fan furrowed his brow. "What is going on here?" Xiao Wu looked up as Su Fan returned, saying, "Sir, you're back." Su Fan inquired, "Xiao Wu, what is all this?" Xiao Wu explained, "These are all things I bought. My cousin is coming and said he wants to introduce me to someone." Su Fan retorted, "Is that really necessary for such a gathering?" Xiao Wu clutched a lively fish, replying, "I'm not sure if all this is enough for my cousin's feast." The following day, Su Fan basked in the sun on the rooftop. Princess Songjia tiptoed silently over. "Don't you have anything else to do?" Su Fan, eyes closed, lazily yawned. Songjia sat beside him, sighing, "Ah, I've been discovered again." Su Fan remarked, "If you seek cultivation, you should go to Longhu Mountain or consult old Jianzheng. I lack the time to instruct you." Songjia replied, "I did not come to learn cultivation. I came to hear a story." "What story?" Su Fan inquired. "Of course. The tale of you and the crown princess of the Tang dynasty, Lu Xian. When I was young, I read about it in a folk publication, and it brought me to tears." Song Jia continued, "What is the status of your relationship with Lu Xian?" Su Fan hummed a little tune, disregarding her. After a lengthy monologue from Song Jia, she noticed his silence. She stuck out her tongue and made a face before running off to play with Suya. Su Fan closed his eyes, preparing for a nap. Just as he was about to drift off, he perceived what seemed to be a shooting star streaking across the distant horizon. Buzz! Su Fan felt as if his head had exploded in an instant. The intense pain caused his body to convulse involuntarily, and his consciousness began to fade. Shadows flickered before his eyes. He forced himself to open them. At one moment, he saw the roof of a restaurant, and the next, a strange landscape. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. The blinding lights compelled him to shut his eyes once more. He heard what seemed to be the sound of something shattering, as if a creature were perched on his cervical spine. He reached to touch it. Was it a living being? Su Fan opened his eyes again, panting heavily. He covered his chest, drenched in sweat. Before him was the familiar restaurant. Was this all a dream? Goodness! Everything appeared perfectly normal, yet exuded an eerie atmosphere. What was happening? Xiao Wu closed the restaurant door. Just then, there came a hurried knocking from outside. "We are closed for the day. If you wish to eat, please wait until tomorrow." "Is that you, Xiao Wu?" A familiar voice called from outside. "Cousin!" Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly as he opened the door. Su Fan was playing with a string of flowers when he heard the voice and looked up. He saw two chubby figures colliding together. They seemed to be attempting to embrace, but due to their physical limitations, they could only bump their bellies against each other. "Xiao Wu, cousin." The cousin stroked Xiao Wu's belly and asked, "Why have you lost weight again?" "Cousin, I've been on a diet recently." "What diet?" "Your plumpness is far more endearing." Xiao Wu pulled his cousin closer, saying, "Cousin, let me introduce you to my friends. This is Brother Gu, and this is Mr. He is the one I mentioned before who saved my life. Oh, the cousin nodded in understanding. I appreciate you looking after Xiao Wu during these days. Su Fan smiled and replied, it is our duty, no need for thanks. The cousin removed his hat and sighed. Xiao Wu, do you have anything to eat? I've been running for my life without a proper meal. Xiao Wu scratched his head. Running for your life? What happened, cousin? The cousin recounted, do not mention it. I was pursued by a mysterious figure as soon as I arrived in Zhongzhou. It chased me relentlessly, and I barely managed to escape. Wait here, cousin. I will fetch you something to eat right away. Uncle Biao remarked. No need to make a fuss. Just fetch me 10 pounds of noodles, prepare 70 or 80 eggs, and bring a few cows. Additionally, I would like a dozen pounds of pork knuckles and 30 roasted lamb legs. Su Fan responded, you truly have a hearty appetite. Uncle Biao replied, no worries, I'll have a bite now and save the feast for tomorrow. Bone Ash Box glanced at Su Fan, sensing an ominous premonition. I feel it too, Su Fan admitted. Their foreboding was well-founded. Uncle Biao continued to feast until noon on the third day. During this time, Xiao Wu hurriedly traveled by cart to procure more vegetables, yet the pace of his purchases could hardly keep up with Uncle Biao's voracious consumption. Chapter 97. At the foot of Mount Tai, the restaurant had closed for business over these 2 days, and notices had been posted. Uncle Biao intended to take Xiao Wu to Mount Tai for matchmaking. Consequently, Su Fan decided to accompany them, both for leisure and to ensure Xiao Wu, whose identity was precarious, would not encounter any trouble. Thus, it was resolved that everyone would go together, with only Wang Kai remaining to guard the house. Bone Ash Box expressed a desire to visit Sui Mountain to inquire if the little fox, Ronger, would like to join. However, upon his return, he was visibly irate, presumably having quarreled with Ronger once more. Their meetings often ended in disputes, sometimes escalating to physical altercations. Keep a good watch over the house, Su Fan instructed Wang Kai. Wang Kai stretched his neck and assured, I understand, wish you a safe journey. Su Fan preemptively added, yes, travel well. With a wink, he playfully flipped Wang Kai over. They rented 2 carts and set off westward. As the sun began to set behind the red trees and green mountains, Su Fan sat in the cart, a blade of dogtail grass between his lips, humming a little tune. A bright moon shines upon the western chamber. A beautiful maiden awaits Zhang Sheng for the banquet. Suya listened intently to Su Fan's melody, while Xiao Wu joyfully jumped from the cart, scampering about. Uncle Biao munched contentedly on a large pancake, and Bone Ash Box lay atop the cart, sulking in silence. Despite their earlier quarrel, Ronger had followed discreetly, trailing behind and intentionally allowing Suya to notice her presence. Bone Ash Box chose to ignore her, and Ronger pouted, refusing to speak. After a journey of over half a month, they estimated only a few more days until they reached Mount Tai. Su Fan gazed at the passing scenery, listening to the whispers of the wind. In that moment, he sought no thoughts, merely reveling in the beauty surrounding him. With a tranquil heart, he embraced the vastness of the sky and sea. There was no need to cling too tightly to matters of the world. Everything unfolds as fate dictates. Life's tribulations, which once seemed unbearable, gradually transform into mere whispers of the past. As mist rolled over the mountains, the setting sun painted the sky crimson. The solitary crows scattered across the sparse trees, while the distant mountains beckoned home. What brings such elegance upon return? I shall brew tea by the little stove. Su Fan sipped his tea and nestled back into the cart. Sleep, sleep. Such delightful days are too precious to waste without a nap. After all, in this restless world, days of carefree contemplation are scarce. Buzz. A sudden sharp pain pierced through Su Fan's mind, causing him to nearly grind his teeth to dust. Fortunately, this time, there were no hallucinations. What could be the matter with him? After several days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at the foot of Mount Tai, where they sought refuge in an inn. The area surrounding Mount Tai was rife with supernatural beings, and this very inn was owned by such entities. Within it were 2 stunningly beautiful fox spirits, 2 fragrant meat spirit mushrooms, a dashing young man, and an unremarkable youth. To these creatures, it was akin to a school principal encountering a renowned teacher. The first to strike was a gray wolf. It approached and was swiftly launched into the air. Next came 2 wild boars, as the other supernatural beings observed the unfortunate victim sprawled on the ground, falling into an uneasy silence. Proudly, Xiao Wu turned to his cousin, saying, Cousin, the master is indeed formidable, so there is no need for fear. Throughout their journey, his cousin had been worried about the mysterious pursuer, to the point of losing his appetite. Su Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the myriad of supernatural beings within the inn, who dared not breathe a word and quickly diverted their gazes. In the depths of the great Thousand Mountain, a Gu Jiao licked its lips, fixated on the enigmatic figure before it. Are you certain that fellow possesses a complete dragon bone? Its voice was peculiar, a stark contrast to its terrifying appearance. Body of a leopard, beak of an eagle, a single horn, and a massive maw, yet it emitted a sound akin to that of an infant, as if barely past 10 months old, resembling a creature neither bird nor beast. Once dwelling in the Thunder Marsh, it had since left the waters to inhabit the Yun wilderness, remaining in a state of slumber for years, awakening only once every decade to forage for food. The masked man smiled faintly, affirming, "Indeed, however, his strength is formidable. You are likely not his match." The Gujiao scoffed. "He is merely a deity from a minor celestial realm. I have slain such beings before. The so-called invincible body and undefeated war god are nothing but exaggerated tales. Those who have never ventured beyond their confines tend to view outsiders with narrow-mindedness." The masked man replied, "Very well, but should you suffer a crushing defeat, do not blame me for not warning you. Let it be known that the dragon bone belongs to me." The mysterious figure responded, "No problem. I only desire the meat spirit mushrooms." Agreed. Chapter 98. Is it you? Although Su Fan had managed to intimidate that band of rogues during the day, it was inevitable that some would resort to desperate measures. For safety, everyone decided to share a room. They gathered together on the floor to sleep. Xiao Wu, turning over, drooled as he murmured dreamily, "Beautiful wife." A paw from Rong Air struck the face of an urn, which seemed to dream of delectable food as it gnawed on Rong Air's paw, mumbling, "Pork trotters, heh heh. Such fragrant pork trotters." Suya buried her head in her tail, curling up. Su Fan, feeling rather bored, flipped through some things. Suddenly, rain began to fall outside, not heavy, but a gentle drizzle that whispered in the night. Inside the room, tranquility reigned. Su Fan rose to close the window, but his expression shifted slightly. In the next instant, he found himself amidst a dense forest outside the inn. He held the scroll lazily in his hand, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept in from behind. In the next moment, flames erupted around Su Fan. Gujiao appeared 100 meters before him, wielding a blazing sphere of black fire. The celestial fire, a legendary flame born from the friction of heaven and earth, contained the essence of the cosmos. "Humph. Merely a facade." Gujiao scoffed, dismissing it with a wave, and turned to leave. "Did your mother never tell you not to play with fire?" Gujiao, perplexed, turned back to see an intact Su Fan standing before him. Not bad at all. A faint smile curled at the corners of Gujiao's mouth. Another swift gust passed, forcing the surrounding raindrops to scatter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gujiao moved with such speed that only afterimages remained. How about this speed? Does it catch your attention? Even the falling raindrops failed to capture Gujiao's form, as he deftly compressed Su Fan's space to maneuver. Su Fan stood still, unwavering. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed from all directions. In the next instant, Gujiao appeared at Su Fan's side. Boom. Surrounding trees were obliterated, leaving not a trace. And a mountain a kilometer away crumbled in the aftermath. Gujiao sported a triumphant smile. Humph. As the smoke cleared, Su Fan surveyed the devastation wrought upon the flora, exclaiming in exasperation at the utter lack of decorum. Gujiao furrowed his brow in confusion, staring at Su Fan. How could this be? Not only was the opponent unscathed, but he hadn't even moved an inch. Su Fan explained, "Do not waste your efforts with your strength. You cannot breach my defenses within 6 feet. Arrogant." The ground beneath Gujiao shattered instantly, and his form flickered rapidly around Su Fan. This time, his speed was markedly greater than before. Boom, boom. The frequency of his attacks against Su Fan intensified. After an indeterminate passage of time, the thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the young man's visage once more. Gujiao's eyes widened, speechless. Impossible. Gujiao roared and charged again. Su Fan raised his hand, aiming for Gujiao's vulnerable spot. With a swift motion, he struck. Splat. Gujiao clutched his backside, collapsing to the ground. Inside the inn, a mysterious figure appeared, scanning the room before settling on Xiao Wu and his cousin in the corner. "Take a look, but do not take them. They are not for sale." Suddenly, a voice intruded from behind. The mysterious figure whirled around, delivering a palm strike. Su Fan sidestepped, seizing her arm and effortlessly hurling her out the window. The mysterious figure soared like a kite severed from its string, drifting thousands of meters before barely managing to halt. Before she could regain her balance, a hand landed on her shoulder, sending her tumbling head over heels once more. This time, she crashed through several sturdy trees. Su Fan leaped into the air, his hands clasped behind his back. A foot descended from the void, and the enigmatic figure, caught off guard, hastily formed a spell before them. Bang! A tri-layered golden barrier momentarily halted Su Fan's assault. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, exerting additional force. A crisp sound resonated as the first barrier shattered, followed swiftly by the second. Seizing the opportunity, the mysterious individual rolled away, scrambling to distance themselves from Su Fan. Just as they prepared to assume a stance, a gust of wind swept across their face. Su Fan had already appeared before them. reaching out to seize the mask upon their face. The mysterious figure reacted swiftly, springing up with a knee strike directed at Su Fan, akin to a cannonball. Su Fan deftly flung them aside, the mask in his grasp disintegrating into fragments. As he looked up, illuminated by the faint moonlight, a mountain breeze tousled the figure's long hair. Su Fan's pupils widened, and his expression shifted abruptly. You? Chapter 99, a retrospective in search of dreams along the path, amidst falling rain and blooming flowers. As the saying goes, the most heart-wrenching moments occur on late autumn days, where the weary figure elicits deep sympathy. Inviting wine to drown sorrow, 3 cups lead to intoxication, while the pursuit of fragrance awakens dreams in the cold of dawn. The phoenix hairpin weeps for its beloved, as the thorny flowers mark my unfulfilled fate. In the quiet solitude of a small building, the heart and moon are difficult to align, elusive as a hook and challenging to complete. Bang! The storyteller struck the wooden block fiercely, startling the audience into silence. Everyone fixated on the storyteller on stage. The previous tale spoke of Su Fan and Lu Xian's encounter in the White Horse Mountain Range. One was the princess of the Tang dynasty, the other the chancellor of the Zhou dynasty. Just then, the mountain breeze swept through the wilderness. The world was suddenly late, and the mountains and rivers had donned autumn's attire. The two gazed longingly at each other, yet could only lament. The heavens play tricks, and fate is capricious. The storyteller's words flowed like a river, and the audience leaned in, eager not to miss a single detail. Since ancient times, the passionate have been left with lingering regrets, a sorrow that knows no end. However, unbeknownst to all, at the foot of Mount Tai, thousands of miles away, the protagonists of the tale would unexpectedly meet again. Truly, fate has a way of circling back. Suddenly turning back, there stood the figure amidst the dim lights. Su Fan gazed at the familiar yet slightly strange silhouette, momentarily stunned. Lu Xian. In a flash, Lu Xian vanished under the moonlight. Su Fan was left dazed for merely half a second when he sought to pursue. Her presence had already dissipated into the wilderness. The following day, in the morning, sunlight streamed through the window. One by one, the individuals began to awaken. The little fox, Ronger, rubbed her tiny feet and murmured, "Why did I dream of someone nibbling on my feet?" The urn replied, "Yesterday, I dreamt of gnawing on pig's trotters. It was quite fragrant." The two exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. "Where's the master?" Suya rubbed her eyes, looking around. In the woods, the goo eagle slowly awakened, gazing at the young man before it in bewilderment. After a moment's pause, recognition dawned upon it, and its expression shifted dramatically, retreating in terror. Su Fan stepped on its tail, warning, "If you wish to avoid becoming roasted bird flesh, answer my questions truthfully." The goo eagle swallowed hard and nodded. "Why did you attack me? Some say you possess a complete set of dragon bones. Was it the masked person from last night who informed you?" "Indeed." "What was her intention?" The goo jiao replied candidly. "She merely mentioned her desire for the flesh of the spirit mushroom, while the dragon bones belong to me. In truth, I hold no significant relationship with her. We merely crossed paths in another small world." Su Fan inquired further, yet Gu Jiao appeared to possess no knowledge of Lu Xian, only aware that Su Fan possessed complete dragon bones. Throughout the day, Su Fan's countenance remained troubled. Lu Xian is not a trivial character. Her presence in the small world must serve a purpose beyond mere interest in the spirit mushroom, surely? Previously, Xuanzang had told me that Lu Xian was not her true form, but rather a great demon whose essence even Xuanzang could not discern. Could it be that the figure I encountered yesterday was merely her avatar? Su Fan rubbed his temples, his thoughts a tangled mess. On the day of the blind date, Xiao Wu took a refreshing bath and donned a stylish outfit. With a spirited gait, she set off, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Fan and the others patiently awaited the outcome of this arranged meeting in a room prepared by the host. The urn and the little fox, Ronger, surprisingly refrained from squabbling, instead engaging in a game of chess. The cousin busied himself with an assortment of treasures from his storage ring. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room as a great ship materialized, pushing everyone aside. The walls around them began to crack. "By heavens!" the urn exclaimed, exuding a burst of traditional exclamation. The cousin offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies. I shall return it at once." He attempted to retract the ship into his storage ring, but failed after several attempts. "What on earth is this?" the urn inquired, rubbing its waist. "Why would you keep a ship in your storage ring?" The cousin replied, "I stumbled upon it in the river of time and found it intriguing, so I placed it in my storage." Su Fan surveyed the vessel, pondering the river of time. Can one truly retrieve objects from it? Legends speak of the river of time as a creation of Pangu after the heavens were opened, with each droplet containing the fates of countless lives. Within each droplet, strange threads of causality intertwine. This river exists neither in the past nor in the future. The cousin elaborated, I too find it curious. I have never encountered anything else in the river of time, prompting me to collect it. The urn gazed at the ship, furrowing its brow, muttering to itself. I feel as though I have seen this ship before. The cousin, determined, endeavored to retrieve the vessel from the storage ring, yet to no avail. Trying other storage rings yielded similar results. With no other options, they had no choice but to leave the ship there for the time being. Chapter 100. Divine Vessel Xiao Wu's blind date did not seem to unfold smoothly. Upon returning, she wore a long face and remained silent. The cousin inquired about the matter. Xiao Wu sighed. Their family proposed that I should marry into them. Marry into them? That is unacceptable. The cousin exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Wu sighed softly. And one by one, the others offered their consolation. Meanwhile, the urn spent the entire day examining the ship the cousin had brought from the river of time. The more I observe, the stranger it seems, though I cannot pinpoint the source of this peculiarity. I can only mutter incessantly that this vessel harbors issues. Su Fan cast a glance at him, taking a sip of tea. He recalled his cousin's words about being pursued by mysterious figures since arriving in Zhongzhou through the river of time. Thanks to the ancestral secret of the flesh-spirit mushroom, he narrowly escaped their relentless chase. Moreover, following last night's assault, by midday the next day, his cousin and Xiao Wu had ventured to confront their adversaries for a thorough discussion. They did not return until dusk. One glance at Xiao Wu's expression revealed that yet another matchmaking endeavor had failed. Xiao Wu, in a wretched mood, consumed 18 bowls of rice, accompanied by 5 flatbreads and 2 pounds of pig's head meat, all while his companions attempted to console him. Wiping away tears, Xiao Wu appeared quite aggrieved. Just as everyone endeavored to cheer him up, a shadow fell into the adjacent room. The figure, observing the grand ship that had appeared, could not help but change countenance. At that moment, a golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. By the time she reacted, it was too late to escape. Su Fan stood not far away, beckoning her for a conversation. Lu Xian sat cross-legged, gazing at the food on the table. Yisu cake, sesame cakes, by Luo, and goat cheese. She remarked, I do not fancy these. Su Fan, taken aback, responded, Did you not used to adore these? Lu Xian shrugged, apologetically stating, Though I am but a fragment of her consciousness, I possess an independent personality and, naturally, my own tastes. Su Fan lifted his tea, inquiring, What brings you to this small world? Lu Xian pointed at the ship behind him. That vessel. I have pursued it relentlessly. From the river of time, all the way here. That wretched flesh-spirit mushroom. If only I had been a step closer to success. Su Fan glanced back at the ship, asking, What significance does it hold? Lu Xian explained, The divine vessel. It is said that in ancient times, the water god Gonggong battled Zhuangxiu, leading to the shattering of Mount Buzhou, resulting in cataclysmic floods that annihilated every living creature on earth. Only the beings above the divine vessel could escape death. Pausing, she continued, Now that the divine vessel has manifested in this small world, it signifies that the cataclysmic flood is imminent. Surely, even without that flesh-spirit mushroom, the divine vessel would reach this place. It was all predestined. Alas, I must devise a way to return this entity. Su Fan, curious, inquired, Doesn't the destruction of this small world concern you? After all, it was Lu Xian herself who sought to obliterate this realm last time. Even if this being before me is merely a fragment of her consciousness, such a drastic change seems unlikely. Lu Xian furrowed her brow, responding, Please do not say such things to me. Who knows what the original self contemplates? I have only just been born, and if one calculates my age, I am barely over a year old. It is utterly absurd to expect a child of such tender age to save the world. With that, Lu Xian gulped down a large mouthful of tea. Su Fan set down his teacup, asking, Do you possess any means to avert this flood? Lu Xian replied, Once the divine vessel manifests, there is no way to return it. To prevent the impending flood, 3 essential elements are required: the 5-colored stone, the foot of the colossal sea turtle, and most crucially, the demise of the black dragon. The mention of the black dragon caused Su Fan to furrow his brow slightly. Lu Xian elucidated, The black dragon manifests alongside the appearance of the divine vessel. It is likely lurking in some shadowy corner, awaiting the flood's emergence. I possess the 5-colored stone, but I am still lacking the turtle's foot and the black dragon. Upon hearing the news of the flood's potential to obliterate the world, the group surrounding the urn became increasingly agitated. One of them, the urn, suddenly smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, I knew this vessel looked familiar. I encountered it in ancient texts before. So what are we waiting for? Let us board the ship at once. The great flood could descend upon us at any moment. As the urn envisioned, they all boarded the vessel, bringing along an abundance of delectable provisions, as if embarking on a holiday. They planned to rebuild a blissful kingdom once the flood had receded. However, Reality dictated that the divine vessel was not merely accessible to anyone. Only those with fate's favor could embark, such as the urn, Suya, and their uncle. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu and the little fox, Rong'er, were not permitted to board the divine vessel. To seek the colossal sea turtle, they had to venture into another realm, for Su Fan's small world lacked such a creature. Time was of the essence, prompting Su Fan and Lu Xin to promptly journey to another world in search of the turtle. In the East Sea, Su Fan gazed upon the familiar landscape, reminiscing about his previous, serendipitous arrival through the turbulent currents of time and space, where he fortuitously took Sun Wukong as his disciple. He pondered the monkey's current state. Lu Xin produced an hourglass. Once the sands had fully trickled down, it would signify the flood's impending eruption in that realm. The quest for the sea turtle appeared daunting. Su Fan cast a glance at her, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He recalled their previous life and death struggle. And now they were to unite in saving the world. Although Lu Xin was merely a fragment of her former self, it was a poignant reminder of the capriciousness of fate. Lu Xin extended her hand, stating, "Then let us wish for a fruitful collaboration." Su Fan smiled gently and took her hand. These former adversaries had reached a truce. Through trials and tribulations, brothers remain. A smile upon reunion dispels past grievances. Lu Xin remarked, "Had I known you were so agreeable, I would have sought you out sooner, thus avoiding the need for such covert efforts," she added. Su Fan, puzzled, replied, "Why would you think I am difficult to approach?" "Because, in my memories, you bear a grudge against my original self. I only inherited a fragment of her memories. Is it possible that you both harbor some unspoken secrets?" Su Fan chose to refrain from further discussion and shifted the topic. "I have acquaintances here. I shall seek them out for information, hoping they might provide some leads." In the ensuing days, the urn tirelessly toiled without pause. Every morning before dawn, he would ascend the mountain, his axe in hand, oblivious to the purpose of his labors. Driven by curiosity, the little fox, Rong'er, stealthily followed the urn up the mountain. She observed the urn wielding his axe amidst an array of tools, where the outlines of a vessel began to take form on the ground. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "What are you doing?" "My goodness." The sudden sound startled the urn. "What are you doing, building a boat?" The urn said somewhat bashfully, "Why build a boat? Nonsense. The great flood is coming. What will we do if we don't prepare? Are you not able to ascend the divine vessel?" Rong'er interjected, "What need have we for a boat?" The urn, Suya, and Uncle All could board the divine vessel, but only Xiao Wu and the little fox Rong'er could not. The urn continued sawing the wood, keeping his head down in silence. After a brief moment of confusion, Rong'er blushed and asked, "Are you making a boat for the little fox?" The urn shot her a glare. "Who would make a boat for you?" "This is for my brother Xiao Wu. I fear he might drown." Rong'er retorted angrily, "The little fox wouldn't want to ride in your boat." The urn pursed his lips, realizing the boat was rather large for just Xiao Wu. "If you plead with me, I might take you along," he offered. "You can keep the boat for yourself." Rong'er turned on her heel and ran off without looking back. The urn scratched his head, perplexed. Girls these days are truly hard to comprehend. He then picked up the saw and resumed crafting his boat. In the East Sea, in the country of Aolai, beneath Flower Fruit Mountain, Lu Xin gazed at the distant waterfall. Wow, what a magnificent sight. The mountains were beautiful, the forest serene, peaks standing like halberds, and cliffs rising steeply. After a while, they spotted a monkey gnawing on a peach. The monkey, seeing them, showed no fear, blinking its big, charming eyes, utterly adorable. Lu Xin couldn't resist approaching and gently patting its head. What a cute little monkey. The monkey promptly swatted Lu Xion's face and dashed away, turning back to stick out its tongue in playful defiance. Lu Xion declared, "I've decided. We'll have monkey meat for lunch." Su Fan quickly stopped her, reminding her not to hold a grudge against a monkey, especially since they were there to seek its assistance, not to pick a fight. Lu Xion, fuming, vowed that once their business was concluded, she would hang the monkey up and tickle its feet. That vengeful spirit was reminiscent of the Lu Xion of old. Before long, they arrived at the water curtain cave, where a throng of chattering monkeys surrounded them. "This girl is truly ugly. Not a patch on our great monkey. Indeed, quite hideous. Only her rear is a tad larger." Lu Xion clutched her ample bosom and exhaled heavily, seemingly attempting to calm her tumultuous energy. Su Fan reassured her, "Stay calm. Stay calm." Just as a group of monkeys was pointing and chattering, one monkey, dressed in attire starkly contrasting with its surroundings, stepped forward. "King, King." The monkeys parted to make way for none other than the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong donned a stylish little leather skirt, and upon seeing them, he exclaimed, "Master." Chapter 102. Seeking the Giant Turtle Master. Sun Wukong had intended to call out to his master, but remembered Su Fan's warning not to mention him. Quickly silencing himself, Su Fan smiled, thinking that the monkey was indeed obedient. Wukong rushed forward, joyfully exclaiming, "Sir, what brings you here?" Wukong waved his hand and said to the gathered monkeys, "Do not forget to greet the master." The monkeys paused for a moment, then hurriedly knelt down, exclaiming, "Greetings, master. Now, go fetch all the delectable delights from our flower fruit mountain." After a while, Lu Xing gazed at the array of water-washed peaches, marinated peaches, sliced peaches, and peach cores before her, falling into deep contemplation. "Why are they all peaches?" At that moment, a monkey approached with a platter, announcing, "Welcome to taste stir-fried." Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with interest. Stir-fried meat? Or perhaps stir-fried peaches? The monkey placed the platter on the table. Lu Xing inquired, "Giant turtle?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Master, what do you need the giant turtle for?" Su Fan took a sip of peach juice and said, "There is a matter that requires its assistance. Can you find it?" Sun Wukong responded, "I can inquire with the Dragon King and see if it can help gather information." Thus, Su Fan and Lu Xing temporarily resided in Flower Fruit Mountain, awaiting news from the Dragon King. During this time, they remained diligent. Lu Xing attempted to use her magical prowess to discern the location of the Black Dragon. The dragon had appeared alongside the divine vessel, and it was said to lead the floods that could devastate the world. However, after several attempts, she found herself fruitlessly expending her energies, unable to uncover the whereabouts of the elusive dragon, which left her quite distressed. Su Fan asked, "Since you are but a fragment of her consciousness, what happens if you fail to complete the task she assigned?" They sat atop the peak, gazing up at the bright, luminous moon. The view was breathtaking, with stars stretching across the vast plains and the moonlight cascading over the great river, creating a scene that inspired a desire to freeze the moment in time. Lu Xing paused at the question, saying, "I am not certain. Yet in my mind, there exists a command to complete this task and prevent the flood from annihilating that small world." Su Fan recalled a game he once played, where one could create a subordinate. If no commands were given, the subordinate would simply follow or act at random. However, once given a command, it would go to great lengths to fulfill it. As the mountain breeze gently rustled, Lu Xing's hair danced in the wind, exuding beauty. "How lovely," she sighed, stretching lazily. In that moment, it felt as if all her worries had melted away. Su Fan squinted slightly, contemplating a life of ease, flowing with fate. Even in poverty, one can remain tranquil. In wealth, one can remain tranquil. With the sun high above, I still slumber. If not a deity, who is a deity? Suddenly, Su Fan turned his head and realized that Lu Xing had fallen asleep without him noticing. She lay on the mountain peak, her hands neatly resting on her abdomen. Her dark hair spread like clouds, and the furrowed brow of worry had long since vanished. She slept peacefully, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if lost in a sweet dream. Her eyelashes fluttered gently with her breath. The wind danced with her ethereal garments, reminiscent of a celestial dance. Su Fan found himself lost in thought, yet paradoxically, devoid of thoughts. He quietly admired her profile, convinced that she was indeed a fairy, a notion he had entertained since their first meeting. Her visage was too perfect, too immaculate, as if conjured from the realm of imagination. His gaze then drifted back to the twinkling stars above. Resting upon the gentle caress of the breeze, I drifted into the realm of dreams. After 2 days had passed, news arrived from the Dragon King. The location of the colossal tortoise had been discovered, situated on an island at the edge of the East China Sea. Su Fan and Lu Xing set forth without delay. Before their departure, Sun Wukong cautioned Su Fan to exercise caution regarding this formidable creature. The Dragon King had warned that this tortoise was not to be trifled with. Even he preferred to avoid provoking it. While other demons consumed humans in numbers, this tortoise devoured entire islands, one island at a time. Although this realm fell under the direct governance of the 3 great saints, the bodhisattvas and deities had never shown any inclination to intervene. Utilizing the method of the golden light of the earth, they reached their destination within the span of an hour. Su Fan gazed upon the vast expanse of the sea, where the horizon melded water and sky into an endless tableau. Scattered across the waters were numerous isles. Su Fan and Lu Xing descended onto a particularly grand island. "Do you think the tortoise might be lurking beneath the surface?" Lu Xing inquired. "It is quite possible. Given its name, it must be immense. Such a creature should be concealed beneath the waves," she posited, and Su Fan concurred. Thus, they submerged themselves in the water, commencing their search for the legendary tortoise. However, after several days of fruitless pursuit, they found no trace of it. One evening, after a day of searching, weariness weighed heavily upon their bodies and spirits. Time slipped away like sand through an hourglass, and they remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the tortoise. That night, as Su Fan fell into a slumber after finishing a coconut, he sensed an unusual motion beneath him. Upon awakening, he discovered that the ground itself was shifting. More precisely, the entire island was in motion. Su Fan furrowed his brow, his first thought being, who on earth is stealing my island? Have they no sense of public decency? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such a massive landmass could hardly be lifted even by the mightiest of mountain apes. Could it be that the island itself was alive? Chapter 103, Onward. The island is alive? But why had I not sensed any spiritual energy before? Su Fan hastily roused Lu Xian, and together they descended to investigate. It was then that Su Fan grasped the sheer strangeness of the scene before them. The tumultuous sea roared like a ferocious beast, winds howled violently, and the sky crackled with thunder. The waters spiraled with astonishing speed, creating immense whirlpools that swallowed nearby isles whole. Meanwhile, the vast island upon which they stood continued its slow, deliberate movement. It's the tortoise, Lu Xian exclaimed, brushing her tousled hair away from her face. The tortoise's spiritual energy and awareness of its surroundings were nearly non-existent while it rested, rendering it exceedingly difficult to detect. Su Fan asked, what shall we do now? Should we strike directly? No sooner had he spoken than Lu Xian positioned herself before the tortoise, wielding a 3-foot-long sword. She ascended into the heavens, summoning the wrath of the storm. Thunder roared. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the cosmos. Lightning flickered amidst the dark clouds, and an air of impending doom enveloped the realm. Amidst the compressed clouds, a colossal vortex emerged, perfectly mirroring the whirlpool upon the water's surface. Heavenly thunder destruction technique. Boom. A pillar of lightning surged forth from the vortex, instantaneously engulfing the long sword in Lu Xian's grasp. Her inner spiritual energy roiled, lightning dancing around her. Her long hair billowed like clouds, and her garments fluttered gracefully. Chanting the incantation, she resembled a divine being passing judgment upon the world. In that moment, her beauty was blinding. With a decisive strike, the thunderous sword descended, roaring and howling as if intent on consuming everything before it. The assault persisted for the duration of half a stick of incense. Subsequently, the giant turtle's enormous eyes shifted slightly, casting a glance at her. It shook its body and continued forward, as if to say, is that all? Lu Xian floated awkwardly in midair, glancing towards Su Fan. Su Fan shrugged. He was indeed at the mid-stage of true immortal cultivation, yet constrained by the laws of this realm. His strength was roughly at the pinnacle of Earth Immortal, although this giant turtle was also at the golden immortal level. It was bolstered by the energies of this realm and possessed formidable defenses. A golden light flickered between Su Fan's brows, and then, a dozen diminutive flying swords, each no longer than a thumb, emerged. Let us test the waters first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first 2 flying swords were summoned, expanding as they soared. Ultimately, they attained the size of mountains, though still trivial compared to the giant turtle. Bang, bang. The remaining 10 flying swords followed closely behind. The 12 swords relentlessly attacked the giant turtle, yet their impact was minimal. Su Fan formed a golden light with his fingers. The 12 swords, now towering like mountains, spun rapidly before merging into one, sort of the celestial gate. The 3 islands upon the turtle's back shattered with a thunderous crash. Sword energy unleashed a monstrous wave upon the East Sea, impacting even several tens of thousands of meters away, creating a terrifying tsunami that swept everything in its path. The giant turtle, feeling the pain, glared resentfully at Su Fan. It had always been the predator, but today marked the first time it was struck upon its own territory. It opened its massive jaws and let out a roar. This long howl was indeed fearsome. A tempest rose for thousands of miles, clouds parting swiftly. Columns of water erupted from the sea, surging towards Su Fan and Lu Xian. These water columns seemed almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing the duo. Su Fan formed a sword seal and flicked his fingers gently. A robust water column immediately disintegrated. Scales flickered across Su Fan's forehead, and traces of dragon transformation appeared throughout his body. His bones cracked loudly, and his entire being resonated like a massive magical array, with energy rapidly circulating within. The giant turtle, astonished, realized this was not the aura of the East Sea Dragon King, but the true essence of a dragon. Su Fan exhaled deeply, his aura surging several-fold. Heaven-shattering fist. He struck forth with a punch, relentless and devastating. Boom. Lu Xian was propelled by the residual force, flying like a kite severed from its string, soaring several thousand meters across the water's surface before barely stabilizing herself. Clearly, that punch had inflicted injury upon the giant turtle, and their battle raged on. Lu Xian spread her palm, revealing a multitude of intricate incantations within her grasp. This was a divine technique bestowed upon her by her original self, yet it was limited to a single use. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to put it away. She lightly touched the water's surface with her toes, gazing towards Su Fan in the distance, and called out, "Hey, Su Fan, keep going." At this juncture, Her only contribution was encouragement, lamenting why her original self had not granted her more strength. Su Fan cast a sidelong glance at her, thinking to himself, at least the audience pays for a ticket to watch the show. The colossal turtle was indeed a formidable opponent. Its aggression was minimal, posing no threat to Su Fan whatsoever. However, he too found it impossible to breach its defenses, managing only to inflict minor discomfort. Placing a foot atop the giant turtle's head, he crossed his arms and furrowed his brow in contemplation. As he studied the creature's enormous eyes, an idea sparked within him. Eureka! He exclaimed, though uncertainty lingered regarding the reliability of his plan. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of light, slipping inside the turtle's gaping maw just as it roared. Witnessing this, Lu Xian gasped in shock. Yet, knowing Su Fan likely had his own strategy, she could only anxiously await the outcome. As time passed, her impatience grew. He simply could not perish. A directive from her original self echoed in her mind, compelling her to ensure Su Fan's safety under any circumstances. Lu Xian spread her palm once more, silently reciting the incantation. Dark characters swirled within her hand. And just as she was about to act, boom, the giant turtle's massive form trembled violently, and suddenly, a colossal figure, towering over 100 feet, erupted from within. Heavenly transformation of the 36 changes, the sword array of extermination. The immense power of the sword array instantaneously obliterated Su Fan's physical form, leaving only a vast skeleton in its wake. The scene was indescribably surreal. The white bones reached skyward, the howling winds creating an eerie creaking sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, in the next moment, bolstered by the formidable regenerative abilities of the dragon bones, Su Fan's body was restored. Lu Xian scrutinized him from head to toe, exclaiming, "Wow, you're enormous." The giant turtle's body stiffened, ceasing all movement as it slowly closed its eyes. Wisps of intangible energy began to drift from its crown, soaring towards the heavens. Meanwhile, in the Chang'an restaurant, the turtle, named Wankai, finally flipped itself over, its four legs scrambling. A faint, elusive essence wafted from another realm, which Wankai eagerly consumed, before nonchalantly closing its eyes once more. Days later, in a small world atop Mount Tai, Su Fan donned a sun hat and wielded a fishing rod. Suya, also equipped with a fishing rod, lacked Su Fan's patience. After an extended period without a catch, she transformed into a small white fox and leapt into the water. Oh! Splash! Soon, a soaking wet little white fox emerged from the water, its eyes glistening with tears, clutching a crab in its paws. How could there possibly be crabs in the water? Su Fan remarked lightly, in the realm of fantasy, anything is possible. Suya cast aside the crab, approaching Su Fan with a look of distress. It hurts so much, little ya. Su Fan extended his hand with a smile, saying, there, be good. Suya nudged her head against his hand, wiping away her tears, declaring her disbelief that they could not catch any fish. The Yunran chimed in. The failure to catch fish lies in the bait you are using. Suya furrowed her brow in contemplation, glancing at her bait. She then looked over at Xiao Wu, who was devouring his meal with great gusto. Xiao Wu blinked, feeling a chill run down his spine. Oh dear, help me. I cannot be used as bait. In a flurry of panic, Xiao Wu flailed his arms and legs. Suya reassured him, Xiao Wu, if you were used as bait, you would surely attract many fish. With tears in his eyes, Xiao Wu protested, what kind of talk is that, Miss Su? How could you consider me as bait? Indeed, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Brother Gu. The Yunran interjected, at Xiao Wu's size, how could a fish possibly bite? I suggest you split him in half. Xiao Wu clung to a tree, refusing to let go. Suya gently stroked Xiao Wu's head, saying, be good, Xiao Wu. Turning his head away, Xiao Wu retorted, I shall ignore Miss Su. Suya promised. Once we catch fish, I will share half with you. Xiao Wu puffed out his cheeks, inquiring, really? Indeed. Thus, Xiao Wu reluctantly became the bait. Su Fan yawned, realizing that after Su Ya's commotion, it would likely take a considerable amount of time before they could catch any fish. There had been no news regarding the Black Dragon. During this time, Su Fan had returned to the Celestial Realm, where he discovered a celestial mechanism from Tai Er's relics. However, the Black Dragon's emergence had obscured the celestial secrets, and using the mechanism to deduce the situation could take an indeterminate amount of time, ranging from mere days to several years. Based on the passage of time through the hourglass, it was estimated that the Great Flood was still 8 years away. Yet, Lu Xian had mentioned that the hourglass's time could undergo uncontrollable changes, potentially shortening or extending the timeline. Su Fan had to prepare for the worst. If he could not prevent the Great Flood, he needed to devise a means to save them. His gaze swept over Suya, Xiao Wu, the Yunran, and the little fox, Rong Er. The formidable golden turtle formation should be able to withstand the flood. Nonetheless, he resolved to exert every effort. This world bore many traces of him, and he did not wish to vanish so easily. New clues had emerged. Just then, Lu Xian approached. Upon seeing her, the Yunran panicked and fled. Despite Su Fan's previous explanations, that fear seemed ingrained, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Chapter 105. The Search in the ensuing years. Su Fan remained industrious, frequently traversing various realms with Lu Xian. Unconstrained by any limitations, Lu Xian could freely escort Su Fan into any world, thus alleviating many of their troubles. Atop the snow-capped mountains, a relentless snow had fallen for over half a month, sealing the peaks in a blanket of white. Su Fan had just finished his task, and, braving the wind and snow, entered a cave. Lu Xian had returned before him, kindling a fire and leaning against several sweet potatoes. "You're back?" she inquired. Su Fan replied, naturally accepting the sweet potato Lu Xian offered. Swiftly peeling the skin, he revealed the fragrant flesh of the sweet potato within. He handed one to Lu Xian before peeling another for himself. The wind and snow tonight were particularly fierce, with snowflakes swirling through the air like torn cotton. The howling winds atop the mountains seemed to unleash their frenzied power, ravaging the earth. Su Fan and Lu Xian sat in the cave, savoring the warmth of the roasted sweet potatoes while quietly gazing at the snowy landscape outside. Lu Xian curled her legs and began to doze off. As dusk approached, the snow danced chaotically, half plum blossoms and half drifting willow catkins. Departing from the snow-capped mountain, the two resumed their journey. At dawn, as the first light broke, the sky still held a few scattered stars, and the water's surface reflected a gentle glow. Wisps of smoke rose from the rooftops of distant villages, and a delicate mist enveloped the air. Su Fan emerged from the water and reclined once more on the bamboo raft. Lu Xian had just peeled a banana, which Su Fan casually took and placed in his mouth. Lu Xian turned her head and looked at him with a hint of reproach. The bamboo raft nudged against the shore. In this world, temples lay in ruin, and demons stood tall. Humans were herded like livestock, treated as mere cattle. Demons roamed the streets, leading humans by the leash, with beautiful women seemingly denoting greater status by their beauty. Two elegantly dressed pig demons conversed on the street, each accompanied by two stunning, bare-skinned beauties. The celestial realm Su Fan once inhabited governed countless small worlds within the lesser heavens. Yet this particular realm belonged to another lesser heaven, rumored to be under the dominion of demons. To avoid trouble, the two disguised themselves as demons while traversing the streets. However, even in this guise, they attracted unwanted attention from other demons. The law of the jungle prevailed in this world. The reason for the demons' harassment was simple. They had set their sights on Lu Xian, transformed into a demon. Su Fan glanced at Lu Xian beside him. After all, every girl possesses a desire for beauty, and Lu Xian was no exception. Even in her demon form, she sought to appear more attractive. Her appearance completely incongruous with Su Fan's. He swiftly dispatched the demons that blocked their path, and the two continued their search for the black dragon. Along the way, they rescued a child on the verge of being devoured by a demon. Su Fan and Lu Xian traveled with the child for some time, during which Su Fan took the opportunity to teach him some self-preservation techniques. The boy, showing promise, had no name and could not speak. After some days, Lu Xian and Su Fan departed this world. The boy watched their vanishing figures, feeling as though he was once again the sole inhabitant of this world. Yet, his own legend was just beginning. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the depths of the forest ahead. The horse-drawn carriage raced across the wilderness. "I wish I could sleep indefinitely, free from these worries," Lu Xian lamented. Where on earth could that wretched black dragon be hiding? Su Fan perused the map, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the carriage entered the city, they found themselves in a realm relatively more ordinary. However, the societal structure was one of matriarchy, where women held power and men were subservient, and the court was filled with women. Walking down the street, Su Fan was inexplicably intercepted by a group of women. "Come on, handsome, give us a smile. Just one smile," one of them exclaimed. Another woman playfully patted Su Fan's pert derriere. Su Fan glanced at Lu Xian, who stifled a laugh beside him. As the years passed, the pair traversed numerous apocalyptic realms, exploring various locales and experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Akin to travelers in the mortal world, their steps hurried. Whether amidst bustling grandeur or desolate solitude, they encountered flowing rivers in the southern lands, misty abodes, vast deserts with solitary wisps of smoke, and remnants of crumbling walls alongside ancient pines. Gazing into the distance, Su Fan beheld the faint outlines of green mountains and meandering waters, as autumn waned and the grass of Jiangnan remained unwithering, bringing a serene calm to his heart. Lu Xian held a stick of malt candy in one hand and a plate of specialty dried tofu in the other, while Su Fan hummed a soft tune. It seemed they were not on a mission to save the world, but merely indulging in the joys of travel. The latest clue led them to the banks of the Wei River. Chapter 1074. The Truth by the Wei River. Zhang Sheng slowly opened his eyes, attempting to recall the events of the past few days, yet his mind was a chaotic jumble. He shifted his enormous form, his scales clinking melodiously. Zhang Sheng was a time traveler, but that was the extent of his knowledge. He could not remember anything from his previous life, only that he had inexplicably arrived in this world and transformed into a small serpent. Through incessant consumption via the system, he had evolved into his current form, a dragon. Name: Zhang Sheng. Stage: incomplete dragon body, young dragon. Realm: true immortal. Talent: devour, dragon might, dragon breath. Domain: dragon language. While he had come to accept his dragon form several years ago, he began to experience periodic lapses into unconsciousness. Rather than mere fainting, it felt as though another consciousness was commandeering his body. Soon, that sensation surged within him once more. In Wei Town, Lu Xin donned a cerulean robe, holding an oiled paper umbrella. The fine rain fell like silk, enveloped in a misty haze. The fabric of her attire threatened to become damp, yet the breeze was gentle against her skin. Petals danced freely in the boundless rain. Su Fan suggested, "Let us go ahead and enjoy some hot tea." They ordered a pot of tea and 2 plates of pastries. Just as they settled down when a long howl echoed from the horizon. The surrounding townsfolk seemed accustomed to this sound, scurrying beneath tables, hiding in corners, or directly lying flat on the ground. Su Fan's eyes sparkled. He was all too familiar with that sound. Dragon's roar. Lu Xian sprang to her feet, excitement radiating from her. We finally found it. Over the years, they had traversed endless plains, stood atop towering cliffs, and wandered through expansive deserts. Yet they had ultimately discovered this creature's whereabouts in a quaint town by a babbling brook. With a thunderous roar, the black dragon soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. At that moment, 2 figures darted into view. Su Fan, standing upon his flying sword, had his hands clasped behind him. Clad in white, he exuded an aura of undeniable heroism, with sword-like brows slanting into his temples and eyes that sparkled with unblemished clarity. His garments billowed gracefully, evoking a semblance of celestial beings. "It is the Black Dragon," exclaimed Lu Xian, her excitement palpable. Su Fan formed a sword gesture, and several flying swords materialized behind him, fanning out in a protective formation. Swish, swish, swish. The townsfolk of Weishui gazed curiously towards the heavens, where beneath the heavy clouds, a colossal figure and 2 smaller forms moved rapidly, intertwining in a dance of power. Celestial beings. They are celestial beings. Someone shouted in exhilaration. 2 brilliant orbs of light blazed fiercely in midair, their residual force sweeping across the dense clouds. The inhabitants of this small world had never witnessed such a spectacle. Their naked eyes could scarcely perceive the movements of the combatants. Yet, they could sense the profound alterations in the fabric of reality around them. The sky appeared to have torn open, pouring forth torrents of rain. Some high-ranking cultivators attempted to intervene in the battle, but upon reaching the heart of the fray, they were engulfed by a cataclysmic wave of energy, their essence extinguished in an instant. With this harrowing precedent in mind, several human cultivators dared only to observe from a distance. Unlike mere mortals, they could viscerally grasp the terrifying nature of the clash. At times, they even feared that this small world might face complete obliteration. As the 2 forces traversed the highest peak of this realm, mere seconds later, the mountain, dubbed the pinnacle of the world, erupted into ruin, not merely collapsing, but shattering as if a steel ball had plummeted onto a block of tofu. The domain expanded rapidly, transforming a volcano into an iceberg, while enveloping a snow-capped mountain in dragon flames. Su Fan descended to the ground, exhaling a breath of foul air. Lu Xian stood beside him, bearing numerous wounds. The black dragon fared worse, its scales scattering like pearls upon the ground, each clinking with a metallic sound. A deluge of blood spread from its body, coalescing into a stream. Ultimately, it was still merely an incomplete juvenile dragon in its first stage. Su Fan, on the other hand, possessed the true bones of a dragon, coupled with 2 dragon scales and various enhancements. With Lu Xian assisting him, it was indeed remarkable that the black dragon had endured until now. The fury and heat in its gaze gradually waned, and the consciousness that belonged to Zhang Sheng resurfaced within its form. Dazed, Zhang Sheng surveyed his surroundings, only to be struck by a wave of excruciating pain. Ugh! Lu Xian summoned her sword, intent on delivering the final blow. Zhang Sheng's enormous eyes swiveled to fixate on Su Fan, and suddenly, long-buried memories surged forth. Opening his mouth, tears welled in his gigantic eyes as he trembled, speaking softly, "Su Fan, I want to go home. Su Fan, please spare me. I wish to return home. My girlfriend is waiting for me to marry her, and my parents have only me as their child. Please, let me go. They cannot be without me. Su Fan felt as though he were the protagonist of a mystery drama, suddenly confronted with the stark truth. He recalled the last encounter with the madman named Yin Chuan, who had uttered similar words to Zhang Sheng. Were they to be taken home? Could it be that he had brought them here himself? Just as he was about to seek clarity, Lu Xian had already made her move. Chapter 107. The Great Flood. A flying sword cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the black dragon, Zhang Sheng. Su Fan, quick as a flash, intervened, halting the blade mid-flight. Lu Xian looked at him, astonished. What are you doing? She exclaimed, hastily retracting her spell. Do not kill him just yet. I have some inquiries, Su Fan stated as he approached Zhang Sheng. Do you recognize me? Zhang Sheng's large eyes shifted, conveying affirmation. Su Fan inspected his injuries, relieved to find them non-fatal. At that moment, a familiar aura surged from behind. Su Fan spun around, astonished to gaze at Lu Xian. He could sense this familiar presence, the same as when he faced Lu Xian in their previous battle during the Eternal Night. The true body had descended. Lu Xian's body stiffened, her expression shifting with realization. With a slight twitch of his lips, Su Fan hesitated not for a moment. Dragon transformation. Affinity with dragon bones. Extermination sword array. Supreme invincible golden turtle formation. This was all of his hidden power. Lu Xian raised her hand, runes flowing within her alabaster palm. In the next instant, boom. The force of the gale shredded her garments, encasing her exquisite form in a shroud of holy light. Her toes barely grazed the ground, creating a thin layer of air that separated the coarse earth from her delicate feet. Her hand gently brushed against the black dragon's head. A flicker of compassion in her eyes. A sharp sword energy surged like a tempest into its massive eye, rushing towards its brain. The black dragon emitted a final, anguished wail, a sound filled with pain and reluctance. After vanquishing the black dragon, Lu Xian produced a 5-colored stone, effortlessly tearing apart the void to reappear above the eastern sea. The colossal turtle remained afloat, surrounded by the formation Su Fan had set. The urn observed the grand vessel before it, nodding in satisfaction. The hold was stocked with ample provisions, including chess, Go, and various card games. Even confined to the ship, boredom would be a distant memory. Yet, uncertainty loomed over when the deluge would commence. The urn glanced upwards. Boom. The sky, once clear, had become shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning illuminating the earth incessantly. Elemental turbulence. The urn sensed something amiss. In the next moment, it jolted upright. Oh no, the great flood is upon us. In no time, Xiao Wu and Suya rushed out, urging, hurry aboard. The urn scanned the vicinity. Where was that wretched fox? Miss Rong has gone to Granny Shu. Xiao Wu replied. Damn it. The urn cursed, dashing towards Tsuiwei Mountain. Boom. Torrential rain began to pour, as if the heavens had burst open. In some unseen realms, the ground crumbled, unleashing torrents of water. Wretched fox. Abominable fox. Cursed ashes. Ronger stood atop a tree, anxiously waving her hands in distress. The urn leapt up to the tree, ready to whisk her away. What brings you here? She inquired. I came out for a stroll. We must leave quickly. The world is on the brink of destruction. My grandmother is still here. I cannot leave her. Without further ado, the urn, seizing a moment of distraction, delivered a swift kick. Then, using the binding rope acquired from Su Fan, it hoisted her up and fled. Your grandmother cannot escape. We cannot resort to severing ties. Brother Gu. The urn carried Ronger onto the vessel it had constructed. This was no ordinary flood, but a deluge capable of engulfing this small world. Anything that encountered the water would inevitably sink, including vessels. Fortunately, the urn had compelled itself to recall ancient texts it had once perused to construct this ship. Though uncertain how long it would endure, it was hoped it would last until Su Fan returned. The urn was in a state of frantic urgency. Su Fan had always been dependable. Where was he now? Atop a mountain peak, Lu Xian emerged from the void. Swiftly casting a spell, she summoned a translucent 5-colored stone, subsequently unleashing the 4 limbs of a colossal turtle. A powerful energy coursed through her body from the heavens. This was the retribution of the world. Time slipped by, and eventually, the torrential rains ceased their deluge. At that moment, a familiar figure materialized behind Lu Xian. Su Fan, clutching his injured abdomen, approached slowly. Lu Xian regarded him with a knowing smile. Her form bore signs of damage, a faint golden glow emanating from within. It seemed her corporeal vessel was destined to vanish once more. Indeed, a gust of wind swept through, and her body shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into the ether. Su Fan, weak and breathless, sank to the ground. In the distance, the flood receded at a visible pace, along with the divine vessel that had appeared in this realm. Su Fan observed the ants desperately fleeing the raindrops atop the mountain peak, suddenly reminded of something. He lifted his gaze to the sky. After the Great Deluge, Suiwei Mountain lay submerged. Little Fox Ronger's entire family, including her grandmother, second aunt, third cousin, and second great-aunt, had been entirely consumed by the flood. Heartbroken, Ronger wept for several days. The urn silently kept her company. This world was now devoid of all but the little fox. Clearing its throat, the urn spoke softly. But there is still us. There is also Su Ya, Xiao Wu, and Su Fan. Ronger, with tear-stained eyes, gazed at him. The urn, bowing its head and rubbing its hands together, appeared as bashful as a child of several 100,000 years. I am still here. Wah! Ronger cried as she leapt into his embrace. The urn was momentarily taken aback, but then gently reciprocated the embrace, offering comfort. In life, we endure countless separations and farewells. We cannot alter the past nor seize the future. We can only cherish the present. Ronger took on menial tasks at a restaurant and relocated from Suiwei Mountain to the establishment. Ever since the Great Flood, Su Fan found himself lost in thought more often than before. At times, one finds oneself lost in contemplation while gazing at the clouds, oblivious to the thoughts that occupy the mind. The fleeting days of blossoming beauty are the hardest to cherish. Time slips away unnoticed, and before one realizes it, several years have passed. On a gentle afternoon in the restaurant's courtyard, Su Fan reclined in a grand armchair. Xiao Wu, donning a pair of spectacles, held an ancient tome and read it with great enthusiasm. Before emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness arise, it is called zhong. When they manifest in perfect harmony, it is termed di. Achieving this balance, the heavens and earth find their place, and all things flourish. Su Fan slightly opened his eyes to observe the little ball of fluff that disturbed his midday slumber. Sir, what does this sentence mean? Xiao Wu inquired, lifting his head. Su Fan feigned profundity, replying, consciousness is refraining from speech while others are asleep. Xiao Wu frowned. Is that truly the meaning of such a lengthy sentence? As the saying goes, the great way is exceedingly simple. Oh, Xiao Wu then said, in that case, sir, please sleep. I shall remain silent. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. But scarcely had he reclined when a quarrel erupted nearby. The urn and the little fox, Ronger, were at odds again. These two never failed to bicker within 3 sentences. Ever since Xiao Wu attempted to mediate their dispute and inadvertently received a kick from the urn and a scratch from the little fox, he had refrained from intervening again. As they quickly reconciled, Su Ya had gone out to purchase groceries. Observing the pleasant weather, Su Fan found sleep eluding him and began tidying up the surroundings. He first swept the kitchen, then the bedroom, and laid out everyone's bedding in the yard to bask in the sun. At that moment, a white little fox returned, jubilantly carrying a basket of vegetables. Sir, the next installment of the book that Xiaoya has been pursuing has finally been released. Su Fan glanced at the contents of the basket. What do you plan to cook today, Xiaoya? Suya replied, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, tomatoes stir-fried with potatoes, and tomato stew with fish. Recently, Suya had developed a fascination with tomatoes and hurried towards the kitchen with her basket. After dinner, as Su Fan prepared for bed, he was besieged by the little fox, Suya, who clamored for a story. The book purchased during the day, with high expectations, brought even greater disappointment. Such is often the case. That which remains unattainable seems the most precious. Xiao Wu and the others gathered around, ready with seeds and tea. Su Fan leisurely narrated the tales of the 3 kingdoms. The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure, turn to naught. The verdant hills remain, witnessing the sunsets once more. As the sun set and the evening breeze blew, the scene was idyllic. 2 little foxes, a ball of fluff, a turtle, and an urn. Su Fan gazed tenderly at them, believing that there is no greater beauty in the world. Suddenly, Su Fan furrowed his brow and looked skyward. 2 golden beams of light descended, revealing 2 monks in the center of the courtyard. Su Fan regarded them with caution. Amitba, may I inquire who among you is Su Fan, the benefactor Su? It is I. What is the matter? Su Fan responded. The monk continued, Benefactor Su. Xuanzang has been apprehended for defying the Buddha. According to our intelligence, you conspired with Xuanzang to instigate a rebellion. Please accompany us back to the west. The words were laced with courtesy, yet it was evident that there was no intention of allowing Su Fan to decline. Su Fan. A conspiracy? A rebellion? These 2 monks hailed from a realm even higher than the one Su Fan resided in, their strength formidable and not to be underestimated. Su Fan chose not to resist. At least, it was not yet the time for confrontation. Thus, he followed the 2 of them. As he departed, he glanced back at Suya and the others, reassuring them, do not worry, I shall return shortly. Chapter 108. The West. In the West, at the Thunder Sound Temple, countless Buddhas adorned the surroundings. Flanking the central throne occupied by an immensely imposing figure, a majestic Buddha, the great Sun Tathagata. Su Fan cast a sweeping glance at the Buddhas on either side. feeling akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. The prowess of these beings could easily outmatch him by a significant margin. Fortunately, he had refrained from engaging them in battle at that moment. No superfluous words were exchanged. What lay before Su Fan were glimpses of his interactions with Xuanzang, the sweetness of their everyday moments. For a fleeting instant, Su Fan felt as if Xuanzang would soon appear in a pristine white wedding gown. Then, the voice of the Buddha echoed, "Do you wish to marry him?" He should reconsider his perspective. Seize the true scriptures, slay the Buddha, and from henceforth, you shall rule over the spirit mountain. Gazing at the scenes unfolding in the image, Su Fan momentarily froze. Did I ever say that? Having been intoxicated at the time, and with the events long past, he had entirely forgotten. As for Xuanzang's rebellion, he was utterly oblivious. It was akin to leveling up in a game, where each level corresponded to a specific monster hunting location. Currently, his level was insufficient to meddle in matters of the Heavenly Palace or the West. Clearing his throat, Su Fan articulated the circumstances with measured composure, asserting that it was all a misunderstanding. He then declared with righteous fervor, "I hold but one belief, Buddhism. I cherish the Dharma. I am enamored with its teachings, and I seek to understand its essence. In the world of rivers and lakes, one must bow when necessary." In response to Su Fan's heartfelt words, the other party swiftly presented records of his past deeds during his tenure as a prime minister on Earth. The eradication of Buddhism. Su Fan reflected, in the Great Zhou, Buddhism once flourished, with temples dotting the landscape. Compared to the poetic South Dynasty's 480 temples, the number of pavilions and towers amidst the mist and rain far surpassed it. These monks shunned productive labor, evading taxation, while many commoners, seeking to escape tax burdens, fled to the temples to become monks, resulting in a significant population decline. Moreover, the means by which the temples garnered profit was not merely through offerings but akin to modern-day usury, lending exorbitantly during years of calamity under the guise of disaster relief. They had amassed a considerable amount of societal resources. Upon ascending to power, Su Fan initiated a vigorous campaign against Buddhism. He dismantled temples and severed their paths. Yet he did not massacre the monks. Rather, he incorporated them into the military or engaged them in productive labor. For this, he endured considerable vilification from the Buddhist community. Now, as these events resurfaced, they served as irrefutable evidence in the eyes of his accusers. Might makes right, after all. Su Fan pondered as he faced temporary confinement, contemplating that even if he were to be convicted, a death sentence could not possibly await him. Regardless of the years spent in confinement, one's lifespan remains abundant, and slumber can enhance one's prowess. Su Fan settled into a cross-legged position. Are you the Buddha? Just wait. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even after countless millennia, upon arriving at the place of his confinement, Su Fan encountered an acquaintance. Xuanzang, clad in simple robes, wore an expression of serene detachment. Su Benefactor, it has been a long time. Encountering you here truly feels fateful. Su Fan replied, I have a phrase that I am unsure whether to utter. Xuanzang responded, the revolution has failed. Su Fan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. I merely spoke casually, and you truly rebelled? Xuanzang replied, it was your words that awakened me, sometimes, without striving. One cannot comprehend the true might of that old fellow. Su Fan inquired, were you the sole rebel? Certainly not. I have rallied many like-minded companions. Xuanzang said with a hint of pride. Su Fan shook his head and closed his eyes. Since we are here, we might as well find peace in it. There is no hope of victory in battle, so I shall endure. After being detained for some time, Xuanzang suddenly said to Su Fan, I fear I must depart first. Su Fan opened his eyes. Are they going to execute you? Xuanzang replied calmly, it is highly probable that I will have my consciousness abolished and be reincarnated. And what of me? Xuanzang explained, I am the principal offender, while you are merely an accomplice. Your crime is minor. Su Fan sighed in relief, at most. I shall face a slow death. Xuanzang smiled again. I jest, dear benefactor. I have received reliable news that you will be exiled to the realm of the undead, where you shall labor in the mines. Mining. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Xuanzang elucidated. The realm of the undead possesses vast reserves of or needed for the spiritual mountains, where many subdued malevolent beings are sent to toil. Su Fan asked, how many years must I mine there? Xuanzang held up a single finger. Su Fan guessed. 100 years? Xuanzang shook his head. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? Xuanzang continued to shake his head. Su Fan, perplexed, asked, it cannot be 1,000,000 years. Can it? Xuanzang replied, it is a lifetime. Chapter 109. The realm of the undead indeed. Within a few days, Xuanzang was taken away, before being thrust into reincarnation. Ananda and Kasayapa, one of the 10 disciples under the Tathagata, relished the moment. What was that saying? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it. Today is your turn. As the second disciple of the Tathagata, Xuanzang had once basked in unparalleled glory, even on the verge of becoming his successor. Now, having fallen to such depths, there were those who delighted in his misfortune. Ananda and Kasyapa had always been at odds with Xuanzang. Xuanzang smiled serenely. All things arise and cease. Everything is predestined. The Bodhi tree is originally without a tree. The bright mirror is a platform for reflection. Originally, there is nothing. Where can dust cling? Cause and effect cycle. Every cause must yield a result, and every result must stem from a cause. Ananda and Kasyapa snorted derisively and muttered, "Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. That fellow, Su Fan, is it not? Rest assured, I shall address the situation. You are well aware of the realm of the undead, where the demise of one or two souls is a commonplace occurrence." Xuanzang, however, did not even cast a glance in his direction, merely smiling and shaking his head. The realm of the undead, a desolate expanse, houses the largest and most formidable mine. Here, the miners laboring tirelessly are figures of immense repute from other worlds. Their relentless strikes against the rocks echo through the cavern. And the composition of the miners is exceedingly diverse, comprising individuals of African descent, half-orcs, demons, and elves, truly a veritable menagerie. Overseeing them is a monk clad in a robe, enforcing the edicts of the Buddha. These miners, marked by the Buddha's seal, are unable to harness spiritual energy. Furthermore, the oppressive influence of the Buddhist teachings beyond the mine instills fear in the hearts of any who might dare to resist. Naturally, there are the newcomers, bold enough to challenge the status quo, only to meet their demise at the hands of the monk, who would utter, "Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion reign." After the workday, in the dining hall, the meals served are specially prepared vegetarian dishes. With their spiritual energy sealed, these individuals can only replenish their vitality through sustenance. Have you heard? The rebellion led by Jin Chanzi, the foremost disciple of the Tathagata, has been quelled. It is said that Jin Chanzi has been cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Alas, what a pity. The miners engage in fervent discussions, inevitably revolving around the recent insurrection led by Xuanzang. This rebellion has swept across the celestial mountains of the West, marking the most significant uprising since the inception of the Western Paradise. News of this turmoil has reverberated throughout the vast heavens, reaching even the prisoners of the realm of the undead. Who is Xuanzang, you may wonder? He is the second disciple of the Tathagata, acknowledged even by the Celestial Emperor, and heralded as the one most likely to inherit the esteemed position. Among the many prisoners in the realm of the undead, some have fallen at the hands of Xuanzang. In recent days, another sensational piece of news has emerged: the revelation that Xuanzang's rebellion was orchestrated by a shadowy figure known as Su Fan. He was the mastermind behind Xuanzang's insurrection, meticulously plotting to upend the established order of the world. Although he has been captured, the vast organization he represents remains intact. Rumor has it that this organization is omnipresent, having infiltrated not only the Western Paradise, but also the Celestial Court. Within the various factions of the Celestial Court, the Primordial, Spirit Treasure, Moral, and Lingxiao sects, their agents abound. The audacity of Su Fan knows no bounds, as he has declared his intent to seize the true scriptures and slay the Buddha, thereby claiming dominion over the sacred mountains. In a fleeting moment, he has captivated the hearts of many. One cannot help but wonder what kind of person would dare to utter such words. A considerable number of demons now regard Su Fan as their idol. There are whispers in the black market of a princely sum offered to anyone who can liberate Su Fan from captivity. Furthermore, it is rumored that Su Fan is none other than the reincarnation of the demon Lord Rahu, and the organization behind him was established by the celestial demon god Evil Extermination. During the initial calamity of the dragon and phoenix, the demon Lord Rahu conspired with the celestial demon god Evil Extermination, inciting discord among the three clans, resulting in the near annihilation of primordial beings. Now, with the news of Rahu's rebirth, unease permeates the air, and at this moment, Su Fan finds himself entangled in these tumultuous events. The whispers of the outside world had yet to reach him, and he remained oblivious to the outrageous rumors circulating beyond. Initially, it was claimed that he possessed the strength to rival that of a sage. Upon his arrival in the realm of the undead, the tale had morphed into one of him devouring 8 sages in a single meal. A fresh batch of prisoners arrived at the mines of the underworld via the Ark, greeted by a grand welcoming ceremony orchestrated by the seasoned inmates. The newcomers gazed skyward at the dim, oppressive heavens, the air thick with a noxious amalgamation of scents. From henceforth, this would be their abode. Following inspections, they were issued prison garb and assigned to various cells. Soon, agonizing screams reverberated through the corridors, the old inmates enforcing what they deemed their rules upon the newcomers. Such occurrences rarely drew the attention of the monks. One unfortunate soul found his head thrust into another's posterior, eliciting raucous laughter from the other prisoners, who engaged in similarly grotesque acts, regardless of one's reputation outside these walls. Within this space, all were treated equally. The imprints of the Buddha left upon each inmate, combined with the Buddhist formations surrounding the mines, rendered the practitioners no different from ordinary individuals. In cell B, a towering half-orc sat upon a stool, engrossed in a tome titled Postpartum Care of Sows. "Boss, how shall we handle the newcomers?" he inquired. Just then, a human approached. The half-orc, without lifting his gaze, replied indifferently, "Plan 1. Understood." As they spoke, the cell door swung open, and a newcomer entered, carrying bedding. Chapter 110. Disparate treatment. The prisoners in the cell turned their attention to the newcomer. A young man of strikingly handsome features, radiating an aura of gentility, a rarity in the mines, undoubtedly making him a coveted individual. "Hey you, come here," called out Zhao Jia, the second in command, squinting as he scrutinized the newcomer. The half-orc remained absorbed in his reading. Zhao Jia pressed, "What is your name, newcomer?" Su Fan replied nonchalantly, "I haven't called anyone." Zhao Jia raised an eyebrow. The other prisoners stood up in unison. "Have you lost your mind? Zhao Gu is asking for your name." Su Fan surveyed the menacing faces surrounding him, offering a faint smile as he feigned innocence. "My name is Su Fan. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Su Fan. The name caused the other prisoners to falter momentarily. The Su Fan of legend? The half-orc finally lifted his head, appraising Su Fan. With a benevolent smile, Su Fan patted Zhao Jia on the shoulder. "As I am new here, I hope to receive your kindness." Zhao Jia's expression stiffened as Su Fan hummed a tune. Clutching his blanket and sauntering toward his bed, the prisoners instinctively parted to create a path. In this vast expanse, sleep was paramount. "Dear Buddha, may I rest in peace." Su Fan mused, casting a glance around the cell. It was not as terrifying as the tales had suggested. Rather, he found the inmates to be rather amiable. Uncertainty lingered, as the prisoners exchanged glances, each assessing the other. At last, all eyes fell upon the imposing half-orc leader. Is this the legendary Su Fan? The half-orc, not the mindless villain he might seem, would not recklessly act without understanding the situation. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Jia, who promptly took money to seek confirmation from the monk guarding the prisoners. The following day, news spread through the cells like wildfire. The notorious mastermind behind the chaos in the West, the demon Lord Luo Ho reincarnated, was none other than Su Fan, the leader of an organization that infiltrated the heavens. During the day, as they toiled, the prisoners observed Su Fan with both intention and intrigue. Su Fan, however, paid little heed, believing it natural for newcomers to attract attention. He swung his pickaxe, relentlessly striking the ore, thereby gaining longevity with each blow. When evening arrived, a scene unfolded in the mess hall. An irate orc named Yunran confronted a group of burly men blocking his path. "Why are we not allowed to eat?" he demanded. He had arrived at the mine alongside Su Fan on the same vessel. The leader of the burly men sneered. "The newcomer is not permitted to eat for 3 days. It is the rule set by Boss Han." Yunran gritted his teeth. He had never endured such humiliation. "I'll fight you," he declared. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he received a punch. Yunran retaliated, but against 7 or 8 prisoners, his efforts were futile. They surrounded him, mercilessly kicking him as he cried out in pain. "Stop!" A calm voice interjected, causing the prisoners to cease their assault. The speaker was a refined middle-aged man, holding a book and accompanied only by a bowl of thin porridge. "The newcomer is not allowed to eat for 3 days. You are forbidden for 7. His tone was exceedingly gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, yet his words were laced with cruelty. The prisoners here were bound by a seal that suppressed their spiritual energy. While it was true that they could survive months without food, this seal transformed their bodies to that of mere mortals. The arduous daily labor had already worn them to the bone. Without sustenance for 7 days, death was inevitable. Thus, the middle-aged man's seemingly light remark effectively pronounced Yunran's death sentence. Like the other newcomers, Yunran had no choice but to retreat to a corner of the mess hall, cradling his head in his arms. As a lively tune filled the air, Su Fan hummed merrily, striding toward the dining area. The burly men who had previously confronted Yunran now refrained from any rash actions. The hall fell into an eerie silence, a stark stillness enveloping the space. A prisoner serving the food cast a glance at Su Fan and then at the mild-mannered middle-aged man. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately served Su Fan his meal. Su Fan surveyed the dining hall, finding nearly all seats occupied. The closest empty spot was beside the book-holding gentleman. Su Fan approached and took a seat beside him. The other prisoners abandoned their meals, their breathing unconsciously slowing as they fixed their gaze intently upon Su Fan, resembling a pack of wild beasts scrutinizing an unfamiliar creature encroaching upon their territory. Should he exhibit even a hint of trepidation or hesitation, these beasts would undoubtedly rend him to shreds. The middle-aged man paused momentarily before offering a gentle smile, to which Su Fan responded with a faint smile of his own before resuming his meal. This nonchalance only deepened the uncertainty among the prisoners. Typically, individuals like him fell into one of two categories, either exceptionally strong and self-assured or utterly naive. It was evident that he was most likely the former. Yunran and the other newcomers stared at Su Fan in bewilderment. As fellow newcomers, why was there such a stark contrast? Chapter 111. He became the leader. The middle-aged man wiped his mouth and then rose, departing with an air of ease. Su Fan remained unfazed, savoring his food. Suddenly, after the man left, several figures materialized before Su Fan, akin to the first individual daring to taste a tomato. There are always those who seek to undertake what others fear to attempt. I am Chang Yun, the leader of the orc contingent, declared coldly. I hear you possess quite the reputation outside. Today, I shall lay down the law for you. Su Fan cast a sidelong glance at him. You have heard of me? This is the world of the undead. I hardly expected to be so renowned here. I am aware of your fame, yet here, a dragon must coil and a tiger must crouch. New prisoners are forbidden from eating for 3 days, Chang Yun asserted, gesturing toward a group of prisoners huddled in the corner. Go over there and crouch with your head down. Su Fan, chewing on a potato, inquired. May I finish my meal first? Chang Yun's lips curled slightly. You may. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fist came hurtling toward him. Su Fan raised his hand and effortlessly seized Chang Yun's fist. At that moment, the true essence of the dragon bone manifested. As the Buddha seal could suppress spiritual energy and various unique physiques, yet it did not significantly enhance physical strength. Thus, even standing still, Su Fan was impervious to any harm from this assailant. Chang Yun's expression shifted as he found his arm ensnared, akin to being trapped in a quagmire. As he attempted to make a move with his other hand, Su Fan's right leg struck like lightning toward his knee. With a sharp crack, Chang Yun toppled to the ground, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry of pain. His subordinates, witnessing this spectacle, hesitated to engage Su Fan further and instead rushed to assist Chang Yun. This incident was merely a minor interlude, at least for Su Fan, who paid it little mind. However, the following day, Chang Yun was found dead, the cause of which remained a mystery, alongside several of his subordinates. Su Fan observed as the monk dragged Chang Yun's lifeless body away, scratching his head in contemplation. The fearful glances directed at him from the surrounding prisoners multiplied. After all, just the day prior, Chang Yun had dared to provoke him, and now he was gone. Have you heard? Chang Yun is dead. I already knew. They say he met a gruesome end. Yesterday's provocation was swiftly followed by action today. How remarkably expedited. It is hardly surprising. A figure capable of orchestrating Xuanzang's rebellion and sweeping through the West would find extinguishing Chang Yun's life as effortless as crushing an ant. Inmates from Chang Yun's cell reported an eerie silence that night, only to discover him lifeless by morning. Enough talk. They are here. The idle chatter among the prisoners ceased abruptly. Su Fan sauntered out, languidly stretching his limbs. The sunlight here is quite pleasant. He casually chose a spot to sit and hummed a little tune. With his eyes closed, he could sense the oppressive Buddhist seal suppressing the power within him. For the past 2 days, he had endeavored to unravel it, but to no avail. It seemed he could only endure, hoping to comprehend the Dharma through the meditative state of sleep. He aspired to break this shackling as soon as possible. Mr. Qing. Eru cast a distant glance at Su Fan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. This brat has killed Chang Yuan, the man referred to as Mr. Qing did not lift his gaze from the scroll in his hands. Eru clenched his fists. Mr. Qing, Chang Yuan was one of ours. He has died without reason. If we turn a blind eye to this, how shall we manage our subordinates in the future? Only then did Mr. Qing raise his head and regard him. What do you propose? Eru replied fiercely. I refuse to believe this brat possesses extraordinary abilities. Mr. Qing observed Su Fan for a moment before retracting his gaze. Be swift and clean. Yes, boss. After a day's toil, Su Fan returned to the cell, where several prisoners, including the half-beast and Zhao Jia, promptly bowed in respect. Su Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. Huh, boss. The fruit has been washed. Please enjoy. The half-beast reverently presented a plate of prepared fruit. Su Fan picked up a banana, half-rotten, not out of preference for the decayed, but because it was the only one palatable among the selection. The half-beast sincerely declared, Boss, if you do not mind, I shall be your most loyal subordinate from this day forth, willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. At your command. I shall not utter a single protest. We half-beasts value loyalty above all. Su Fan pondered why these individuals held him in such high regard. Perhaps it was his charismatic presence, he mused. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Su Fan clasped his hands together, hooked one foot behind his head, and supported his body with his head, while the other foot passed through his armpit, soul facing the sky. The crowd thought, indeed, he is no ordinary person. As midnight fell, the cell door creaked open silently. Eru, accompanied by several others, stealthily entered. The half-beast, keenly attuned to the presence of intruders, opened his eyes to see Eru and his companions. With a fierce countenance and a face full of menace, they approached Su Fan's bed. The half-beast recalled his earlier words, "Boss, I am willing to climb mountains of blades and descend into seas of fire for you." The memory echoed in his mind, and his gaze grew resolute. Thus, he decisively turned over. Su Fan had sensed their approach long before Eru and the others reached the door. As the fist of Eru swung towards him, he effortlessly evaded the blow. In a swift motion, he delivered a devastating kick, propelling himself upwards. The confines of the cell were too small for all to converge upon him, leaving him reliant solely on his martial prowess. Su Fan toppled another adversary with a kick, sidestepped a punch, and unleashed a lightning-quick knee strike. The commotion soon captured the attention of other prisoners from nearby cells. Grasping an orc with his right hand, Su Fan deftly dodged a fist that whistled past. A sweeping low kick followed, its crushing force rendering his opponents incapable of retaliation. Another scream pierced the air. Thud, thud. Those who sought to ambush Su Fan now lay sprawled across the ground. He approached Eru, breaking his arm with a decisive twist. "Do not provoke me again, behave," he remarked, gently adjusting Eru's collar before turning and returning to his slumber. That night, Eru and his gang perished under mysterious circumstances, their demise eerily reminiscent of Chang Yun's fate. The news spread like wildfire throughout the mine, yet Su Fan remained oblivious, as a half-orc had taken on the burden meant for him. Thus, Su Fan spent the entire day in peaceful slumber. "Hey, have you heard? Eru is dead." Eru sought trouble with Su Fan last night, and by morning, the most chilling revelation was that Eru shared a cell with Mr. Qing. After a day of sleep, Su Fan prepared to head to the mess hall for a meal. The half-orc Zhao Jia and several other prisoners trailed behind him, their demeanor reminiscent of sycophantic eunuchs in a royal court. Upon reaching the entrance, two lackeys had already opened the door for Su Fan. Inside the mess hall, numerous prisoners bowed in unison. "Boss." Their voices resonated, deafening in their enthusiasm. Su Fan queried, "What is the situation?" In the west, Ananda Kasayapa gazed at the treasure-laden cart, inhaling deeply. The scent was utterly captivating. Casting a glance at the monks behind him, he casually inquired, "By the way, how is Su Fan faring? Is he being tormented beyond recognition?" The monk hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Ananda Kasayapa raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Has he been killed?" "No, he has become the leader of the mine." Chapter 112, The Power of Cause and Effect. Clang, clang, clang. In the mine, prisoners tirelessly wielded their tools. Su Fan observed the toil of those fighting for survival, letting out a gentle sigh, filled with myriad emotions. "Perhaps it is time to turn over," he mused, flipping onto his side and resuming his slumber beneath the covers. Soon, it was time for rest. The prisoners formed a queue to enter the mess hall. At that moment, Su Fan, flanked by the half-orc and Zhao Jia, made his entrance, prompting the inmates to rise and bow. Su Fan waved his hand, signaling them to continue their meal. As they passed Su Fan's table, each prisoner dutifully placed 2 necromantic stones before him. These stones were a unique resource from the realm of the undead, found exclusively within the mine. Each prisoner is assigned a quota of 5 gemstones per day. However, for someone like Su Fan, there is no need to toil in the mines personally, as others willingly deliver the death stones to him. Whenever this occurs, his subordinates within the cell diligently collect the stones on his behalf. Should anyone fail to comply, they would resort to intimidation through force. Leveraging Su Fan's reputation, few dare to challenge them. Overall, life in the mines has proven rather monotonous for Su Fan. The anticipated fervent battles and intricate schemes are conspicuously absent. Strangely, he has found himself in a position of authority, with all around him regarding him with a sense of trepidation. Su Fan finds this perplexing. Why does his amiable nature render him akin to a nefarious tyrant? His daily routine consists of merely signing in when the monks call attendance, and at times, he need not even be present for that. He spends his days nestled in bed, meditating and honing his skills, aspiring to leave this place as soon as possible, particularly considering his life sentence. Perhaps due to the meditative state of his mind, Su Fan feels an increasing clarity of spirit. In simpler terms, he has grown increasingly lethargic, losing interest in all endeavors. Suddenly, loud and melodious curses echo from outside, suggesting yet another conflict has erupted. Su Fan, carrying a small stool, steps out to witness the commotion. This can only be dubbed as maintaining one's original intention. Here, Su Fan has also forged a few close friendships, one with a half-orc named Niu Meng, and another with a somewhat educated individual named Zhao Jia. Niu Meng hails from a far-off land, claiming to have 2 daughters. His wife, neither beautiful nor ugly, manages the household and cares for the children. Life for him is exceedingly mundane and flavorless. Young and impetuous, Nioming could not endure such a life. So he bravely ventured out into the world. He gained renown on Sea God Island through sheer strength, even defeating its lord. However, the lord of Sea God Island turned out to be the great son Tathagata, a distant relative by a convoluted family tree, leading to Nioming's imprisonment here. With a life sentence, he now comprehends the value of his once ordinary existence. Given another chance, he would savor the millet porridge his wife made and sincerely praise it. Then send his children to school and engage in the daily toil of farming. Such is the nature of humanity. We often realize the worth of what we have only after it is lost, yet by then, it is far too late. As for Zhao Jia, his fate is even more tragic. In a smaller realm, he was a favored prince, indulged in luxury from a young age. Although he did not inherit the throne, he attained enlightenment through cultivation, achieving immortality and thriving in the celestial realm. His life was devoid of detours, a straightforward path. Then, one day, while traversing the lower realms, he encountered a lion demon. This demon had seized an entire nation, consuming nearly all its inhabitants within 3 short years. Zhao Jia promptly intervened, engaging the demon in a fierce battle that raged for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, the lion was struck down, its spirit shattered. However, the lion was a steed of a bodhisattva. One day, the bodhisattva, while strolling with the lion, had to attend to urgent matters and carelessly left the lion in the mortal realm. Logically, this lion had wrought havoc upon humanity, devouring the populace of a nation, and thus deserved to be vanquished. Zhao Jia did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. Subsequently, as he journeyed smoothly onward, he came to understand the treacherous nature of the world. Alas, Zhao Jia let out a heavy sigh, uttering a curse. This wretched world. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Relying on the powers of meditative slumber, Su Fan's comprehension of Buddhist teachings reached new heights. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the path of cause and effect. Path of cause and effect, the causality of the world and the causality beyond it. After several days of study, Su Fan uncovered the remarkable intricacies of this path. Each individual bore their own causes, and by assisting others in resolving their inner fruits, he would reap the power of causality, which could counteract the Buddhist seal left within him. As Su Fan stroked his chin, his gaze swept across the crowd. Thanks to the influence of the path of cause and effect, he could distinctly perceive the causal power surrounding each person. Among them, the half-beastman, Niu Wu, exhibited the most conspicuous causality. He constantly murmured about his 2 children and his wife, making his profound connection to causality entirely justifiable. Chapter 113, Rebellion Yet. Resolving Niu Wu's dilemma proved to be no simple task. His greatest desire was to return home to his wife and children. However, like Su Fan, Niu Wu was also bound by an indefinite sentence. In the blink of an eye, 5 more years had passed. After years of scheming, Su Fan finally resolved to launch his plan today. He would initiate a rebellion. The catalyst for this idea was the Buddhist seal shackling him. Over the years, there had been no sign of loosening whatsoever. Moreover, it seemed that this seal grew stronger as his own power increased. The most terrifying realization was that this seal began to influence his thoughts, forming shackles that ultimately transformed him into a mere slave, destined to toil endlessly. Throughout these 15 years, Su Fan had forged connections among the various factions within the mine, consolidating resources and winning hearts. Having made thorough preparations, Su Fan, after his usual evening meal, returned to his cell. The cell was bustling with the core members of the impending operation. Most of them shared a common trait. They were relatively new arrivals. This was advantageous, for the seal's influence on their minds was minimal. Su Fan cleared his throat and spoke in a hushed tone. All eyes on me. My brothers, must we continue to endure? Endless patience has only yielded unending exploitation. Only rebellion can ensure our survival. In this world, all beings are equal, be they beastmen, half-beastmen, elves, or humans. Why should we suffer under their oppression? Most of the individuals here find themselves imprisoned due to having offended a detestable group of Buddhists, who regard us not as human beings, but as mere beasts that exist solely to labor. The crowd's gaze was fervently fixed upon Su Fan. Although his words were charged with emotion, his voice was barely a whisper. Su Fan continued, consider your families, think of your parents and children. Even if not for our own sake, we must rise in rebellion for them, for our freedom. His words ignited a fervent flame within each person, their expressions transforming into one of uncontainable excitement. Long-standing oppression had filled their hearts with seething anger, awaiting only the right moment to erupt. Revolt! Revolt! Su Fan observed the fervor in the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. On this moonless night, fraught with peril, a colossal flying vessel descended from another world, slowly coming to rest upon the mining grounds. Today marked the day of supply distribution. The realm of the undead lacked arable land, necessitating the transportation of food for the prisoners from other worlds at regular intervals. Over 100 inmates gathered to haul the provisions, while merely 3 guards, the warrior monks, stood watch. Such a scenario was commonplace at the mine. In the eyes of the guards, these prisoners had long since been reduced to obedient slaves. Su Fan exchanged a knowing glance. The half-orc, Acheron, stealthily shifted positions, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The others followed suit, moving into their designated spots according to the plan. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted within the mine. Huh! The drowsy monk blinked in confusion. What is happening? Another monk replied. It seems there's a fire at the mine. This was the signal to strike. The leader of the monks furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp, elongated object pierced through his neck. Upon closer inspection, it was a bone, its tip exceedingly sharp. It was a dragon bone, one from Su Fan's own side. The monk's eyes widened in shock as blood stained his robe. Death was now inevitable. The remaining prisoners surged towards the overseers. The warrior monks typically employed prisoners to manage their peers, selecting many sycophants, colloquially referred to as overseers. Soon, several of these overseers were engulfed by the throng. Simultaneously, the last 2 monks met their end at the hands of Acheron and Zhao Jia, caught off guard by Su Fan's dragon bone. The elderly monk aboard the flying vessel had initially intended to assist, but found himself thwarted halfway, as the 3 monks had already been dispatched. Faced with the fierce, bloodthirsty gazes of the crowd, the old monk quickly deliberated for a moment before proclaiming, "Hurry aboard the ship. I shall lead you to safety." Quickly, a throng of people surged onto the vessel. The ship gradually lifted, ascending from the ground and steering towards the horizon. Every gaze was filled with a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. Were they finally departing? A subtle glimmer sparkled in the old monk's eyes as he rapidly elevated the vessel. A formless barrier enveloped the air above the mine. As the airship traversed this boundary, a sudden cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the crowd below. The barrier sensed the presence of their sacred marks, systematically dismantling their bodies. By the time the airship emerged from the barrier, over 100 souls had been nearly obliterated. Su Fan was left with nothing but a skeletal frame, a golden sacred mark etched upon his heart. Due to the suppression, his physical form did not recover swiftly. Su Fan had anticipated this outcome, positioning himself behind the old monk. The monk turned to glance at him, utterly astonished. Chapter 114. The world as foe. The bony arm of the skeletal figure draped over the old monk's shoulder, creaking ominously as a gust of wind passed. It was indeed terrifying. "Be calm," Su Fan uttered coldly. The old monk nodded vigorously. Suddenly, a violent coughing fit erupted from behind them. It was the half-orc, Niu Wu, who had miraculously survived against the odds, clinging to life through the sheer resilience of his hybrid form. Su Fan assessed his injuries, frowning slightly. Though alive, his condition was precarious. Niu Wu seemed aware of his impending demise, his eyes dim and murmuring, I want to go home. To the little world. Su Fan, hoisting Niu Wu upon his back, sped across the fields. The sight of a skeletal figure carrying a gravely injured half-orc was undeniably surreal. "Why are you helping me?" Niu Wu weakly inquired. "I am aiding myself. And for now, refrain from speaking," Su Fan urged, quickening his pace. In the distance, the sound of horns echoed. A few kites soared high above, circling tirelessly. A flicker of recognition sparked in Niu Wu's murky gaze. That is the horn of our hometown. A young orc is getting married. We are nearly there. Hold on a little longer. The wedding celebration on the prairie was vibrant and lively. Orcs drummed and clamored, the horns resounding continuously. The bride descended from a colossal elephant, escorted by her mother toward the gates of her new home. Ordinarily, this moment would be graced by her father's presence. Yet, he had vanished from the village long ago, leaving no trace. "That is my daughter beside her, and there is my wife. A beautiful maiden from 10 villages in her youth," Niu Wu proclaimed with immense pride. The 2 figures leaned against the corner of an alleyway. "They've grown so much." "So much," he murmured, tears welling in his murky eyes. "I should not have left. I should not have left. I have wronged them." As Su Fan leaned against the wall of the alley, his gaze remained detached. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the sky. Life is fraught with missed opportunities and errors. It is either a matter of what one has overlooked or mistakes made. Had Niu Wu chosen to live a simple life at home, perhaps he would still harbor regrets. Regrets for the monotony of existence. Pondering why he had not ventured out to embrace the tumult of life. The karmic force associated with Niu Wu surged into Su Fan's being. But it was merely a fleeting moment. Su Fan sensed that the Buddha seal within him had weakened somewhat. There is hope. Mount Huagua, with its 100,000 heavenly soldiers, the 4 heavenly kings, and the great King Li, all emerged. The celestial lord Erlang, Yang Jian, the 6 brothers of Meishan, and 1,200 grass-headed deities were ready for battle. Their adversary was none other than a demon monkey named Sun Wukong, accompanied by the myriad of monsters from Mount Huagua. A fierce battle ensued. Sun Wukong fought valiantly against Erlang Shun and the 6 brothers of Meishan, only to be ambushed by Taishang Laojun with the Vajra pestle and then bitten by the howling celestial dog. Soon after, he was captured by the 7 saints. This event drew considerable attention from the various celestial realms, for since the establishment of the heavenly court, few dared to defy its authority. Yet, an unexpected demon monkey had the audacity to rebel, even provoking Erlang Shun and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Though Sun Wukong was born of celestial stone, nurtured by the essence of the sun and moon, his remarkable abilities could not have developed without guidance. Undoubtedly, someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Consequently, they extracted all memories from the stone monkey, revealing that he was born in Mount Huagua and had traveled far and wide in search of masters to learn from. However, he encountered mostly charlatans, until one day, he met a mysterious figure on a small island. This enigmatic person was soon identified, Su Fan, the rumored mastermind behind Xuanzang's rebellion. Initially, this was merely a folk tale. Neither the West nor the heavenly court took it seriously. For the reality was that Su Fan was merely a lowly true immortal. His words that day were nothing more than drunken banter. Xuanzang had long harbored rebellious thoughts, and Su Fan was at most a catalyst. Days later, the monkey was thrown into the alchemical furnace. To everyone's astonishment, instead of being refined, he emerged with the ability of fiery golden eyes, his powers greatly amplified. Then unfolded the familiar narrative. Although Sun Wukong was suppressed, this incident stirred the attention of all celestial realms. A mere monkey could not upend the heavens, but Su Fan, the mastermind behind him, undeniably captured everyone's focus. If his persuasion of Xuanzang to rebel was mere drunken talk, what then did it signify that he taught this monkey such divine abilities? Was it merely an idle pastime? Absolutely not. Upon reflection, could it be that Su Fan was merely feigning ignorance, while genuinely being the puppet master behind Xuanzang's rebellion, skillfully deceiving everyone into believing he was just a minor character? In the end, Xuanzang was cast into reincarnation, while he himself was merely exiled to the realm of the dead. The affair with Sun Wukong was but a small ploy. He knew that Sun Wukong's strength could not shake the heavens, yet it was clear he aimed to demonstrate a challenge to the heavenly court. See, a disciple I casually taught can stir the winds and clouds, a pure provocation. The implications are chilling. When reflecting on the so-called rumors, one wonders what is true and what is false. Thus, on this day, the heavenly court issued 18 edicts, apprehend Su Fan. Simultaneously, news reached the west of unrest in the minds of the realm of the dead, launching a full-scale pursuit for the mastermind, Su Fan. The name Su Fan spread like the wind throughout the 3,000 great worlds. Chapter 115, The Pursuit in the Penglai Immortal Realm. Liu Yao gazed at the familiar visage on the wanted poster, lost in thought for a considerable time. Su Fan. It is said that he is the reincarnation of the demon Lord Luoho, and it was he who instigated the rebellion of Jin Shanzi, aiming to overthrow the heavenly palace and the West, establishing a new order. How astonishing! Even the upper realm is in disarray now. The junior sister chattered incessantly beside her. Liu Yao remained silent, her gaze drifting into the distance. At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly resonated throughout the Penglai Immortal Realm. All disciples in seclusion are to emerge within 3 days. From today, all disciples of the Penglai Immortal Realm shall commence the hunt for Su Fan. Liu Yao's expression shifted slightly. Su Fan wanders beyond the 6 paths, drifting amidst the 3 realms. The heavenly mechanism cannot predict his whereabouts, thus resorting to the most primitive method, human search. In a certain small world, the flesh-spirit mushroom baby, carrying a chair larger than itself, ambled slowly. By the way, why are we moving? The bone ash box retorted. Need I spell it out? Su Fan has escaped from prison. Those vengeful monks will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly, and they might even obliterate our previous small world. Ah, mushroom baby gasped. Isn't it said that our Buddha is merciful? Nonsense about mercy. The world is as dark as a crow's feather, the bone ash box scoffed. Suya surveyed the shabby establishment before her and remarked to the bone ash box. What a filthy place. How did you ever live here? The bone ash box replied, Hey, I was fleeing for my life when I took refuge here. Not on a vacation. Sir, we have arrived. On the carriage, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Having collected the causal power of the horsefly, Su Fan hastened back to the small world, fleeing alongside Suya and the others. When the bone ash box evaded the eternal night, it relied on its ability to shield against the heavenly mechanism. It had previously hidden in this small world for a while and even acquired property. Thanks to the bone ash box, they temporarily had a place to stay. The establishment was modest. The bone ash box mentioned that it used to sell sundries. With unwavering confidence, the bone ash box asserted that despite its dilapidation, it was an excellent hiding spot. In a place like this, they wouldn't find us even after 100,000 years. After toiling for half the day, they finally cleaned the place. Suyu inquired, "Sir, shall we still open a restaurant?" Su Fan nodded. "Prepare yourselves. We will commence operations in a few days." After a few days, Su Fan gradually came to understand this small world, known as Midnight City. Its prosperity rivaled that of the former Chang'an City, yet it was distinctly different. Midnight City, located near the coast, thrived on maritime trade, amassing immense wealth. However, this also exacerbated societal divisions, splitting the city into the upper city and the lower city. If the upper city was akin to paradise, then the lower city was, without doubt, a veritable hell. Furthermore, Midnight City was teeming with countless demons and spirits, coexisting with humans under some form of tacit agreement, generally refraining from harming them. A few days later, the restaurant opened its doors. On the second floor of the restaurant, there hung a modest sign reading Universal Affairs Office, established by Su Fan to harness the power of causality. After a few months, the restaurant's business flourished. Yet the office had yet to receive any formal commissions. Instead, it was inundated with trivial requests, such as helping to find lost dogs or babysitting children. As time passed, one day, a little boy named Xiao Wu, rubbing his small face, sat at the entrance. He glanced at the playful banter between the urn and Ronger. The urn remarked that Ronger would never marry, to which she retorted that the urn would never find a wife. They then sought Xiao Wu's judgment, and ultimately, the urn suggested they should pair up. Blushing, Ronger ran away after hearing this. Xiao Wu stood in silence, feeling as though he had unexpectedly received a couple of slaps across the face. "Child, are your elders home?" At that moment, a middle-aged man entered. Xiao Wu looked up and asked, "What would you like to order?" "Nothing at all. I have heard that you possess an office that accepts any commission." Xiao Wu eagerly led the man to the second floor of the restaurant. "Sir, rise and shine." Xiao Wu leaped onto Su Fan's belly, his little hands rubbing Su Fan's face. Su Fan, groggy, opened his eyes and asked, "What has happened?" "Someone has come to see you." Su Fan instructed Xiao Wu